Chapter 1 Flash Marriage to Absolutely Beautiful Wife. Luo City. Fong Hong, who was walking on the sidewalk, was frowning. Behind him, his girlfriend was making phone kanji with someone else, smiling with a frown on her face. Fong Hong stopped walking and finally couldn't help but question, "Are you actually accompanying me out to play, or are you chatting with him on the phone? Anyway, I'll hang up first. We'll talk again tonight." Luli kissed the other end of the phone, followed by glaring at Fong Hong with a dissatisfied face. "What's gotten into you again? What's wrong with me chatting with my bestie? BFF has a guy? How come there isn't? You've never heard of a male best friend? Then I'll go find a female buddy now." "No way. Can there be pure friendship between a man and a woman? What about you and this so-called male best friend of yours? I'm not like him." Fong Hong scratched his head in annoyance. What kind of strange logic was this? Luli could have a male best friend, but he couldn't have a female brother? It was at this time that a voice came from Luli's cell phone. "Lily, what's wrong with your boyfriend?" Luli brought her cell phone to her mouth and replied, "He's crazy again, just leave him alone." Fong Hong couldn't bear it anymore completely. "Luli, who the hell is going crazy?" "Fong Hong, you dare to yell at me. Do you want to break up? I've had enough of this for a long time." "Split. Whoever doesn't split is a grandson." "Split it, you mustn't regret begging me." The two are located not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The owner of the fruit stall next to him was eating a big mouthful of melon and watching the drama. After Luli left, Fong Hong sat on a stone chair in depression. He and Luli had been dating for more than half a year, and at the beginning, Luli's behavior in all aspects was normal. But as time progressed, Luli became more and more like to be unreasonable. As long as not obedient to her, Luli will use the breakup threat to compromise. Recently it is even more outrageous to find a male girlfriend. The two of them had long talks all night long, with intimate words, and the key Fong Hong still couldn't say anything. In his opinion, Luli is not looking for a male best friend. It is clear that she is not avoiding finding a new boyfriend. So he doesn't want to serve this grandpa anymore. The first thing that you need to do is to get your hands on a new boyfriend, and you'll be able to do that. Suddenly, a nice voice came to his ears. "Hello." Fong Hong looked up. A woman in a black dress with a cool temperament was standing in front of him. The woman's eyes were red and her exquisite pretty face was hanging with tear stains, looking like she had just experienced something. A beautiful woman shedding tears. I felt sorry for her. Fong Hong was stunned by her stunning beauty for a moment. Luli's appearance was already relatively outstanding among women, but the woman in front of her was an existence that killed Luli. The key leg was really long. "Hello, what's the matter? Can I marry you?" Why do you want to marry me?" Fong Hong was a bit confused. It wasn't just Fong Hong. Even the fruit stall owner eating melon next to him was also confused. Just after breaking up, an extremely beautiful woman took the initiative to propose. Just how popular was this guy? "There's $100,000 in this card. You don't need to know that much. Just marry me and it's yours." Wait a while. I'm suddenly experiencing a bit too many things here. Allow me to think about it." The fruit stall owner was in a hurry. "Beautiful, generous. This is not a typical rich white beauty? The rich white beauty actually needs to consider it? Sinful It's true that the full man doesn't know how hungry the starving man is." Fong Hong pondered for a moment. In the end, he agreed with the woman. One was because he felt that the woman did not look like a bad person. 2, the woman was giving too much. 3, he had anger in his heart. Since Luli was looking for a male best friend, he would just look for a wife. When coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two people had read books in their hands respectively. It was only then that Fong Hong learned that the woman's name was Lung Yu. It was really a person like her surname, like an iceberg beauty. Even when staying by her side, there was a distinct sense of distance. "There is also $100,000 in here. I have to go beforehand." Leng Yu handed Fong Hong another card and turned around to leave in the Audi S8. Ding! The strongest soft king system has been bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack. The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soft rice king rebate. The mechanical voice in his head startled Fong Hong. System. But what is this soft rice king rebate? Soft rice king rebate. The other half is a double rebate of the host's consumption amount. Fong Hong immediately understood. If Lung Yu spent $1 for him, then he could obtain a rebate of $2. As long as he kept eating soft food, going to the top was just around the corner. This marriage was simply bloody profitable. The gloom of the breakup instantly lifted. Fong Hong hummed a little song and headed home, returning to the apartment. When the passing neighbors saw Fong Hong, their eyes could not help but be a little strange. Fong Hong was not surprised. In the eyes of these people, he was a boiling goat before. In the past 6 months of their relationship, Luli had not worked, and had completely relied on Fong Hong for food, clothing, housing and transportation. He cared for Luli as if she was a treasure. Luli, however, hangs her breakup on her lips all day long and puts forward unreasonable conditions, using this to threaten Fong Hong to compromise. Once the argument starts, the neighbors go crazy and eat melon, and even the apartment dwellers next door come to join in the fun. Inside the room, Luli was voice hacking with her male best friend Wang Zhenghao. Annoying, lost again, blame Fong Hong. Luli threw her cell phone away and complained about Fong Hang's dissatisfaction. Indeed, if we weren't influenced by him, we wouldn't have lost so many games. When he comes back, if he doesn't get down on his knees and beg me, I will definitely not get back together. If not back together, what are you going to do next? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Luli didn't think that Fong Hong would really break up with herself. After all, there had been quite a few breakups before. At the end of the day, Fong Hong would all soften and coax her, so it must be the same result this time. Wang Zhenghao joked, "Ha ha, Lily, if it really doesn't work out, let's just make do." Luli was about to reply when she heard the sound of the electronic lock and immediately changed her tone. Fong Hong is back. I'll teach him a lesson first. Talk to you later, haha. Luli took off her headphones and glared at Fong Hong, commanding in a commanding tone, "Clean up the trash." There were quite a few leftover snacks on the computer desk, while the floor was covered in fruit crumbs. Seeing Fong Hong walking slowly, the corners of Luli's mouth lifted into a confident smile. "Humph, still not as obedient as usual. Let's see how I'll clean you up today." As a result, the next moment, Luli changed her face. She felt herself being picked up in the air. A feeling of uneasiness arose. "Fong Hong, what do you want?" Chapter 2, My wife is not 100 times prettier than you. Fong Hang's expression was cold. "Didn't you want me to clean up the garbage? I'll throw out the biggest piece of garbage like you first." Luli struggled to get out. "Fong Hong, you still have this attitude. Do you really not want to get back together? What's there to get back together? Isn't it good for you to continue to be with that male best friend? You won't still be jealous? Really petty. As a man, a little pattern is not there." Luli rolled her eyes. "You have a pattern. I said I want to find a female brother. Also did not see you agree. I'm too lazy to argue with you. In a word, do you really want to break up? I'm serious this time. I hope you get the situation right. We've already broken up. You'd better think again. Being able to meet such a beautiful girlfriend like me is most likely the only chance you'll have in this life." The more Luli said, the more narcissistic she became, and ruffled her hair a bit. Fong Hong couldn't help but be laughed at by the whole thing. He opened the marriage license and held it up in front of Luli. "Don't be so self-righteous. Open your eyes and see. Isn't my current wife 100 times prettier than you? Marriage certificate? Wife?" The sudden huge amount of information made Luli not react for a moment. Returning to her senses, Luli snatched the marriage certificate from Fong Hang's hand. In the photo, the woman next to Fong Hong looked like a heavenly beauty, and even she was stunned. Even though Luli usually boasted of being the #1 beauty in Luo City, but the moment she saw Linyu, still, she instantly felt inferior to herself. However, Luli thought for a second. There was simply no other female in Fong Hang's cell phone besides her. How was it possible to know such a great beauty and flashmarry in such a short period of time? Luli brightened up and said, "Fong Hong, don't be funny. Is it fun to use AI to get a fake marriage license to fool me?" Fong Hang felt annoyed even looking at Luli one more time and didn't want to waste his words. "Love to believe it or not. Take your things." "Oh no, these are all things I paid for, and you don't have anything." As the words fell, Fong Hong threw Luli out like he was carrying a small chicken and then closed the door. Outside the room, seeing this scene, the neighbors were stunned. What is the situation? Wasn't this Fong Hong an old boiling goat? How did he suddenly become so hardened? The gazes cast by the neighbors made Luli more or less unnatural. Luli began to panic. Since establishing a relationship, this was the first time Fong Hong had treated her like this. Luli tapped hard on the door. "Fong Hong, open the door quickly. You are limited to 5 counts. Otherwise, even if you kneel down and beg me, you won't want to get back together again." 5, 4, 3, 5 counts were about to be finished. Luli's heart was getting less and less bottomless. Could it be that Fong Hong really wasn't ready to get back together? It was a good thing that when the count came to the last second, the door opened again from the inside. Luli sighed with relief. It seems that everything is still under control. Fong Hong still can't leave himself. The neighbors, on the other hand, hated it. Originally, they thought that Fong Hong had finally hardened up. As a result, this was it? What a disgrace for a man. Luli clasped her hands to her chest in a condescending manner and was about to open her mouth to reprimand Fong Hang. Unexpectedly, Fong Hong just jerked the marriage license from her hand and then closed the door again, coldly throwing down a sentence in the process. "If you don't leave, I'll call out for the property to evict you." The neighbors let out a long sigh of relief and gave Fong Hong a thumbs up in their hearts. What a good guy. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong about you. Luli, on the other hand, was completely flustered. What Fong Hong had done was too strange, making her feel that everything was going out of control. Luli kept knocking on the door, threatening Fong Hong first, and when she saw that hardness was not working, she even started to soften in a rare way. Fong Hong, open the door. It's almost dark. You can't bear to see me spending the night outside alone. Ah Hong, I know I'm wrong. Hong. However, even though Luli used all sorts of tricks, Fong Hong was indifferent. Not long after, a few uniformed security guards rushed over aggressively. Luli was worried about really being carried down by them, so she could only leave resentfully. The next day, Fong Hong went to work as usual. He worked as an ordinary employee in a company called Lightyear. Guangyan is quite famous in Luochang, operating a number of businesses, is a strong family business. Every year many college students squeeze their heads to get in. Just arrived at the sales department, Fong Hong met the supervisor Li Hua. He happened to be about to submit documents. The two entered the office one after the other. Yo, Fong Hong, your face looks good today. Looks like you weren't tossed by your girlfriend yesterday? How not tossed, but it's broken up. Broken up? Li Hua was a bit surprised. He had a good relationship with Fong Hong, so he also knew something about Lu Li. This kind of girlfriend with princess disease, he couldn't stand it for a single day. Fong Hong was able to get along for half a year before splitting up. Li Hua was also quite impressed. It's good to split. There are so many beautiful sisters in our company. With your face value, it's not easy to find a girlfriend. Fong Hong had always been a recognized schoolgrass in his student days. When he first joined Lightyear, there were many female co-workers who took the initiative to offer their attentions. It wasn't until they learned that he had a girlfriend that they stopped. Forget it, not looking for one, Fong Hong said. After this relationship with Lu Li, Fong Hong's heart was a bit tired. What's more, he already had a wife, and it was not suitable for him to find another girlfriend. It was just that currently this wife did not know where she was, because he forgot to leave his contact information after tying the knot yesterday. Young age, how can you be devastated because of this setback? Li Hua comforted Fong Hong, then suddenly remembered what happened last night. Speaking of which, yesterday the marketing department supervisor Wang even inquired about you, so maybe it's their department's sister who has her eye on you. What is the marketing department inquiring about me for? Fong Hong was a bit puzzled. I don't know. It might be because they see your ability and want to dig over there. Of course it doesn't rule out like what I just said. Between the words, a man who was on the shorter side and wore a center parting pushed the door and appeared in front of the two. Supervisor Li. Supervisor Wang. Really speak of the devil. Li Hua smiled at Wang Zhenghao before introducing Fong Hong. Supervisor Wang. This is the Fong Hong you inquired about yesterday. Our right-hand man in the sales department. Wang Zhenghao tilted his head to survey Fong Hong, his eyes not friendly. You are Fong Hong? What does Supervisor Wang want with me? Fong Hong inexplicably felt that Wang Zhenghao's voice was somewhat familiar. Are you still considered a man? Kicking Lily out of the house like that yesterday? The name Lily made Fong Hong suddenly realize. It turned out that this guy was Lu Li's male best friend. Unexpectedly, he was also the head of the marketing department. Chapter 3, Wife is actually the president of the company. I thought it was someone else. So you're that shameless thing. Watch what you say. Who are you calling faceless and skinless? Wang Zhenghao was instantly on fire. Didn't hear me right. I'm just talking about you. You have no face and no skin. The sudden quarrel between the two directly confused Li Hua. Hey, don't argue. What's wrong with you guys? Fong Hong said. He's the new male best friend that Lu Li recently made. Ah, Supervisor Wang. This is a bit unorthodox of you. Li Hua's eyes changed when he looked at Wang Zhenghao. Lily and I have something in common. What's wrong with having a better relationship? We are all men. What's in our hearts can't be clearer. Supervisor Wang, it's fine for you to lie to others. Don't ever lie to yourself as well. Fong Hong laughed coldly. It's you who has a dirty mind. Wang Zhenghao said. Mouth is still quite hard, but kindly remind you, Lu Li can't be served well. She is also a heavy face control. Supervisor Wang. On your height and looks, TSK. Fong Hong killed people without forgetting to put them to death. Of course, if you guys haven't met yet, I advise you that you'd better put on a makeup first in advance, and pat a little more inner height in your shoes to avoid seeing the light and dying. Fong Hong, speak with respect. Wang Zhenghao was poked at by Fong Hong's crookedness. Originally, he and Lu Li were chatting well, but as a result, when they met last night, Lu Li instantly changed like a different person, treating herself with disinterest and finding excuses to leave without chatting for a few sentences. He still thought that it was because Lu Li just broke up with a bad mood. Now it seems that everything is just as Fong Hong said. It is his own appearance does not meet Lu Li's expectations. I'm just being honest. Don't be so glassy-eyed. Supervisor Wang. This is a company. You're so arrogant for a small staff. Do you not want to continue? Yo, in a hurry? Yes, I am anxious, and very anxious. I won't lie to you. I have a good relationship with the personnel department. You kid wait. Wow. I'm so scared. Scared to death, Fong Hong deliberately said in a conspiratorial manner. Dismissal or not, it didn't matter to him at all. Anyway, now that he had the system, as long as he kept eating soft food, could he still starve to death? Li Hua sighed. Of course, he heard Wang Zhenghao's threatening intent. He immediately slapped on his face, no longer acting as a peacemaker, but choosing to stand on the same side as Fong Hong. Since Fong Hong's excellent performance since joining the company, Li Hua was very fond of him and even thought of recommending Fong Hong to be the team leader. Now that Wang Zhenghao wanted to move his sales department, it was equivalent to slapping him, the department head, in the face. Supervisor Wang, this is a bit too much for you. Fong Hong is a person from our sales department. Supervisor Li, from what you are saying, you are going to protect this brat? Wang Zhenghao was a little surprised. I'm not only going to protect Fong Hong, anyone who dares to touch my sales department's people, Li Hua, will not agree. Li Hua's eyes were firm. At this time, the office door happened to be pushed open. A woman with a big wave perm and black silk and an OL outfit entered the door. Li Hua recognized the woman at a glance. The other party was none other than the personnel department manager, Long Ruxue. Supervisor Li, big mouth. Isn't it true that I have to go through your consent even if I move the people in the sales department? Manager Lang is good. Li Hua immediately lowered his stance. Long Ruxue lightly hummed and looked towards Fong Hong, raising her eyebrows in slight confusion. In the light years of these employees, Fong Hong was still the first one who dared not take the initiative to greet her when he saw her. Lang Ruxue. Wang Zhenghao came over to Long Rushue's side and whispered softly, obviously suing Fong Hong. After speaking, Wang Zhenghao silently retreated to the side with a villainous face. Lang Ruxue looked Fong Hong up and down. Well, quite handsome. It's a pity that our light years can't accommodate you. Pack up and go to the finance department. Li Hua said anxiously. Manager Lang, Fong Hong has always performed well. Oh, it seems that Supervisor Li has objections to my decisions. Why don't you join him as well? Li Hua was shocked and immediately did not dare to make a sound. Lang Ruxue was the personnel department manager on the surface, but behind the scenes there was another layer of identity. Even the director didn't dare to mess with her easily. Li Hua had a wife and children, relying on this job to support his family. At this moment, he had no choice but to beg for help and cast an apologetic look at Fong Hong. Fong Hong was able to understand that if he dragged Li Hua down, it would in turn make him a little embarrassed. Driving me is fine. This compensation can't be less. Don't worry. The Guangyan family is so big that it is not so big that it cannot afford to pay this compensation, Lang Ruxue said. Fong Hong shrugged. It didn't matter if the job was lost, as long as the money was paid. After all, with a system, who would want to go to work every day? On the way here today he was still thinking about whether or not to resign, mainly because Wang Zhenghao made him a bit upset. Thinking of this, he rubbed his fists and slowly approached the other party. Wang Zhenghao saw Fong Hong's intentions. He subconsciously stepped back and said, "What do you want to do? I'm warning you, this is the company. Dare to try messing around with me. Just try. What's wrong with the company? I've been fired. Can you fire me again?" Fong Hong grabbed Wang Zhenghao's collar and directly beat him up. Wang Zhenghao cried out, "Manager Lang, save me." Long Ruxue was shocked, not expecting that Fong Hong would be so bold that he would dare to strike out and beat someone in the company. She looked at Li Hua and said, "Supervisor Li, why don't you control your people?" "I'm sorry, Manager Lang, you've already fired Fong Hong. I have no right to control him. You dash." Seeing this, Lang Ruxue had no choice but to call the security department. Not long after, a group of security guards came to the sales department in great numbers. The employees were talking. What happened in the supervisor's office? First Supervisor Wang, then Manager Lang. It seems like things aren't small. Look, the president's assistant also came. Hiss, I so want to go in and see what's wrong. Don't want to die. You dare to break in. Tomorrow Lightyear will not have you as a person. At this moment, in the office, Fong Hong was still beating up Wang Zhenghao, and the other party's face had already swollen into a pig's head. Seeing the security guards finally arrive, Lang Ruxue immediately ordered, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you arrest this person?" The security guards were about to make their move when a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Stop!" Immediately afterward, a woman dressed in a small black suit with a single ponytail entered the door. Li Hua was a bit at a loss for words. It seemed that things had gotten so big that even the president's assistant, Su Mu, had been alarmed. Lang Ruxue frowned. "Assistant Su, what do you mean by this?" Su Mu ignored Lang Ruxue and instead looked at Fong Hong and asked, "You are Fong Hong?" "Yes, the president wants to see you." Fong Hong was slightly stunned. He had been on board for so long, and he didn't even know who the president of Lightning Ears was, so why did he suddenly need to see himself? However, Fong Hong still followed behind Sumu, ready to find out. He had just left the office door. Lang Rushua chased out and said angrily, "No one is allowed to leave." Sumu glanced at her and said indifferently, "Manager Lang, if you have any grievances, you can look for the president. I'm just doing what I'm told." Without waiting for Lang Rushua to speak, Sumu led Fong Hang out of the sales department. Lang Rushua had no place to spread her anger, so she had no choice but to walk out with Wang Zhanghao one after the other. Wang Zhanghao, who was walking behind, blocked his face with a file bag, fearing that he would be witness to his miserable state. As a result, Wang Zhanghao accidentally fell to the ground. The bag flew a few meters away, and his swollen face was visible. Although the scene was silent, Wang Zhanghao hated to find a hole to drill in. Wang Zhanghao panicked and picked up the file bag, even walked and ran away from the place. Finally, at this moment, the entire sales department completely exploded. Holy, it's too explosive. Who do you guys think could have hit Supervisor Wang's face? I reckon it was Fong Hong who hit him. I also think it was Fong Hong. Wipe. Fong Hong is also too bullish, actually daring to hit Supervisor Wang. Well played. Supervisor Wang wasn't a good person when he harassed me before. At the same time, President's office. Sumu brought Fong Hong to the door and left. Fong Hong knocked on the door. "Come in." Fong Hang's heart tightened at this voice. When he walked into the office and saw the cool woman in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a black dress and unrivaled beauty, he held his breath in a split second. "Wife, it turns out that the president of Lightyear is Leng Yu, who took the initiative to propose yesterday." Chapter 4, Moving a Chair for Fong Hong. This was the first time they met after getting married. With four eyes facing each other, the atmosphere was so awkward. However, before the two of them had the chance to speak, Lang Rushua led Wang Zhanghao to barge through the door in a furious manner. Lang Yu put down the coffee cup in his hand and sat down in the office chair without any hesitation. "Manager Lang, what's so urgent that you directly barge in without even knocking on the door?" Her voice was as wonderfully sweet as a trickle of spring water. "Lang Yu, are you deliberately targeting me?" Wang Zhanghao, who accompanied him, was greatly shocked that Lang Rushua was only the manager of the personnel department, and actually dared to be so rude to President Lang Yu. He was really worried that Lang Yu would kick Lang Rushua out of Lightning Years along with himself once he became angry. However, once he thought that both of them were surnamed Lang, he understood what was going on, and his hanging heart fell, and he had a little bit of confidence. Lang Yu was slightly puzzled, and his attention fell on Wang Zhanghao's face. "What's going on with this person next to you?" Wang Zhanghao pointed at Fong Hong and immediately began to cry. "General Manager Lang, I was beaten by this Fong Hong. Did you hear that? This employee called Fong Hong shot and hurt someone. I just wanted to call the security guards to clean him up. And this you want to stop me?" Lang Rushua said with dissatisfaction. Lang Rushua and Lang Yu were cousins, and their relationship had never been cordial, because Lang Yu had been excellent since childhood and was loved by the family elders. Lang Rushua, who was the same age, was inevitably used as a comparison. In the long run, she has been enveloped by Lang Yu's powerful aura, causing Lang Rushua's character to distort and begin to hate Lang Yu. Since joining Lightning Years, the decisions she proposed were frequently vetoed by Lang Yu, which further aggravated Lang Rushua's hatred. "Don't flatter yourself. I don't have time to pay attention to you." Lang Yu only felt that Lang Rushua was as inexplicable as before. She had clearly sought out Fong Hong to talk about personal matters. However, things had already happened and involved her recently married husband, so she naturally had to deal with it. So Lang Yu looked at Fong Hong. "Tell us the reason. Why did you hit this person?" Wang Zhanghao had some bad feelings in his heart. When the company staff saw him, they all had to politely address the supervisor. As a result, in Lang Yu's mouth, he himself did not even have a name. But it couldn't be helped, the other party being the president of Lightyear. It was normal that he couldn't remember someone of his caliber. Fong Hong, on the other hand, was somewhat puzzled by Lang Yu's attitude. Although the two were married, their statuses were different. It was unlikely that once this happened today, Lang Yu would have to divorce him. In that case, if he couldn't have a soft meal, wouldn't the system be finished? He was thinking about how to answer. "Wait." Lang Yu suddenly called a halt and called out to his assistant Sumu. Sumu said, "Mr. Lang, what are your orders?" "Move a chair for Fong Hong." Lang Rushua was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Lang Yu was planning to do. Sumu, on the other hand, suspected that he had heard wrong. "General Manager Lang, are you sure? Do as I say." Sumu pushed in a valuable chair. Just as several people were skeptical and expecting Lang Yu's next move, they only saw her say in a tone that had a few moments of gentleness, "There's no rush. Fong Hong, sit down and speak slowly." In an instant, several people were stunned. Lang Rushua and Sumu knew Lang Yu quite well, and it was the first time they had seen him treating a man like this. Wang Zhanghao was even more wide-eyed. He had thought that Lang Yu was trying to punish Fang Hung in disguise, but now it seemed that the truth was contrary to what he had thought. Moreover, he vaguely had a bad premonition. Fang Hung sat down quite naturally. The matter is like this. Early in the morning, Supervisor Wang came to the sales department to pick a fight, and when I didn't get used to him, he threatened me, saying that he had connections in the personnel department to fire me. Lang Yu nodded at his words, his eyes looking over to Long Rushue's side. What do you guys have to say? Wang Zhenghao panicked. General Manager Lang, don't listen to Fang Hang's nonsense. I didn't intentionally pick a fight, and it was him who started the fight, and I haven't been fighting back. You haven't intentionally picked a fight. You really can't find Supervisor Li to confront him. Lang Yu signaled Su Mu to contact Li Hua. Not long after, Li Hua lightly walked into the office. When he saw that Fang Hang was sitting on a chair while the rest of the few were standing, he almost thought that he had blurred his eyes. Crazy. Other people's marketing department supervisors, as well as the personnel department manager, and even the president's assistant were standing. How dare you, a small sales department employee, sit? Li Hua immediately blinked at Fang Hang non-stop. Su Mu said, Supervisor Li, stop blinking and tell the president everything you know. Li Hua was a bit embarrassed and busily told the ins and outs. The more Wang Zhenghao listened, the more flustered he became, and the more Lang Rushue listened, the tighter her frown became. After Lang Yu understood what happened, he signaled Li Hua to retire. Before leaving, Li Hua did not forget to wink at Fang Hung, using his mouth to remind him to get up in a hurry. Seeing that the other party was indifferent and even smiled at himself, Li Hua could only hold his forehead and leave. Lang Yu looked at Wang Zhenghao and said, I'm all clear. You are the head of the marketing department? Yes, General Manager Lang, my name is Wang Zhenghao. Su Mu, give me his information. Receiving the information, Lang Yu got up from his office chair and slowly walked to Long Rushue. Your man, who has done a bit too many bad things, need to take a look. Lang Rushue drew over the information as soon as she could, originally not thinking about it, but ended up reading it with a stony face. She looked angrily at Wang Zhenghao and said, You actually did so many things behind my back? Injustice. I didn't do anything. Open your dog's eyes and see. This is all evidence on here. How should you explain? Long Rushue slapped the information onto Wang Zhenghao's face. Wang Zhenghao took it down and looked at it with an unbelievable face. The information was a complete record of his violations since he joined the company. He had enriched himself, accepted bribes, and harassed the staff, etc. Even some things he himself can hardly remember. As if he suddenly lost his strength, the information slipped out of his hands, and Wang Zhenghao instantly sat on the ground. Wang Zhenghao looked at Lang Yu, this light years of stunningly beautiful president, at the moment like the god of death to make him fear. Lang Yu said, Su Mu, let the security department take control of the person and hand him over to the police. No, don't. Sister Rushue, help me. I don't want to go in. Wang Zhenghao instantly became agitated and turned around to hug Lang Rushue's leg. The two were alumni, and during college, Wang Zhenghao had always given Lang Rushue a dog's leg. Therefore, thanks to Long Rushue's blessing, Wang Zhenghao entered Lightyear and became the head of the marketing department at an extremely fast speed. Lang Rushue didn't want to help Wang Zhenghao deal with the tricky mess. She kicked the other party away and said, Get lost. Seeing this, Wang Zhenghao had no choice but to place his only remaining hope on Fang Hung. This was because he sensed out that Fang Hung and Lang Yu had an unusual relationship. Maybe if Fang Hung opened his mouth, Lang Yu would let him go. Chapter 5 Baby. Wang Zhenghao then rolled and crawled to Fang Hung. Brother Hang, it's my fault. I am indeed shameless. Please help my little brother out. From now on, I am willing to be a cow and a horse to repay you. Fang Hung would not have a motherly heart overflowing. If it wasn't for Lang Yu, he would have been fired at this moment, and Wang Zhenghao wouldn't be on his knees begging him. It's useless for you to beg me. I'm just a small employee. What can I do to help you? Fang Hung spread his hands. Lang Yu suddenly said to Fang Hung, I can spare him, depending on your decision. Sumu and Lang Rushue were both surprised. They were even more curious about the relationship between Fang Hung and Lang Yu. Ma Shun, the head of the security department who had just entered and heard the words, was equally very shocked. He could not help but guess who Fang Hung was. He couldn't help but guess who Fang Hung was. Even the president had to ask for his opinion when making decisions. Wang Zhenghao was overjoyed and said, Brother Hang, you are my own brother. I will change my last name to yours from tomorrow onwards. Save my brother quickly. Fang Hung did not expect things to go in this direction. Seeing that the attention of the crowd was on him, Fang Hung coughed dryly and said, Not familiar. I don't recognize this person. You guys quickly take him away. It was Wang Zhenghao's turn to be confused. Brother Hang, you can't be like this. Where is it not familiar? You just beat me up. Ma Shun gave his men a look. Wang Zhenghao struggled and was dragged out hard. When the group of people left, Lang Rushue turned around to leave as well. Stop. Lang Yu blocked her way and whirled around to look at Sumu on the side. Sumu nodded and consciously exited the office. Lang Rushue was puzzled. Lang Yu, what do you want to do? Lang Yu's expression grew cold. Manager Lang, please address your position in the company. Also, you don't think you'll be alright, do you? What's wrong with me? But it's just... Lang Rushue just remembered that Fong had decided to open Fong Hung, but she didn't think so. It was just a small staff member. So what could she do if she fired him? At this time, accompanied by a pop sound, Lang Rushue immediately felt a burning pain on half of her face. She covered her face and said incredulously, "You actually hit me for him? Fong Hang is my man. If you dare to touch him again, it won't be so simple next time." Lang Rushue's eyes were red, both surprised and aggrieved, and she fiercely glared at Lang Yu before slamming the door and leaving. And Fong Hung, who had witnessed everything, was dumbfounded. Never in a million years did he expect that Lang Yu would do so much for him. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 30% of the soft rice value. Get small soft rice value free from disturbance. The undisturbed function for acquiring small amounts of soft rice value has been turned on. Note, lucky draws can be conducted when the value reaches 100%. Lang Yu didn't spend any money on himself, but he was able to increase his soft rice value? It seems like there are a lot of rules to eating soft rice. Moreover, when the soft rice value reaches 100%, one can also draw a prize. Fong Hung began to look forward to what kind of goodies he would draw at that time. He returned to his senses. Lang Yu had already sat back in her office chair. Her jade hand was holding a coffee cup. Don't worry, as long as I'm here in light years, no one will dare to touch you in the slightest in the future. Fong Hong was somewhat flattered. It was a good thing that he wasn't a little girl. Otherwise his cheeks would definitely be flushed at this moment. Thinking back to yesterday's tearful Lang Yu who proposed to himself, Fong Hong simply could not have imagined that the other party would be the rumored thunderous lightning year's president. Fong Hong finally couldn't help but ask, "You wouldn't want to karma my waist by marrying me, would you? You're overthinking it. Then why are you looking for me to get married?" Secret. Okay. Since Lang Yu wasn't willing to talk, there was no benefit in asking more. From today, I'll take care of all your food, clothing, housing and transportation, so feel free to ask for anything. Just do one thing well, do a good job as your husband? Right. That said, is it really possible to ask for anything? Yes. After Fong Hong left, Lang Yu recalled yesterday's scene with interest. She had originally taken the initiative to propose because she was impulsive. Unexpectedly, Fong Hong had actually agreed. At this time, Sumu walked into the office. General Manager Lang, at the risk of asking, "What is your relationship with Fong Hong?" Husband and wife relationship. Lang Yu reached out and pushed Sumu's chin upwards, helping her close her wide-open mouth. Don't be too surprised. It's time to meet the client. Fong Hong returned to the sales department. The staff swarmed around like they had seen a star, although they were not quite sure what had happened. But they had heard about what happened to Wang Zhanghao. Most of the people in the sales department hated Wang Zhanghao because of the other party. The work between the two departments was always difficult to carry out. Even Wang Zhanghao frequently harassed his female colleagues in private. Fong Hong was also considered to have removed the harm for everyone in disguise. Even the few people who were usually a little jealous of Fong Hong being courted by his female colleagues. At this time, they were also casting approving gazes. Supervisor Li Hua's appearance caused everyone to silently return to work. He gave Fong Hong a look. The two entered the office again one after the other. Li Hua locked the door and said, "You kid really has a big heart. Just now when I hinted at you like that, couldn't you see it?" Thinking back now, Li Hua still had palpitations. In the company, those who had higher positions than Fong Hong were standing. As a result, Fong Hong was good, foolishly sitting there. Those who did not know thought that Fong Hong was the chairman of the board. It was General Manager Lang who told me to sit. Fong Hong casually picked up the fruit on the desk and ate it. Who told you to sit you also? It was actually General Manager Lang who told you to sit? Yeah, you and General Manager Lang know each other? Li Hua said picking up his teacup. Not really familiar. Then what is your relationship? She's my wife. Put. Li Hua spat out all the water he had just drank into his mouth. Fortunately, Fong Hong dodged in time. Li Hua wiped his mouth as he helplessly said, "No seriousness, and you're teasing me. Hey, I really didn't lie to you." At this time the desk landline rang. Go go go. I'm on business. You also hurry to work. Fong Hong smoothed another orange before leaving the office. It was normal that Li Hua did not believe it. After all, if a different co-worker said this, Fong Hong would also feel that the other party was joking. Finishing work in the evening, Fong Hong was torn between going home by bus or riding the shared Little Blue. A black Audi S8 stopped in front of him. The car window was lowered and reflected in was Lung Yu's absolutely beautiful face. "Get in." Fong Hong went to open the backseat door. Lang Yu however said, "I can sit next to me as well." So Fong Hong sat down in the passenger side. "General Manager Lang, what are your orders?" "Fasten your seatbelt." Fong Hong fastened his seatbelt and said, "And then, your home address." "What is this?" Fong Hong was puzzled. "Sending you home." "Oh, thank you Mr. Lang." Lung Yu hit the steering wheel. "There's no need to call out to me like that when you're out of the company." "Then what should I call?" "Both." "Wow, baby?" Fong Hong said tentatively. As a result, not only did Lung Yu freeze at the exit of this baby, soon even Fong Hong himself also froze. Chapter 6 Living Together. The atmosphere in the car was suddenly a bit awkward. Lung Yu lifted her hair behind her ear. "Just call my name normally, but of course on special occasions feel free to play it up." "Understood." Fong Hong scratched his head. It seemed like there was no need to work so hard in private. After the two left, not far away, Li Hua was squinting his eyes. He was highly nearsighted and had gone out today with the wrong glasses, thus seeing the distance was a little blurry. After work, Li Hua had intended to send Fong Hong home and accompany the other party to drink and relieve his boredom. After all, Fong Hong had just broken up. As a result, he couldn't find anyone, and just now he saw a familiar figure leaving in a car, and he wasn't sure if it was Fong Hong. At the same time, Fong Hong was sighing inwardly that it was different to sit in this $1,000,000 car. Then he received a message from Li Hua. Fong Hong returned a voice. "Thank you Supervisor Li for your kind words, but I have company." Lung Yu said, "It seems like you and Li Hua have a good relationship. He has been quite caring of me." With these words, Fong Hong suddenly remembered what Lung Yu had said in the morning. "Right, I want to make a request." "Want me to promote Li Hua?" Fong Hong was a little surprised. Unexpectedly Lung Yu directly saw through his thoughts. Right. Since joining the company Li Hua had always treated Fong Hong well, and today when Lung Rushue had ordered his dismissal, Li Hua had even taken the risk in helping to speak. It was also time for Fong Hong to repay the other party. "The cell phone is in the bag, so call Sumu directly and ask her to send me Li Hua's information." Fong Hong flipped out his cell phone. The call was connected. Sumu's voice soon came through. "Hello, General Manager Lang. General Manager Lang said to ask you to send her the information of Li Hua, the head of the sales department." "You are Fong Hong?" Sumu had an undisguised surprise. "It's me." The person on the other end was silent for a moment and returned. "Okay." Lung Yu glanced at Fong Hong and asked, "Other than that, what position do you want to go for?" Fong Hong said, "I want to go to an easier one, preferably the kind where I don't have to do anything and then I can still get a salary." "I understand. Turn around and arrange a clerical position for you. The work will be given to Sumu. You can come to work or not." "Really?" Lung Yu nodded her head to indicate that it was true. Fong Hong was directly happy. Originally he just wanted to pose in the company, but as a result, he could even get money without going to work. This was simply too good. The phone call hadn't hung up yet. On the other side, Sumu could be said to have heard everything. At this time, besides being speechless, she really couldn't figure out why the president would find a husband like Fong Hong and condone the other party to eat soft rice. Could it be just because of good looking? Sumu recalled Fong Hong's appearance. It was indeed quite handsome, and there was a tear mole in the corner of his eye. But the president was not the kind of person who loved to commit nymphomania. Sumu was puzzled. The Audi S8 stopped at the apartment building. Fong Hong unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Thanks, be safe on your way back." Lung Yu similarly unbuckled her seatbelt. "There's no rush, I'll accompany you up to have a look." "Ah, is it inconvenient?" "No, go this way. There are less people waiting for the elevator here." The two of them got out of the car and walked together towards the back door of the apartment. The back door was near the park. There were quite a few vendors on the roadside. Among them, a fruit seller was the most conspicuous. Tourists passing by were attracted by the account book on his signboard. Thought it was some new marketing tactic. What they didn't know was that the fruit vendor had been stimulated by Fong Hong yesterday and also wanted to meet a rich white woman who took the initiative to propose. However, after a day, the rich white beauty who proposed to him was not seen, but the business was getting better and better. At this moment, the fruit stall owner happened to see Fong Hong and Lung Yu walking into the apartment. He was so envious that his back teeth were about to be gnawed. "We are all men. Why is it that you can encounter such a good thing while I can't?" On the other side, Fong Hong and Lung Yu took the elevator to the floor. The two entered the room together. Such a scene. It left the neighbors gathered on the balcony chatting dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Fong Hong just broke up yesterday and today he led his new girlfriend home? Ki Luli was already considered a rare beauty. This new girlfriend was many times more beautiful than Luli. Some people were originally teasing Fong Hong for not knowing how to cherish such a beautiful woman as Luli, but it turned out that the clown was himself. But it turned out that the clown was actually himself. Fong Hong didn't know how to cherish. It was clear that he could find a better one. Inside the room. It's a bit messy. Feel free to find a place to sit, Fong Hong said. He had spent a lot of time last night just throwing away Luli's things. There were still a lot of places that he hadn't had time to clean up. Lang Yu looked around and eventually her eyes landed on a piece of ladies' underwear. Move it. Move where? Move to my side. Fong Hong froze. This was to cohabitate? Wasn't it a bit too fast? However, thinking about it, the two of them were licensed. So what was fast or not about this? Not to mention that moving in together would make it easier to eat soft food and utilize the system. Fong Hong immediately started packing. Because all the money had been spent on Luli before, Fong Hong didn't have much besides his computer and some daily necessities. Soon after the things were packed, Fong Hong wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Done. Lang Yu pointed to the piece of underwear she had just seen. What about this one? Cough. This one doesn't need to be brought. Fong Hong then realized that Luli's things had not been thrown clean. Down the apartment building, Lang Yu received a phone call that looked to be related to company business. She handed the car keys to Fong Hang and opened the door to sit down in the back row. Fong Hong understood and put the package in the trunk, then walked to the driver's seat. At this time, a voice came from behind him. Fong Hong? Fong Hong turned around to see that it was no one else but his ex-girlfriend Lu Li. He coldly said, "You've recognized the wrong person. This is your car?" Lu Li surveyed the car in front of her in surprise. The latest Audi S8. The selling price started at least $2 million. Fong Hong didn't pay any attention to her, but opened the car door and sat in it, stepping on the gas and leaving. "Hey, don't go." Luli wanted to chase but didn't catch up. Instead she ate a mouthful of exhaust. She came today because she wanted to get back together with Fong Hong in the name of getting something. Because last night saw Wang Zhenghao, the other party's appearance is really and imagined that the difference is too big. Let her appetite even did not eat dinner and ran away. Luli reflected for the whole night and realized that she had indeed gone too far. Fong Hong was handsome and willing to spend money for himself. And no matter how much he lost his temper before, he spoiled himself. It was hard to find a man like this. She should have cherished him. The key thing was, Fong Hong was still driving a luxury car with millions of dollars. Maybe he had deliberately hidden his identity before. He was the young master of some hermit family. Thinking of this, Luli was even more determined to get back together with Fong Hong. She immediately used her cell phone to contact Fong Hong. As a result, the phone could not be reached. The message could not be sent, and it was obvious that it had been blacked out. Luli stomped her foot unwillingly. Woo! Fong Hong won't really not want me, right? Chapter 7, The Perfect Woman. Car. Lang Yu looked at Luli thoughtfully through the rearview mirror. However, soon after, she moved her eyes away and went back to communicating with the person on the other end of the phone full-time about her business. Fong Hong did not know the exact address and was not in a position to disturb Lang Yu, so he deliberately slowed down the car. After Lang Yu sensed it, she said, "Mr. Shan, wait a moment." Immediately after, she reported the address, and Fong Hong accelerated according to the navigation. "Excuse me, General Manager Shan, let's continue." On the phone, the woman who was called General Manager Shan said, "Yo, General Manager Lang, which little handsome boy are you talking to?" "Someone from the family. Don't you only have one sister?" If I heard correctly, that was a man's voice just now, and it sounded like a handsome man. "Well, it was my husband." "When did you get married? How come I didn't know?" the woman said in surprise. "I just tied the knot yesterday. It was rather rushed. I haven't had time to hold a wedding banquet yet." "Yeah, our general manager Lang finally got the hang of it. Open the video. Let me see how handsome your husband really is. It's not convenient for him to be driving." Lang Yu looked at Fong Hong and said, "Yo, the Golden House is hiding a woman. And you're still afraid that I'll look at it, right? No. Then let's make a deal. I'll treat you on Sunday. You bring your brother-in-law over. I have to ask his opinion first. The famous Mr. Lang. He can't be the head of the family even after getting married." Fong Hong said, "I have no problem with that. I heard my brother-in-law's voice. He said it's no problem. Then it's a deal. We'll see you on Sunday. Bye-bye La." "Hey, wait a minute." Lang Yu held the cell phone that was hung up and muttered, "This woman, the business is still not finished." She sent another message to the other party. Not long after, the woman returned a voice message. "Oops, Mr. Lang, you two just got married. What business to talk about? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Hurry home to build a baby is." Before the voice was finished, Lang Yu immediately turned it off. The car suddenly quieted down. Fortunately, the destination is not far away. Junyuan was located in the center of Luo City, and was one of the famous rich neighborhoods. Fong Hong got out of the car. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, he was a bit shocked. There was also a swimming pool in the courtyard, and all kinds of facilities were available. After admiring the internal structure of the villa, Fong Hong was even more amazed. Sure enough, the life of the rich was extraordinary. Lang Yu took off her hand jewelry and said, "There are a lot of empty rooms. Pick one you like. I'm going to take a bath first." Fong Hong nodded. After Lang Yu entered the bathroom, he did not rush to find a room and first strolled around the villa. Fong Hong was surprised to find that such a large villa, with only traces of Lang Yu's life, was well organized. Many of the rooms were unoccupied, but they were all beautifully decorated. In the end, Fong Hong picked the room on the first floor against the corner as there was a large floor-to-ceiling window. Opening the curtains would allow him to see the scenery of the courtyard. Fong Hong placed the things he brought in the room one by one. Not long after, Lang Yu, who was dressed in loungewear, appeared at the door. Good taste. Washed up so quickly? In Fong Hong's impression, whenever Luli took a bath, it was at least an hour to start with. I don't like wasting time in the bathroom. Lang Yu turned around and prepared to leave when she suddenly thought of something else. Right, there's food in the refrigerator. You can make it yourself if you're hungry, or you can order takeout if you don't want to. I've already sent you the address here. Okay, Fong Hong said. This night, Fong Hong did not sleep comfortably. Of course it wasn't the bed, but the old problem of insomnia that arose from being in an unfamiliar environment. The next day, he woke up already at sunrise. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, a glance saw cold rain in the pool. The surface of the pool was sparkling, and she was like a mermaid traveling back and forth in it. Not long after, Lang Yu went ashore, water droplets slowly sliding down from her body. She was wearing a swimsuit that was on the conservative side, yet it was still hard to hide her hot body. So much so that Fong Hong looked dumbfounded for a moment. Four eyes met. Lang Yu said, "You finally woke up. There are still a lot of things to do today. Hurry up and get up." Walking out of the room, Fong Hong saw breakfast on the dining table. Considerate and capable, it had to be said that Lang Yu was indeed a perfect woman. Whoever married her would truly be blessed in their previous life. However, after thinking about it carefully, it felt strange. Fong Hong washed up and ate breakfast. Lang Yu walked down from the second floor after changing her clothes. She did not wear a skirt today, but changed into a slim summer dress. Fong Hong asked, "What are the specific arrangements?" "We are going to meet Mr. Shan tomorrow. We need some preparation." Hearing her say this, Fong Hong instantly understood that he was going out shopping and could not help but feel happy in his heart. The soft Rice King rebate could finally come in handy. Junyuan was in the center of the city and had everything nearby, so it was just a matter of going out and turning around to the mall. The first stop came to the clothing specialty store. The GC English on the store immediately awakened Fong Hong's memory. GC was a well-known high-end brand in Luo City, and when he was just dating Luli, the other party clamored to buy the clothes inside. Fong Hong had no choice but to agree, and at that time, he spent $5,000 just to buy a short sleeve. "Sir, may I ask if this one interests you?" A voice pulled Fong Hong's thoughts back to reality. He looked at the clothes introduced by the guide. The price tag was exactly $10,000. In the past, he must have turned his head and walked away. $10,000 of clothes, really can't afford to consume. But this time was different from the past. With Lang Yu paying for it, he didn't need to worry about the problem of whether he could afford it or not. Fong Hong had always been used to being poor. His whole body added up to less than 1,000 clothes were naturally satisfying for him. However, once he thought of having the soft Rice King rebate, he still decided to pick a more expensive one. "I'll take another look." Fong Hong moved his feet forward, and the guide enthusiastically followed behind. Lang Yu, on the other hand, did not say a word and seemed to be picking out clothes as well. In the end, Fong Hong selected a $20,000 one. "I want to try this one." Fong Hong pointed at the dress and said, "Okay, please wait." The guide was busy and anxious as he began to pick up the dress. This one was 20,000, fully doubled from the one just now. The guide had just joined not long ago, and although she worked here, as an office worker, she did not even bother to buy these clothes. Not a moment later, Fong Hong came out from the fitting room and stood in front of the mirror. The guide was a bit flamboyant. "Sir, you were already quite handsome, and now you're even more handsome in this dress. Is that so?" Of course. The guide nodded her head like garlic. It was crucial for her to say this to try to sell the clothes, but Fong Hong was also really handsome to the bottom of her heart. "Then how about this one?" Fong Hong said tentatively while observing Lang Yu's reaction. Although there was a soft Rice King rebate, and the more money spent the more rebates, but after all, it was Lang Yu who was the one who paid out the money. Lang Yu walked up and surveyed the clothes, then looked at the price. She suddenly said, "This one doesn't work." The guide was a bit confused, seeing as the dress was about to be sold. How could it suddenly not work? This made Fong Hong a bit surprised. Could it be that Lang Yu felt that it was a bit expensive? "If I had known, I would have chosen the one that was 10,000 just now." Chapter 8. let me help you put it on. Unexpectedly, Lang Yu added, this one is too cheap. It doesn't match my husband's status. The guide froze for a moment. Then a wave of ecstasy ran through her heart. Beauty. Then which one have you decided to have? Lang Yu picked up a piece of clothing and signaled Fong Hong to try it on. Fong Hong changed into the new clothes. Once again, he came out of the fitting room, taking a look in the mirror. It felt that this one seemed to be more finely crafted than the $20,000 one just now. Lang Yu asked, what do you think of this one? Then I'll take this one. The guide gulped a bit of saliva and held down his excitement, saying, beauty, are you sure? This dress is 50,000. Fong Hong was a bit shocked at the words. He hadn't had time to look at the price. It was unexpected that this dress would cost $50,000. It was more than twice as expensive as the one he had just chosen. Wait a moment first. Lang Yu called out to stop the guide who was helping with the packing. The guide was a bit uneasy, guessing that Lang Yu might not want to buy it. Sure enough, she shouldn't have spoken too much. Otherwise, the dress would have been sold. This was the most expensive dress in the store. $50,000. But commission alone is quite a lot. Thinking about it, the shopper simply wanted to cry. Lang Yu said, I want to get 2 more. Are there any other styles? The shopper was instantly dumbfounded. She had brainstormed so much, but it turned out that the other party did not want it, but felt that one piece was not enough. There are. I'll go fetch them now. 2 of you please wait. The guide was incoherent with excitement and ran to the storage room on her hands and knees. Soon, she took out a series of styles for Fong Hong to select. This one, and this one. Fong Hong picked 2 pieces with different colors in order to differentiate them. Lang Yu, on the other hand, took out her bank card. Swipe your card. Good. After doing everything and personally sending the 2 away, the guide finally couldn't hold back her inner excitement. At this time, the store manager entered the door, saw her this way, asked what happened. Guide trembling to tell the ins and outs. The store manager has seen a lot of wind and waves, but still feel a little surprised. A pair of young couples who entered the store with the intention of just looking and not buying were very surprised to hear the words. What kind of family conditions are? Directly bought 150,000 yuan of clothing? Fong Heng sighed. The system's beep soon came from his mind. Ding! The other half was detected spending for the host, triggering the Soft Rice King rebate. Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 70% of the soft rice value. Fong Hong looked at the balance, just shy of 500,000 whole. The 200,000 was given by Lang Yu when they got married. This new extra 300,000 was the rebate from buying clothes just now. And with another 30% soft rice value, it would be time to draw a lottery. There was no telling what good things would be drawn. At this moment, a thought popped into Fong Heng's head. Since Lang Yu would get a rebate for spending for him, would giving Lang Yu money and then having Lang Yu give it to himself trigger the Soft Rice King rebate as well? Fong Hong touched his pocket and found that there was exactly $1 inside, so he handed it to Lang Yu. Here. Lang Yu looked puzzled. What are you doing? Fong Hong said, you take it first. Lang Yu accepted the dollar. And then? You give it to me again. Here. Lang Yu put $1 into Fong Heng's palm. Fong Hong expected a system beep to ring in his head. The result was nothing. Just when he thought it was hopeless, the system finally willingly squealed. Only if the other half is spent for the host can the Soft Rice King rebate be triggered. Note, this system does not have any loopholes, and all rewards issued are rationalized. Fong Hong secretly sighed that it really didn't work. If he could get stuck in a bug, it would be equivalent to stepping on the right foot with the left foot, and he could directly go up to the sky. Lang Yu didn't know what Fong Hong was doing, but she didn't think much of his inexplicable behavior. Afterwards, the 2 of them arrived at the DL jewelry store. This store was not far from the GC clothing boutique just now, and was also a high-end well-known brand in Luo City. There were quite a few noble women in the store, as well as young couples preparing to get engaged. Upon seeing Lang Yu, the sharp-eyed clerk immediately greeted her. May I ask if it's Ms. Lang? It's me, Lang Yu said indifferently. This way please. The 2 of you, please follow me up to the 2nd floor box. The store manager will be here later. The 2 of them walked down the stairs together with the shopkeeper towards the 2nd floor. The customers below couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed this scene. Some of them were regular customers who frequented the store. None of them had ever enjoyed this kind of treatment. The 2nd floor box. It wasn't long before Fong Hong and Lang Yu sat down. The store manager, Yang Huimei, appeared in front of them out of breath. She had been preparing to go out on an errand, but as soon as she heard about Lang Yu's arrival, she turned around and rushed back in a hurry. Others could not know, but as the store manager of DL, she could not know. Lang Yu was the famous president of Lightyear, and he was even a member of the Lang family. The Lang family's power in Luo City was beyond imagination, and with just one word, DL could close down that day. So when Lang Yu personally called last night and said he wanted to customize the wedding ring, Yang Huimei was both flattered and surprised. Yang Huimei was both flattered and treading on thin ice, explaining that the people below her made it overnight, and that she herself hadn't slept well all night. Mr. Lang, this is your customized ring. Please take a look. Yang Huimei pushed the ring box in front of Lang Yu while carefully observing Fong Hong next to her. It was important to know that Lang Yu did not only have an illustrious family background, but her looks were even more of a country-like existence. Countless suitors had racked their brains to get their hands on her. Yet this cool beauty was not moved at all. Nowadays, looking at the wedding ring in the company of a man shows that the relationship between the two is definitely not ordinary. Lang Yu turned her face sideways and asked, Fong Hong, what do you think of this ring? It's quite pretty. Fong Hong was a bit surprised. He had thought that Lang Yu was here to buy jewelry. However, it was indeed a bit strange to not have a ring when both of them were married. Then try it on first. Aha! Lang Yu was about to take the ring, but Fong Hong beat her to it. Immediately afterward, she felt a pair of large warm palms resting under her palms, and the touch of the ring came between her fingers. Lang Yu could not help but freeze for a moment. It fits quite well, Fong Hong said. This was the first time he touched Lang Yu's hand, and it was soft and cool with a nice feel. Lang Yu had a moment of panic and subconsciously drew back her hand before taking out the ring from the ring box. I'll help you put it on as well. Lang Yu supported Fong Hong's hand, then put the ring on his ring finger and slowly pushed it in. It seems a little tight, Fong Hong said. Maybe the size is made small. General Manager Lang, you can try this one again, Yang Huimei said in a panic. Lang Yu took the new ring and put it on smoothly this time. No problem. The scene of Fong Hong and Lang Yu putting on each other's rings could be considered shocking to Yang Huimei. She hadn't thought about it that much, but today's situation was enough to show that the two had reached the point where they were talking about marriage. Yang Huimei could not help but wonder what kind of god Fong Hong was that he could actually take down Lang Yu. This cool beauty? For a while, Yang Huimei did not even dare to breathe. She was afraid that she would offend the duo if she wasn't careful. This way DL even brought her to the end. Chapter 9, I'll wait for you to come back. Lang Yu was very satisfied with the ring, so he handed the bank card to Yang Huimei. Go check out. Okay, Mr. Lang. Mr. Fong, please wait for a moment. Yang Huimei accepted the bank card with both hands and took a few steps back before turning around and quickly walking downstairs. Not long after, the system's beep sounded again in Fong Hong's mind. Ding! The other half was detected as the host's consumption, triggering the Soft Rice King rebate. Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 90% of the soft rice value. Fong Hong checked his balance. It was 500,000 more than just now, and had come to $1 million whole. In other words, this pair of rings was 250,000, and the double rebate was exactly 500,000. Fong Hong felt like he was dreaming. In just a few days, there was an extra $1 million in his hand. When he and Lu Li were together, they were typical moonlighters and could not save any money at all. Yang Huimei came back and presented the bank card with both hands. Mr. Lang, according to your request, the customization of this ring cost a total of $500,000, but after discussing with my boss, I got a 50% discount for you. Fong Hong, a 50% discount? Wasn't this a blood loss of $500,000? However, thinking that Lang Yu had saved money, Fong Hong was relieved. To a certain extent, the couple was considered to have made and lost money in the true sense of the word. Then, the two left the mall and returned to Junyuan. Lang Yu got out of the car and pointed to the express box at the entrance. There's your express delivery in there. I didn't buy anything online. Just go and take a look. Fong Hong rummaged through it and pulled out a large stack of express deliveries. Holding them in his arms almost above his head, he put down the expresses and checked the labels one by one. It's all in your name on here. Open it first. Fong Hong guessed that this was something Lang Yu had bought for him. Unwrapping it, he took a look. It was really full of high-end branded men's shoes, slippers, sneakers, leather shoes and so on. Any pair was worth a lot of money. But the strange thing was, if this was bought by Lang Yu, shouldn't there be a soft king rebate? System, what's wrong with you? It's malfunctioning, isn't it? Lang Yu said. These were sent by Ms. Shan. She has a factory that makes shoes, so it was from the woman on the phone yesterday. But it was still thanks to Lang Yu's blessing. It would be better to say that everything Fong Hong currently had was thanks to Lang Yu's blessing. Ever since he had agreed to Lang Yu's marriage proposal, his life had been turned upside down. Lang Yu, thank you, Fong Hong said. There's no need to be so polite. By the way, I'm going to pick up someone at the airport later, and I might be back later in the evening. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Not long after, Lang Yu drove away from the villa courtyard. Through the rearview mirror, she subconsciously glanced at Fong Hong again. The sudden ringing of a cell phone forced Lang Yu to look ahead while speeding up the car. On the other hand, Fong Hong was in the middle of trying on his shoes when the system's beep made him hit the ground running. Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 100% soft rice value. May I ask if the host is going to conduct a lucky draw? Finally, it was time for a lottery. Fong Hong did not hesitate to choose yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining physical strengthening. The soft rice value has been cleared, so save up again to continue with the lottery. In an instant, it was as if a warm current was injected into Fong Hong's body, making him feel full of strength. Fong Hong put on his sneakers and went to the neighborhood's basketball court and tried to move around. He was surprised to find that his speed, strength and endurance had all increased by more than a few times. It was estimated that with his current strength, killing a tiger with one punch would not be a problem. While happy, Fong Hong accompanied a little boy to play basketball. The little boy's grandfather was on crutches, cheering and shouting excitedly at the side. The momentum was comparable to that of a cheerleader. Fong Hong was really worried that the old man had smoked, so he didn't play for long and returned to the villa. Until evening, Long Yu still had not returned. Fong Hong looked through the refrigerator and realized that there were not many ingredients left inside. When he closed the refrigerator, he saw the familiar cat sticker again. This sticker, Fong Hong had seen it several times, even in his room. Moreover, Lang Yu's cell phone lock screen, as well as the hanging decorations in the car, all had cat elements. It could be seen that Lang Yu should be very fond of cats, but what made Fong Hong a little puzzled was that Lang Yu actually did not purposely keep a cat. Closing the refrigerator door, Fong Hong prepared to go out and buy groceries. After getting so many benefits from Lang Yu, he should naturally treat the other party. After all, when his wife was out earning money to support the family, it wasn't very appropriate for him, the husband, to only look beautiful at home. Fong Hong lightly arrived at the food market. Previously, when he lived with Luli, he did all the housework, so buying vegetables and cooking could be said to be a handful. After Fong Hong finished picking the vegetables and paid the money, he found that the caddy was missing. He was wrestling with the vegetable seller. Not far away, there seemed to be a situation. The vegetable seller mom directly did not want the stall and ran to eat the melon, while Fong Hong could not even shout from behind. He had no choice but to chase after her and said, "It's useless for you to run. This matter must be resolved for me." The vegetable seller AMA said, "Hey, why are you a catty young man? Wait for a while, look, someone is going to jump off a building." Fong Hong turned his head and looked, only to see a girl of a young age standing on the opposite floor. A beautiful woman downstairs who looked like the girl's mom said, "Nana, mom is wrong. Come down quickly." "I prefer not to," the girl said. The girl's name is Wang Nana, is in the rebellious period. Originally and her mother Wang Meishan out shopping, Fong was taught a few sentences. A gas actually climbed to the fourth floor balcony guardrail outside. Wang Meishan said, obedient, above the danger. "Mom will not say you. I don't believe your bull asterisk 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 dot." Wang Nana already regretted it when she climbed up. She was now trembling and her legs were already starting to go soft, but with so many people watching below, it was a little hard to get off the stage for a while. At this moment, Wang Nana's feet slipped, and the whole person fell down. The crowd was in an uproar. "Nana!" Wang Meishan's heart was in her throat. Fortunately, Wang Nana's hand was quick to grab the guardrail, which prevented her from falling straight down, but her entire person was also hanging in midair, shaking. Wang Nana couldn't care less about the so-called face, crying out, "Mom, save me!" Wang Meishan, a woman, knew that there was no way to catch her daughter, so she had to turn her head to the crowd of onlookers for help. "Please, who can save my daughter?" The crowd looked at each other in dismay. This is the fourth floor. No one is sure to catch. If there is an accident, maybe even they have to get involved. Therefore, in the face of Wang Meishan's plea for help, not a single person was willing to step forward. Fong Hong did not intend to step in. He had just come and saw someone calling. The rescue team should be here in a short while. Besides, he was not completely sure that he could save the girl. Unexpectedly, the vegetable seller pointed at Fong Hong and shouted, "Someone can save it. This little handsome guy says he can." Where was the pitfall? Fong Hong glared at the vegetable seller Amma. The food seller Amma, however, hummed lightly, clearly deliberately digging a hole for Fong Hong because of what had just happened. Chapter 10, Do you have a girlfriend? The others didn't know these inside stories. As soon as they heard the vegetable seller's mom say this, they really thought that Fong Hong had volunteered, and for a while, all their attention was focused on him. This little brother is really handsome and kind-hearted. Yes, I wouldn't have had the courage to do this. We should learn from him. Wang Meishan stumbled over and grabbed Fong Hong. Thank you. Save my daughter. She's about to fall." Fong Hong was a bit speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to give the vegetable seller mom 2 punches, but looking at Wang Meishan's anxious look, he could only say with a hard head, "Okay, don't get excited first, I'll give it a try." "Ooh, Mom, I can't hold on anymore. Wang Nana's hand was almost out of strength and was sliding down a little bit. The hearts of a crowd of onlookers hung in the air. It's over. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. It's going to be too late. This little brother looks not strong. Strength is not big. I'm afraid to catch the accident. Yeah, this is the 4th floor. It's really not a joke. Some people chose to believe Fong Hang, but likewise there were also people who were not too optimistic. This naturally included the big mom selling vegetables. She even thought darkly that it would be best for Fong Hong to have an accident so that she wouldn't be pestered over the lack of caddy. Just as the crowd was talking, Wang Nana completely ran out of strength and fell downward at extreme speed. In the nick of time, only Fong Hong was seen abruptly rushing below like a shadow. Rushing before Wang Nana landed on the ground, he steadily caught her. At this moment, the scene fell silent. The crowd's jaws dropped as they looked at me and you. They hadn't even reacted to the fact that Fong Hong had actually saved the girl. Snap, snap, pa pa pa. First, someone took the lead in clapping, and then it quickly spread. The scene quickly exploded again. No one had expected that Fong Hong had saved the girl so easily, and the key two were both unharmed. Even Fong Hong himself was surprised. This physique reinforcement was simply as terrifying as it was. Young man, you are indeed bullish. Buddy, Ma Cowhide, have always disobeyed everyone, but today I obeyed you, and I admire you to the core. Hero, husband, compliments were pouring in, and Fong Hong was like the brightest star. However, praise was praise, but with the whole husband thing, Fong Hong almost thought that Long Yu was also there. At this moment, Wang Nana slowly opened her eyes. The handsome face that came into her eyes made her breath almost stop. What a handsome little brother, and it was also her own savior. No, this is a prince. The moment she fell, she had no hope of surviving, and it was Fong Hong who gave her a second life. Wang Nana just looked at Fong Hong mesmerized, until she was put down by Fong Hang and Wang Meishan asked her if she was in any discomfort. There was still no reaction. Fong Hong said, aside from a few minor scrapes, there shouldn't be any other problems. Wang Meishan felt that her daughter might have been too stimulated. She then looked at Fong Hong and began to express her gratitude. Fong Hong signaled that it was nothing, just a show of hands. Wang Meishan carefully sized up Fong Hang and suddenly said, "Little handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" At those words, Wang Nana instantly sobered up. Ouch. Mom, what are you doing? Wang Nana was both sultry and shy, clearly misunderstanding Wang Meishan's meaning, thinking that she was trying to set up Fong Hong and herself. Wang Meishan glared at her daughter, and said without any good humor, "Don't think so much. Are you worthy of someone else? I'm asking for someone else." Wang Nana awkwardly nudged her mouth. Fong Hong smiled. "Thanks for the kind words, but I'm already married." "Ha, it's a pity. It seems that my friend doesn't have this blessing." Wang Meishan was slightly surprised. Wang Nana, on the other hand, was a little lost. For insurance purposes, Wang Meishan was prepared to take Wang Nana to the hospital for a checkup, so Fong Hong and the mother and daughter parted ways. At this time, the rescue team arrived late. Once they saw that the people had dispersed, they were a little confused. Where were the people? Wasn't it to save people? The rescue captain in the lead asked the bystanders for news. Some enthusiastic people pointed at the departing Fong Hong and explained the situation. Upon hearing the ins and outs, the rescue team was shaken. It was as professionals that they were clear on just how outrageous this was. Catching a jumper with his bare hands, this was something that had an extremely low success rate and was even almost impossible. If it wasn't for another person coming over to testify, they wouldn't have been able to believe that this was true. Thus, looking at Fong Hang's back as he left, they were as if they were looking at a monster. On the other side, Fong Hong folded back to the vegetable stall from earlier. The big mom selling vegetables packed up her things and prepared to run away, but she happened to be caught by him. Fong Hong said, "Auntie, trying to run away again. Our business is still unresolved." There were also market administrators who had just arrived with the rescue team. The rescue team had all left, but he had not left yet. Noticing the situation, the administrator immediately took the initiative to go forward. "Little brother, what happened?" Fong Hong said, "I was just buying vegetables," and she intentionally lacked caddy and was not willing to return the money. The passers-by were both surprised and angry, and even more so, they recognized Fong Hong, so they accused the vegetable seller. "Pit even good people's money. Do you still have a conscience? A black-hearted stall like this should just be shut down. If it's not resolved, I'll never come back to this vegetable market next time." "That's right, I'm also going to tell the people around me so that they all don't come." The crowd was furious. The administrator directly blackened his face. A similar situation had occurred before, and ordered the vegetable seller to rectify the situation, but the result was that it was still a repeat offense. This was a huge blow to the image of the vegetable market. Not to mention that Fong Hong was still a hero for seeing justice. He immediately said, "It's too much. Refund the money immediately." The vegetable seller Amma played the rogue and said, "How can it be like this? If you want to return the vegetables after buying them, I won't return them anyway." The administrator slapped his hand on the scale and said angrily, "Try not refunding your money if you dare." The vegetable seller shrank her neck, really taken aback, seeing that many people were scolding her, and there were even a number of stall owners among them. She finally reluctantly returned the money to Fong Hung. "I'll just refund it this once. I won't refund it to anyone who comes next time," the big mom selling vegetables muttered. The administrator coldly grunted, "If you still want there to be a next time, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come back to the stall." At these words, the big mom selling vegetables was directly dumbfounded. "I've refunded my money. Why do you still want to treat me like this? My whole family relies on this stall to eat. You were given a chance before. This is your own fault. Blame no one. You're just bullying me. I'll fight you." The big mom selling vegetables was furious and stretched out her hand to scratch the administrator. Fortunately, the administrator dodged in time, or else there would have been a few more blood marks on his face. He immediately ordered the security guards to control the food seller, clear her stall and throw her outside with her. Yes, in the midst of the crowd's hoots and hollers, the wretched vegetable selling Amma was dragged out of the vegetable market by force. Then the administrator rushed at Fong Hung with an apologetic face. "Sorry, little brother. It's our negligent management." Not only that, some stall owners sent fruits and vegetables and chickens, ducks, fish and meat after learning about the situation. Fong Hong was flattered, never imagining that being forced to do a good deed would enjoy such treatment. Chapter 11 Cuddling. When Fong Hong went back, his hands were full of big bags. Suddenly, a black shadow scurried out from the bushes. Fong Hong was startled and thought that it was a big black rat, but when he looked closely, he realized that it was a dirty kitten. The kitten chased after him and kept meowing. Fong Hong couldn't shake it off, so when the kitten is to collect toll, took out some meat to give it. I thought that would be the end of it. As a result, just before Fong Hong left, the kitten came after him. Obviously, this kitten is relying on him. He swept the shared little blue and said, "If you can come up, I'll take you away." The kitten looked like it could understand human language, and really jumped up in one leap. Then it looked at Fong Hong with a crooked head, as if saying that it would keep its word. Fong Hong had no choice but to carry the little guy towards Junyuan, passing by a pet store, thinking to help it take a bath first. When the store owner held it out again after the bath, Fong Hong almost thought he had recognized the wrong cat, only to see the kitten that was dirty just a moment ago. At this moment, its face value had directly risen a few notches. It was as if it had metamorphosed from an ugly duckling into a white swan. The shopkeeper said, "Sir, you're so lucky that you actually picked up a purebred ragdoll cat." Ragdoll cat? Fong Hong didn't know much about cats and simply felt that this cat was good looking and had a feeling of a little princess. "Yes, this cat is of excellent quality. If you are not comfortable keeping it, I am willing to spend $10,000 to buy it." 10,000? Fong Hong didn't expect that a cat picked up casually could actually be worth 10,000. If you think it's too low, I can add another 2,000. Of course 5,000 is fine. The store owner had been running the store for many years, and it was the first time he had seen a muppet of this caliber. It just so happened that someone had recently entrusted him to buy a cat, and this cat would definitely make a lot of money when he collected it and resold it. Forget it, I'd better keep it for myself. Fong Hong presumed that Lung Yu liked cats and decided to take this ragdoll home to her. The store owner froze for a moment, never imagining that Fong Hong would not even be willing to sell it after offering $15,000. He said, "Alright then, can you leave a contact information? If the subsequent kitten gets sick, or any other situation, you can contact me at any time." Good. Fong Hong and the store owner left their contact information with each other. Then, he turned around and walked towards the Junyuan gate. Looking at this scene, the shopkeeper was a bit surprised. No wonder he didn't sell it even after bidding 15,000 just now. So it turned out that Fong Hong was the owner who lived in Junyuan. Junyuan was well known in Luo City, and those who lived in it were not ordinary people. Just then, the store owner received a message. "How's the cat thing going?" The store owner immediately typed a reply. "I came across a muppet of excellent quality, but the other party is not willing to sell it." He sent the photo he had just taken. He soon received a new message. "Give me the guy's contact info." Fong Hong returned home and realized that Lung Yu had not returned yet. He first carried the kitten to his room and then poured some cat food that he had just bought. "Be good and stay here and eat. No running around, okay?" The kitten meowed at him, then concentrated on eating the cat food. Fong Hong, on the other hand, went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. During this time, Fong Hong also took the time to look at the cat, fearing that it would toss the room into a mess. Fortunately, the kitten was surprisingly well behaved, and after eating the cat food, it quietly fell asleep on the floor. The work was close to an hour. Fong Hong brought the last dish to the dining table. The sound of a car came from outside. Fan Hong could not help but be pleased that Lung Yu had returned just in time. In the courtyard, Lung Yu stepped down from the car. She took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions before walking towards the villa. Pushing open the door, the aroma of the meal and Fong Hang's smile caused her to go into a bit of a trance for a moment. "You're finally back. Quickly, sit down and eat." Fong Hong paused in his speech as he saw Lung Yu's reddened eyes, as well as the tear tracks on her cheeks. This scene was as if he had returned to the day he first met. Lung Yu did not say anything and turned around to enter the washroom. Fong Hong silently returned to the dining table. He could not help but wonder a little. What kind of person could hurt Lung Yu? A strong woman, to such an extent? Could it be the person she was going to pick up from the airport today? A few moments later, Lung Yu walked out, as if nothing had happened. Everything was the same as usual. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Is this something you prepared especially for me?" "Yes." If Fong Hong wanted to speak, but in the end, he did not ask. Although he didn't know what had happened to Lung Yu, she would have told himself sooner or later if she wanted to. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Then I won't be polite," Lung Yu said as he picked up a piece of meat and nodded in satisfaction after tasting it. "I can't imagine that your cooking skills are quite good." Lung Yu was surprised. "Sloppy? I just cook often." "That's quite impressive as well." Fong Hong was quite surprised that Lung Yu would praise him. Back when he was with Lu Li, even if the food he cooked was delicious, Lu Li would never compliment him. Instead, when it wasn't done well, Lu Li would still keep taunting. "Thanks," saying "thank you again. Between us, there's no need to be so polite." Good. The two finished their meal. Lung Yu vaguely heard the sound of a cat calling, and her pretty face showed more than a hint of doubt. Fong Hong took the opportunity to ask, "I see that there are a lot of elements about cats in the house. Do you like cats a lot?" "Yes, that's just right. I want to give you a gift." Fong Hong got up and walked towards the room. "You shouldn't." Lung Yu vaguely guessed what the gift would be. No wonder she heard a cat call just now. She thought it was a hallucination. Fong Hong held the kitten out and said, "A gift for you. So cute." Lung Yu was instantly mesmerized, her beautiful eyes staring straight at the kitten. "Cuddle it," Fong Hong said. However, when he handed the kitten to Lung Yu subconsciously took half a step back. "Are you afraid?" Fong Hong could see Lung Yu's resistance and could not help but feel a few doubts. It's very good and doesn't bite." Fong Hong tried to put the cat into her arms. "Don't." Lung Yu struggled and took a few more steps back. Thoughts jumped to her childhood all of a sudden. The sky was clear. She was happily carrying the cat home, and her mother had instructed her not to get scratched. But then the scene shifted. The sky was raging and the cat was no longer breathing. She confronts the man and asks him why he did it, only to receive a heavy slap on her face. The man walks away. Lung Yu hugged the dead cat and howled in the rain. It was all her fault. If she hadn't brought the cat home, it wouldn't have been like this. Chapter 12, I've never been in love. Thoughts returned to reality. Lung Yu realized that Fong Hong was holding her hand, and the Muppet cat in her arms was purring softly at her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Fong Hong took her trembling hand and slowly placed it on the kitten. At this moment, the things that had invisibly blocked her from childhood until now seemed to have instantly dissipated. When Fong Hong came out after his bath, he found Lung Yu still sitting on the rocking chair on the balcony jerking the cat. With the stars in the sky and the bright moon, along with the beautiful woman and the Muppet, it was really a pleasing scene for the eyes. He curiously said, "You like cats so much? Why did you look scared again just now?" Lung Yu said, "Because of a person." "Ex-boyfriend?" Lung Yu looked a little speechless. "I've never been in love." Fong Hong seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. With Lung Yu's stature, it was surprising that she would have no relationship experience. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it carefully. Lung Yu's character was cool, and she was too excellent in all aspects, so ordinary people must have been deterred. Then who is it? I don't want to talk about things about him. Looks like I asked what I shouldn't have. It's fine, you'll meet him after a while. Fong Hong instantly understood. It seemed to be her family. Lung Yu asked, "This Muppet is in good condition. Where did you buy it?" "Picked it up on the road. This kind of cat is usually not thrown by anyone. You should have spent a lot of money, right? Really picked it up. Don't lie to me." It wasn't until Fong Hong said the ins and outs that Lung Yu was finally willing to believe. "Good luck." "Ha ha, I can't do anything else, but luck is indeed possible. Anyway, thank you. To be honest, I'm very surprised and happy tonight." Lung Yu's words came from the bottom of her heart. Because of Fong Hong, she was indeed in a much better mood. Fong Hong said, "Lung Yu, this is where you are wrong. Oh." "Ha?" Lung Yu was suddenly a bit confused as to what Fong Hong meant. "You said it yourself during dinner. There's no need to be so polite between us." Only then did she come to a realization, then smiled lightly. "It's my problem. Then we are not allowed to say thank you between us in the future." "Good." For the first time in these days, Lung Yu smiled. giving Fong Hong quite a shock. Leng Yu's smile was like a spring breeze, causing her stunningly beautiful face to add a different color. Late at night, Fong Hong had just fallen asleep not long ago. A call hard woke him up. The other party said bluntly, "Is the ragdoll cat for sale?" "Not for sale." Fong Hong realized that most likely the pet store owner had given his information to someone else. "Make an offer," said "not for sale." Fong Hong had just fallen asleep and was woken up a little upset, so he directly hung up the phone. Second floor room. Leng Yu lay on the bed for a long time and had trouble sleeping. How many days and nights had she been in and out of here alone? Thinking back to what Fong Hong said before she left the house, "I'll wait for you to come back," and what she said when she pushed open the door after she returned, "You're finally back." An unspeakable feeling arose in her heart. The weekend was the day we agreed to meet Mr. Sean together. The time was set at noon. Leng Yu left the house early in the morning. Fong Hong took advantage of this time to go back to the apartment and prepare to do the rent checkout procedures. As a result, he met Lu Li. Seeing that he was riding a shared little blue, Lu Li laughed. "Fong Hong, I thought you were some kind of rich young master. Looks like that car isn't yours." Fong Hong, on the other hand, did not give her a good face at all. "None of your business." "How is it none of my business? If you are very good, I can still brag to others when I go out in the future." Fong Hong ignored her and walked straight towards the apartment door. Lu Li caught up like a follower. "Hey, Fong Hong, let me out of the blacklist. I can't even find you to chat. We've broken up. What else is there to chat about?" Fong Hong coldly said. "Why can't we chat? Others can still be friends after breaking up. Why are you so bitter and hateful? Others are others. I can't do it." Fong Hong entered the elevator trying to shake off Lu Li. Lu Li, however, was still cheeky enough to follow him in. Looking at the high and cold Fong Hong, Lu Li almost made a nymphomaniac. Why had she not realized that Fong Hong was so handsome before? Noticing the GC label on Fong Hong's clothes, and then looking at the shoes on his feet, they were also high-end famous brands. Lu Li couldn't help but widen her eyes. She couldn't be more familiar with these things. They all added up to at least $100,000 or more. Lu Li staggered. "Fong Hong, you can't really be the young master of a rich family, can you?" Fong Hong just glanced at her. Lu Li swallowed her saliva and suddenly put her hand towards Fong Hong. "Let me see if it's genuine." Fong Hong grabbed her hand and said, "Don't move your hand. Light. Fong Hong, you've changed. You weren't like this to me before. Did you like another woman?" Lu Li said in pain. Fong Hong coldly grunted. "It's all thanks to you, and I'm already married. Please don't harass me anymore. I've lowered my voice so much. Can't you stop losing your temper?" Lu Li vaguely wanted to get angry. As for what Fong Hong said about getting married, she didn't put it on her mind at all and just took it as an excuse for Fong Hong's unwillingness to get back together. Between the words, the two of them exited the elevator. Fong Hong walked outside with quick steps. Lu Li stepped on her high heels and followed behind with difficulty. "Ah!" Lu Li suddenly screamed before collapsing to the ground in one smooth motion. She secretly observed Fong Hong's reaction. "Humph, had to force me, didn't you? I don't believe it. You'll still be unmoved like this." Sure enough, Fong Hong stopped and turned his head to look at her. Here came the opportunity. Lu Li took the opportunity to wipe a few drops of eye drops and said, "Fong Hong, I broke my foot. Come and help me." To touch a porcelain suggests going to the road. Lu Li almost had her mouth crooked with anger, forcing herself to squeeze out a smile, saying, "I really broke my foot. It hurts like hell right now. Figure it out yourself." This scene was captured by the neighbors. They lamented that Fong Hong and Lu Li's identities had actually swapped over. Previously, it had been Fong Hong who had been pleasing Lu Li. After Fong Hong left, a man who had long had thoughts about Lu Li came forward. He smiled and said, "Your boyfriend is so heartless. Let me help you." Lu Li gave him a blank look and stood up. "Mind your own business. You pretending?" "Shut up." The man was defeated while Lu Li moved to chase after Fong Hong again. Room. Fong Hong finished shooting the video and sent it to the landlord, and the checkout procedures were quickly completed. At this moment, Lu Li appeared at the door. Fong Hong glanced at her feet and said, "It seems like you have the ability to instantly repair yourself." Lu Li was slightly embarrassed and immediately changed the topic. "You moved. Where are those things of mine?" Lu Li thought that Fong Hong had moved her things together to her new home. This was just the right excuse to follow along. "It's all in the garbage station. You'll find it there." "You actually threw away all my stuff?" "Fong Hong, I'm telling you, this matter is definitely not over." Chapter 13. Ex-girlfriend begs to get back together. Fong Hong said with interest, "How is it not over? I have plenty of ways to clean you up. If you're sensible, you'll immediately get back together with my mom. Otherwise we'll see." This is actively begging me to get back together? But sorry, I won't be with you even if I'm single for the rest of my life. Lu Li finally couldn't stand it this time. She had thought that by lowering her stance, Fong Hong would take it in stride, but it turned out that the other party was getting more and more excessive. She lashed out. Fong Hong, I've already given you face. Don't be ungrateful. Fong Hong smiled and said, anxious? What are you always pestering me for? Why don't you go find that male best friend? Then with a look of sudden realization, he said, oh, I remember. He stepped on the sewing machine to go. Luli froze for a moment. Speaking of which, recently Wang Zhenghao really hadn't sent her any messages. However, this is irrelevant. Since the meeting, she has no feelings for Wang Zhenghao. The other party is dead or alive does not matter at all. Luli is still attached to Fong Hong. She knew very well that nowadays there were many wolves and fewer meat, and it was hard to find a handsome and considerate man like Fong Hong, so she forced down her anger and said in a voice like a mosquito, I was wrong. I won't look for a male best friend in the future. What did you say? The voice was too low. I didn't hear it. I said I was wrong. I won't look for a male best friend in the future, Luli said in an aggrieved manner. Fong Hong was slightly surprised, unable to imagine that Luli would still have a day where she would take the initiative to admit her mistake. It's already too late. Luli heard the seriousness in his tone and finally realized that Fong Hong wasn't being grumpy. She was at a loss for words and stood mute in place. Just like that, she watched Fong Hong leave. The man who had thoughts about Luli just now thought that he had found the right moment. He smiled again and came forward, saying, beauty, the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. It's him who doesn't know how to cherish it. Stay with me. I'm a warm man. I'll make sure that you won't be wronged in the future by half. Luli immediately poured all her dissatisfaction onto the man. Roll aside. Still warm man row behind the dog no? The man was instantly speechless. His face hard to see. Walnut Western Restaurant. Located in the food city next to the lake in Luochang, it is a little famous in the same city. At this time, the second floor box. Lang Yu's arrival made Wang Meishan very happy. She got up to greet her warmly, then glanced outside the box in passing. Mr. Lang, where's brother-in-law? Why didn't you bring him? Lang Yu said, he has something to do. He'll come over later. That's good. Wang Meishan then said to her daughter who was playing with her cell phone on the side. Nana, quickly call out for someone. Wang Nana looked up at Lang Yu. She was slightly stunned, never imagining that the friend her mother spoke of would actually be so young and beautiful, with that fair skin and delicate features. Even though she was named the school flower at school, she couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. Auntie, good day. Wang Meishan said, you child, what are you calling nonsense? Mr. Lang is only a few years older than you. Wang Nana said, then you treat her as a younger sister, and I call her older sister. Isn't that a messed up seniority? Let's talk about each of us. In any case, you have to call out to your sister. You can't be so rude. Wang Nana said breathlessly, okay, Sister Lang is good. Lang Yu nodded. Wang Meishan said, Mr. Lang, you sit down first. Don't pay attention to this stinky girl. She almost didn't even piss me off yesterday. What's wrong? Wang Meishan recounted what happened yesterday. Lang Yu was a bit stunned after hearing this, and said, Ms. Shan, when treating a child, it's better to be patient and communicate. Nana's self-esteem is relatively strong at this age. Wang Nana instantly had a favorable impression of Lang Yu and concurred. Sister Lang is right. Unlike some people, they are just like a tigress. They don't move and yell. It's not because you don't listen. I'll tell you, in the future, if you make another stupid mistake, I'll directly grab a step ahead of you and die in front of you. Wang Nana shrunk her neck. Yesterday she just wanted to scare Wang Meishan. She didn't really think about it. She didn't think that she ended up making a mistake. Let her do this again. That is not dare. Life is more important than anything else. But her mouth was still hard. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that no one cares. If I had known yesterday I wouldn't have begged that little handsome guy to save you. If you didn't beg that little brother, he would have definitely stepped in to save me as well. Lang Yu was a bit helpless at the way this mother and daughter pair got along. She said, just now, I heard you guys say that person saved Nana with his bare hands. It's really impressive. Yes, not only is it powerful, the person is also foully handsome. Simply a prince-like existence. Wang Nana instantly came to her senses. She even shared this matter to her classmate group last night. Those girls were thrilled to learn about it, but they chased after her for Fong Hang's picture. Wang Meishan laughed. Yes, that little handsome guy is good looking. I even asked him if he had a date. Ms. Shan, are you trying to find a father for Nana? Lang Yu asked. Wang Meishan, what's your situation? Didn't you say you were asking for your friend? Wang Nana huffed. Wang Meishan immediately explained. You guys misunderstood. Actually, I want to introduce that little handsome guy to Mr. Lang. General Manager Shan. I'm married. Yeah, Sister Lang is already married. Wang Nana said. At that time I asked before I remembered. Fortunately that little handsome guy is also married. Otherwise this whole thing would be old and embarrassing. Wang Nana looked skeptical. Wang Meishan, you better be as good as said. I'm a handful of years old. How could I possibly go and wreak havoc on the young little handsome man? And don't be so big and small that you have to call out to my mom outside. If you dare to find a stepfather for me, don't want me to call you mom in the future. This stinky girl. As they were talking, the waiter came in and informed that one dish was out. So Wang Meishan went downstairs to reorder. After ordering the food was about to go upstairs, but she saw a familiar figure push the door into the restaurant. Wang Meishan froze for a moment. Little handsome? Fan Hong also froze for a moment when he saw the other party. What a coincidence. You're actually eating here as well. Yeah, I'm entertaining friends today. How about you? Fong Hong said. I came to accompany my wife and meet her friends on the way. Since it's so fateful, why don't our two families put together a table? Or no, we'll get together again next time we have the chance. Alright then. After the two separated individually, Wang Meishan turned around and headed upstairs. Fong Hong, on the other hand, looked for the waiter and asked for the location of the restroom. He straightened up his image in front of the washroom. After all, he was meeting Lang Yu's business partner today, so he could definitely not afford to mess it up. After determining that there were no problems, Fong Hong followed the box number given by Lang Yu and turned around to walk towards the second floor. Chapter 14, What an Enviable Love. The second floor box. Wang Meishan sat down and began to deliberately sell her story. Guess who I ran into downstairs just now? The two women were attracted to it. Wang Nana said. Who did I run into? Could it be the little brother who saved me yesterday? Guessed right. What a coincidence. Ah, then why didn't you invite him over to eat with you? He came with his wife. I proposed to share a table, but he refused. What a pity. Wang Nana lost her mind. It's okay, we came early. We'll go find him after dinner. Good lord. Sister Lang. Wait. You also go together. That little brother is really super handsome. Wang Nana said with some flamboyance. You guys go? I still can't. Lang Yu politely refused. She was not interested in the man the duo was talking about. Even if he was a handsome man, he might not be as handsome as Fong Hong. Between the words, the door of the box was pushed open from outside. Fong Hong walked in and said with an apologetic face, Sorry, I'm late. When the mother and daughter duo saw him, they were first stunned and immediately stood up. Wang Meishan said, Little handsome brother, you're here quickly sit down and have a cup of tea first. Little brother, why don't you agree to my mom's proposal? Let's share a table between our two families. Anyway, my mom has money, just let her pay for it. Fong Hong said, thank you both for your kindness, but it seems like I'm in the wrong compartment. Lang Yu, who had been silent all this time, finally said, There is no wrong compartment. I am here. Fong Hong followed the voice and saw Lang Yu in the corner. The moment he entered just now, he was attracted by the mother and daughter, causing him to think that he had gone to the wrong box. Fong Hong also quickly reacted to the fact that Wang Meishan was Lang Yu's business partner. This was really Chow Chow's mother opening the door for Chow Chow. Chow Chow arrived home. Wang Nana was dumbfounded. Little brother, so you are Sister Lang's husband? Fong Hong nodded and walked over to sit next to Lang Yu. Wang Meishan pressed her daughter to sit down, then took the initiative to pour Fong Hong a cup of tea. It's just too coincidental. I was originally thinking of introducing you guys to each other to make a marriage connection. Fong Hong snickered. Ha ha, you've almost sent our couple into an emotional crisis. That's right, in case both little brother and sister Lang agree. How awkward is this meeting? Wang Nana said. Yes, blame me, blame me. A few people couldn't help but laugh as they spoke. Lang Yu quietly asked at Fong Hong, Why did you come so late? Did you not get a cab on the way? There were too many people. A bit of a traffic jam. Fong Hong came late just because he took a taxi. If he rode the shared Little Blue it would definitely be much faster. Wang Meishan said, What are you couple whispering about? Fong Hong said that there was a traffic jam on the road and that's why he came late. It's nothing, we are all friends. Besides, brother-in-law is also Nana's savior. How can I possibly count on this matter? Wang Nana said, Right, not to mention being this late, even if it's to hang us out for a day, it's not a problem. Not long after, meals were served one after another. Several people began to chat while eating. Wang Meishan curiously said, Mr. Lang, how did you and your brother-in-law meet? I haven't heard you mention him before. Lang Yu said, Fong Hong and I knew each other when we were kids, only we didn't meet for a long time in between. It seems that they are childhood sweethearts and have liked each other since they were young. Yes, Fong Hong responded, subconsciously looking towards Lang Yu. This childhood friend identity was not in the script. In case Wang Meishan asked about her childhood, wouldn't it all be revealed at once? Wang Meishan asked again, So where is my brother-in-law now? Lang Yu replied back, Fong Hong is currently in light years as well. Amazing. Brother-in-law is actually willing to go this far for you. Wang Meishan was slightly surprised, and her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Fong Hong. Lang Yu was a member of the Long family. In her opinion, the status of someone who could know Lang Yu since childhood and get married was definitely not ordinary. Nowadays, Fan Hong had definitely given up his regular job and chose to stoop into the light years for Lang Yu's sake. Wang Nana held her cheeks and said, "Well, what an enviable love." Seeing that both mother and daughter were not skeptical, Fan Hong was also relieved. Next, Lang Yu and Wang Meishan began to talk about things in terms of cooperation. Wang Nana, on the other hand, secretly photographed Fan Hong and sent it inside the classmate group. The classmate group instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nana Wang, is it really such a handsome little brother who saved you? Nana Wang, you deserve to die. I need his contact info. Me too, I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Nana Wang replied, don't think about it, he's already married. The classmate group instantly wailed. No, do you have a picture of his wife? Send it to me. I want to criticize him. I'd like to see which woman is so bold as to steal my man. Wang Nana took another picture of Lang Yu and sent it to the group. Are you sure it's not a webcam? Are you sure it's not a webcam? I can tell at a glance that it's either a face or a pic. Wang Nana also took a picture of the couple and sent it to the group. Do you think this cell phone has a beauty function? At this time, the group of students was silent. Wang Nana used a fruit phone. Obviously there is no beauty face. They now had to accept this fact. Why don't they say anything? After seeing the picture, I don't deserve it. She's prettier than you. The school beauty. So what else can we say? In the past, if someone had said that, Wang Nana would have been unconvinced. She was the school beauty of Luocheng First High School. But now Wang Nana was convinced, because Lang Yu was indeed prettier than her. After sending off the mother and daughter duo, Fang Hong and Lang Yu got into the car. How are the cooperation talks going? Fang Hong said. Originally, he was clear about the progress of the negotiations between the two. It turned out to be a matter of washing his hands. He came back only to find that the negotiation had already been completed. It went well, thanks to you. Don't brag like that. I didn't do anything. No, this time it is indeed dipped in your light. Lang Yu knew Wang Meishan quite well. Although they often cooperated in business and their relationship was still good, Wang Meishan was a person who made a clear distinction between public and private interests. She never made any concessions on the point of interests. She had personally followed up on this business for nearly a whole month. Originally, there has been no progress. Today's negotiation also did not hold much hope. The result is so unexpected negotiated. Not only that, Wang Meishan also took the initiative to let out a few points of profit. In the past, this was simply impossible. Obviously, this was all due to Fang Hong. Just in time, I'll give you a gift as well, Lang Yu said as she started the car. Fang Hong, on the other hand, was a little curious as to what gift Lang Yu was going to send him. Chapter 15, A Home for the Two of Us. Eventually the Audi S8 stopped at the car dealership. Fang Hong could see that Lang Yu was trying to give him a car. Actually sharing Little Blue is quite good. No traffic jam. You can park wherever you want. Lang Yu said, when you go to my house in the future, you can't also ride the shared Little Blue, right? It's not impossible. You can, but I can't. You're my man. You have to listen to me. Lang Yu pulled Fang Hong inside. At this moment, Fang Hong realized that Lang Yu was like a domineering president in a novel, and he himself was like a submissive little petite wife. Arriving at the Mercedes-Benz store, Fang Hong couldn't help but be a little excited. It seemed like the soft Rice King rebate could come in handy again today. Not long after, a woman with a manager badge hurriedly walked downstairs. Then she took the initiative to go forward to greet the two. Mr. Lang, this way please. As the manager spoke, she was also secretly observing Fang Hong. She could not help but wonder what the relationship between the two was. Upon seeing the same style of ring on Lang Yu and Fang Heng's ring finger, the manager was shocked. My goodness, it was actually a husband and wife. Lang Yu was the famous president of Lightyear. And who is this man? A director of a famous corporation? Or the young master of a super family? The manager didn't dare to have any slack and immediately added, Sir, you two please. Lang Yu said, let my husband take a look around the store. The two of us can just chat. Understood. The manager immediately shouted at the counter again. Foreman's son, entertain this gentleman. No need. I can do it myself. When Fang Hong bought something, he actually didn't really like having a sales introduction on the side. Okay. The manager was busy signaling the foreman who hurriedly ran here to go back again. Just like this, Fang Hong strolled around the huge automobile showroom by himself. And not far away, a pair of male and female eyes were moving along with him. The two were engaged fiancés, but there was no actual affection. Because their families were each forcing them to get married, they made do with living together. Still looking. Harumphing. The man was a bit jealous. The woman was dissatisfied. What's wrong? I can't marry a handsome man, so I can't look at it? What's wrong with a handsome man? If you marry him, He can buy you a car and a house? He is also here to buy a car. How do you know that he can't afford it? Looking at Fong Heng's dress and temperament, the woman thought that he didn't look like an ordinary person. Even if he can afford it, it's not much of a car. The most expensive one in that area is only $500,000 at the beginning. The man continued, the one I just ordered is a $1 million car. Just be content. Handsome is not a meal. The woman was unable to refute for a while. Fong Heng sighed. He didn't know that he was being judged. He was still struggling with which car to choose. Would a $500,000 be a bit too expensive? Fong Heng muttered. It didn't take long. Lun Yu walked over. Alright, go do the formalities. I haven't picked it out yet. No need to pick. I ordered it for you in advance last night. Mercedes-Benz Big G. The money has already been paid. This, Fong Heng man was confused. He was still torn about whether a $500,000 would be too expensive. As a result, Lun Yu directly bought a Mercedes Big G? It turned out that just now Lun Yu letting take a look was really just a look, instead of letting him pick a model. So Fong Heng and Lun Yu went to go through the formalities. Then the staff transported the car out of the warehouse. In full view of everyone, Fong Heng began to inspect the test drive. He felt hot as he touched the steering wheel. Many people were envious. This was a Mercedes Big G. How many men's dreams? On the other side, the unmarried couple was also dumbfounded at the sight. The woman said, now what else do you want to say? Mercedes-Benz Big G. It should cost $2 million. Are others better than you? The man was instantly defeated. More than impressive. That is simply hanging. He had taken out a loan plus scrambled to buy a car that was close to $1 million. Just barely. But he still couldn't help but say, so what? That man looks so handsome. It seems to be a soft-eating little white boy. The woman despised, even if you eat soft rice how? If you have this ability, you also go to eat I can't let go of this face. You are not unable to let go of this face. You do not have this capital. If I am a rich woman, I also choose that handsome man. As for you, poor paste I do not want. The man finally has nothing to say. If he can rely on face value to eat, he does not want to work so hard. After everything was done, Fong Heng and Lun Yu each drove away from the car dealership. The pedestrians passing by were attracted to it. An Audi S8, a Mercedes Big G, both were $1 million level luxury cars. What exactly were these two people from? On the way back, Fong Heng looked at the system. It seemed that because of Lun Yu's identity, the manager had purposely discounted it. This Mercedes Big G was just under $2 million. Therefore the rebate was $4 million. And with the previous $1 million, his savings had now come to $5 million. And the soft rice value that was zeroed out before, now it has come to 50% again. So it is estimated that it will be possible to draw a lottery again soon. In the evening, Fong Heng received that call from last night again. Bro, is the cat for sale? Didn't I say that I'm not selling? Think about it again. Price is not a problem. Not for sale. If you call again, I'll pull the plug. Fong Heng directly hung up the call. The cat had already been given to Lun Yu. How could Fong Heng sell it to someone else? Not to mention that he had no intention of selling it from the start. What's wrong? Lun Yu walked out holding the cat. Fong Heng spoke to her about it. Lun Yu stroked the cat and said, this little guy does have an excellent character. It seems that the other party wants it very much. That's not for sale either. Lun Yu said, by the way, that sales supervisor's review passed. I will have Sumo arrange a new position for him on Monday. Fong Heng couldn't help but feel happy for Li Hua. Thanks. He subconsciously expressed his gratitude to Lun Yu, but when he thought of what the other party had said earlier, he immediately covered his mouth. Lun Yu said, if you really want to thank me, why don't you cook tonight? No problem. What do you want to eat? Between the words, the two came to the kitchen. Anything, as long as it's something you made. I'll help you out in the meantime. Lun Yu put down the cat and took the apron hanging on the side. Fong Heng hurriedly said, no, I can do it alone. How can this be? A home for the two of us. Of course we have to help each other out. Fong Heng could not help but stare. Lun Yu stuffed the apron into his arms. Hurry up and do it. My chef, do you like potatoes? Fong Heng asked. Very much, she said. I actually like it too. Then let's make the first dish potato related first. Good. It was getting late, and the two were busy in the kitchen separately. Lun Yu basically cooked every day, but for some reason, tonight was extraordinarily happy. Chapter 16, You're going to have a lucky day. Inside an upscale clubhouse, the man had a sultry woman in his arms. At this moment, the little brother entered, groveled, and said, Young Su, the other party is still not willing to sell that cat. Bring over the cell phone. I'll call personally. The little brother hurriedly handed over his cell phone with both hands. Su Kuan immediately dialed the phone. However, just after connecting, before he had time to speak, the other party hung up. Then call cannot be reached, obviously was pulled black. Su Kuan cursed and said, Really give face to face. The sultry woman's hand whirled around the man's sturdy chest. Su Shao, think about it again. Su Koan slapped down, only to hear a pop sound. The woman suddenly let out a shriek. Su Shao, you're really bad. Su Koan said, you this broken thing really much. I have money. Tiger can get you. You just want that cat? It resembles a cat I used to keep. Chen Ting's previous cat went to Meow Planet and recently wanted to get a new cat. Su Koan had almost rummaged through the pet stores in Luochang, but she wasn't quite satisfied with any of them until she saw the picture of the ragdoll cat yesterday. She felt that the two cats were too similar, as if it was the one she used to keep. Okay, I'll definitely get it for you. Su Koan swore with conviction. There was nothing in Luo City that he, Su Koan, could not accomplish. If he couldn't even get a cat, wouldn't it make people laugh if it was spread out? Chen Ting happily kissed Su Koan and said, thank you, I knew you were the best. Su Koan wrapped his arms around Chen Ting and smiled evilly. I'll let you experience even better later. Monday. Fong Hung got up and walked out of the room. The kitten took the initiative to welcome him, and Fong Hung stroked his head perfunctorily before leaving it to dry. On the dining table, he saw a breakfast, as well as a sticky note next to it. I'm going to work, so remember to eat your breakfast. Fong Hung grabbed a pen on the side and replied Lengyu on it. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and eating breakfast, he was ready to go to work at Lightyear's. There was a thought of quitting before, but since the president of Lightyear was his own wife, it would be good to go and mingle once in a while. Moreover, Lengyu promised to arrange a position for him where he could feel the fish. Walking out of the villa, Fong Hung always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. It wasn't until he saw the car keys that it dawned on him, almost forgetting that he was also a car owner now. So Fong Hung folded back to the villa. From the garage, he drove out the Mercedes Big G, leaving Jun Yuan. Fong Hung saw a group of people gathered at the pet store he went to earlier. The store was in a mess. Even the plaque was smashed. The store owner had a colorful face and was surrounded in the middle of the crowd and pushed around. Although it was unclear for what reason, Fong Hung inexplicably felt relieved. After all, it was the store owner who had leaked his contact information. This had led to the person calling and harassing him again last night while he was cooking. Eventually, he was so angry that he directly blacked out the other party. Arriving at Lightyear's, Fong Hung was stopped at the door. The doorman said, hello sir, outsiders need to register. Fong Hung flashed his work license plate through the car window and said, I'm from Lightyear. Looking at the words sales department employee on the license plate, the doorman was incredulous. An ordinary employee drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G to work? This was not in line with common sense. Besides, he had never encountered it before. Can't be any suspicious person, right? Just then, Ma Shun, the head of the security department, passed by. He asked, what's going on? The doorman explained the situation. Ma Shun walked up to take a look and realized that it was actually Fong Hung sitting in the car. He had a deep impression of Fong Hung. He remembered that when he went to the president's office, the leaders of several departments were there. Everyone was standing but Fong Hung was the only one sitting, and even President Lang Yu was asking Fong Heng's opinion when he made decisions. Therefore, Ma Shun silently memorized Fong Hung, knowing that this person's status was absolutely extraordinary. Now that Fong Hung drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G to work, it was even more so that Ma Shun was convinced that his guess was right. So he pushed aside the doorman and flashed a smile at Fong Hung, saying very respectfully, Mr. Fong, I'm sorry, it was my negligence. The doorman was dumbfounded. Ma Shun was the head of the security department. While looking at the work license, Fong Hung was just an ordinary employee of the sales department. Although the two were not from the same department, there was also a gap in their status. Why would Ma Shun treat the other party with respect? What are you staring at? Why don't you release Mr. Fong? Accompanied by Ma Shun's chiding, the doorman came back to his senses and immediately raised the lift lever with the remote control. After seeing Fong Hung off, Ma Shun slapped at the doorman's head and said, you really don't have any eyesight. If you make that gentleman just now angry, you and I will both have to get lost. The doorman fixed his hat and said in confusion, Supervisor Ma, who was that gentleman just now? Don't ask so much. You just need to know that even the president has to ask his opinion when making decisions. Hiss. The doorman immediately drew in a breath of cool air. Even the president had to ask Fong Hung first to make a decision? Then how terrifying was the other party's true identity? Thinking about this, the doorman could not help but feel a pang of fear. Sales department office. Fong Hung threw a grape into his mouth and said, Supervisor Li, I just counted on my fingers. You're going to have great luck today. Li Hua organized the documents and said, oh come on, I fell into a pit when I went out today, causing me to almost be late. Through the window, only Sumu walked into the sales department. Look, big luck is coming, Fong Hung said. Big luck a hammer. Li Hua, on the other hand, was vaguely uneasy. Sumu as the president's assistant. Generally, he would not easily walk around the departments, and once he appeared in any department, it meant that there was a special situation. Li Hua couldn't help but ponder, did he do something wrong? At this time, Sumu entered the door. Supervisor Li, come with me. Sumu set his sights subconsciously looking towards Fang Hung, and Li Hua instantly sweated. It's over. Although he didn't know how, but intuition told himself it was more than likely not good. Li Hua looked at the office fondly before patting Fang Heng's shoulder. Then he left with Sumu. The president's office. Lung Yu was meticulously checking the documents. Sumu said, President, the person has been brought. Hello, President Lang. Lung Yu put down the pen in his hand and said nonchalantly, Supervisor Li, are you willing to pay more for lightning ear? Li Hua's heart felt a moment of apprehension. Could this mean that he felt that he was not motivated enough in his usual work? Mr. Lang, I will definitely do my best in the future, so I hope you will be open-minded. Sumu interrupted Li Hua and said, Supervisor Li, you only need to answer willing or unwilling without saying anything else. Willing? Of course I'm willing. I'm willing to give my all for Lightyear. Even my life will do. Lan Yu could see Li Hua's nervousness. She said lightly, no need to be so exaggerated. Congratulations. From now on you will continue to shine for Lightyear as the sales manager. Chapter 17, She's My Woman. Li Hua's head went blank. Sales department. Manager? Did I hear it right? This is a promotion? Li Hua reacted. Excited beyond words, even stuttering in his speech. He didn't even dare to dream that he would be promoted to sales department manager. This position didn't know how many people were coveting it. With his seniority and background, there had been absolutely no expectations before. It seemed that it was really like what Fang Hung said, that he had gotten lucky today. Lung Yu said, alright, Su Mu, take manager Li to hand over the work. Understood. Until the moment before the door closed, Li Hua was still expressing his gratitude at Lung Yu. After the two left, Lung Yu pulled out her cell phone and found the string of numbers. After the call was connected, her tone unconsciously became a bit gentle as she said, come to my office. Not much longer. Fang Hong walked into the office. Lung Yu got up and asked, have you eaten breakfast? I ate it, and I saw the convenience sticker. I even wrote a message back on it. What did you write? Lung Yu asked curiously. Fang Hong deliberately sold a secret. Secret? You'll know when you get home from work and read it. Lung Yu was somewhat helpless, her eyes grudging. You're still teasing me. Fang Hong hemmed and hawed. Lung Yu added, by the way, I thought about it. Those that meet your previous requirements. The president office secretary counts as one. What do you think? As long as I can touch the fish. The secretarial work is sometimes done by Su Mu. It's very spare. You can just touch the fish. Then this is it. Fang Hong didn't expect that one day he would discuss touching fish with the president openly and honestly. This was also considered a great spectacle. The two had just finished chatting. Long Rushue rushed into the office in a rage. She angrily said, Long Yu, what do you mean? Why did you touch my people again? Long Yu casually took the information from his desk. You are referring to the former sales manager, right? This is his information. You will naturally understand after reading it. Lang Rushue drew over the information and took a look at it. Her face instantly turned an iron blue. She shredded the information in 3 or 2 strokes and said, don't go too far. Rabbits will bite when they are anxious. I will definitely go in front of Grandpa and tell him about you. If you like this kind of 3-year-olds game, I don't mind accompanying you all the way. Lang Yu resumed his usual aura, and continued with a straight face. But you also have to consider clearly whether what those people under you have done will cause you to set yourself on fire when it reaches Grandpa. Lan Yu's words woke up Lang Rushue. She could only take it as a dumb loss, so she glared fiercely at Fang Hong and left holding her breath. Fang Hong, on the other hand, was confused. Not, quarreling is quarreling. What's the point of suddenly glaring at me? Who am I inviting and who am I messing with? However, from what the two had just said, Fang Hong realized that they were actually sisters. Fang Hong said, Manager Lang is your sister? She's my cousin. My sister just came back from studying abroad and is starting her freshman year. Oh, it must be that the day Lang Yu went to the airport, he went to pick up his sister-in-law. Just don't know what happened later, resulting in Lang Yu coming back with a very hurt look. Lang Yu said, Lang Rushue, this person is inexplicable. If she does anything to you, you must tell me. Fang Hong, on the other hand, was not panicked at all. He had just gained physical strengthening. With one kick, even a tiger would have to call him big brother. It's fine. If Manager Lang dares to mess with me, I'll directly kick her off. Lang Yu was amused by Fang Hong and covered her mouth with a smile. Fang Hong, on the other hand, was somewhat dumbfounded. This seemed to be the second time Lang Yu had laughed in front of him. Lang Yu was pretty enough on her own, and smiling could be considered a foul-level existence. Lang Yu ruffled her hair around her ears with her hand, subconsciously avoiding Fang Heng's blazing gaze. A knock on the door sounded at an inopportune time. Sumu walked in alone. General Manager Lang, everything has been arranged. Lang Yu gently nodded and asked, are there any empty offices left? What do you mean? From now on, Fong Hong will work with you and I as the secretary of the president's office. Sumu was speechless for a while. What cooperating with the work? It was clearly to touch the fish. There's no more? There is. Although it was unclear why Lang Yu was doing this, but as the president's assistant, Sumu had no choice but to follow orders, so she led Fong Hong to a vacant office. Secretary Fong, this will be your office from now on. Fong Hong looked at it. It was bigger than the sales department office, and what he did in it was not in the way. Thank you, Assistant Su. From now on, you will be a colleague. Please teach me more. Sumu was curious. What exactly is the relationship between you and General Manager Lang? Didn't she tell you? Fong Hong asked rhetorically. Of course Sumu understood from Lang Yu, and even called before, Fong Hong and Lang Yu happened to be together. However, she still didn't quite believe the fact that the two had gotten married. Are you two acting? Sumu said out of the blue. Fong Hong was a little surprised. To be able to hold the position of assistant to the president, it was true that Sumu's observation ability was just sharp, but he still didn't move and said, Lang Yu and I are already living together. This is our wedding ring. Yesterday we went to see Mr. Shan together to talk about cooperation, and this morning she even made breakfast for me. Do you think we look like we're acting? The barrage of information made Sumu especially shocked, but I've known General Manager Lang for so many years, and I've never heard her mention you. And you haven't crossed paths with General Manager Lang over the past 6 months since you joined Light Years. She and I knew each other when we were children, and we didn't have any contact for a long time in between, and it wasn't until recently that we recognized each other's identities. Despite the many loopholes, Fong Hong could only borrow the lie that Lang Yu had told before and slightly modify it to fool Sumu. What made Fong Hang somewhat surprised was that after these words, Sumu seemed to be completely convinced. The gaze that he looked at him softened a lot at once. You have to treat Mr. Lang well. And you absolutely cannot fail her, Sumu said, her eyes slowly moving away from the tear mole at the corner of Fong Heng's eyes. Of course, she is my woman. After Sumu left, Fong Hong sighed in relief as if he was relieved. It was near the end of the day. The matter of Li Hua's promotion to sales manager spread. At the same time, the extra Mercedes-Benz Big G in the Guangnian parking garage also caused no small amount of discussion. Everyone guessed which executive had bought a new car. At this moment, Li Hua returned to the sales department with a red face. The staff flocked to him. Supervisor, congratulations. What do you call a supervisor? You should call a manager. Manager, there's an extra Mercedes Big G in the garage today. It can't be the new one you bought to celebrate your promotion, right? Yeah. Manager, is that car yours? Li Hua had also heard about this matter. He helplessly said, I still have to support my family. Where can I afford such an expensive car? Seeing Li Hua's denial, the crowd again discussed whose car it was. Not long after, they coaxed Li Hua to treat them to dinner. Li Hua readily agreed, sweeping over one face after another. But the only thing he didn't find was Fong Hong, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Chapter 18, Failed Confession. President's Office. Fong Hong was confabulating with Lang Yu, explaining the matter of Sumu inquiring about their relationship. It's a bit thrilling. Originally Sumu was skeptical, but as soon as I said we knew each other when we were kids, she instantly believed it. Lang Yu was calm and collected. It's fine, as long as she believes it. Then if others ask again in the future, I'll still say it according to this. It's fine. Right at this moment, Fong Hong received a call from Li Hua. You kid, how come the person just got off work and disappeared? Let me guess. Brother Li, are you treating the gang to dinner? Yes, really let your kid hit the nail on the head. I got lucky and got promoted. The address is sent to you. Be sure to come at night. Don't worry, I will absolutely be there. Fong Hong put away his cell phone and asked Lang Yu, Li Hua is treating a dinner party tonight. Do you want to go over together? No, it's not really appropriate for me to show up. Fong Hong imagined that image. Indeed, if Lang Yu were to arrive at the scene, everyone would definitely have their hands tied and probably wouldn't even dare to speak. Just like that, the two parted ways after work. Lang Yu returned to the villa. On the dining table, she saw the sticky note left behind in the morning. Unlike before, there was a cute kitten drawn on it, and two words were left next to it. Carrot, carrot good. The corners of Lang Yu's mouth hooked into a shallow smile as she murmured, the drawing is quite pretty. The ragdoll cat in her arms seemed to be able to read it, and rushed at the sticky note and also meowed. On the other side, Fong Hong reached his destination and subconsciously glanced back. Although it was empty and there was nothing, Fong Hong always had a vague feeling that someone was following him. Entering the hotel, the atmosphere of the box was hot. Upon seeing Fong Hong, Li Hua immediately greeted him with champagne. You kid finally came. Everyone is waiting for you. There was a bit of traffic jam on the road, because it was rush hour after work. Fong Hong was worried about traffic jams, so he purposely took a long detour, and the result just happened to coincide with the other drivers. A female employee said, "Speaking of cars, there's an extra big G in the garage today. You all know about this, right?" "Of course I know about it. It's even being discussed in other departments." Someone next to me picked up on it. "I heard someone from the security department say that the owner of this big G seems to be from our sales department." "Ah, is it really true? Everyone from our sales department is here today, right? Whose is it in the end? Come out and tell us." The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Not a single person came out to admit it. At this time Fong Hang silently sat down in the corner. This was Li Hua's promotion banquet after all, so it was better for him not to steal the limelight. None of them admitted right. "As I see it, this car is definitely still Manager Li's." "Yes, in addition to the manager. Where can we people afford to buy?" Li Hua said. "Oops, it's not mine. My mortgage is not finished yet. Where to have so much money to buy a big G? Manager, the car is not yours, then who else's?" "I don't know. I guess it's just a rumor. Our sales department can't do this." Several people were still discussing the car. A woman wearing a short skirt and white silk slowly walked to Fong Hung. The woman was Qin Shuai from the next group, with good looks, and there were usually quite a few male staff members who surrounded her with attentions. However, Chen Shuai sought Fong Hang's help from time to time, causing those few male staff members to be jealous and therefore hostile to Fong Hung. Fong Hong looked at Chen Shuai and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Chen Shuai took a deep breath and tilted her head back to drink all the wine in her cup. This move was clearly to bolster her courage. Ever since Fong Hong joined the company, Chen Shuai had an interest in Fong Hong. Previously, because Fong Hong had a girlfriend, Chen Shuai had not been able to show her feelings. Recently, she heard the news of Fong Hang's breakup, so Chen Shuai went home after work, changed out of her work clothes, and specially dressed up, just to take today's opportunity to confess to Fong Hong. Chen Shuai clenched her fists and said, "Fong Hong, I like you. Can you be my boyfriend?" The originally incredibly noisy box instantly quieted down because of these words. The crowd's attention instantly fell on the two. Li Hua came over and also helped to set things up. "Yeah, Fong Hong, didn't you break up? Xiao Chen is a nice girl. You two can try dating." As soon as these words came out, many people agreed with Li Hua, even shouting the slogan, "Say yes to her," together. Only a few male staff members' faces became increasingly ugly, and one of them almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. Chen Shuai was expectant and apprehensive. With so many people helping her confess, she felt that the probability of success should be high. "You are a good girl, but sorry," Fong Hong said indifferently. Because of his looks, Fong Hong had experienced too many similar scenes since his student days, so the refusal came with ease and without any pressure. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed for a moment. Chen Shuai was so beautiful. They had thought that Fong Hong would definitely say yes, but it turned out that he refused without any hesitation. Chen Shuai seemed to be unable to accept this result and said in a slightly agitated manner, "Why? Can you tell me why?" "I'm married." Fong Hong flashed out the wedding ring on his ring finger. For a moment, Chen Shuai was speechless. Fong Hong had just broken up not more than a few days ago. How could he suddenly flash marry? It was obvious that this wedding ring was used to reject others. After all, she had similarly used similar tricks. Many people held the same thoughts as Chen Shuai, while Li Hua was looking at the wedding ring with a thoughtful expression. Li Hua always felt like he had seen it somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't recall it. Chen Shuai, who failed in her confession, sat down on the sofa like a deflated ball, full of loss. Those male employees who liked her were relieved on the contrary. One of them, named Xiao Kongpeng, no longer squeezed his hand on his wine glass, but suddenly stood up to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone, seeing that you guys are so interested in cars, truth be told, in fact, that Mercedes Big G in the garage today is mine. I go. So it's yours? Why did you keep denying it just now?" "I just don't want to steal Manager Li's thunder," Xiao Kongpeng said. The box was all of a sudden talking. Brother Xiao, your family got rich? Brother Xiao, from now on, my little brother will rely on you to cover him. Mr. Xiao." Many people complimented Xiao Kongpeng. This undoubtedly satisfied his great vanity. Xiao Kongpeng thought to himself that the feeling of pretending to be a bully was just damn cool. Anyway, one of his relatives' family really has a big G. When the time comes, he will borrow it to casually fool this group of people, and the family will soon be demolished. Really cannot hide. The big deal is to let the old man burst gold. Really buy a Mercedes-Benz Big G is. Xiao Kongpeng's purpose for doing this is also very simple. Of course it is to get Qin Shuai. Xiao Kongpeng said, "Shuai, after the meal is over, can you let me send you home?" Chapter 19, Strange Young Girl. Many people saw through Xiao Kongpeng's thoughts. They also started to coax immediately. "Mr. Xiao, are you going to use the big G to personally send Chen Shui? It's dark and the road is slippery. Cutting and rubbing is quite a lot of money. I parked the big G home from work. Of course if Shui is willing, she can go to my home and take her time to look at it, Xiao Kongping said. By then it's not just looking at the car alone, right? Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Kongping said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was thinking the opposite. He couldn't wait for something to happen with Chen Shui. Chen Shui frowned. Fong Hong, on the other hand, quietly watched Xiao Kongping play hard to get. Near the end of the meal, Fong Hong saw that it was getting late and was ready to go back early. Seeing this, Li Hua escorted him downstairs, while Chen Shui and Xiao Kongping and the others followed along. Fong Hong hadn't been drinking, while Li Hua was already a little drunk. He hiccuped and patted Fong Heng's shoulder, saying, "What did you kid do today? You didn't see anyone in the sales department all day." Fong Hong said, "Brother Li, I almost forgot to mention that I was transferred to the president's office as a secretary." The words came out. Li Hua and the others were shocked. Although there were some limitations to the future of a secretary, but every day they were in contact with the company's top management. Anyone who saw them would have to be polite for a few minutes. After being surprised, Li Hua was also happy for Fong Hong. Li Hua also felt happy for Fong Hong. No matter what, from ordinary staff to the secretary of the president's office was definitely considered a promotion. Chen Shui, on the other hand, was a bit lost. In her opinion, Fong Hong leaving the sales department was like he was deliberately avoiding her. On the other hand, Xiao Kongping and other people were happier. Once Fong Hong left, the chance to contact with Chen Shui became less, and their chance would become more. As Fong Hong walked towards the parking space, several people waved their hands and bid him farewell. A male employee suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, didn't you say you didn't drive a big G here? Why is there a big G parked there? Xiao Kongping froze for a moment. Only then did he realize that there was a big G parked quietly in the parking space. Could it be that this big G was really from the sales department? The remaining few people also discussed it, between the words, only to see Fong Hong drive the big G to the front of the few people. He said through the car window, "Brother Li, there's no need to send them off. Everyone go up." At this moment, the crowd couldn't help but be dumbfounded. While Xiao Kongping was more exaggerated, his jaw was about to drop to the ground. They felt an unprecedented shock. It turned out that this Mercedes Big G was actually Fong Heng's. Until this moment, Li Hua finally understood why Fong Heng's ring looked familiar. Because when he went to the president's office today, he saw the same style of ring on Long Yu's ring finger, associated with Fong Heng's inexplicable words before. Li Hua suddenly realized for a moment, and incidentally, even his wine had woken up. It turned out that Fong Hong had not lied at all. He and Leng Yu were husband and wife, and his own promotion was mostly due to Fong Heng's help. The truth of the matter had instantly upended Li Hua's cognition. He looked at Fong Hong in awe. This person in front of him was just too terrifying. Could it be that in the past half a year, he was deliberately undercover in the sales department? Thinking about this, Li Hua felt a wave of fear in his heart. Li Hua felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this moment, Fong Hong said, "Brother Li, see you tomorrow." Li Hua was shocked and said, "Don't dare to be." Fong Hong laughed and looked at Xiao Kongping again, saying, "Turn around and drive the big G to the company. I want to see your car as much as everyone else." After saying this, Fong Hong drove away. Xiao Kongping was embarrassed. Several people's eyes also gathered on him at once. Since the big G was Fong Heng's, it meant that Xiao Kongping must have lied. Li Hua said angrily, "Young and lying, if you dare to treat your customers like this, then I, Li Hua, will never condone it." Chen Shui coldly said, "Xiao Kongping, stay away from me in the future. I don't like you at all." The few people who had addressed Xiao Kongping as Mr. Xiao also immediately changed their names. "Xiao Kongping, this is meaningless for you, consuming everyone's enthusiasm for nothing." "That's right, after half a day it turned out to be bragging. I thought you were so powerful. If I were Chen Shui, there's no way I'd look at you in this lifetime. You said one thing and I said another." Saying that Xiao Kongping had absolutely no face to stay any longer. "Manager Li, I have to leave beforehand." Throwing down these words, Xiao Kongping left resentfully with his tail between his legs. After a few people returned to the box, the rest of the people soon learned about the situation. They were deeply shocked by the fact that Fong Hong was the owner of the big G. It turns out that Fong Hong is deeply hidden. It seems that his family is not ordinary. It's not true. The person's family is so handsome. At a glance, it's not an ordinary person. It's probably sent by the family to experience life. At the same time, they all discussed Xiao Kongping with contempt. That said, this Xiao Kongping is also too funny. Still saying that he doesn't want to steal Manager Li's thunder. But it turns out that what he says and what he does are completely different. Indeed, Fong Hang is the real owner of the car and hasn't been intentionally stealing Manager Li's limelight. but he, a fake one, is still pretending. One can only say the clown of clowns. I'm afraid that the jokes about Xiao Confing will be circulated all the way through the light years. On the way back, Fan Hong saw that there were quite a few food stalls on the street, so he decided to bring a late-night snack for Lung Yu. Just after buying and folding on the way back, Fong Hong keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. The next moment, a whip leg came at him. Fong Hong raised his hand to block it, and his entire body was as motionless as Tarzan. Surprise surfaced in the eyes of the young girl wearing a mask, but she was not prepared to stop and turned around to deliver another backward leg lift. Fong Hong easily dodged it and kicked the girl. Only hearing an ouch, the young girl stumbled and fell to the ground. She quickly climbed up, her beautiful eyes lit up with small flames as she gritted her teeth. How dare you hit me? Fong Hong said with a puzzled expression. Do you think I'm a wooden stake? Only allowing you to hit me and not allowing me to hit back? Auntie will fight you today. The young girl huffed and was about to make a move. At this time a group of people suddenly surrounded her. Are you the guy who refused to sell the cat? The bald man at the head said. Fong Hong took a look and recognized that these guys in front of him were the same group of people who had vandalized the pet store in the morning. He looked at the masked girl again, subconsciously treating the two as accomplices, for a cat as far as it goes, and shouted to so many people. There are so many pet stores in Luo City. Money is still worried about not being able to buy a cat. Ah, what cat is not a cat? I don't know these people at all, the young girl said. The little brother next to the bald man quietly said, Boss, the situation doesn't seem right. Who is this little girl? The bald man sized up the young girl and said, Don't care so much, all of them are arrested first, and sent together to Su Shao. Got it. The little brother answered immediately, signaling the people behind him to take action. The bald man then lit a cigarette, sat down ready to start watching the show. If you guys are sensible, don't resist, lest you suffer skin and flesh. Ow. Only before the words were finished, Fong Hong kicked the bald man's face with a flying kick. A large shoe print was imprinted on his brain and he directly fainted. Chapter 20, Teaching Your Wife to Cook. Asterisk. The little brothers were instantly confused. What is the situation? This kid was too fast, and after a slip, his own boss was knocked to the ground? The masked girl was also slightly stunned as she looked at Fong Hong. Good fast. A group of people reacted and were all furious. In their opinion, with so many people, Fong Hong still dared to take the lead, showing that he didn't put himself in his eyes at all. Soon a group of people directly rushed up. Fong Hong was originally hostile to the young girl, but at this moment, they were united in tacit agreement. With the enhancement of the system, Fong Hong did not have any pressure to deal with them. One punch, another kick and another, was completely abusive. The young girl's side was slightly struggling, but her punching and kicking skills weren't good either, only to see that the people she knocked to the ground had mouths full of blood, and each of them had lost their incisors. Suddenly, a short man even furiously pulled out a knife, straight to the girl. Just as the cold light was only a few centimeters away from the young girl, a pair of strong and large hands gripped the dwarf's wrist. Fong Hong only gently exerted a force, and the little dwarf instantly felt like his bones were going to shatter. Splat! Accompanied by the sound of a knife falling to the ground, the young girl turned around following the sound. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was slightly stunned and immediately realized that it was Fong Hong who had saved her. Otherwise, she would have already fallen in a pool of blood. Fong Hong teased, Why are you staring exclusively at the incisors to fight? Are you afraid that they won't speak without leaking in the future? 2. Want you to manage, the young girl said. Fong Hong couldn't help but be happy, unable to see that it was still a little arrogant. This group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were clearly not a match for the two. Not long after they all fell to the ground in pieces. Even if they were still conscious, they began to lie on the ground and play dead at this moment. Can't fight. Simply can't fight. Especially that man. Is simply King Kong Hercules? A punch down. Last year's meal are going to spit out. It's really too scary. Mom, I want to go home. After packing up the last person, Fong Hong clapped his hands and said, Done. Then next, it's time to continue resolving the issues between us. As the words fell, the young girl was slow to respond. Fong Hong turned to take a look, only to find that the other party had already run away with their feet in the air. He was somewhat speechless. The young girl was wearing a mask to see what she looked like, and he didn't know what she was from. Since she wasn't with the group of people on the ground, who would have sent her to find him in trouble? Fong Hong didn't dwell on it too much, but prepared to pick up the midnight snack that was placed on the stone chair and go home. As a result, the night snack was dropped at some point and the soup was scattered all over the place. Scratch that. This was what he had specially bought for Lung Yu. Fong Hong kicked the guy lying next to him, thinking of going back to buy another one. However, the food stalls had all already closed. He was so angry that he folded back and kicked the guy again. After Fong Hong left, a group of people who were lying on the ground sat up in pain. Among them, The one who was the most depressed belonged to the one beside the stone chair. No, what's wrong with me? Why did you kick me 2 more times? In the villa's living room, Lungyu was watching TV with a kitten in her arms. She was wearing a white nightgown, lying sideways on the soft sofa, with her slender legs and small jade feet visible under the hem of the skirt. Fang Hong was instantly stunned by the scene when he entered the door. It had to be said that Lungyu's legs were indeed long and good-looking, as if they had magic power, making him somewhat unable to move his eyes. Fang Hong felt that Lungyu's height was almost 175. If he wasn't tall enough, going out together would probably be twice as stressful. Noticing Fang Hong's line of sight, Lungyu put the cat aside and sat up, subconsciously pulling down the hem of her skirt towards the bottom. Why are you back so late? Her nice voice was mixed with a bit of lethargy. Originally I also brought you a late-night snack, but as a result there was a situation on the road. Right, are you hungry now? A little. Lungyu put on his slippers and stretched. Then why don't I make you something to eat? Lungyu thought about it and said, otherwise you can teach me. I feel like you're a better cook than me. Well, that's fine. I'll change my clothes first. Fang Hong passed by the sofa to pet the kitten, then went back to his room to change out of his work clothes. Entering the kitchen, Lungyu was already handling the ingredients. Fang Hong asked, what kind of dish do you want to make? Potato chicken nuggets. You watch me do it, and if there's a problem with any of the steps, you can just bring it up. No problem. Fang Hong began to stare at Lungyu as she did the dishes. Lungyu was as serious about cooking as she was about her work, invisibly exuding a unique charm. Fang Hong watched without realizing that he was lost in thought, and his attention shifted from the cutting board to Lungyu. Fang Hong? Lungyu looked back with a puzzled face. Fang Hong reacted and said, what's wrong? Do you think there's a problem with how I cut this potato? Fang Hong was about to say that there was no problem, but in the end, after taking a look, he really did find a problem. The potatoes should be cut moderately, not too big, not too small. I'll give you a demonstration. It's probably good to cut the pieces like this. Fang Hong personally demonstrated. Oh, I understand. Lungyu nodded, looking like he understood, but in reality, his hands were still cutting exactly the same as earlier. Nope, it's like this. Fang Hong demonstrated a few more times, one after another. Lungyu, however, never learned. The president, who was usually high and mighty in light years, was at the moment dull and dumb in the kitchen. Fang Hong really had no choice, so he went forward and stuck behind Lungyu, his hand covering the back of Lungyu's hand that was holding the knife handle. It's like this, try again. Fang Hong held Lungyu's hand and demonstrated again. Lungyu was like an enlightenment, finally understanding. Is this right? I made it. Right. Fang Hong sighed darkly, his line of sight shifted down, but his eyes instantly rounded. So big. Lungyu saw that he was dumbfounded, and only then did she realize it as an afterthought. Covering her collar with her hand, she backed away from Fang Hong's embrace and said, I have something to do, so wait a moment. When Lungyu came down from the second floor again, the nightgown she was wearing had already been changed into a loungewear. With 4 eyes facing each other, the two of them avoided each other's sight. Lungyu said, alright, go on. Cough. Okay. The ingredients were dealt with, and the follow-up was to start the pot and burn the oil. There was a timer in the kitchen, and Fang Hong told Lungyu the steps in time. Lungyu followed what he said and soon made the potato chicken nuggets as well. The meal was brought to the dining table. Lungyu allowed Fang Hong to take a taste first, then asked with an expectant face, how was it? Fang Hong was silent and signaled Lungyu to also take a taste. Lungyu first tasted a piece of potato, then tasted the chicken. Well, although it's not to the extent of what you made, it's much tastier than what I made myself before. Fang Hong said, it's already very close, and it doesn't have to be the same as mine. You can just find your favorite flavor. The flavor you made is my favorite. Fang Hong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Chapter 21, I'll teach you to swim. After eating the evening meal, the two of them took a walk in the courtyard. Fang Hong said, I have something to do tomorrow, so I might not go to the office. As agreed before, it's fine if you don't come to work, and you don't have to report to me specifically. Fang Hong saw the curiosity in her expression and explained, I'm going to go home. Is it back to your parents' house? Sort of. Understood. If there's anything you need to cooperate with, you can notify me in advance. Aha. Between the words, the two came to the pool. Fang Hong squatted down and touched the pool water with his hand. Surprised, this water is actually warm? 24-hour constant temperature. There is a device inside that will automatically adjust according to the weather. I see. You seem to swim every day. I really like the feeling of floating in the water. Lungyu added. I haven't seen you swimming in the water these days. It's fine. You can use whatever you want in the house. I can't swim. How can you not swim? Lungyu looked especially surprised. I used to, but I haven't been in the water for many years, so I shouldn't be able to swim much anymore. Fong Hang's mood was suddenly very heavy. Not only did he know how to swim many years ago, he had even saved people several times, but ever since that incident had passed, he had developed a shadow over swimming and had never been in the water again. Lung Yu said, as long as you knew how to do it before, go into the water and get used to it. You'll soon get the feeling back. I'll teach you sometime. You teach me? Yes, as a courtesy, the time will be set on this double holiday. I will teach you to swim. Fong Hong pondered for a while. Things had passed for so long. It was also true that he himself should move on. Otherwise, if he saw himself like this, he would definitely be unhappy as well, right? So he smiled and said, good. The night came quietly. Corner room on the first floor. Fong Hong awoke violently from his bed, a face covered in fine sweat. He sat on the bed and stared blankly at the stars in the sky through the floor-to-ceiling window, looking for a long time, and just directly above him in the second floor room, Lang Yu lying on the bed. Thoughts jumped to 10 years ago. Lang family tutelage is very strict, the holidays at home boring, so she sneaked out of the Long family and traveled with her classmates to play in the mountains. As a result, there was an accident at the lake. Classmates fell into the water. She rushed into the water to help, but was pulled together into the deep water. The two girls, who could not swim, struggled painfully in the deep forested lake. Just at the moment of despair, it was a father and son who found and saved them. Lang Yu clearly remembered that it was a boy who carried her to the shore. The boy had a tearful mole at the corner of his eye, and the boy's father said to him, Fong Hong, is the little girl you saved all right? Under the sunlight, the teenager's chin was dripping with water, and on his handsome face was a bright smile. Dad, she's still breathing. She should be fine. That's right. The boy was no one else but Fong Hong as a teenager. That was why Lang Yu looked especially surprised tonight when she heard Fong Hong say that she couldn't swim. After all, if it wasn't Fong Hong, her life might have been lost. Lang Yu could not help but wonder what had happened to Fong Hang that caused him to not swim again for so many years. The next day, Fong Hong woke up and saw breakfast and a sticky note on the dining table again. Wake up and remember to eat properly. Carrot received. Fong Hong put down his pen, feeling that Lang Yu was really too good to him. Other than him, it was estimated that not a single person would believe that the high and mighty President Lightyear had a small woman's side behind his back. Packing up everything, Fong Hong drove towards his eldest uncle's house. Since his father's death 10 years ago, Fong Hong had been living at his eldest uncle's house. The eldest uncle had treated him well, like a fatherly presence, taking care of him as he grew into adulthood. It wasn't until he graduated from university that Fong Hong moved out of his great-uncle's house. Recently, he hadn't gone back for a while, so Fong Hong thought of going back to see his eldest uncle and buy him some gifts. At the same time, inside a slightly dilapidated neighborhood building, Fong Dehui put down the dishes in his hands and said, Wife, Xiao Hang is coming back today. Quick, make these dishes. His wife, Zhao Feng, glanced at him and threw the melon shells in her hand onto the coffee table, saying, all graduated from university, why are you still coming back? Want to continue to rely on this place? A side buckle feet. While playing hand games, son Fong Yulong said, estimated to be back to ask for money. Dad, I'm talking to you. Our family just bought a car, cannot afford to relieve outsiders. Fong Dehui said, Yulong, watch what you say. Xiaohang is your cousin. Then he wasn't born to you and my mom. What is he if not an outsider? Zhao Fang got up and said, don't talk to your father about this. He just has a bad head. He is more attentive to other people's children than he is to you, his own son. You two mothers are enough. Xiaohang is so poor. I'm his eldest uncle. Can't I treat him better? What's wrong with being an elder uncle? His father drowned himself swimming in the sea. It's not like you killed him. Why are you meddling? I don't want to argue with you. Fang Dehui simply didn't say any more, knowing that it would be another endless argument. Zhao Fang grabbed a handful of vegetables and said in a bad mood, you think I want to argue with you? I really owe you, Fong family. Passing by Fong Yulong, she also started counting. Mom, what did I do to you again? Fong Yulong said, knowing nothing but playing games all day long. You think you're letting me save your ass? I came back from vacation to play games, so what? Besides, I bought a car. I was promoted to team leader in the company. No matter what, it must be better than a certain person, right? The certain person in Fong Yulong's mouth naturally referred to Fong Hang. Zhao Fang said, you can only compare yourself to Fong Hang. Seeing this, Fong Dehui directly went back to his room to stay there. On one side was his own brother's son, and on the other side was his own wife and child. The palm of his hand was all meat. He was in a dilemma. It was really difficult to deal with this family matter. It wasn't long. Fong Hong arrived at the door carrying something. Fong Dehui took a look and immediately greeted him. Little Hong, back? Seeing this, Zhao Fang immediately changed her face and greeted him with the same smile. Xiao Hung, just come back. What gifts are you bringing? She said as she smoothly took the gift in Fong Heng's hand. 1 second they were bad-mouthing people behind their backs. The next second they were meeting each other. But they were enthusiastic to the extreme. Even her son, Fong Yulong, was marveled by Zhao Fong's switching and comfortable acting skills. Fong Heng smiled as he rushed back at his eldest uncle, Fong Dehui, and when it was his aunt Zhao Fong's turn, she appeared much colder. After so many years of getting along, Fong Heng knew that Zhao Fong did not like him, which was why he had moved out of his great-uncle's house immediately after graduating from university. While talking, Fong Dehui greeted Fong Heng and sat down at the dining table. Cousin Fong Yulong helped pour a glass of water and deliberately asked, Fong Heng, how are you doing in Guangyan? Chapter 22. The great-uncle's family is shocked. Not bad, Fong Heng said. Fong Yulong and Fong Heng were of similar age, and both of them attended the same school since they were young. After the college entrance examination, Fong Heng managed to be admitted to Luochang University. Fong Yulong, on the other hand, chose to work in a factory because his grades were too poor. Over the years, Fong Yulong changed factory after factory, but none of them were very satisfactory. Until recently, he was ready to find a partner and get married, and only then did he settle down in a garment factory, and happened to be promoted to team leader the other day. Fong Yulong said, okay is okay, not okay is not okay, still okay is what do you mean? Zhao Fong brought out a plate of food and said, Xiao Heng, your cousin was promoted to become the team leader of their factory a few days ago. He only graduated from high school. You are a college student who must be better than him, right? The mother and son duo sang in unison, obviously squeezing Fong Heng on purpose. Fong Dehui's face sank as he said, let's just eat. What's the point of talking about these things? Zhao Fong pulled a chair and sat down, said, if we don't chat, can we just eat? Besides, what I said is not a problem. Xiao Heng graduated from university, can he still be worse than our Yulong? Xiao Heng was not worse than Yulong. He entered a big company in Luochang. Yulong entered a slightly larger factory. What is there to show for a promotion of a broken team leader? The mother and son were not happy. This is clearly growing others' ambition and destroying their own. Zhao Fong said, what do you mean a little bigger factory? Our son into the factory in Luo City. How to say also ranked. In addition to when the team leader is more or less a leader. Always better than in what a large company as an errand boy, right? Fong Yulong chimed in. That's right, my mom is right. Dad, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Fong Dehui wanted to retort, but he was afraid that the quarrel would get out of hand. So he silently picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go. Zhao Fong looked at Fong Heng and asked with a smile, Xiao Heng, do you think auntie is right? Fong Dehui finally couldn't stand it anymore and heavily placed his wineglass on the table, angrily rebuking, almost got it. Little Heng is just coming back for a meal. Are you as bad as this? Zhao Fong instantly became energized and returned. Hey, Fong Dehui, I think you are trying to go crazy after a few glasses of wine. I am just chatting with Xiao Heng. And what's wrong with you? Fong Heng was rather helpless. He just wanted to come back to have dinner and chat with his eldest uncle. It turned out to be like this. Fong Heng had to open his mouth to round off the conversation, saying, alright, don't argue. I think auntie has a point. Cousin is in this situation right now. He is definitely better than an ordinary employee of a large company. Look, Xiao Heng has said so, just you have to argue with me. Fong Dehui looked at Fong Heng and sighed deeply, and could only sip his mulled wine heartily. Fong Yulong asked, Fong Heng, what about you? You've been in Guangyan for a while now. Surely you've been promoted as well? Well, it should be considered a promotion. Those three could not help but be stunned. Really promoted? Zhao Fong said. Fong Dehui had a joyful look on his face as he asked, Xiao Heng, quickly tell me, which position are you working at now? As a clerk secretary in the president's office. At those words, those three were shocked on the spot. If it was just an ordinary clerk secretary in a company department, it wasn't that impressive. But of the president's office, the gold content was completely different. You have to know, Guangyan is a well-known big company in Luo City. Working in the president's office, contact with the company's senior management, there are many foreign big shots, in the opinion of Fong Dehui's few people. If Fong Heng behaved better, after a long time, once he was favored, his future was simply unlimited, compared to the ordinary salesman before. Now this was not a promotion, but a flight to heaven. Fong Dehui was pleased. Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong were reluctant to believe this was true. Suddenly, Zhao Fong thought that Guangyan had a public number, and usually company staff mobilization would be announced on it. So she immediately used her phone to check the latest article, only to find that Fong Heng's name was not even in the staff transfer table. She was instantly relieved and said, Xiao Heng, if you really have this strength, your eldest uncle and I will definitely be happy for you. But to deliberately lie and deceive us, this is your fault. Fong Dehui said unhappily, What are you babbling about? How could Xiao Hong possibly lie to us? How is it impossible? Isn't it commonplace for people who are poorly mixed up outside to go home and intentionally brag about it? Immediately after that, Zhao Fang also told what she had just discovered. Fang Dehui took over the phone and found that this was really the case. He frowned and said, "Alas, Xiao Hong, how can you make fun of your eldest uncle?" Zhao Fang then said, "Young people have to be down to earth. Little Hong, you can't do this next time." Fang Hong, look, my dad is not happy. Fang Yulong secretly stifled his laughter. He really thought that Fang Hong had flown the coop, but it turned out to be a complete clown, laughing to death. After he finished, he was also ready to search and have a good look at Fang Heng's fun. As a result, when he saw the staff transfer table above, he instantly widened his eyes. What, no Fang Heng's name? How did he see it? And looking at the position transfer, it was the president office secretary, right? Ah, Fang Yulong said, "Mom, where did you search? How did I find Fang Heng's name?" "Ah, no way. I don't have it on this one." The mother and son duo put their phones together and carefully compared them before realizing that it was Zhao Fang who had checked the wrong one. He had checked Lightning Year's branches in other regions, which was why he didn't see Fang Heng's name on it. As for Fang Yulong, he had checked correctly. Not only was Fang Heng's name on it, but it was also clearly labeled as Fang Heng's current position as the secretary of the president's office. After half a day, it turned out to be an oops. Fang Dehui immediately laughed heartily and patted Fang Heng's shoulder, saying, "I knew that Xiao Hong you wouldn't really make fun of your eldest uncle." On the other hand, Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong's faces turned green, and they didn't even feel like eating anymore. After the meal was over, Fang Dehui was a bit drunk because of his happiness. His face was red as he wrapped his arms around Fang Hang and walked downstairs. Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong silently followed behind. Fang Dehui said, "Little Hong, on such a happy day, you actually didn't accompany uncle to drink a couple of glasses." Zhao Fang was busy as she continued, "Yes, Little Hong, Yulong can't drink because he has to drive you back later, so it's reasonable that you should accompany your elder uncle to drink a couple of cups." Fang Hong said, "I don't drink much, and I'm driving here today, so I won't bother cousin." Fang Yulong was surprised. "You came by car?" "Yes, it's parked downstairs." Fang Yulong couldn't help but wonder where Fang Hong got the car from. Bought it? Rented it? Borrowed? Shared Little Blue? But no matter what, it certainly wouldn't be any more forced than his own car. In order to find a partner to get married, but he emptied his family plus a loan. Specially bought a more than $500,000 of Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 23, This Big G actually belongs to Fang Hong? Downstairs in the neighborhood, a group of grandparents gathered in front of a Mercedes-Benz Big G. A big mom said, "What kind of car is this? Why doesn't it look the same as other cars?" Another grandpa said, "Look at this car label. It should be a BMW. It's kinda cool." The youth who was admiring the car on the side was speechless. God TM BMW. This is the latest model of Mercedes-Benz Big G, a full set down at least 2 million up. You do not understand the car. I drop a good boy. More than 2 million. This is made of gold? A group of adults were to understand the car. Originally wanted to touch the hands. Once heard the price of scared directly back several meters, and even dare not even look at it. If you have a car that is so expensive, if you lose a paint job or something, you can't afford to lose it on your own. At this moment, Fang Hong and Fang Dehui came downstairs. Fang Yulong looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in the distance and felt a little unbelievable. It was unimaginable that there was someone else with this kind of strength in this old and shabby neighborhood of theirs, but the owner of the car definitely had nothing to do with his own family. Zhao Fang didn't know anything about cars and didn't know what a group of people were doing gathered over there, so she didn't really care. Yulong bought a new car. Xiao Hong, why don't you let him send you back? Learning that Fang Hong had become the secretary of Lightyear's presidential office, Zhao Fang's attitude towards him had changed. "It's not a good car. It's just a broken Mercedes-Benz. It's only over $500,000. I hope you don't mind, haha." Fang Yulong deliberately said. Compared to other things, he couldn't win, but now he could always win compared to a car, right? With a Mercedes of over $500,000, Fang Yulong couldn't figure out how Fang Hong could win over himself. What happened just now was tantamount to having his face stepped on, so he wanted to use this to get some face back. Fang Hong said, "It's already quite impressive, but still, I don't need cousin to send it, or else I'll have to make another trip back at night to pick up the car." "Alright, where is your car parked? We'll give you another ride." "Over there." Fang Hong pointed towards the Mercedes Big G not far away. Fang Yulong froze for a moment, a thought suddenly popping into his head. Could it be that this Mercedes Big G belonged to Fang Hong? No, Fang Hong had graduated less than a year ago. There was no way he could have this strength. There were other cars parked next to the Mercedes Big G. It was thought that one of those cars was Fang Heng's. Just like that, Several people walked towards the crowd. In the crowd, the youth saw that the grandpa and grandma didn't know about cars. It could be said that they hated it, so he patiently told the crowd about cars. Zhao Fong sniffed and thought she had heard wrong. What the hell? This car and Yulong's car are both Mercedes-Benz. How can there be such a big difference in money? This person can't be talking nonsense, right? The youth was a little dissatisfied. He knew that Fong Yulong had bought a new Mercedes of over $500,000, but in front of this Mercedes-Benz Big G was nothing more than a brother among brothers. Like people in cars, there are gaps. The car your son bought is a cloud of mud compared to this car. Fong Yulong couldn't say anything. His own car was indeed incomparable. He was worried that the youth was related to the owner of the Big G, so he hurriedly stopped Zhao Fong, who was about to go on a rampage. Fong Dehui said, "Alright, Xiao Hung, I'll send you here. Come home often when you have time." "Okay, uncle." Fong Hung slowly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz Big G in the sight of everyone. However, the youth was still gushing about the vehicle's performance. Fong Hung interrupted him and said, "Please make way. What are you doing? Aren't there roads all along the side? Do you have to go through here?" The youth said, "You're blocking me from getting into the car." The line of puzzled eyes instantly turned into shock. The youth shivered. It turned out that the person in front of him was the owner of the car, and he still didn't know what he was doing asking people. The youth was busy backing up a few steps, a face reddened with embarrassment to the point of wanting to make a hole on the spot. Sorry, it's my problem." Fong Dehui's few people stared wide-eyed. What? This Mercedes Big G was actually Fong Hang's? How was this possible? After the youth vacated the seat, Fong Hong walked to the driver's seat and reached out to pull the door. Why isn't it open? It was only then that he remembered that the car lock had not been opened. However, in Zhao Fong's perspective, she felt that Fong Hong might be crazy. So Zhao Fong hurriedly pulled Fong Dehui, who was at the side, and said, "Hubby, you quickly control Xiao Hang. If he breaks this car, our Yulong can't even afford to pay for his newly purchased car even if he sells it." While Fong Yulong was shocked, he said breathlessly, "Mom, what are you talking about? Fong Hong has already gotten into the car." Zhao Fong took another look and Fong Hong was really sitting on the car. At this moment, she was shocked to the extreme. A car of over $2 million was really Fong Hang's? Where on earth did he get so much money from? The Mercedes Big G paused beside the three. Fong Hong said, "Uncle, there's no need to send it off. Go up quickly." "Good. Slow down on the road." Fong Dehui and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the Mercedes Big G drift away. The youth walked up to Fong Yulong and said with an apologetic face, "So the owner of the car is a relative of your family. I'm sorry, I take back what I said just now." Fong Yulong waved his hand and said, It's fine. When the youth said that, Fong Yulong's mood instead became more complicated. Since he was a child, he could not compare to Fong Hung in his studies, he could not compare to Fong Hung in his looks, now he could not compare to Fong Hung in his work, and he could not even compare to Fong Hung in his car. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he did not have a place where he could beat Fong Hung. Fong Yulong's mentality collapsed for a while. He felt like he was living just to set off Fong Hung. After a few people went upstairs, Zhao Fong saw that her son was listless and asked, "Yulong, what's wrong with you?" "Mom, where do you think Fong Hong got so much money from that he can actually afford a Mercedes Big G?" Zhao Fong was as puzzled as Fong Yulong. She had a sudden thought. It couldn't be that your father made big money behind our mother's back and then secretly gave all the money to Fong Hung, right? In normal times, Fong Yulong would have flatly disbelieved it. But today, he inexplicably felt that Zhao Fong's words had a few points of truth to them. It's possible. After the mother and son duo discussed this, they immediately went to find the drunken Fong Dehui to argue. Zhao Fong directly opened her mouth and scolded. "Fong Dehui, you shameless, you're willing to shell out so much money to buy a car for Fong Hong. Is it possible that our family Yulong isn't your biological child? Dad, you're going too far," Fong Yulong said. Fong Dehui was lying on the bed and was about to rest. He only felt that this pair of mother and son were inexplicable. What nonsense! Where would I get so much money to give to Xiao Hong? If you didn't give it, then who else could have given it? Zhao Fong was aggressive. "Yes, Dad." Fong Dehui thought that the duo had come to purposely pick a fight and didn't want to bother with them in general. "All go out. Don't disturb my sleep." He rolled over after saying that. Zhao Fong directly went up and pulled him, saying, "Still wanting to sleep? If you can't clear this up today, you don't have to live this life anymore. Try moving me again?" Fong Dehui held back his anger. Zhao Fong, however, was not afraid of death at all, saying, "What's wrong with me moving you?" Fong Dehui was completely unable to bear it anymore. He utilized his wine energy to get up and directly hit Zhao Fong. "I've endured you for many years. Xiao Hang is my own brother's son. Once or twice is fine. You stinking has to be so insensitive. Let's see if I can't beat you up today." Zhao Fong wailed as she was punched, and started to scurry all over the house. saying, "You Long, save me, your dad is going crazy." "Dad, stop it." Fong Yulong tried to go up and persuade the fight. As a result, both mother and son were whacked all over the house by Fong Dehui. Chapter 24, This lady has her eye on you. The clubhouse. Su Koan, with Chen Ting in his arms, just went out, and then ran into the bald man under his command. Su Koan immediately kicked the bald man a foot, cursed, "How a night are not seen. Cat things you do how?" "No, didn't do it. The person is found, but that kid's body is a bit bullish, and there is a little girl to help him. I was unconscious for a night, woke up and immediately came to see Su Xiaoyu." The bald man awkwardly touched his shiny brain. He purposely disappeared for a whole night just so he could sell himself short in front of Su Koan, lest he be cleaned up for his unfavorable errand. Chen Ting was amused by the shoe print on his brain and said, "What, passed out for a night? I think you slept all night." Su Koan said, "What a waste. This little thing can't be done well. You guys can't count on it. I'd better find someone from home directly." The bald man accompanied the smile on the surface. The heart has already greeted Chen Ting's family 100 times. Su Koan made a phone call and said, "Have old Mo come to the enchanted clubhouse to find me." After Fong Hong left his eldest uncle's house, he turned around and went to the nearby shopping mall. He had a swimming appointment with Lung Yu this week, so naturally he had to prepare his swimsuit in advance. After buying the swimsuit and coming out, a young girl wearing a mask stopped him. The teenage girl deliberately clamped her voice and said, "Little brother, can you leave a contact information? It's you. You slipped away quite fast last night." Fong Hong instantly recognized that this was the inexplicable teenage girl from last night. The young girl said awkwardly, "It shouldn't be. I purposely changed my outfit and spoke differently from yesterday. How did you recognize me so quickly? Instead of that, why don't you just take off your mask? I might not have recognized you so quickly." After Fong Hong said this, the young girl only realized it afterward. Fong Hong asked, "Who exactly are you? Sent by Lang Rushue?" The young girl looked like she had sniffed out a message and asked instead of answering, "What is your relationship with Lang Rushue?" "Oh, it seems not." Fong Hong already understood by looking at her reaction. "You still haven't answered my question. What exactly is your relationship with Lang Rushue?" "I have nothing to do with her. Instead it's you, like a little follower. What exactly are your intentions towards me?" The young girl was all smiles. Her pair of beautiful eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. She pretended to be shy and said, "Truth be told, you are so handsome. This young lady has her eyes on you. I'm not interested in brats." Lang Yunwu suddenly became anxious and crossed her arms. "Who are you talking about brats? Auntie is an early adult. That's quite incredible." Noticing Fong Hang's line of sight, Lang Yunrui was shy and angry. It couldn't be helped. Who let her have her own airfield at a young age? She covered her one-horse chest with her hand, smiled skinlessly, and said, "Think about it again. Stay with me, and you'll be guaranteed to have an endless amount of petty cash to spend in the future. I'm not interested in you. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the fast knife." Lang Yunwu felt like he had been shot with an arrow, gritting his teeth and saying word for word, "That means if you meet someone who is interested, you'll say yes, right?" "Not really. I'm already married, so please don't have the cheek to harass me anymore." Fong Hong flashed out the ring on his ring finger and turned away after saying that. Even though it was just a test and Fong Hong had performed perfectly, Lang Yunwu still inexplicably felt offended. She pulled out her cell phone and immediately sent a dark message. "Sister, not only did your man hit me with his hands, but he also flirted with me for being an airfield." Soon the other end replied with a message. "Don't fool around anymore." And what Fong Hong said is also the truth. "Am I your own sister?" "I think so." "What do you mean it should be? You elbow turned outward smelly sister. This lady is not finished with you." Lang Yunwu frantically sent a lot of messages, but the other party didn't pay attention to her anymore. At the same time, on the other side, Fong Hong had just arrived at the parking lot when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. When he took a look, there was a large shoe print imprinted on his head without bias. Who else could it be if not the bald man from last night? Young Su. It's this guy. Following the bald man, there were Su Koan and Chen Ting as well as Old Mo. Old Mo was tall and thin, with long hair and a beard, looking a bit scruffy. The bald man said to Fong Hong again, "Yesterday, you counted your traitorous luck. Today, Su Shao personally came out. There is something you kid will suffer." Su Koan looked Fong Hong up and down and said, "Brother is quite handsome. Discuss. Sell me the cat. My girlfriend likes it a lot." Su Koan was right. Chen Ting did like it. Only now, what she liked was not the cat, but Fong Hang's sky-high face value. Just by looking at Fong Hong, she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. My God, how could there be such a handsome man in Luo City? Fong Hong coldly said, "The cat is for my wife. I've said it many times before, it's not for sale." Su Koan initially thought that Fong Hong was just a small Karamika. However, the bald man had sent so many men and had not taken advantage of him. thus indicating that the other party might not be an idle one. He had also heard from the bald man that Fong Hong was the owner of Junyuan. Therefore Su Koan still wanted to be courteous first and said, "Give face." Chen Ting said, "Handsome man, please. I don't want to bull **** with you guys." Fong Hong said. Su Koan was a bit displeased. As he was the eldest son of the Su family, he had never spoken to anyone so nicely. "I am a member of the Su family. Are you really not giving any face at all?" The bald man said. "Brother, advise you not to ask for trouble. Su Xiao is not one to be messed with." Chen Ting followed and advised. "Yes, handsome. You're such a handsome face. If you get beaten up, it would be a waste." Su Koan glanced at Chen Ting. Chen Ting shrunk her neck and said, "Of course, young Su, you are the most handsome in my heart." This time, Fong Hong directly ignored the trio. Su Koan could see what he meant, and fire surged to his heart. What a toast. "Since this is the case, don't blame me for being impolite to you," the bald man said. "Your kid is going to be unlucky. See that person next to Su Xiao?" The Jianghu called Old Silence. "It's definitely more than enough to clean you up. Watched too many TV dramas?" Fong Hong said. "Since you don't appreciate it, you're to blame. Old Mo. Beat him down first." Su Koan changed his previous attitude and directly looked at Fong Hong with his nostrils. Unlike the bald man and these shrimp soldiers, Old Mo was a member of his Su family with extraordinary skills. As long as Old Mo made a move, in less than a minute, Fong Hong was definitely lying on the ground, tears and snot flowing from his eyes and nose actively begging him for forgiveness. Not only was Su Koan thinking this way, the bald man, Chen Ting, and even Old Silence himself, also maintained the same opinion. Among the few people present, no one felt that Fong Hong would be Old Mo's opponent. Chapter 25, He's actually so fierce. Old Silence moved his joints, his bones clicking as he slowly approached Fong Hong like a beast in the forest. "Young master has already given you face, you shouldn't be so ungrateful." Fong Hong laughed. "If I don't want to sell my things to you guys, is that being ungrateful?" "Yes, young master could have let me go straight out and there was no need to waste so much words on you. Then I still have to thank you guys?" "You're right." Seeing that Old Mo was really going to make a move, Chen Ting, however, was the first to rush, saying, "Handsome, if you really can't do it, just sell me the cat. I can double the price." Chen Ting not only loved money, but also loved handsome men. Imagining Fong Hang's wretched appearance later, Chen Ting really couldn't bear it. Seeing Su Koan glaring at himself, Chen Ting was busy defending herself. "Su Xiao, I just want to try again. I don't want you to do this until I have no choice. Then I'll give you a chance. You persuade him one last time." "Okay, thank you Su Xiao, worthy of being my favorite man." Chen Ting gave Su Koan a flying kiss, then walked to Fong Hong with enchanting steps. Seeing this, the bald man slapped his thigh and directly greeted Chen Ting in his heart. "What the hell? The broken is just a misstep. Wouldn't everything be solved if this guy was packed up earlier?" The bald man had suffered a defeat at Fong Hang's expense yesterday, so he couldn't wait for Old Mo to teach the other party a hard lesson. Chen Ting's appearance caused Old Mo to be slightly dissatisfied. Nay, Su Koan had agreed, so he had no choice but to call it quits for the time being. Chen Ting looked straight at Fong Hong and said, "Handsome guy, make a bid and I'll buy your cat at double the price." "You don't understand human language either?" Chen Ting sucked in a breath and almost screamed out. "So cold. Damn, what if I like it more?" She forced herself not to be a nymphomaniac and tried to discuss with Fong Hong again. 3 times? Seeing that Fong Hong did not say anything, Chen Ting continued to raise the price again. 5 times? 10 times? 20 times? The face of Su Koan on the side was going black. "I don't think my money is money, right?" Moreover, he could also see that Chen Ting should be interested in Fong Hong. Even if it was just with the attitude of playing around with Chen Ting, this was something he could not accept. Su Koan angrily said, "There's no need to talk, Old Mo. Just do it." Young Su is wise. The bald man took the lead and stepped forward to push Chen Ting away. It was a waste of time to push for half a day. "Young Su, give me more time. I almost made it." Su Koan took Chen Ting into his arms as he gritted his teeth and said, "You take lousy as a big grudge, borrowing my money to pick up dudes in disguise, right?" Chen Ting was shocked and said, No, Su Xiao, lend me 10 guts. I wouldn't dare to be like this." "Then keep your mouth obediently shut." Good. Chen Ting knew there was nothing she could do, so she could only silently pray for Fong Hong in her heart. Old Mo sighed, slowly clenched his fists and said, "You should be thankful for the young master's woman, or else you'd already be lying on the ground at this moment." The force of Su Koan's arm around Chen Ting steeply increased, and the latter didn't dare to say anything at all in pain. "Old Mo, I said, do it directly, don't bull **** with him, okay?" "Understood." The words fell. Old Mo swung his fist like lightning towards Fong Hong. The corner of Su Koan's mouth lifted into a confident smile. What a cheeky face to give. I'll see how you kneel down and beg me later. Su Koan secretly thought to himself. When Fong Hong begged for mercy later, he absolutely had to ruthlessly humiliate the other party to relieve his anger. The bald man, on the other hand, did not hide Fong Hang's hatred in the slightest and shouted, "Go Lao Mo! Let this kid know how powerful you are." Chen Ting could not bear to look at him, as if she had already seen Fong Hang's end. Not far from the grass, the young girl held up branches and leaves in her hands, disguised as a tree on the street. At this moment, a pair of soulful eyes surfaced with a color of worry. Can he really do it? He won't be beaten into a pig's head later, right? Lung Yunwu muttered. However, the next moment, a picture that none of the crowd had imagined appeared. Only Fong Hong, who was as fast as a stump, stepped back to avoid Old Mo's fist before backhanding Old Mo's chin. Old Mo spun around several times like a tire, eventually falling to the ground and losing consciousness. This scene caused Lung Yunwu to be so dismayed that the branch held up in his hand crossed the airfield and fell to the ground. He actually so fierce, ah? The three people over there. Chen Ting covered her mouth with an incredulous face. The bald man, on the other hand, was so scared that he backed up straight, and eventually sat on his butt on a sharp rock. At this time, he couldn't care less about the pain. There was only one thought in his mind. Devil. This man was definitely a devil. Old Mo was so famous in the circle that he didn't know how many self-proclaimed experts would have to obediently concede when they saw him. As a result, such a bullish Old Mo had been KO'd by Fong Hong in one go. What could this be if not the devil? Compared to the others, Su Koan was not as shocked, but he was equally incredulous. Even though Old Mo's skill was not the most outstanding in the Su family, very few people had been able to defeat him in a hard encounter over the years. Now that he had been easily resolved with a single move, it was enough to show the strength of the other party. Su Koan could not help but ponder what exactly was Fong Hang's origin. He had to re-examine Fong Hong once again. What exactly are you? Don't care what kind of person I am. I don't sell cats, and don't bother me anymore. Fong Hong dropped these words and boarded the Mercedes-Benz Big G to leave at a long distance. Su Koan froze in place and frowned. When had there been such a powerful existence in Luo City? And it was crucial that he still couldn't figure out the other party's origins. Chen Ting didn't dare to speak on the way. It wasn't until after returning to the enchanted clubhouse. Only then did she cautiously ask, "Young Su, can the cat matter still be resolved?" Chen Ting was clearly mentioning which pot was not open. Su Koan was so angry that he pushed her down and leaned over to strangle her neck. Cat Nima. Still cat not cat? How not to speak? No, dare not. Su Shao, please, beg you to spare me. Chen Ting came up for air and said, "Know it well. A broken cat what is rare, and then mention this matter. See the old man does not get you dead." Su Koan vented all the anger he received on Chen Ting, although he was a bit stifled. He would never dare to act rashly again until he had investigated Fong Hang's identity. After all, the Su family was recently running for the next family head. Su Koan was well aware that if he messed with someone he shouldn't at this time, he would be completely unattached to the position of family head. Chapter 26 Sister-in-law Long Yunwu. It was still early when Fong Hong returned to Junyuan, and there was some time before Long Yu got off work, so he went to the basketball court to play some ball. Coincidentally, this time he ran into the little boy again, and his cheerleader grandfather. Today, the old man is still as hard as ever. In the hands of the walking stick is almost to the court floor poked a hole. After the game, Fong Hong drank half a bottle of water in one gulp. Fong Hong drank half a bottle of water in one gulp, looked at the little boy who was wiping off his sweat, and said, "Well played." The little boy heavily nodded his head, his face very happy with Fong Hang's praise. Fong Hong was slightly puzzled because since the last time they met, he hadn't heard the little boy open his mouth to say a word. Chen Fuha walked forward with his walking stick and stroked the little boy's face, saying, "This little grandson of mine is a mute." Fong Hang suddenly realized that he had thought that the little boy was introverted and did not like to speak, so it turned out that he was a mute. The little boy looked a little forlorn all of a sudden, looking very concerned about his inability to speak. "Thank you for being willing to play with him." "You're welcome. I happen to be rather bored. It's quite fun to play together." After chatting for a few moments, Fong Hong parted ways with the pair of grandparents and grandchildren. Returning to the villa, Lang Yu happened to walk down from the car. Seeing him sweating profusely, Lang Yu curiously said, "What did you go for?" "Accompanied someone at the basketball court for a while." "I see, then go and take a shower. Let's go out to eat in the evening. It's just as well that I'm taking you to meet someone." Fong Hang's sweaty clothes and muscles clung to each other. Lang Yu's gaze swept over intentionally or unintentionally as she spoke. "Meet who?" Fong Hong asked. "You'll know later." Is this considered a deliberate attempt to get back at me? After all, last time, Fong Hong had intentionally sold out and did not tell Lang Yu what was replied on the convenience sticker. "It counts, but not completely." "Fine." A short while later, Fong Hong came out after taking a shower and bumped into Lang Yu coming down from the second floor. Lang Yu's hair was pulled up high, and she had changed into a long dress. Her hands and feet showed her modesty and elegance. Seeing her wearing high heels, Fong Hong said, "Why don't I drive? I happen to be a bit tired after working all day. Then I'll drive when I come back." "No problem." Fong Hong finished changing his clothes. The two of them officially set off. Immortal Lake Restaurant, located in the center of the Luo City Lake. Unlike the restaurants in the food city next to it, it was truly on the lake, and the meals were all prepared on the shore and then transported there personally by people on boats. Therefore Immortal Lake receives very few customers every day, and the relative price is also very expensive. In the box, Lang Yunwoo witheredly swiped her cell phone and muttered, "Why isn't Sister Stinky coming yet?" She couldn't help but make a call, and a ringtone sounded outside the door. The next moment, Lang Yu and Fong Hong pushed their way in. Lang Yunwoo puffed her mouth and said in dissatisfaction, "Sister, you're finally here. The yellow flowers are getting cold." Lang Yu put her bag down at the dining table and took her seat one after the other with Fong Hong. "Usually it's me waiting for you. What's wrong with letting you wait for me today?" Lang Yu faintly said. Fong Hong subconsciously sized up the young girl in front of him, the little beauty embryo, with a few similarities between her eyebrows and Lang Yu's, and also referred to her as a sister, indicating that the other party should be the sister-in-law. That Lang Yu shouldn't sell out. This is no preparation. Facing the sister-in-law leakage is finished. The key to look at the face. The young girl quirky, obviously not like a peaceful lord. The voice is inexplicably somewhat familiar. Fong Hong cannot say where he has heard. Without much thought, he opened his cell phone and secretly sent a message to Lang Yu. "You should have told me in advance. It's fine. I've done my job. You don't have to worry." Lang Yu glanced at Fong Hong after sending the message. Lang Yunwoo suspiciously surveyed the couple in front of her. "What do you mean? Meeting each other or playing with their cell phones and talking bad about me behind my back, right?" Lang Yunwoo said as she was about to grab Fong Hong's cell phone to find out what was going on. Fong Hong easily dodged it, and with the close contact, the faint scent of the young girl's body instantly brought him back. "It's you again." Fong Hong was surprised. Lang Yunwoo smiled cheekily. "Finally remembered me?" Seeing this, Lang Yu calmly sipped her tea. Fong Hong said, taking off the mask, "I almost didn't recognize you. Don't get me wrong, what I did before was to test you. Congratulations on passing the test. This young lady reluctantly accepts you as my brother-in-law." Fong Hong finally realized why the young girl was puzzled before. He couldn't help but ask Lang Yu, "Is your sister really an adult?" Lang Yu said, "Adult? She will be a freshman when school starts again." "That's indeed quite incredible. Yun Luo does look small." When Mr. Shan saw her, he reacted similarly to you. Although the two were just chatting normally, Lang Yun Luo was still inexplicably hurt. "Please both of you change your wording. I am appearing young, not small. I don't want to hear the word small again. Don't be so sensitive," Lang Yu said. Lang Yunwoo gritted her teeth and said, "Stinky sister, you're great at growing big. Right, wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. Then you might have to have the chance in your next life." Soon, the waiters brought up the dishes one after another. The three of them began to dine. In between, Fong Hong went to the restroom to wash his face. Inside the box, Lang Yunwoo said, "Sister, just because you saved your life when you were a child, you married him so easily. Will you really not regret it in the future?" "It won't." After this period of time together, Lang Yu felt quite comfortable with Fong Hong, and she did not regret her choice that day at all. "That's true. No matter what, it's definitely better than the one our father forced you to marry. I heard that he's a playboy. The women around him never stop. Let's not talk about him at dinner." "Okay." Lang Yunwoo knew that her sister and father did not have a good relationship, so she wisely shut her mouth. On the other side, Fong Hong had just turned around after turning off the faucet when a surprised voice came from the side. "Fong Hong, why are you here?" Ran Nianxiao said. "Ran, do you recognize this person?" A man with a big belly and an arm around Ran Nianxiao asked. Mr. Wu, he's my girlfriend's boyfriend." "Alright, then you guys chat. I'll go to the box first." The man called Mr. Wu let go of Ren Nianxiao, glanced at Fong Hong and left. "Fong Hong, I've heard everything from Lily. You really don't intend to get back together?" Ran Nianxiao said while sizing up Fong Hong. Her eyes swept over the label of his clothes. She couldn't help but froze for a moment. It was really exactly the same as what Luli had said. "Yes," Fong Hong said in a nonchalant manner. He didn't have any good feelings towards Luli as his best friend, and the reason why Luli had become fond of being irrational was partly due to Ren Nianxiao's instigation. Moreover, Ren Nianxiao often traveled between men, and even not long after Luli had just introduced the two of them to each other, Ren Nianxiao had privately confessed her love to him. Since then, Fong Hong had no good feelings for her. Chapter 27, Brother-in-Law. Ran Nianxiao said, "Lily is just looking for a male best friend. Nothing has happened, and they are not in contact now. You are a big man. Why are you so overzealous? I don't eat this. You tell Luli to die before it's too late. It's impossible for me to get back together with her. Fong Hong was about to leave after saying that. Hey, wait, Ran Nianxia stopped him. What else is there? Are you really a rich young master? Fong Hong was dressed in a designer label and appeared at the Immortal Lake, which was completely out of line with his previous identity. Ran Nianxia somewhat believed Lu Li's words. Fong Hong was most likely a rich young master who was deliberately hiding his identity. Fong Hong was somewhat amused, but before he could reply, Lang Yunwu appeared in front of the two. Brother-in-law, my sister and I have been waiting for you for a long time. What are you doing here? Nothing, let's go. Fong Hong and Lang Yunwu went back to the box together, leaving Ren Nianxiao frozen in place. Brother-in-law? Could it be that Fong Hong was married? Moreover, the little girl who had just called out to Fong Hang as her brother-in-law was not dressed like an ordinary person at all. Just that bracelet on her wrist alone. She might not be able to afford it even with a few years of salary. Ran Nianxiao was very surprised. What kind of person was Fong Hong? Inside the box, Lang Yu saw Fong Hong and his sister enter. Finally back, Lang Yunwu said, Sister, secretly telling you, your man was just outside picking up girls. Eat your vegetables, cut the nonsense. Lang Yu picked up the dish and shoved it directly into Lang Yunwu's mouth. Lang Yunwu twisted her head and spat it out, saying, Yuck, this is a bit fishy, it's hard to eat. Lang Yunrui's embarrassing behavior caused Lang Yu to faintly smile. Fong Hong looked at Lang Yu, but suddenly said, Don't move for now. What's wrong? Lang Yu was at a loss, only to see Fong Hong reach out and gently stroke across the corner of her mouth. There were grains of rice at the corner of the mouth. It's already been taken off. Well, Lang Yu's heart seemed to beat half a beat faster. On the opposite side, Lang Yunwu looked dumbfounded. Sister, you're thinking that the one just now wasn't enough, and you want to force-feed me dog food, right? Lang Yu ran his hand through the hair on his ear and deliberately changed the topic. Young Luo, do you want me to send you back after dinner later? No need. It's not easy to go back to China. This young lady definitely wants to have a great time, and I've asked a friend to go shopping with me in the evening, and I'm going to be hacking and playing games all night long. Does the family agree? Hey, our mom agreed anyway. Then you'd better be careful. Don't worry, I've never flipped a car before. After dinner, several people left Xianju Lake to take a boat to the shore. The couple watched Lang Yunwu get into the car. Lang Yunwu waved goodbye through the car window. Stinky sister, goodbye, and brother-in-law, don't let me catch you picking up girls next time. Oh. After Lang Yunwu left, Fong Hong slowly lowered his hand. This little ant was indeed difficult to deal with. You, Lang Yu looked like she wanted to speak. Fong Hong said helplessly, You wouldn't really believe your sister's words, would you? Of course not. I met someone I know and simply chatted a few words. Fong Hong took the initiative to explain. Oh, not curious about the male or female? He asked again. Not curious. Lang Yu did not look like she was not curious. Fong Hong smiled faintly and said, Female, ex-girlfriend's best friend, as a lobbyist to persuade me to get back together. What exactly are your thoughts? Lang Yu knew the reason for Fong Hong and Lu Li's breakup. At that time, being forced to marry by her father, she ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau on impulse and happened to witness the whole process of the two arguing. What else can be the idea? We have all been licensed. It's naturally impossible for me and her to get back together. It's more special between us. You still have a chance to back out. Forget it, I'm not that generous. Lang Yu suddenly fell silent. Fong Hong asked, You married me. It should be because your family forced you to, right? Even though Lang Yu had not revealed it before, that was the only reason Fong Hong could think of. That is indeed part of the reason. Seeing Lang Yu admit it, Fong Hong was not surprised. After all, it wouldn't make sense for the Hall's Lightyear president to fall for him and initiate a marriage proposal just because he was handsome. Don't worry, since I received the money, I will definitely do my best. Well, you performed just fine today. My sister has no doubts at all. Of course, I'm a professional. Fong Hong patted his chest. You've done this kind of thing before? Lang Yu asked. Cough. That's not true. Then why do you say you are a professional? Because it highlights that I'm more reliable. The two came to the front of the car. Fong Hong was about to sit down in the driver's seat. Lang Yu stopped him. Didn't we say it's okay to go back and I'll be the one to drive? I haven't been drinking, and you're wearing high heels. Better next time. It's fine, I have flats with me. Seeing that Lang Yu was so well prepared, Fong Hong no longer insisted. The two of them sat in the car. Separately, they fastened their seatbelts. At this time, Lang Yu received a call from Lang Yunwu. Didn't you just leave? Why are you calling again? Did you leave something behind? Lang Yunwu wailed. No, sis, my plan to go out and play was discovered, and now I am being forced to rush home. Let you fool around. Didn't you just swear that you wouldn't flip the car? I don't know. Wow. Unlucky. Although he couldn't see Lang Yunluo's expression, Fong Hong had already imagined that comical picture. He couldn't help but burst out laughing at once. On the other end of the phone, Lang Yunluo naturally heard it clearly and said, "Sister, I heard someone laughing. Is it your man gloating?" "You heard wrong. There's no way I could have misheard. Give him your cell phone. I want to talk to him. Fong Hong is not here. Hang up first. I still have things to do." Without waiting for Lang Yunluo to reply, Lang Yu directly hung up the phone. Lang Yu started the car, looked sideways at Fong Hong, and said, "Laughing too loudly will easily be discovered by her. Then I'll sneak a laugh next time." "Well, I usually do the same." Between the words, the Mercedes Big G drove away from the spot. While in the distance, Ran Yanqiu was shocked. Who was the woman next to Fong Hong? And what was going on with the Mercedes Big G? Despite being confused, however, this scene made Ren Yanqiu even more convinced that Fong Hong was a rich young master. Ren Yanqiu had just taken pictures and she was ready to move to find Luli. At this time, the big-bellied man wrapped his arms around her, his mouth full of alcohol, and said, "Little Rena, go to my place at night, and I'll show you a big baby." Ren Yanqiu had a bad chill, but still smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Wu." Arrived at General Manager Wu's house. After about 10 minutes or so, Ren Yanqiu came out with her clothes organized again. "Stinking man, what big baby are you looking at? The small one is almost as small as a toothpick." Ren Yanqiu cursed and stopped a car, which moved to find Luli. Chapter 28. Then you divorce her. Since being kicked out of the apartment by Fong Hong, Luli defected to live at her best friend's house. When Ren Yanqiu entered, she saw the garbage on the ground and said breathlessly, "Lily, isn't there a garbage can next to it? Pay attention next time. Pay attention next time." Luli said perfunctorily, a pair of hands rubbing her cell phone screen quickly. Ran Yanqiu helplessly packed up the garbage. Ever since Luli moved in, this kind of thing would play out every day. After a game was over, Luli saw Ren Yanqiu changing her clothes, sniffed her odor and said with a bad smile, "Yanqiu, went on a date with a handsome guy again? Don't mention it. Our company's Mr. Wu. It's killing me with disgust." Thinking back to her experience at Mr. Wu's house, Ren Yanqiu frowned tightly, disgust written all over her face. "By the way, I just met Fong Hong," she added, and then told Luli all about what she had seen at Immortal Lake. "I'll go. Mercedes-Benz Big G, huh?" After exclaiming in shock, Luli added, "Yanqiu, I didn't lie to you. Fong Hong is the rich young master, but it seems like he's really married." "Impossible," Luli said without thinking. She would rather believe that Qin Shi Huang was still alive than believe that Fong Hong would get married so soon. "I happened to take pictures. You can take a look." Ren Yanqiu opened the photo album and handed her cell phone to Luli. Luli froze when she took a look. The woman in the photo was actually exactly the same as the woman on the fake marriage certificate that Fong Hong had shown her back then. Could it be that Fong Hong wasn't lying? He was really married? Luli's heart was in turmoil for a while, and she directly deleted the photo. Fake. Definitely fake. Fong Hong and I broke up only a few days ago. It's absolutely impossible for him to marry someone so soon. Ran Yanqiu could see that Luli was unwilling to believe the truth, so she said, "You'd better find Fong Hong in person tomorrow and ask him about it." "I'll go find him tomorrow, but I still say that Fong Hong is definitely not married," Luli repeatedly emphasized, looking like she was speaking to Ren Yanqiu, but also like she was speaking to herself. The next day after work, Fong Hong and Lang Yu went out to buy cat food and toys for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was the little ragdoll cat that he had picked up and given to Lang Yu. The two of them discussed last night and unanimously decided to give the little guy this name. After buying things for Tang Yuan, passing through the ladies' area, Lang Yu stopped and said, "You go back to the car first. I'll come later." Obviously, Lang Yu was going to buy some intimate apparel, so it was indeed a bit awkward for Fong Hong to stay by the side. So he went out of the mall first with a big bag. Just put the things into the trunk. Suddenly someone came up and took his arm. Bought it so quickly? Fong Hong subconsciously thought it was Lang Yu, but soon felt something was wrong. Looking back he realized it was Luli. "Fong Hong, haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me?" Luli smiled and said, her eyes sweeping over the Mercedes Big G in front of her intentionally or unintentionally. Fong Hong felt uncomfortable and shook off Luli's hand. "Don't touch me." Luli did not care about Fong Hong's attitude, her eyes glowing as she sized up the Mercedes Big G. "This should cost $2 million. Really? You don't say anything to people when you buy a new car." Luli was like a hostess, touching here and there around the car and even wanted to sit on the driver's seat. Fong Hong grabbed it to one side and questioned in a cold voice, "What are you doing here to find me again?" Luli smiled ingratiatingly and tried to come forward to take Fong Hong's arm again, but this time he directly avoided it. "It's been so many days. You're still not willing to get over it? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not messing with you, okay? Don't be angry with me again." I promise to be good in the future. You say east, I will never face west. Do you think this is okay? Lu Li pampered. Fong Hong laughed. You look like a changed person. You're like a changed person. I've admitted my fault to you like this. As for being so desperate, what exactly do I have to do for you to be willing to get back together with me? Lu Li couldn't help but complain. I said before, it is impossible for us to get back together. Give a reason. I don't like you anymore, and I'm married now. Fong Hong said with a serious face. Don't lie to me. If you're really married, according to your character, at the very least, there should be pictures of that woman in the car and on the lock screen of your cell phone. The car just hasn't had time to put it in yet. Fong Hong frowned. What about the cell phone lock screen? Do you dare to show me? Fong Hong lit up the ring on his ring finger. Is this convincing? Lu Li was slightly stunned and said, it's just a ring. What can this prove? I'll go buy one back and wear it on my ring finger to also say to the public that I'm married. If you're deliberately playing dumb, then there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not pretending to be stupid. It's you who has too many flaws. You can fool others but not me. The more Lu Li said, the louder her voice became. Just as the two were arguing, a silhouette appeared in front of them. Only Lang Yu faintly said, Fong Hong didn't lie to you. He and I did get married. Lang Yu's appearance was like a bolt of lightning that struck Lu Li in the deepest part of her heart. It was as if her strength had been drained all of a sudden as she forced a smile. Fong Hong, where did you find this actor from? Quite efficient, huh? Fong Hong ignored Lu Li and took the initiative to hold Lang Yu's hand. Finished buying things? He asked gently. Aha. Then let's not waste any more time. We should go back. Fong Hong obediently took the things carried in Lang Yu's hand. I'll drive then. Good. The two of them bypassed Lu Li and got into the car at the same time. Lu Li rushed to the car window, and at some point, her eyes had already reddened. Fong Hong, I'm asking you, where did you find this actor from? Lang Yu glanced at Lu Li, turned his head to Fong Hong and said, forget it, I'll wait for you at the door. It's better for you to talk to her. Fong Hong undid the safety belt and got out of the car. Seeing Lang Yu stop not far away, he then slowly turned around and looked straight at Lu Li. Lu Li agitatedly said, why don't you answer me? Are you weak-minded? Why don't I lead you to the Civil Affairs Bureau and let the staff tell you personally if I am married? I'm not. Then what do you want? I don't want to do anything. I just want to get back together with you. I regret breaking up with you, can't I? You're being completely ridiculous. I can't do what you're doing with 2 feet. Then divorce her and we'll get back together. You don't seem to understand the situation. You have to tear down the last vestiges of decency, don't you? Fine. Then as you wish. Lu Li, listen to me carefully. I don't love you anymore. Please get out of my life before it's too late. Do you hear me? I don't. Why you let me roll, I will roll. Then what is the relationship between us? She shouted, tears coming out of her eyes. Fong Hong finally couldn't help but roar angrily. If you know all this, then why did you still make love to that male best friend in the first place? You really think that I'm your doll, and no matter what you do, you won't get angry or hurt, right? Okay, I admit I was wrong, but I've changed and apologized to you, so just give me another chance, okay? No, in this world, not everything can be made up by apologizing and admitting fault. Lu Li, remember, it's not that I'm not willing to give you a chance, it's that you ruined our relationship with your own hands, completely sealing off your own way back. Chapter 29, I Hate You. In the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Lang Yu witnessed every move of the two through the rearview mirror. The heated argument caused many passers-by to gather around and discuss at the same time. Seeing that he couldn't make sense, Fong Hong didn't want to waste any more words with Lu Li. Lu Li suddenly rushed up and pulled him, saying, you're not allowed to leave. Fong Hong shook off Lu Li and said, I said for you not to touch me. I'm going to touch you. Lu Li once again came up and pulled him. Fong Hong shook off Lu Li again. Lu Li continued to pull, while Fong Hong once again shrugged it off. And the two of them went back and forth week after week. This went on for an unknown amount of time until Lu Li let out a loud cry, tears sliding downwards like broken beads. Fong Hong, just think of it as me begging you. I've gotten used to your existence and can't live without you. Lu Li whimpered, unprecedentedly humble. Fong Hong froze in place for a long time, took a deep breath and finally mercilessly shook off her hand again. It's pointless to talk about this now. These words were like sharp blades, completely cutting off Lu Li's thoughts. She sat paralyzed on the ground, hissing at Fong Hong's back. Why aren't you willing to give me another chance? How could you be so heartless? Fong Hong, I hate you. Fong Hong stopped and turned his back to her. It doesn't matter what you want, as long as you don't come and disturb my life again in the future. The words fell. In the afterglow of the setting sun, in the midst of the gossip, he left alone. On the way back, the car was silent. Fong Hong was about to open his mouth, but Lang Yu took a step ahead of him and asked, what do you want to eat at night? Any of them. Back to the villa. Lang Yu entered the kitchen and began to tie her apron. Fong Hong wanted to help, but was pushed out of the kitchen hard by her. Lung Yu said, "You go take a shower first to calm down. I'll be the one to cook tonight's meal." Fong Hong revealed a forced smile. "Tough on you. Go on." Fong Hong entered the bathroom and let the shower wash his face. The feelings between him and Luli were not fake. What happened just now had undoubtedly made him feel moody. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Hong came out of the bathroom. Looking at the large table full of dishes, he could not help but feel a few moments of dismay. "How did you do it so fast and with so much?" Lung Yu said. "Some of them are made. Some of them are just sent over by ordering takeout. I don't know what else you like to eat besides potatoes, so I can only make more to cater to your tastes." Fong Hong took a closer look. This big table of dishes, at least half of them were potato-related. Before the two chatted, he had revealed that he liked potatoes. Fong Hong felt Lung Yu's intention. "Thanks," Lung Yu said helplessly. "Forgot our agreement again?" Fong Hong gently slapped his mouth with his hand and said, "Blame me, I forgot again. The last dish happens to be potato chicken nuggets, so as a punishment, you will personally supervise from the side to see if I have improved compared to last time." "Good." Fong Hong entered the kitchen with Lung Yu and supervised her as stated. The ingredients were all prepared so they came out of the pot very quickly. Fong Hong picked up his chopsticks and took a small taste, then nodded with great satisfaction. "Well, compared to last time, there is a very obvious improvement. It feels like it's already on par with what I made. According to what you said before, I did quite a bit of summarizing, and even when I had a morning meeting today, I suddenly thought of the relevant ingredients, and even stopped temporarily to make a note." A group of company executives meeting. Lung Yu's speech suddenly stopped to make notes? That crowd was 80% looking at each other in disbelief, and I'm afraid that they thought that something had gone terribly wrong. Fong Hong imagined that picture, and was somewhat speechless for a while. After coming out of the kitchen with the dishes, the two sat opposite each other at the dining table. Lung Yu held her chin with her hand, pondered a little and said, "Isn't there something missing?" Fong Hong took a look and saw that the bowls and chopsticks were complete and the spoons and everything were also available. "Not missing anything, right? No, there is one most important thing missing." In between speaking, Lung Yu got up and walked towards a cabinet. Opening the door of the cabinet, one could only see a wide array of wines placed inside. Fong Hong was dazzled as he watched. It was unthinkable that Lung Yu had actually treasured so many good wines. Lung Yu selected some and finally took out a bottle of red wine from inside. She placed the red wine on the table and said, "What's missing is this," as if they had a heart-to-heart. Fong Hong and Lung Yu thought of going together. Despite not being much of a drinker, at this time, it was true that they wanted to have that much. This seems to be Lafite. What years? 82 years old. The vast majority of 82 years old Lafite on the market now are fake. But don't worry, this one is absolutely genuine. None of these wines at home were bought by Lung Yu. Basically, they were all gifts from business partners, and usually she didn't drink them, so she accumulated a cabinet full of them over and over again. "Looks like we're going to enjoy a mouthful today. It's just a pity that I'm not much of a drinker," Fong Hong said. "Usually when I socialize, it's Sumu who drinks instead of me, and I'm not very good at it either. But it's fine, I've still stolen a little bit of the skin, just in time to teach me." Well, there are generally 6 steps: sinking the wine, pouring the wine, watching the wine, warming the wine, waking up the wine, and finally tasting the wine. Under some guidance from Lung Yu, the two of them tasted the 82-year-old Lafite and ate the sumptuous dishes. With hindsight, the two ate until very late, and also chatted about a lot of have-nots. By the time Fong Hong woke up the next day, he was in his room, but outrageously sleeping on the floor. Fong Hong had a splitting headache and got up but realized that he was not the only one in the room. There was a person and a cat lying on the bed at this time. The only cat in the house was Tang Yuan, and the person was naturally Lung Yu. She was quietly sleeping, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, a few strands of hair plastered to her cheeks and the corners of her mouth. Looking down, there was a white and delicate collarbone, while the nightgown halter was mischievously scattered on one side of the shoulder, revealing a touch of spring light. With such a sight, Fong Hong could not help but stare. He couldn't help but be torn between whether he should cover Lung Yu with the quilt, or should he help lift up the nightgown halter. After being entangled like this for a long while, Fong Hong bent down and ghostly chose the latter. However, just as he grabbed the silky sling, Tang Yuan, who was lying in Lung Yu's arms, suddenly woke up. Immediately after, the little guy let out a meow. It was this sound that accidentally woke up Lung Yu. She moved her eyelids and slowly opened her bleary eyes. Then, the most embarrassing thing happened. One could only see Fong Hong grabbing Lung Yu's nightgown halter with his hand, while the half-asleep Lung Yu was staring at him dumbfounded. This scene remained for about half a minute. Afterward, Fong Hong pretended to be calm and helped lift it up. "It just so happens that you're awake. Your head should be hurting. I'm going to make an antidote soup." The words fell, without waiting for Lung Yu to reply. Fong Hung took the lead and left the room, waiting for a response. Lang Yu pursed her lips, her jade hand subconsciously pressing down on the sling of her nightgown on one side of her shoulder. She sat on the bed for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking about, only that her cheeks seemed to be a little hot. At the same time, in the kitchen Fong Hang absent-mindedly made the antidote soup. Embarrassment. He shouldn't have minded his own business. He should have known that it would have been better to help cover the quilt. That scene just now. It was really hard to explain that he had simply acted out of good intentions. Chapter 30. Is this still the president I am familiar with? Fong Hong made the antidote soup and brought it to the dining table. Coincidentally, Lun Yu came out of his room holding the soup dumplings. Fong Hong just wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he saw Lang Yu put down the soup dumplings and walked and ran up to the second floor. Only after a long time did she come downstairs, her face painted with light makeup and changed into a clean and sharp work outfit. The soup is still warm. Drinking it will make you feel better. Lang Yu avoided Fong Hang's line of sight and said, I have something urgent. I have to go to the company first. She fled after saying this, as if there was a flooding beast behind her. Fong Hong froze in place. Meow. A soft cat purr sounded beside him. Fong Hong looked down only to see Tang Yuan looking up at him with an innocent face. Fong Hong squatted down and stroked its small head. You say you, when is a bad time to purr? Favoring that time just now, punishing you for eating one less cat food today. Tang Yuan. Packing the antidote soup, Fong Hong moved to prepare to go to the company. He drank a lot of wine last night, his head still hurt a bit now, and Lang Yu was naturally in a similar condition. Lightyear Corporation, President's Office. Lang Yu sat in front of his desk, rubbing his temples with both hands. Su Mu said, President, are you not feeling well? I drank a little too much alcohol last night. Su Mu had almost never seen Lang Yu drink, and she was usually the one responsible for blocking the drinks at social functions. Therefore, he was very surprised at what he heard. The president actually drank, and drank a little too much? What on earth was this situation? Could it be that she was trapped in love and was hurt by Fong Hong? Do you need my help to go buy some medicine? No need. Lang Yu shook her head, somewhat regretting that she did not drink the antidote soup made by Fong Hong just now. Just then, Fong Hong pushed the door and walked into the office. Su Mu was about to open his mouth to reprimand whoever was so bold as to dare to break into the president's office without even knocking on the door. However, once she saw the visitor, she immediately swallowed back the words that were on her lips. She looked at Fong Hong and could not help but frown. Before, he had promised so painfully, promising that he would not fail the president. As a result, it had only been a few short days, making the president sad and borrowing alcohol to drown his sorrows. Ha, man. On Lang Yu's side, seeing Fong Hong appear, she couldn't help but recall that scene in the morning. She said somewhat unnaturally, Why are you here? Fong Hong said, walking in such a hurry, You must have a bit of a headache now, right? I have important matters to deal with. So, on the side, Su Mu was slightly stunned. Since she came to the company, she had seen Lang Yu sitting dumbly in front of her desk, not busy working at all. I sent it to you. Drink it quickly. Fong Hong put the packing box on the desk. Good. Having chased her to the company, there was no way for her to refuse now. Lang Yu unwrapped the packing box and drank the decanting wine soup with a spoon. I intentionally heated it again when I came, so drink it slowly and be careful not to get scalded. Seeing the always thunderous Lang Yu being as coy as a little woman in front of Fong Hong, Su Mu almost couldn't believe his eyes. Is this still the president I'm familiar with? Shocked, Su Mu also realized that he had misjudged Fong Hong. It seemed that Lang Yu was not trapped by love, but had drunk for other reasons. Perhaps it was the young couple having a candlelight dinner and couldn't help but drink a few more cups in the depths of their love. Su Mu did not want to stay here and continue to be a light bulb, so he said, President, I'll go out first. Su Mu, wait a moment. Lang Yu, however, suddenly called out to her. While Su Mu was puzzled, Fong Hong said, You guys should be talking about work, so I'll leave first. After Fong Hong left, Su Mu asked, President, what's wrong? Nothing much. There was nothing to do. Fong Hong moved to the sales department. The staff members were talking about him when they saw him, and their attitudes were a lot more polite compared to before. One was because Fong Hong was now transferred to work in the president's office. The second was that everyone knew that the Mercedes Big G in the garage was his. Li Hua walked into the sales department, hearing everyone chatting about Fong Hong. He was not surprised. After all, it was basically the same situation every day since the promotion banquet that day. It was only when he pushed open the office door and saw Fong Hong sitting in front of his desk eating fruits. He was nearly so scared that his briefcase fell to the ground. Li Hua cautiously said, Secretary Fong, is there something wrong with your great presence? Fong Hong laughed, Brotherly, it's even if they are polite to me. Why are you like this too? Li Hua was flattered and said, Don't, Secretary Fong, don't call me that, I don't dare to take it. You can call me Little Lee or something else. He had just become the manager of the sales department, and his ass was not yet hot. If he let the president know that Fong Hung called him this way, then maybe something would happen. Li Hua couldn't afford it and was really feeling scared. Fong Hung helplessly said, "Forget it, then I will still call you Manager Lee in the future. Alright, as long as you don't call me brother, anything else will do. By the way, is this fruit still appetizing? No, I'll let my wife send some fresh ones over again. The flavor is good. If this was in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't have this treatment." Li Hua felt a wave of embarrassment. Before was before, now was now. If he had known before that Fong Heng's wife was President Lightyear, how would he have dared to point his finger? Not to mention eating some of his fruits. Even if he was asked to stand on the table and dance, then he would never dare to have half a complaint now. Although he knew about Fong Hong and Long Yu's relationship, Li Hua did not reveal it to the public. He still thought, as before, that Fong Hong had intentionally gone undercover in the sales department in the past 6 months, probably to examine the working situation between departments. For this reason, Wang Zhenghao's fate was incredibly miserable. In order not to affect Li Hua's work, Fong Hong did not stay in the office for too long. When coming out, he bumped into Xiao Kongpeng, who was holding a box and handing out. Because of what happened at the promotion banquet at that time, Xiao Kongpeng was reduced to the laughingstock of the entire sales department. Every day, as long as he comes to work, he can hear people talking about himself. Xiao Kongpeng is the bowels are repenting green. At first should not be obsessed intentionally pretending to say that the Mercedes-Benz Big G is their own. Finally could not withstand this invisible pressure. Xiao Kongpeng submitted his resignation report and decided to leave Guangyan. Now he met with Fong Hung again. Xiao Kongpeng immediately rose with hatred and glared fiercely at the other party. If it wasn't for Fong Hung, Chen Shui might have liked him. If it wasn't for Fong Hung, he wouldn't have deliberately said that the Mercedes-Benz Big G was his own, much less face the current situation. So everything was Fong Heng's fault. Fong Hung glanced at Xiao Kongpeng, and when he saw him glaring at him, he only felt puzzled and did not take it to heart. Leaving the sales department, Fong Hung went downstairs to the supermarket to buy some more things. When he turned back to wait for the elevator, he was unaware that he had already been stared at by a pair of eyes. Chapter 31, False Accusation. Ran Nianxiao works in a daily chemical company called Bright. At the request of her work, she came to Bright Years today to make an appointment to talk about cooperation. It was hard to convince the receptionist to help her make a call. While waiting for the news, she turned around and inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Taking a closer look, Ran Nianxiao actually realized that it was Fong Hung. When she thought of Lu Li's disoriented appearance after she returned yesterday, Ran Nianxiao was furious with Fong Hung. This dead scum. Thus, she immediately moved to chase after him. Ran Nianxiao observed the floor where the elevator stopped, then took another elevator to rush to the same floor. As soon as she exited the elevator door, she saw the security guard guarding the door and couldn't help but be taken aback. The security guard scrutinized her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ran Nianxiao nervously said, "I'm looking for Fong Hung. May I ask if he's on this floor?" The two security guards turned around in disgust. Only then did they drop their guard. "Oh, you're looking for Secretary Fong. You go in and go to the right. He's in the secretary's office." "Thanks, ha." Ran Nianxiao followed what was said and quickly found the secretary's office. She hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. Inside the secretary's room, Fong Hong was leisurely eating something. Hearing someone knocking on the door, he could not help but feel a few doubts. Could it be that Leng Yu had come? He moved to open the door. Seeing the visitor was a bit of a surprise. "How come it's you?" Ran Nianxiao confirmed that Fong Hong was the only one in the office and took the opportunity to walk in. Fong Hong frowned. "Ran Nianxiao, what are you doing here?" "Of course I came to find you to reason with you." "Fong Hong, thanks to you. Last night, our family Lily cried her eyes out and even made a scene to commit suicide." Ran Nianxiao deliberately spoke towards exaggeration. Luli didn't commit suicide last night, although she was very sad when she went back, but then after her guidance, her mood soon stabilized. Even before going to sleep, she was still happily playing games with the handsome man she introduced to her. Fong Hong laughed. He was more than clear about what kind of person Luli was. To say that she had committed suicide because of her feelings was simply a fantasy. "So, what so? Lily was upset like that because of you, and you're actually still breezy about it. You really are a scumbag." Ran Nianxiao despised. "Come on, you look like a scumbag to everyone. What can you be if you're not a scumbag? More than likely when you hadn't even broken up with Lily yet, you went behind her back and hooked up with your current wife, right?" Fong Hong knew that reasoning with Ran Nianxiao did not make sense, so he simply went along with her and did the opposite. Right, you're right about everything. I'm the scum. There's nothing wrong with Luli looking for her male best friend to make love to her, and also when she and I were just dating. You, a good best friend, confessed your love to me behind her back. The two of you are the real good girls. Fong Hong, what do you mean? Changing ways to scold me and Lily, right? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm clearly complimenting you guys. Is there such a thing as complimenting someone like you? Don't be hasty. Since you think what you're doing is fine, why would you not be able to accept me saying this? Fong Hong was deliberately conspiratorial. Less disgusting. I don't need you to praise me. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. You dash. Ran Yanxiao was infuriated by Fong Hong. You forced me to do this. The words fell. Ran Yanxiao rubbed and messed up her hair while unbuttoning her clothes. Fong Hong frowned. What are you doing, you? Trying to be a hooligan? Ran Yanxiao smiled darkly. It's clearly you who wants to be a hooligan to me. Fong Hong, you'll just wait for your reputation to be ruined and be pointed out by 10,000 people. Immediately afterward, Ran Yanxiao directly pounced towards Fong Hong, and at the same time began to cry out for help in both word and deed. Help! Molestation! Is there anyone who can save me? In this situation, Fong Hong clearly became the weaker party. He could only circle around the sofa and was forced to avoid Ran Yanxiao. As a result, Ran Yanxiao was not finished, and like a dog's skin plaster, she kept running after him. This infuriated Fong Hong, who directly kicked at her. I'm going to you up. Ran Yanxiao fell to the ground and said incredulously, you actually dared to hit my old lady. Surnamed Fong, I'll have to skin you, she said as she wanted to get up and fight back, but hearing the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside, Ran Yanxiao suddenly lay down again, then deliberately ruffled the clothes on her body a few more times. The next moment, Sumu pushed open the door, followed by two security guards. She saw Ran Yanxiao lying on the ground, her clothes disheveled, and for a moment, her willow brows knitted. Secretary Fong, what happened? Fong Hong said, I didn't do anything. She's deliberately acting for you guys. Ran Yanxiao said with a pearly blossom. Oh, don't believe his words. I've been molested. You guys save me. The two security guards looked at each other, obviously gullible Ran Yanxiao's words. After all, what girl is willing to joke about her innocence? Sumu found it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood for a while, and looked at Fong Hong feeling confused left and right. At this time, she received a phone call. President. The one who called was none other than Lung Yu. Bring all the people to my office, she said. Understood. Sumu was surprised how Lung Yu was informed so quickly. However, she still followed what she said and prepared to bring both Fong Hong and Ran Yanxiao over. Ran Yanxiao pointed at Fong Hong and asked Sumu, what's this for? Why haven't you let the security guards take control of this person? Come with me to meet the president first, and then make a decision after we understand the real situation clearly. Ran Yanxiao couldn't help but be delighted at the words. Seeing the president of Lightyear? Wouldn't it be possible to add more fuel to the fire? And once the other party believed it, then Fong Hong would be completely finished. At the same time, Ran Yanxiao was also a little curious as to whether the Lightyear president was a man or a woman. She hadn't even paid attention to it before. If it was a man, maybe this would be her chance to marry into a rich family. Coming to the door of the president's office, Ran Yanxiao adjusted her emotions. So much anticipation. What exactly would the Lightyear president be like? However, the moment she walked in after Su Mu and saw Lang Yu, Ran Yanxiao's entire body was directly confused. Wasn't this the woman who had been at Immortal Lake with Fong Hong that day? If not mistaken, the other party was also precisely Fong Hang's recently married wife. General Manager Lang, the people have all been brought over, Su Mu said. Lang Yu's face was frosty as he first glanced at Fong Hong, then his attention was all on Ren Yanxiao. Tell us about the situation at that time. Only then did Ren Yanxiao react from her shock. She deliberately said, General Manager Lang, I know your relationship with Fong Hong. It won't be because he's your husband that you're intentionally harboring him regardless of the facts, right? Don't worry, I won't harbor anyone. You can rest assured and speak boldly. If you say so, then I am relieved. The matter is like this. Just like that, Ren Yanxiao began to make up lies on a grand scale, trying to make Fong Hong fall into ruin. Chapter 32 Dare to accuse my man falsely? Seeing Ren Yanxiao with a snotty nose and a tearful face, speaking exactly as if it was true, Fong Hong couldn't help but speak out in mockery. With your acting skills, it's a shame that you didn't enroll in the acting department in college. Ren Yanxiao wiped a handful of tears and said, What do you mean by acting? What I am clearly saying is true. Do you dare to deny that you hit me with your hands? Fong Hong was not stupid. Ren Yanxiao was trying to lead him into a pit. It was not true that he had kicked Ren Yanxiao. However, if he opened his mouth and admitted it first, Ren Yanxiao would immediately interrupt what he was going to say and use the opportunity to put the fabricated lies together on Fong Hang's head. As such, it would be even harder for him to defend himself. Fong Hong returned, Don't mix it up. It was you who forced yourself on me and wanted to falsely accuse me of misbehaving with you. I had no choice but to kick you. Ran Yanxiao instantly increased her crying and said, "As for me to purposely joke about my innocence in order to falsely accuse you? Aren't you doing something like that right now? Fong Hong, you've really gone too far." Fong Hong was about to retort. However, Lang Yu spoke up and said, "Wait a moment, let her speak first." Thus, Ran Yanxiao began to cry again about what Fong Hong had done to her in the office, which actually did not exist at all. Along with Ran Yanxiao's words, Lang Yu's face was also getting worse and worse. Fong Hong was vaguely worried. For one thing, there was no evidence to prove his innocence, and secondly, because of the misunderstanding in the morning, perhaps it would really make Lang Yu think that he had done something to Ran Yanxiao. Ran Yanxiao didn't restrain herself until she was tired of talking. Lang Yu crossed his arms propped up on the desk, and asked, "Is there more?" Ran Yanxiao froze for a moment. She had said so much, why did she feel like the other party hadn't heard enough? If this were the woman in a normal couple, it was estimated that she would have stormed out at this moment. Ran Yanxiao vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness at Lang Yu's composure. There's more, but I'm a little thirsty." Ran Yanxiao Fong even cried and said that she was indeed a little thirsty. Lang Yu rushed Su Mu, who was at the side, and said, "Assistant Su, pour her a cup of water with some of the flower tea that Manager Lang gave me earlier." Upon hearing this, Su Mu was slightly stunned, and a hint of a smile immediately surfaced on his face. Lang Ruxue and Lang Yu did not have a good relationship, and the flower tea that she had sent was no problem but problematic. No problem referred to the fact that the tea itself was normal and belonged to a very rare specialty, and having a problem meant that the tea was bitter to the extreme. Su Mu was deeply impressed by this, because when she first tasted it, she directly spat it out. Obviously, Lang Yu was discovering Ran Yanxiao's brokenness, and was going to use it to take revenge on the other party for taking out Fong Heng's anger. Not long after, Su Mu had brewed the tea. She served it to Ran Yanxiao and said, "Please enjoy it." Ran Yanxiao couldn't slow down a bit. She had blathered for half a day and was about to die of thirst, so the moment she received the water, she directly tilted her head back and drank down most of it. But soon, she sensed that something was wrong. Bitter. So bitter that it was hard to describe. Ran Yanxiao wanted to vomit on the spot. "What's wrong? Not used to drinking?" Lang Yu asked. Su Mu cooperated as she deliberately blocked in front of Ran Yanxiao. Ran Yanxiao wanted to vomit but didn't dare to do so. This person in front of her was the assistant of President Guanyin. If she vomited on the other party, the consequences would be completely unimaginable. She had to forcefully swallowed. Dry smile. Okay. Ran Yanxiao didn't think much about it. She only thought that it was the peculiar taste of rich people. After all, coffee was quite bitter in her opinion. Of course this tea could be thousands of times more bitter than coffee. Lang Yu looked at the cup of water that hadn't reached the bottom yet and said, "Then why don't you finish it? Could it be that you still dislike the flower tea brewed inside?" No. Ran Yanxiao had no choice but to drink the rest in one go again. Immediately, her expression all began to distort, as if she had eaten the most sour lemon in the world. She endured her discomfort and returned the cup to Su Mu, saying, "Mr. Lang, then I'll continue. Wait a moment first, I'm a bit curious as to why you're here at Light Years. Are you here to talk business?" "That's right, I'm the secretary of the general manager of Bright Daylight Products Company. My name is Rin Yanxiao. I did come to your company today to talk about business. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen." Lang Yu was interrupting her, saying, "There is no need to say anything behind. What I'm going to say later is still something related to your husband. That's not necessary. I've already collected enough evidence." "Evidence? What evidence?" Ran Yanxiao was a bit confused. "Of course it's the evidence that you falsely accused my husband." Ran Yanxiao was shocked. Discovered? It shouldn't be. She had behaved so perfectly. There shouldn't be a break in her behavior. Ran Yanxiao continued to speak stiffly. "Wrongfully accused. Mr. Lang, I really didn't frame your husband. He did plot against me. Look at my clothes and the injuries here from his kicks. They are all proof that I didn't lie. My husband is right. You did give in by not studying the acting department." Lang Yu said and pressed the remote control in his hand. A surveillance screen played out from the monitor on the wall. The picture was nowhere else but Fong Heng's office. Only from the time Ren Yanxiao entered the door until Su Mu and the security guards rushed in, the sounds and images were clearly recorded. This scene stunned everyone present except Lang Yu. No one was more surprised than Fong Heng. There was actually surveillance in his office? That's outrageous. It was good that he didn't do anything strange. Otherwise wouldn't it be a live broadcast in front of Lang Yu? Lang Yu said, "Ren Yanxiao right, the evidence is all here. Now what else do you have to say?" Ren Yanxiao took a step backwards and looked at Lang Yu with eyes that were filled with surprise and fear for a moment. Seeing her stammering for half a day, Lang Yu added, "It seems like you have nothing to say." Immediately afterward, she put away the camera on her desk and handed it to Su Mu. edit down the surveillance footage, and this all to the Legal Affairs Department, and directly sue this Ms. Ren Nianxiao. Okay. Also, notify again. Interrupt any cooperation with Bright Daily Chemicals, pull the plug on the company, and synchronize the information to business partners. Understood. Sumo immediately proceeded to start the process, passing by Ren Nianxiao and glancing at her even more contemptuously. Ren Nianxiao's entire being was dumbfounded, not to mention how to deal with the lawsuit that was about to haunt her, just causing the company to be blackballed by Guang Yan. This was something she could never afford. She flopped down on her knees, trembling. Sorry, Mr. Lang, I shouldn't have done this. Please give me a chance. I know I'm wrong. Lang Yu grunted. Do you think it's too late to admit your mistake? Dare to falsely accuse my man. This is the price you must pay. At the same time, the office door opened from outside. Ma Shun, the head of the security department, led a line of security guards to enter the door with great vigor. Ren Nianxiao knew that there wasn't much time left for her. If she didn't do something, then everything would be too late. Therefore, she pinned all her hopes on Fang Heng. Chapter 33, The President is All His Woman. Ren Nianxiao climbed up and rushed to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, help me. If this really goes on, I might die. Why should I help you? Fang Heng laughed coldly. If there was no evidence, even if he was innocent, then he would definitely suffer from criticism in the future. Ren Nianxiao's serpentine heart was not the result of knowing that she was wrong and feeling guilty towards him, but rather regretting that the plan was not well thought out enough to reveal the cracks. I am Lily's best friend. For the sake of this relationship, help me. Only you can save me. Harm me can't. Something happened and want me to help you. What do you take me for? I am sorry. It is my moment of confusion. You just help me a hand. Let me do anything in the future. Come on. If you say this to a dog, I'm afraid the dog won't even believe it. Seeing that Fang Heng's attitude was so resolute, Ren Nianxiao was completely flustered this time. Fang Heng, you can't be like this. You really have to help me before you can do so. Lang Yu spoke. Take the person away. Roger that. Ma Shan nodded knowingly. A group of security guards immediately rushed up to frame Ren Nianxiao and dragged her outside. Ren Nianxiao struggled while shouting at Fang Heng. Her hair was scattered and her clothes were torn apart like a crazy woman. Ren Nianxiao was unwilling to give up this remaining hope, but until the person was dragged out the door, Fang Heng remained indifferent. In the corridor, Ma Shun walked in front, and behind him, a line of security guards dragged the yelling Ren Nianxiao. One of the security guards was the doorman who had stopped Fang Heng earlier. He came up next to Ma Shun and said, Supervisor Ma, it seems that Mr. Fang's relationship with the president is really extraordinary. As he said this, he was secretly happy in his heart. It was good that he didn't make Fang Heng angry in the first place, or else he would have to eat his words. Ma Shun said, keep your mouth shut. Don't talk nonsense here. Yes. On the way to the elevator, the two security guards immediately stood up when they saw Ma Shun. Good day, Supervisor Ma. Ma Shun, however, stopped, pointed at their noses one by one, and angrily rebuked. You two rice buckets. How in the world do you watch over the personnel? The two men were the security guards who had just heard the cries for help and rushed to the secretary's office together with Su Mu. Seeing Ren Nianxiao at this moment, they instantly realized that they had made a big trouble. This woman said Secretary Fang's name. That's why we let her go. Don't you have any brains? Do you know that it's because of you that Mr. Fang was falsely accused? In other words, this woman's claim that she was molested is false? Nonsense. Do you guys think that with Mr. Fang's status, he could possibly do such a thing? The two security guards looked at each other in dismay, and could only greet Ren Nianxiao's family viciously in their hearts. All of you roll down. You and you stay. I warn you, if something like this happens again in the future, don't blame me, Ma Shun, for being merciless. The crowd didn't dare to speak. Unlike those small and shabby companies, the huge Guang Yan, Ma Shun could win the position of the first hand of the security department. His identity background was self-evident. A man with a big belly arrived at the gate of Bright Year in a hurry. The man's name is Wu Dazhuang, and he is the general manager of Bright Sun Chemical Company. At this moment, he saw his secretary Ren Nianxiao being thrown out. He immediately rushed up and slapped Ren Nianxiao. This scene caused Ma Shun and the others to freeze for a moment. Wu Dazhuang said angrily, stinking, I let you come to talk about a business and you got the company blacked out. Are you trying to get me killed? He was well aware of Guang Nian's energy in Luo Chang. Once the company was blacked out by him, everything he did in the future would be difficult, and it would be a matter of time before it closed down. Ren Nianxiao covered her face and said, Mr. Wu, I don't want to. Wu Dazhuan could not help but heavily slap Ren Nianxiao again. You don't want to Nima. Things have happened. Wait to go back. See if I can't kill you. Wu Dazhuan cursed and temporarily put Ren Nianxiao aside. Immediately after, he walked to Ma Shun, handed over a cigarette, smiled and said, "Brother, can you sell me face? I want to go in and talk to your president." Ma Shun did not say anything. The two security guards on the side first shot out and knocked off the cigarette. Then one of them pushed Wu Dezhuang backward. They were the same two security guards who had just been scolded because of Ren Nianxiao. Naturally, they therefore relocated their anger to Wu Dezhuang. "What kind of thing are you to make our supervisor sell you face? Do you know how much trouble your people have stirred up?" Wu Dezhuang was embarrassed. He was calling the shots in the company. But when he came here to be bullied by two small security guards, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Ma Shun finally said, "Pick up the cigarette." "Good." Wu Dezhuang thought that Ma Shun was ordering himself. He panicked and bent down to pick up the cigarettes. But in the end, the two security guards took a step ahead of him, which made it even more embarrassing. "Remember, this is not before. Don't treat people so rudely in the future." Ma Shun admonished the two security guards, then took the cigarette and handed it to Wu Dezhuang. He added lightly, "Your people have angered the president and Mr. Feng. If I sell your face, I will have to follow your bad luck." Although Wu Dezhuang did not know who the Mr. Feng in Ma Shun's words was, but it was obvious that this was also an existence that he could not afford to provoke. He took a deep breath, knowing that there was nothing he could do, so he nodded his head at Ma Shun, turned around and grabbed Ren Nianxiao by the hair, forcibly pulling her towards the car parked by the side of the road. "Ah, Mr. Wu, don't do this. It hurts. Asterisk 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 Nima. Now you know it hurts. How come you didn't know it hurts when you caused trouble?" Ren Nianxiao was at a loss for words. She completely did not expect that Feng Hong was not only a rich young master, but he was also so powerful that even President Guangyan was his woman. On the other side, the president's office. Feng Hong curiously asked, "When was the surveillance installed in my office?" "It wasn't installed recently. If you mind, I'll find someone to take it down now." "Forget it, keep it." If it was placed before, then Feng Hong would definitely want to dismantle it. But after experiencing what happened just now, he felt that it was fine to keep it. Otherwise there were some things that were still unclear. "Don't worry, I'm the only one who has permission to view the surveillance in this area." Although this sentence was normal, Feng Hong still felt a little strange, but there really wasn't anything to worry about. He was usually just touching the fish, and it didn't matter if Lang Yu wanted to see it. Feng Hong put his attention to the flower tea on his desk, saying that, "What exactly is the flavor of this? Just now I saw Ren Nianxiao drink it, as if she had a very painful expression. It's actually okay. It might be that she's not used to drinking it. Do you want to taste it? Really? You're not fooling me, right?" He couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of Lang Yu's words. "Think back, when have I ever fooled you?" Feng Hong thought carefully. It was true that Lang Yu had not lied to him once during this period of time. "Alright then, I'll taste what flavor it is." "Fine, I'll personally help you brew it." Chapter 34, Bad Woman. Lang Yu received a cup of water and then put the flower tea in. After it was brewed, she handed it to Feng Hong. "Here." Feng Hong took the cup and asked, "You really didn't fool me? Is this not believing me?" "That's not true. I just have a bad feeling. You'll know if you taste it." "Okay." Feng Hong finally did not hold back his curiosity and tasted the brewed flower tea. As a result, as soon as he imported it, bitterness filled the air. He immediately spat it out. It was a hit. "Why is it so bitter?" Lang Yu, however, suddenly laughed, her smile even brighter than before. "Feng Hong, so you're so gullible." Feng Hong was somewhat speechless, and even began to admire Ren Nianxiao. Such a bitter flower tea, she actually gulped it all down. No wonder her expression twisted like that before. Feng Hong said, "Bad woman, I'm not being a good liar. This is out of trust for you. The bridge of trust between us has already appeared to have a gap from this moment onwards." Lang Yu gradually collected her laughter and said, "Then what do I have to do to be restored as before? Unless you also take a sip." "Fine then, I'll drink." "Ha, you really want to drink?" Feng Hong was just saying it, not expecting Lang Yu to really agree. "Of course, consider it as a punishment for me. I shouldn't have teased you. It's fine if you don't drink. I'll drink it anyway." As she spoke, Lang Yu took the water cup from Feng Hang's hand before slowly bringing it to her mouth. Pink thin lips and the mouth of the cup came into contact, and Lang Yu tried to gently take a sip, but with just one sip, her pretty willow brows knitted tightly as she choked and covered her chest and coughed. "It is indeed so bitter. Didn't you drink it before? Why do you still look a bit surprised? It was Sumu who tasted it instead of me before, and it was the first time I experienced this flavor. In that case, it seems to be considered a harm to yourself." "Oh, yes, if I had known, I wouldn't have teased you, causing us to suffer together. Ha ha." Looking at her slightly grudging expression, Feng Hong could not help but laugh. Lang Yu looked slightly stunned. This was still the first time she had seen Feng Hong laughing so happily after many years. After Feng Hong left the office, Lang Yu was about to pour the flower tea water in the cup. However, seeing the mouth of the cup, she suddenly thought of something. Fong Hong had just taken a sip from this water cup, and she then took the same sip. Wouldn't this belong to indirect kissing? As soon as Sumu entered, she saw Lang Yu's frozen look and asked, "President, what's wrong with you?" Lang Yu reacted as if she was suddenly caught doing something bad. She said in a slight panic, "Nothing, is fine." Sumu had the sense not to continue asking, yet the inner activities had already begun to play out in an Oscar. She had left for so long. What exactly did this newlywed couple do in the office? It was hard to. Gosh, this is too crazy, Sumu thought, subconsciously juxtaposing her legs, even as her face went red. Seeing this, Lang Yu, who had just adjusted his emotions, was slightly puzzled and asked, "Assistant Su, what's wrong with you?" I'm fine." Sumu shook his head and said. It was nearing the end of the workday. Fong Hong drove his Mercedes-Benz Big G towards home in advance. Halfway there, a car suddenly came out and forced him to stop. A man then stepped out of the car. The man was no one else but Xiao Kongpeng, who had just left Lightyear. Xiao Kongpeng felt that chasing after Chen Shui was completely hopeless, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he hired someone to purposely block Fong Hong here. When Fong Hong realized that it was Xiao Kongpeng who had stopped the car, he was instantly enraged. "Xiao Kongpeng, are you sick?" Xiao Kongpeng said. "Fong Hong, I'm sick also because I was forced by you. If it wasn't for you, Chen Shui would have been my girlfriend by now." Fong Hong was exasperated and laughed, saying, "You are incapable of chasing women yourself. How can you blame me for this? If Chen Shui didn't have you in her heart, could I have chased her for so long and not been able to catch her? Find out more from yourself. If you understand this, maybe that day at the promotion banquet, Chen Shui took the initiative to express her love for you. I go to Nima's, put aside here to talk about sarcasm. If I have you handsome, and like you so rich, still have to go through so much trouble?" Fong Hong shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's not good. To put it bluntly, it's still your own problem. What's the point of coming over to find me trouble if you don't want to improve yourself? I'm happy to. Aren't you handsome? I'll beat you into a pig's head later. Let's see if Chen Shui will still like you. Don't be like a clown. Get to the side. I don't have the time to fool around with you." He, Fong Hong, at this point in time, do you still think I'm joking with you? Between the words, a man with a big waist and dark skin walked down from the car. Xiao Kongpeng came next to him and said, "Brother He, it's this kid. I'm counting on you next." Sun He often fought black fighters and was little known in the underground of Luo City. Xiao Kongpeng was looking at these and determined that the other party could teach Fong Hong a lesson. "Don't worry, since the money is all in place, I will naturally do things for you in a clear manner." Sun He moved his muscles and glanced at Fong Hong, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. In his opinion, a fine-skinned one like Fong Hong was simply no different from a woman except for being taller. Sun He said, "Kid, if you're sensible, you'll obediently let me beat you up. This is more efficient for everyone. Indeed, quite efficient, but why can't it be you who obediently lets me beat up?" Fong Hong asked rhetorically. Sun He froze for a moment. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a look full of ferocity. Can, you're still the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that just cleaning up your beating isn't enough. I should tie you up to my group of brethren to have some fun. It just so happens that they have a favorite style like yours." When Xiao Kongpeng heard this, he immediately clapped his hands. Just beating Fong Hong into a pig's head, that really wasn't enough to relieve his anger. According to what Sun He had said, Xiao Kongpeng felt that this was a brilliant move just by imagining it. Perhaps after this, Fong Hong would be directly ruined. Not to mention Chen Shui not liking him, it was estimated that other women would have no interest in him. 6 Brother Black, why didn't I think of this? After it's done, I'll give you an extra 100,000. It's a deal. That's a must. Fong Hong sighed. He immediately felt a chill. What was all this weirdness? He was a pure steel straight man. These two people were really disgusting to him. So without waiting for Sun He to rush over, Fong Hong directly made the first move. So fast. Noticing Fong Hong's movements, Sun He immediately raised his spirits very high and prepared to start waving. However, just as he raised his arm, it was pressed down by Fong Hong. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't even lift it up, as if what was pressing down on his arm wasn't Fong Hong's hand, but a Tarzan. Chapter 35, Today is your last day. Snapping sound. The left side of Sun He's face received a mouth first. Even if you pick a fight, why are you still so disgusting? Fong Hong said in a cold voice. Sun He just wanted to speak, but as a result, he was snapped again, and was then given a big mouth by Fong Hong to the right side of his face. What me? You? Sun He wanted to speak again, only to be snapped twice. This time, each side of his face received a mouth. You what you? On the side, Xiao Kongpeng all looked dumbfounded. What's the situation here? He was paying for someone to beat up Fong Hong, not paying for someone to be beaten up by Fong Hong. Brother, hey, why don't you fight back? Xiao Kongping asked. Sun He couldn't even speak, let alone fight back. Based on years of experience in boxing, he understood that this was an encounter with an expert, and he was definitely not an opponent with his own strength. The only way to take advantage of the opportunity to shake people is the most correct choice, so Sun He directly lay down. This time Xiao Kongping even more confused. How to also lie on the ground? I spend so much money is to find you to touch the porcelain to come? The first thing you need to do is to find an old man who is older, not more cost-effective and more professional. Seeing Sun He pretending to be dead and not resisting, Fong Hong put his attention on Xiao Kongping. Xiao Kongping realized the danger and immediately slowly retreated back, but before he could take a few steps back, the car behind him blocked his retreat. What? Want to run away? Xiao Kongping waved his hand and laughed dryly. No, Fong Hong, let's have a good talk. Speak properly your ass. Fong Hong directly slammed his fist on Xiao Kongping's face. Xiao Kongping felt like the bridge of his nose was about to break, and blood slowly flowed out of his nose. Listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it, he said anxiously. You didn't mean it? Then why did you find someone to block me? Fong Hong said with interest. Xiao Kongping's brain raced and he said, I'm just teasing you. As you can see, this person I found doesn't know how to fight at all. Fong Hong raised his leg and kicked Sun He who was lying on the ground. Hey, don't play dead. This guy said you can't fight. These words came out. Sun He was like he had turned dead and stood up abruptly. Says who can't fight? Just because he couldn't beat Fong Hong didn't mean he couldn't beat Xiao Kongping. Xiao Kongping was dumbfounded. Brother hey, didn't you pass out? Fong Hong provoked. He said you don't know how to fight, so why don't you show him a couple of hands? Then I have to prove myself. Sun He suddenly smiled at Xiao Kongping, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Xiao Kongping's back was close to the bodywork, and he said uneasily, what do you want to do? Black brother, I am your employer. This is not appropriate, right? There is nothing inappropriate. It is just that I can use this to prove my strength to you. Don't be like this. It's fine. Just endure it. The words fell. Sun He similarly slammed his fist directly onto Xiao Kongping's face. There was a click. This time, the nose bridge was also really broken, and the unstoppable nosebleed flowed like a waterfall. TT. Hiss. Xiao Kongping groaned in pain. Fong Hong was happy. Watching a dog bite a dog was indeed interesting. This Xiao Kongping had invited someone who had hit him harder than even him. Fong Hong watched the fun and added, it feels like this is not enough to fully prove your strength. Enough already, Xiao Kongping exclaimed. Using him to prove strength. Where on this top? Cut the crap. If this gentleman says it's not enough, then it's not enough. Sun He said and threw another punch without hesitation. Bang! The back of Xiao Kongping's head hit the car glass with a muffled sound. He slowly sat down on the ground, his consciousness already blurred. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Sun He rushed Xiao Kongping and deliberately said, while blinking his eyes. Sun He did this in order to send a signal to Xiao Kongping, meaning that he had shaken the man himself. Brother, you hold back a little longer. How could Xiao Kongping read this? Thinking that Sun He was provoking him, his lungs almost exploded with anger. He angrily cursed, Nima, I will definitely give you a bad review and will complain about you. Fong Hong snickered. How come the bad reviews are coming? How do you guys take orders? Could it be the legendary dropping and hitting? Between the words, a group of vehicles sped in, led by a Land Rover, followed closely by a Wuling Hongguang. The tires rubbed the ground with an ear-splitting sound, and along with the car stopping, Sun He changed his face all of a sudden. Since the people who are shaking have come, it can be a showdown. I will directly stop pretending. Sun He pulled Xiao Kongping up with his hand and said, brothers, hard work. I was just slowing down just now. Xiao Kongping's head was a bit confused, but he quickly reacted. You told me earlier. I was scared to death. Xiao Kongping was in hot tears. Seeing that so many people had come, he was instantly filled with a sense of security. If I had said that, wouldn't this kid turn his head and run away? That's true. Xiao Kongping understood that Sun He had no choice but to suffer, but as long as he could succeed in taking revenge on Fong Hong, this was nothing. He looked at Fong Hong angrily and said, this time you are completely finished. Fong Hong smiled faintly, not panicking in the slightest. He had long since seen through Sun He's little trick and had not revealed it just to have some more fun. At the same time, a group of people came towards the trio with great vigor. At the head of the line was a bald man with a faint shoe print on his forehead. Sun He immediately greeted him with a smile and said, boss, you're here. What's this on your face? Don't mention it. I was helping Xiao Su on an errand, and I met a powerful guy. Even you are not his opponent? Not only me, even old Mo is no match for that guy. How is this possible? Sun He was shocked to the extreme. Lao Mo's hands were extraordinary. No matter if it was on the ground or in the underground circle, many experts had lost under him. Even Lao Mo was not that person's opponent. So what kind of god was the person the boss was talking about? The bald man said, "Nothing is impossible. Let's not talk about this. First solve the person you want to clean up. Over there." Sun He pointed at Fong Hang's back and said. The bald man couldn't help but frown. Why does this look a bit familiar? Back in front of Fong Hong. "Kid, you're really good with your hands, but it can't be helped that there are more of us. Today is your end." Sun He pointed at the bald man and the others and flaunted. Xiao Kangpeng stepped forward ready to kiss ass and asked, "Brother Black, dare I ask who this is beside you?" "This is my boss." Xiao Kangpeng immediately curried favor and said, "Good day boss." However, somehow, he found that the bald man was dumbfounded, as if he had seen some spectacle, and did not react for a long time. Chapter 36, Still don't apologize to Mr. Fong? Xiao Kangpeng didn't think that much. After all, a big brother is a big brother. If he could read his words and actions, what's more? He only felt that Sun He Shake's people had come, and this lower Hong was going to be completely finished. This huge group of people, even if Fong Hong was more powerful, it was always impossible to fight one against many. Brother Black, do it quickly. I've been putting up with this guy for a long time. Xiao Kangpeng subconsciously touched the bridge of his nose, and immediately retracted his hand again in pain. Don't worry, my boss is here. This matter will definitely be fixed for you, but the people are out more. The money aspect, you know. Sun He hinted. I understand. Rest assured, money is not a problem. Xiao Kangpeng had already gone up. Without money he could find his own old man to pop gold coins, but Fong Hung he must be cleaned up. Otherwise he couldn't swallow this breath. He felt like there was no point in living. Then it's done. Sun He had also suffered a defeat just now, but Fong Hong had slapped him quite a bit. This was something that definitely had to be returned. So he turned to look at Fong Hong and said, "Do you remember how many slaps you gave me just now?" Fong Hong ignored Sun He and looked at the bald man. He hadn't thought that it was such a coincidence that he had actually met the bald man here again. "Are you trying to come and persuade me to sell my cat again?" Fong Hong asked. "Cat? What cat?" Sun He and Xiao Kangpeng couldn't help but stare. They couldn't figure out what Fong Hong meant by suddenly saying this. Xiao Kangpeng laughed and asked, "Fong Hong, are you too scared and incoherent?" However, just as these words fell, with a snap, Xiao Kangpeng received a slap on the face and was knocked off his feet. He covered his face and looked blankly at the bald man, saying, "Boss, what are you hitting me for? I'm the one who hired Brother Black." Sun He then said, "Yeah, boss, he's the one who hired me. This kid across the street is the one we need to clean up." There was a snap. The bald man similarly gave Sun He a slap. This time Sun He also covered his face in a daze. "Boss, what are you hitting me for?" The bald man angrily rebuked. "Shut up, you are really trying to get me killed." Immediately afterward, the bald man came to Fong Hong and nodded his head. "Mr. Fong, you've misunderstood. Today's visit is not about the cat." Even old Mo was not Fong Heng's opponent, while the bald man was even more afraid to provoke the other party. The key was that Su Kuanside had also given an order to run for the position of the family head during this period of time, so he was told to make sure that he was at peace and not to cause any trouble. Therefore, facing Fong Hong who made Su Kuan a little afraid, the bald man was naturally courteous. Fong Hong said, "Since it has nothing to do with the cat matter, how are you going to resolve it if your people want to charge me?" Seeing this, Sun He and Xiao Kangpeng were directly confused. For a moment, Sun He understood that Fong Hong was probably the mysterious expert who had defeated old Mo, as the bald man had said. Xiao Kangpeng, on the other hand, was very shocked. What was this situation? Wasn't this person Sun He's boss? Why did he see Fong Hong in a low voice? At the same time he had a bad feeling. The bald man said, "Mr. Fong, leave it to me. I promise to give you a satisfactory result. Then start your performance." Fong Hong clasped his hands on his chest, ready to start watching the show. Understood. The bald man turned back and immediately raised his hand to angrily whip up Sun He. The sound snapped like a firecracker. "Dare to provoke Mr. Fong. You're really bold." Sun He was aggrieved, but did not dare to speak at all. After all, Fong Heng's identity was there, and having messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with today, this was indeed the fate he deserved. After the bald man finished smacking Sun He, he forcefully dragged him to Fong Hong. "Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Mr. Fong?" Sun He knelt on both knees and trembled. "Mr. Fong, I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes but no eyes. I hope that you'll be kind enough not to take it personally." "Don't take it personally with this dog of mine." "Well, the attitude is quite sincere. So what should we do about the rest of this?" Fong Hong nodded, his gaze looking towards Xiao Kangpeng. "Don't worry, Mr. Fong. I will make sure that this brat knows his mistakes. How dare he pay me to find trouble with you? He is obviously tired of living." Sun He got up and wanted to take the blame. Now Xiao Confronting seemed to have become a trophy. Seeing that the situation was not good, without saying a word, Xiao Confronting pulled out his legs and ran. He should never have thought of looking for trouble from Fong Hong today, not to mention that he didn't take advantage of the situation at all, but instead, he lost money and got beaten up. Come on people, quickly arrest him. A group of people rushed up and grabbed Xiao Confronting back. Run? You think you can run away? Sun He Dao. Xiao Confronting struggled and said, Brother Black, you can't do this to me. I spent money to hire you. This is completely unreasonable. You still dare to say that? Old me was almost pitched by you, do you know? Sun He cursed and immediately commanded the people next to him. A few of you, loosen his muscles first. Yes, Xiao Confronting was pushed to the ground, and several people lifted and dropped their feet unceremoniously as if they were kicking a soccer ball. He held his head and shouted, a bunch of sons of ES, without a shred of credibility. I spent money, you guys actually turned around and beat me as your employer. Yo ho, still dare to curse. A few of you haven't eaten, so what? Work harder. Sun He didn't want to smash his own signboard either, but it was because Fong Heng's status was not ordinary. If he didn't, then the one who would be in bad luck would be himself. Not long after, Xiao Confronting was beaten to death, and his mouth kept murmuring words begging for mercy. The bald man asked, Mr. Fong, what do you think of this? Not enough, Fong Hong said. The bald man drew in a cool breath. This was not even enough. I remember. Are there any of your men who like men? Yes. Mentioning this, the bald man felt a little embarrassed, while puzzling how Fong Hong was informed. Then give them both of these too. The bald man froze for a moment and said, everything is as you commanded. Xiao Confronting, who was originally dying, all of a sudden began to struggle violently. No, don't. Sun He naturally wasn't much better, once again kneeling down in front of Fong Hong. Mr. Fong, please let me off the hook. You were the one who came up with the idea first. Of course it's only right that the two of you enjoy it together. Don't. The bald man ordered his men to control Sun He together despite his heart's desire to do so. Immediately, several burly men with mesmerizing smiles set up the two men and walked towards the car. Sun He and Xiao Confronting were screaming for their lives. Their intestines were green with remorse at this moment. What happened next? Fong Hong naturally didn't bother to appreciate. Farewell, farewell, Mr. Fong. Under the crowd waving and watching, Fong Hong boarded the Mercedes Big G and left in style. The bald man let out a sigh of relief and said, Mother her, finally sent this ancestor away. A junior brother suddenly came up and proposed, Boss, since Mr. Fong has been sent away, why don't we release Brother Black? The bald man jumped up and slapped him on the head, saying, do you know if he has left any backstabbing? In case something happens, can you afford the responsibility? The little brother didn't dare to speak at once. Even the bald man had to grovel in front of Fong Hong. What could he count as a little minion? Chapter 37, A Little Hot. Jun Yuan, Villa Courtyard. The sunlight hit the pool water and Lang Yu was diving in the pool. Fong Hong got out of the car and settled down under the sunshade, admiring Lang Yu swimming. Originally, everything was normal, and as he watched, he steeply felt a wave of discomfort. The tumbling water seemed to have become a wave all of a sudden. The image of his father being submerged by seawater surfaced once again like a nightmare. Fong Hong, why don't you say anything? Is he not feeling well? Fong Hong came back to his senses, only to see Lang Yu standing in front of him, looking at him with a worried expression. Fong Hong controlled his trembling hand and said, I was just out of my mind thinking about things. Is it really alright? It's fine. Fong Hong shook his head. Only then did Lang Yu's frowning willow brows gradually stretch out. She sat down in the chair next to her, her beautiful legs crossed as she picked up a cup and drank some water. You left so early. How come you came back later than me? Halfway met my ex-colleague in the sales department, chatted for a while, and then sparred with each other. Lang Yu didn't think much about it, thinking that the two were just friendly sparring. She put down her water cup and said, Yun Luo told me earlier that she saw someone looking for trouble with you. Was it because of the cat? Fong Hong pointed to his head and said, that group of people might have a bit of a problem here, having to buy our soup dumplings, even going so far as to offer dozens of times the price. It is indeed a bit strange, but the matter has been resolved, and they shouldn't trouble me again in the future. It should be resolved with fists and kicks. Yun Luo also told me that you are good with your hands. She, a black belt in Taekwondo, is no match, and was even kicked by you. This sister-in-law how everything snitches. Fong Hong said. Yun Luo was merciful. I didn't know her real identity at that time, so I hit a little harder. It's fine, just hit. When I was a kid I could still manage her. Now I'm not an opponent at all. I'll rely on you to help me clean her up in the future. At the same time, Long family. Inside a piece of manor house, Lung Yunwoo, who was playing a game, suddenly sneezed. A charming and beautiful woman put the fruit on the coffee table. Yun Luo, did you catch a cold? Nope. I guess it's Stinky Sister saying bad things about me. This girl, your sister, should be off work at this moment. She lives alone. Who can she say bad things about you to? Yang Shulan tried. Seeing his father Leng Tianrui enter the door with a stern face, Long Yunlu couldn't care less to speak, and panicked, holding his cell phone and running back to his room. Yang Shulan looked at Leng Tianrui and said helplessly, you can't put away your foul temper. Now the child sees you and sees the plague. On the other side, Leng Yu got up from his chair and asked, do you want to go down to the water now to swim with me for a while? Didn't you say you would teach me to swim again on a double holiday? I'm not teaching today. Just letting you familiarize yourself with the water first. Fang Hong looked at the water in the pool and subconsciously felt resistance. Or not. Wait for the double vacation day. Good. Lung Yu did not force herself. Turned around and walked to the side of the pool. Turned her back to Fong Hang and slowly bowed her body in preparation for diving. The proud curves of the swimsuit fit, as well as this subtle posture. Watching Fong Hang's heart skip half a beat, there was a fluttering sound. Long Yu jumped into the water, while Fong Hong drank several cups of water in a row. Long Yu surfaced, took off her swim goggles, and asked, why are you suddenly drinking so much water? It's a bit hot. The temperature is quite high today. Why don't you go in first and blow the air conditioner? Fong Hong was about to get up and go back to his room when he received a call from his eldest uncle, Fong Dehui. Little Hong, are you free now? From Fong Dehui's tone, Fong Hong sensed something strange. Eldest uncle, just say what's up. Only then did Fong Dehui slowly say, the thing is like this, Yulong's work negligence made a mistake, causing huge losses to the factory. Maybe the family's garage sold can't afford to pay for it. The eldest uncle really can't do anything about it. After his father died, it was the eldest uncle who raised Fong Hong to adulthood. Now that the other party was in trouble, it was inevitable that he would help out. So Fong Hong said, send me the address. I'll rush over right now. Sending it over. Don't be in a hurry. Make sure to slow down on the way. Fong Dehui urged. Got it. Before ending the call, Fong Hong still vaguely heard Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong's voices. Seeing Fong Hong preparing to drive out, Lung Yu surfaced again. There's something going on at home. I'm going to solve it, so don't wait for me to come back for dinner. Fong Hong said. Lung Yu said, I'll wait for you. If you can't solve it, remember to call me. Fong Hong was slightly stunned. This woman's simple sentence gave him a great sense of security. Good. Immediately after, Fong Hong stepped on the gas and drove out of the courtyard, the entrance of Kong Tai clothing factory. The three members of Fong Dehui's family waited anxiously. Fong Yulong said, Dad, Fong Hong, can he really help me? Fong Dehui was silent as he guided himself to smoke. Xiao Hong works at Guangnian and comes into contact with many big shots every day, so he might really be able to help us. Zhao Fong said, Mom, when you say this, do you believe it yourself? Well then, now that it's come to this, what else do you think can be done? It's all because of the trouble you son of a caused. If this matter really can't be solved, then your father and I aren't going to live anymore. Zhao Fong cried as she spoke. Fong Dehui finally said, you want to die yourself, don't drag me along. Zhao Fong froze for a moment, then cried even louder instead. Just crying wasn't enough. She even sat directly on the ground and spilled her guts. You think I really want to die? I'm not saying this just to let Yulong learn from his mistakes. You father and son have never let me worry. I really had bad luck marrying into the Fong family. Fong Dehui didn't know how many years he had heard these words. His ears were getting calloused. He simply ignored Zhao Fong and squatted to the side to continue smoking a stifling cigarette. Not far away, the guard in the communication room, on the contrary, could not stand it first, cursed and closed the window. At this time, saw the factory director Han Kong Tai and a beautiful woman together to come here. He panicked and opened the remote control iron door. High-heeled shoes on the ground issued a d-d-d sound. Dressed in a hip dress of the woman walked in front, face written full of displeasure. The older Han Kong Tai followed closely behind, smiling to please the other party, his facial muscles almost stiff. General Manager Sean, I'm to blame for using the wrong person. I beg you to give our factory one last chance. Wang Meishan stopped and said in a cold voice, Factory Director Han, we're only working together for the first time, and your people are capable of making such low-level mistakes, which makes me not feel valued at all. And how else can I rest assured that I'll give the rest of the orders to you to do? Mr. Sean, you've misunderstood. Our whole factory really values this cooperation. I don't feel it at all. If your factory really valued this cooperation, then this kind of low-level mistake wouldn't have happened at all. Chapter 38, There's a Chance Now. Wang Meishan owned the largest clothing company in Luo City and originally had many clothing processing factories under her hands. This time, she was thinking of finding other garment factories to cooperate with because of her many businesses. For the major garment factories in Luo City, This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they climbed onto the high branch of Meishan's company, they would be able to soar into the sky from now on. Many garment factories racked their brains and pulled out their skills just to get the favor of Meishan. Hong Kong Tai was able to break through the siege and took this cooperation, and was fantasizing about the future of his clothing factory. As a result, bad news came from below. Fong Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line, was negligent, resulting in the first batch of garments did not meet the specified requirements. Wang Meishan was furious when she received this batch of garments, and came to her door, saying that she wanted to terminate the cooperation, and made a huge claim for compensation. At this time, in the face of fierce Wang Meishan, Hong Kong Tai could not defend himself. He was worried about how to calm Wang Meishan's anger. Turning his head, the culprit who caused this incident was discovered. General Manager Sean, please wait a moment. After Hong Kong Tai finished speaking, he immediately moved to walk towards Fong Yulong, waiting until he reached the trio. Fong Yulong recognized Hong Kong Tai at a glance, yet before he could speak, he was grabbed by the other party's ear. Seeing an old man suddenly grabbing his own son's ear, Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong reacted and immediately became unhappy. Stop, who are you? Who are you to grab my son's ear? If you don't let go, I'll be rude to you, Hong Kong Tai said angrily. I'm the director of this factory. Your son has caused such a big trouble. I still can't clean him up? Sniffing, the couple immediately didn't dare to squeak. Their own son had indeed stirred up trouble. Hong Kong Tai, not to mention pulling his ears. Even if he were to beat Fong Yulong face to face, they wouldn't dare to say anything more right now. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. This is all my fault, Fong Yulong said. No matter what, Fong Yulong was his own flesh and blood. Seeing that he was treated like this, it would be false for the two of them not to be heartbroken. But as things stood, Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong could only endure the pain. Keep your mouth shut. First come with me to apologize to General Manager Sean. Just like this, Fong Yulong was grabbed by Hong Kong Tai's ears all the way until he stood in front of Wang Meishan. Factory Director Han, what do you mean by this? Hong Kong Tai let go of Fong Yulong, changing his demeanor from earlier and smiling curtly again. Mr. Sean, this is the team leader in charge of the assembly line at that time, Fong Yulong. Then, Hong Kong Tai rushed at Fong Yulong and reprimanded. Why don't you apologize to General Manager Sean? Facing the imposing Wang Meishan, Fong Yulong trembled. General Manager Sean, it's all my personal negligence. I'm really sorry. I'm at your disposal, Hong Kong Tai said. What's the use of just talking? Why don't you put it into actual action? Fong Yulong understood and immediately bent down and bowed deeply at Wang Meishan. Hong Kong Tai followed suit and bowed as well. He originally thought that this would make Wang Meishan lose her temper. Unexpectedly, Wang Meishan became even more enraged, her face as cold as frost. Factory Director Han, do you think this will help? Hong Kong Tai begged bitterly. Mr. Sean, for the sake of this cooperation, our whole factory is teared up. Please just give us a chance to correct ourselves. Wang Meishan coldly grunted. In my place, there has always been only one chance. It's you guys who don't know how to cherish it. General Manager Sean, Factory Director Han, there's no need to talk too much. If you continue to pester me, then I'll be impolite. Hearing Wang Meishan say this, Hong Kong Tai shivered in fear, and the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back hard. Meishan's company had a huge amount of energy in Luo City, as well as many business partners. If the other side is really angry, united against their own, in the future, Kong Tai Garment Factory cannot continue to open is a problem. In this way, the two can only watch Wang Meishan walk away. Hong Kong Tai angry chest pain. Fong Yulong was busy assisting him, saying, Factory Director, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What's the point of saying these things now? If you had been more careful at the time, you wouldn't have been like this, wasting my trust in you. Hong Kong Tai interrupted what Fong Yulong was about to say. Don't explain. If Mr. Shan really pursues this time, all the losses incurred will be compensated by you. Fong Yulong was shocked. Sure enough, what should have come had come. Factory Director Han, you also know my family's condition. I can't afford to compensate even if I sell myself. This is something you should consider. If you don't want to compensate, then you should find a way to salvage this cooperation. Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong sighed. Fong and his wife watched from afar and realized that Wang Meishan should be the big boss that their son was talking about. At this moment, they saw Wang Meishan passing by. Zhao Fong said, Beautiful boss, can you give my son another chance? Wang Meishan simply ignored her and walked straight out. Zhao Fong was embarrassed, but didn't dare to have any grievances. Wang Meishan walked to her car and found a Mercedes-Benz Big G traveling on her face. The Big G stopped in front of her and the windows slowly lowered. Wang Meishan was surprised to find that the one sitting in the driver's seat was actually Fan Heng. She could not help but be delighted. Little handsome? Ms. Shan, what a coincidence. You're here on business? Don't mention it. A bad thing. My company cooperated with this clothing factory, and it turned out to be a problem the first time. Wang Meishan asked again, what about you, little handsome brother? You are not at home with Mr. Lang, why did you come here? Fong Hong stepped out of the car and closed the door with his backhand. I came to settle something. Settle what matter? Tell me about it, maybe I can even give you a hand. Fong Hong was about to open his mouth. At this time, Fong Yulong and Han Kongtai trotted up. When they arrived in front of Wang Meishan, Fong Yulong fluttered and directly knelt down. General Manager Sean, I kneel down for you and implore you to give our factory another chance. Han Kongtai, old and tearful, made a gesture to kneel down as well, saying, General Manager Sean, I'll use this old life of mine as a guarantee that I will never make a second mistake in the future. I've just said it all. You guys don't blame me for getting really mad. Wang Meishan said. Fong Dehui and Zhao Fong arrived late. Seeing their son kneeling on the ground, the couple's hearts were dripping blood, but there was nothing they could do. Upon seeing Fong Hong next to Wang Meishan, Fong Dehui smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Hong, you're here. Zhao Fong, on the other hand, put all her hopes on Fong Hong. At this point in time, one could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Little Hong, it's just as well that you're here. Quickly help persuade this beautiful old boss, otherwise our family will be finished. Fong Hang and Wang Meishan looked at each other, and both of them could not help but freeze for a moment. Zhao Fong rushed at Wang Meishan again. Beautiful old boss, this nephew of mine is the president of Light Years or something to that effect. I still hope that you can sell him some face. Han Kongtai on the side was directly shocked. What? The president of Light Year? There's a chance. This is definitely in play. Chapter 39, Mr. Fong, don't be so humble. Wang Meishan never expected that Fong Hong knew this family of three in front of her, and that the matter he had come to resolve happened to be related to himself. She felt slightly embarrassed for a moment and said to Fong Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, you get up first and speak. No, General Manager Sean, if you don't promise me, I won't get up. Fong Hong said, you'd better get up and talk. It's not appropriate to talk like this. Wang Meishan concurred. Yes, Xiao Shuai, Mr. Fong is right. We can sit down and talk slowly. Upon hearing this, several people couldn't help but be stunned. Wang Meishan's Mr. Fong and her instant change in attitude was enough to show that things had taken a turn for the worse. Zhao Fong grabbed Fong Dehui's hand and said excitedly, Hubby, there is hope. Now our family is saved. Fong Dehui nodded, similarly feeling excited, not realizing that Fong Heng's identity could really come in handy. While Han Kongtai was shocked, he subconsciously sized up Fong Hong, never imagining that the rumored President Lightyear would be so young. Fong Hong asked, Mr. Sean, is there any room for discussion on this matter? If there is any loss, I can compensate you. Those few people couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for Wang Meishan's next reply, only to see Wang Meishan guffawing, putting it on someone else. This is something I definitely won't make any concessions on, but you opened your mouth, then I definitely have to sell face. Thanks. The three members of the family sighed in relief as if they were relieved. Han Kongtai, who was a handful of years old, was even happier as he did a direct cartwheel. This scene stared the crowd in disbelief. Wang Meishan said, Plant Director Han, the treasure has not yet aged. I dare not. I dare not. Ms. Shan, is it possible for our cooperation to continue? Well, you should thank Mr. Fong. If it wasn't for him, I would never give your factory a second chance. Thank you, Mr. Shan. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Han Kongtai bowed repeatedly at Wang Meishan and Fong Hung. Fong Yulong followed closely behind. This moment filled with gratitude for Fong Hung. He was at the same time finally relieved, accepting the fact that he was inferior to Fong Hung. Fong Hong was somewhat helpless. Why did Mr. Fong come to? He was just a small secretary of the president's office. Fong Hong did not correct Han Kongtai's name, but turned his head to Wang Meishan to talk about the compensation issue. Wang Meishan hung up the incoming call. No need for compensation. Let's just forget about this. Bring Mr. Lang with you when you have time and we'll get together again. Nana the child is urging me to go home again. Good. Several people were again shocked in their hearts. Fong Heng's appearance not only calmed Wang Meishan's anger, but actually did not even need compensation. After Wang Meishan left, Han Kongtai immediately held his hand. Mr. Fong, although I've already expressed my gratitude just now, I still want to say thank you. If it wasn't for you, our factory's cooperation with Mr. Shan would definitely be hopeless, and we'd have to pay out a large sum of money. There's no need to call me Mr. Fong. I don't have such a high status. Mr. Fong, don't be modest. In Han Kongtai's opinion, even if Fong Hong wasn't the Light Year's president, and could make Wang Meishan sell him face, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. No matter what, Fong Hong was the benefactor of Kongtai Garment Factory. From now on, Han Kongtai not only wanted to offer him up, but also wanted to tell his deeds to everyone in the factory. On the way back, Fong Hong was driving in the main driver's seat. and that family of 3 was sitting in the back row. Xiao Hung, thank you. It's a shame to say that uncle didn't do you any favors all these years, but now he has to trouble you to help instead, Fang Dehui said. Fang Hong glanced at the rearview mirror and said, eldest uncle, don't say that. You took care of me as I grew up and became an adult. It's already the greatest favor for me. Zhao Fang said, what kind of favor is this? It's all what we should do. Xiao Hung in the past, it was auntie who was not sensible. In the future, I will treat you as my own son. You can come back whenever you want. Fang Yulong said, cousin, all these years I was wrong, always thinking of competing to win over you, but now I am completely convinced. You are indeed better than me in every aspect. Fang Hong just smiled. When he saw the crusted nail marks on Fang Dehui's face and the bruises on the mother and son's faces, he finally asked about the doubts in his heart. What happened to the injuries on your faces? Accidentally fell. The 3 of them glanced at each other, all of them looking embarrassed. The reason for all of this was precisely from the Mercedes-Benz Big G that the several people were traveling in. After Fang Hong left that day, Zhao Fang insisted that it was Fang Dehui who had paid for Fang Heng's car, and Fang Yulong also agreed with this view. The drunken Fang Dehui was naturally not accustomed to them, and created the current situation after the big fight. Afterward, after calming down, they all thought clearly and agreed that this Mercedes Big G should be the company's. After all, Fang Hong had just graduated not long ago, and it was unlikely that he would be able to come up with so much money to buy a car at one time. The car quickly arrived at the neighborhood where a few people lived. Zhao Fang reached to the side and touched it, always feeling that something was pinching her. This touch brought out a green car book. Whose is this? Holding on to her curiosity, Zhao Fang flipped open the car book. When she saw the registration information on it, she was instantly dumbfounded, so much so that she was still slow to react after Fang Hong drove off. Fang Yulong waved his hand in front of her and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhao Fang grabbed her son's hand and trembled. Yulong, I'm talking to you. That car just now. Fang Dehui frowned and asked, what happened to the car? That car is Fang Heng's. The car is really Xiao Heng's? Fang Dehui was surprised. Mom, aren't you mistaken? Isn't that Big G the company's assigned car for Fang Hong? That's our guess. I just saw the car book. The name registered on it is Xiao Heng's name. Mom, you're not blind, are you? You dead kid. My eyesight is much better than yours? At this moment, the father and son's jaws dropped, finally believing this fact. At the same time, Fang Yulong received a call from Han Kangtai. Hey, factory director Han. What's up? Fang Yulong was a little uneasy, worried that something had gone wrong again. It's fine, Yulong you should be home, right? In the face of Han Kangtai's hush-hush, Fang Yulong could be said to be flattered. Yes, just arrived home, Han Kangtai said smilingly. Well, come to my office tomorrow at work. Let's have a good chat. I won't disturb your rest now. Okay. After ending the call, Fang Yulong told his parents everything Han Kangtai had just said. Zhao Fang happily said, Yulong you need to behave better in the future, you know. With factory director Han's attitude, I'm afraid it won't be long before you're promoted again. Fang Dehui didn't have the good sense to say, it's all thanks to Xiao Heng's blessing. That's right, after all, our Xiao Hong has made a name for himself. Oops, it's good that I had the vision back then. Marrying into your Fang family, Zhao Fang lamented. The father and son looked at each other, their eyes were speechless. Yulong, do you know who kept saying it was really bad luck to marry into your Fang family before? Dad, I don't know. Zhao Fang pushed them and said in annoyance. Almost got it. Tomorrow get up early and I'll go to the food market. The ingredients that Xiao Han loves to eat should never be cut off at home in the future. Chapter 40. Don't be nervous. My sister is here. This round trip took quite a bit of time. Fang Hong returned to Junyuan, only to see Lung Yu lying on the sofa asleep. The meals placed on the dining table had all gotten cold as well. Hearing Fang Heng's voice, Lung Yu gradually woke up. She rubbed her bleary eyes and said, You're back. Lung Yu's droll contrasting sense of sleeping and waking up, as well as her lazy and fluffy voice, was like a feather gently ruffling Fang Heng's heart. He said, Well, back. It's so late. Why don't you eat and sleep first? I said I would wait for you to come back. Fang Hong ghostly reached out and stroked her head. What a good baby who keeps his promises. In a flash, Lung Yu did not have a trace of sleepiness. Ever since she had grown up, other than her mother Yang Shulan, no one had dared to touch her head. Lung Yu's eyes gradually filled with disbelief as she looked at Fang Hong. While Fang Hong acted as if nothing had happened, he gently patted again and said, Hungry. I'll go heat up the dishes. Immediately afterward, he carried dish after dish into the kitchen under Lung Yu's locked line of sight. It wasn't until he closed the kitchen door. Only then did Fang Hong pat his chest and lean against the wall to catch his breath. Obviously, his calm demeanor just now was all feigned. In fact, the moment his hand touched Lung Yu's head, he had already regretted it, but in that situation at that time, he already had no way back. Fortunately, Lunyu was only surprised and did not get angry or anything. If that scene just now was filmed and sent to the work group, I'm afraid that the entire company would be shocked out of their wits. After all, the always high and mighty President Lightyear, being touched on the head as if he were a child. This is almost no different from a world wonder. In the living room, Lunyu placed one hand on top of his head and stared blankly at the closed kitchen door. It wasn't until Tang Yuan jumped into her arms that she gathered her disorganized thoughts. With an extra touch of sultriness in her expression, she muttered, "This Fong Hong, what exactly does he take me for?" After heating up the meal, Fong Hong and Lunyu sat opposite each other and ate it fearfully. Compared to usual, there was almost no communication during this meal, and all there was the sound of bowls and chopsticks clashing. Fong Hong had thought that nothing would happen to each other, but as a result, before entering the room, Lunyu suddenly called out to him, "What's wrong?" Fong Hong turned around and asked. Lunyu said seemingly unintentionally, "There are still 2 more days until the double holiday. Don't forget the agreement between us." "Well, I've remembered. I bought the swimsuit and everything." The agreement naturally referred to learning to swim. However, just now, before Fong Hong left the house, the two had already chatted once. Now that Lunyu had specifically mentioned it again, it inexplicably made him feel a hint of uneasiness. Time turned to 2 days later, early morning. Fong Hong was still sleeping when he felt as if someone was pushing him. He had thought that he was dreaming, but he woke up and realized that Lunyu was standing in front of his bed. Fong Hong instantly woke up and said, "What happened? It's time to get up and fulfill the agreement." Fong Hong just wanted to say that the water was still cold this early in the morning. However, as soon as he thought that there was a heating device in the pool, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Lunyu's eyes swept over the quilt, pointing to something not quite the same, and said with some curiosity, "Are you hiding something?" Fong Hong instantly sat up and awkwardly said, "No, never mind. I'm going to go change my swimsuit first. You move faster too." "Okay." After Lunyu left the room, Fong Hong sighed and lifted the quilt to take a look at what was hidden. Not knowing whether or not to say that Lunyu was overly innocent, it was fortunate that she did not continue to pursue the matter. After a long time, only then did Fong Hong change into his swimsuit and came to the front of the pool. Lunyu swam to the shore and said, "It's not like you slept again after I left, right?" Fong Hong scratched the back of his head and said, "A little sleepy," squinted a little more. The actual reason was that Fong Hong had been hiding things for a long time. "I knew it," Lunyu said as she sat down on the bank, her calves and jade feet still soaking in the pool water. She looked sideways at Fong Hong and said, "You go into the water first." Fong Hong looked at the clear and bobbing water, and that feeling of discomfort immediately surged back to his heart. However, since he had promised Lunyu and decided to walk out from the shadows of the past, this was the first step he had to overcome. Fong Hong first tried the temperature of the water. Sure enough, having a heating device was different. Completely unable to feel the piercing coolness that he used to feel when swimming early in the morning, holding onto the ladder next to him, he first submerged his feet into the pool water, followed by his calves, thighs, and stomach in that order. Along with entering the pool, Fong Hong's heart beat faster and he also tensed his body more and more. When the pool water didn't pass his chest, he felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Until then, a jade hand was suddenly placed on his head, as if it had magic power, causing his breathing to gradually stabilize. "Don't be nervous, there's sister," Lunyu said. This was because she had been touched by Fong Hong that night, and she had intentionally taken the opportunity to retaliate back. Unbeknownst to her, this instead made Fong Hong, who was afraid of water, feel a hint of peace of mind. Fong Hong said helplessly, "I knew you wouldn't stop. Who let you touch my head? I'm treating you the way you treat me." "Fine, you can touch it as you like, but it's wrong to call yourself a sister. On the marriage license, I'm a few months older than you." Lunyu did not argue with Fong Hong anymore, but hummed softly. It was the first time that Fong Hong had seen Lunyu in this manner, and was again adored by her contrasting cuteness. At this time, Lunyu let go of her hand and said, "You familiarize yourself with the water first and try to see if you can get back the feeling you had before. I'm going to get a drink of water and I'll be right back." "Good." After Lunyu left, that feeling of discomfort filled the whole body again. When Fong Hong's head was submerged in the water and he tried to swim forward with his hands and feet, the buzzing sound of the water that poured into his ears instantly awakened his memories. "Dad!" "Fong Hong, swim towards the shore and leave Dad alone." The cries of the teenager and the man who was gradually submerged by the seawater seemed to turn into invisible seaweed that firmly entangled Fong Hong, causing him to freeze in the pool without any movement. "Fong Hong, what happened to you?" Seeing this scene, Lunyu's face suddenly changed and immediately jumped into the water to help. However, the moment she touched Fong Hong, the other party seemed to be like an octopus and instantly hugged her tightly. It took a lot of effort for Lunyu to surface. and at the same time, she brought Fong Hong to a shallow area where he could land. Seeing that Fong Hong was hesitant to let go, Long Yu was shocked and ashamed, and had no choice but to push and shove his heavy body. Fong Hong, you, let go of me, Dad, Fong Hong murmured softly, causing Long Yu to be struck by lightning. Feeling the hot tears flowing from her chest, she gradually stopped pushing and shoving. In this instant, she seemed to understand something. Long Yu's eyes were covered with heartache, and after hesitating for a moment, she instead used her hand to actively embrace Fong Hong. Chapter 41, This Big Fool. After an unknown period of time, Fong Hong gradually calmed down and took the initiative to release Long Yu. Sensing Fong Hong's change, Long Yu also released her hold on Fong Hong and asked in a gentle tone, "Feeling better?" Fong Hong nodded with some embarrassment and said, "Well, it's already fine." The two sat down at the pool bank. During this time, Long Yu's gaze kept following Fong Hong. She finally said, "Uncle, he is." Fong Hong calmly said, "More than 10 years ago, he and I went swimming in the sea. When the tide suddenly rose, he was swept away by the sea, and is still nowhere to be found." At first, Fong Hong was unwilling to believe that his father was shipwrecked. After all, he was so good at water, he would surely have survived the waves. However, several years had passed and his father had never returned, which forced him to accept this reality. Lang Yu suddenly fell silent after hearing this. She finally understood why Fong Hong was resistant to swimming. After suffering something like this, to swim nowadays would be tantamount to revealing one's scars. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suggested letting you swim," she slowly said, her eyes filled with guilt. Fong Hong smiled and said, "It's fine, I've decided to step out of this shadow. After all, living in the past all the time, he will definitely be unhappy watching from heaven." Want to keep trying? Yeah, just bothering you to guide me a bit more." Just like that, Fong Hong bravely went under the water again. Despite having discomfort, every time he touched the cold rain, he would inexplicably feel relieved. With this repetition, Fong Hong had finally overcome his fear of water. He recovered the feeling he had back then and accompanied Ling Yu to swim in the pool to his heart's content. Because they swam rather obliviously, and because they had gotten up and hadn't eaten anything, the two of them didn't call it quits until they were about to be deflated. After a long time, the two of them lay on the shore, gasping for breath with each other. Ling Yu used her hand to block the scorching sun, and the sunlight passed through her fingers and spread on her absolutely beautiful face. She happily said, "I haven't swam so happily in a long time." Fong Hong looked at her with a sideways glance. His line of sight moved and he was unconsciously attracted by that rise and fall. Thinking back to the soft touch of holding Ling Yu just now, it was as if the air around him had instantly heated up by several degrees. Ling Yu also looked at him sideways, and with 4 eyes, she said, "What about you?" Fong Hong avoided her sight somewhat sheepishly. "I'm happy too. It's just that I feel a bit hot right now." "It is indeed a bit hot. Come on, let's go under the parasol first." Fong Hong got up first. Ling Yu's jade hands were propped up on the ground, looking a bit reluctant. Thus, he helped Ling Yu and the two of them settled under the parasol respectively. "Next time, it's better to replenish some energy in advance, or else you'll have too much fun and end up with little strength," Ling Yu said and picked up a glass of water. Yes, after drinking the water, she wiped the corners of her mouth and put the cup on the table. "You should be thirsty too." "Darn, I forgot to prepare more cups." "It's fine, I'll use yours just as well." "Hey." Before Ling Yu could stop him, he saw that Fong Hong had already finished pouring the water and tilted his head back to drink it gulp gulp. This scene, as if recreating the scene of a few days ago, the two of them indirectly kissed once again. Ling Yu swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Her eyes gazed at the knot of Fong Hong's throat, and then she couldn't help but look at other places. Seeing Fong Hong put down the water cup, she panicked and moved her eyes away. Fong Hong did not notice the difference, but curiously said, "It seems like you knew I could swim before?" Ling Yu pretended to be calm and said, "I guessed, and most boys should know how to swim." Fong Hong said, "Not necessarily. I saved quite a few people from falling into the water when I was a kid, and quite a few of them were male." "Then have you ever saved a girl?" Ling Yu asked in a slightly anxious manner, then unconsciously held her breath in anticipation of Fong Hong's answer. Fong Hong thought back carefully. "It seems like there have been a few times, but there was one time that I was more impressed. It was me and my dad who saved someone together, or in a deep mountain lake at an attraction." Ling Yu's heartbeat accelerated as she asked, "I'm kinda curious, can you tell me more specifically?" Fong Hong tried his best to recall the details and said, "Well, those two girls should be classmates. At that time, my dad and I each saved one, and then, there's nothing then, it's that the girl I saved was a bit of a fool, and kept grabbing onto me when she came ashore, tearing up my newly bought clothes." Ling Yu's expression changed abruptly. Fong Hong was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, nothing, you rest first. I'm going back to my room to change my clothes." "Oh." Fang Hong felt that there was something wrong with Lang Yu, but for a moment he could not say where. Second floor room. Lang Yu looked through the window at Fang Hong, who was still under the parasol. Her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and her hands unconsciously pinched the cat doll, frightening Tang Yuan, who had just entered the door and immediately retreated again. This Fang Hong, even if he can't remember me, he actually dares to call me silly? You're the one being silly. Seeing that Fang Hong seemed to cast his eyes, Lang Yu instinctively crouched down before saying, "This big fool." Fang Hong sighed. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but just now, he seemed to have seen Lang Yu peeking at him from the window. At this time, he sneezed several times one after another. Fang Hong rubbed his nose. Scratch that. Am I catching a cold? Or is someone saying bad things about me behind my back? Inside an apartment, a knock was heard on the door. Coming. Luli responded and opened the door. Seeing that it was Ren Yanxiao, she was first startled, then scratched her head in embarrassment, because Ren Yanxiao hadn't been back recently. Luli hadn't cleaned up, and the garbage in the room had piled up. Ren Yanxiao, with her hair disheveled and a bruise at the corner of her mouth, couldn't care less about hygiene at this point. She rushed into the room, grabbed the bread and milk and started to show off, not caring about the image problem at all. Luli sat down next to her, seeing that Ren Nianxiao was choking, and used her hand to help pat the back of her hand. "Nianxiao, eat slowly. Where have you been these days? Why can't you get through on the phone?" Luli said with concern. After Ren Nianxia ate and drank her fill, only then did her heart palpitate and tell the ins and outs. Ever since that day when she was taken away from Bright Years by Wu Dezhuang, she had suffered inhuman torture. Ren Nianxiao led to the Bright Daily Chemicals Company was blackened by the light years. Wu Dezhuang naturally all the anger vented on her. Ren Nianxiao found the right moment to sneak attack and knock out Wu Dezhuang today, and it was not easy for her to escape. However, regarding the places that were unfavorable to her, such as falsely accusing Fang Hong, Ren Nianxiao of course automatically skipped over them. Luli was heartbroken after hearing this, and wrapped her arms around her best friend, saying, "This Mr. Wu of yours is really a birth. Ah, Nianxiao, I'm so heartbroken for you. Come and give me a hug." Ren Nianxiao pushed away Luli and said, "Don't hug, he knows my address. Let's quickly pack up and run away is important." Luli said, "Don't panic, my ex-boyfriend is back." Ren Nianxiao froze for a moment. Ex-boyfriend? Is it Fang Hong? Chapter 42, he's just a badass. Oh, wrong, it's ex-boyfriend. By Hongyi. Luli changed her words. She had dated several men before Fang Hong. That rich family's young master? Ren Nianxiao was surprised. She remembered previously hearing Luli say that when she was a student in the past, Luli had dated a rich family's young master and had been following the other party to live like a wealthy woman. But later, because the other party went abroad to study, the two had no choice but to separate. Yes, Bai Hongyi came back from studying abroad, and has been chatting with me recently. His family conditions may not be worse than Fang Hong's. Ren Nianxiao said, "Right, Lily, I forgot to tell you, Fang Hong is not necessarily a rich young master." Luli was slightly stunned. "Ah, why would you say that?" Ren Nianxiao spoke of her discovery at Lightning Years, then analyzed. Fang Hong's wife is the president of Lightning Years, and he may have joined the family, which is why he suddenly became so rich. Upon hearing this, Luli came to a sudden realization, and everything that didn't make sense made sense. She slapped her thighs and gritted her teeth. "I told you, the more I think about it, the more wrong it is. Damn, it's a waste of time for my mom to make the mistake of begging Fang Hong to get back together again and again, and I regret it to the point that I really want to give myself a slap now." Ren Nianxiao pacified, "Forget it, Lily, the past is the past. You try to see if you can get back with Bai Hongyi now. Alright, after getting back together with Bai Hongyi, I will absolutely make Fang Hong look good." Luli still hated Fang Hong to this day. In her opinion, she was only looking for a male best friend, but as a result, Fang Hong was making such a big deal out of it, and she really couldn't swallow the breath in her heart without retaliating against the other party. Ren Nianxiao snorted and said, "However, Fang Hong's days should be pretty bad right now. I've seen those kind of flunky skits and novels. It seems like he'll be slapped and stomped on the head or something if he doesn't move. I've also read about it. There's still no need to think about it. A man like Fang Hong who is nothing but good looking, definitely won't get any respect even if he joins the family. Yes, I guess that general manager Ling just gives him face in front of people, but in private, he doesn't know how to trample on his dignity. Ha ha, probably living in a doghouse and eating can only share a basin with a dog." The two of them fantasized about Fang Hong's life that was worse than death, then both covered their stomachs and laughed out loud. At the same time, Junyuan Villa Courtyard, Fang Hong was still swimming backstroke in the pool. Having come out of the shadows with great difficulty, he was now just as addicted to the feeling of floating in the water as Ling Yu was. Below was the swaying pool water, above was the blue sky. and on both sides were birds and flowers and villa mansions. Such a life was truly wonderful. Long Yu, who had changed into a housecoat, came to the shore holding the soup dumplings, and helplessly said, "No matter how much you swim, you can't not eat. The food is ready. Come up quickly." Fong Hong came up to the shore and smiled a little on the head. "There will be plenty of opportunities later. Don't swim for too long. Your body will be uncomfortable." "Okay." Fong Hong stepped on the stairs to the shore. Lang Yu put down the soup dumplings, picked up the towel next to him and helped him wipe up his body together. Fong Hong was slightly stunned. "I can actually do it myself," Lang Yu said. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just hungry and want to eat quickly." "Alright." A short while later, Fong Hong went back to his room to change his clothes and both of them sat down in front of the dining table. "Why are there so many dishes again? This will be too much to eat." Last time, in order to finish the dishes that Lang Yu had made, Fong Hong had almost braced himself. Lang Yu picked up her chopsticks and said, "You didn't tell me what you like to eat, so I can only make more like last time. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I like all the dishes you made." Lang Yu's hand that was clamping the food suddenly trembled and said, "Are you stealing my speech? How could I? I'm being serious." Fong Hong had never been a picky eater since he was a child and basically ate everything. Besides, with Lang Yu's status, being able to cook for him was already very satisfying. However, Lang Yu's cooking did become more and more delicious. Being able to become President Lightyear, it was true that her learning ability was just exceptional. Lang Yu sighed silently, hung her head. She didn't know why. Fong Heng's words and actions could always easily provoke her emotions. Just for example, right now, her heartbeat sped up. It was really inexplicable. Seeing her suddenly bow her head, Fong Hong asked, "What's wrong? Is this not believing me?" Lang Yu raised her head, her eyes dodging, and said, "No, eat quickly. I still have to go out in the afternoon. Talking about business even on a double day off? No, I have an appointment with Yun Luo to go shopping together." "Oh, do you want me to send you there?" Fong Hong said as he chucked a piece of potato into her bowl. Lang Yu froze for a moment, bit her chopsticks, and said, "Both are fine." After saying that, she hesitantly stood up and also chucked a piece of potato into Fong Heng's bowl. "What are you doing?" Fong Hong was a bit confused. Lang Yu explained, You gave me a clip of food, then I'll also help you with a clip of food." "Courtesy." Fong Hong laughed and said, "This dish is right in front of me. I am afraid that you can't reach it." Lang Yu's cheeks abruptly burned, and her ears were slightly reddened. "I'm also afraid that you won't be able to reach it." Fong Hong cried and laughed. "I've even given you food. How could I not be able to reach it?" Lang Yu suddenly put down her chopsticks, stood up and said, "I'm not eating." "Ah, how much have you just eaten here? You'll be hungry later when you go shopping." "It's fine. I'm already full. Are you going to look for Yun Luo now? I'll give you a ride," Fong Hong said, putting down his chopsticks. "No need to send me. I'll drive myself." Half an hour later, Walnut Western Restaurant. Lang Yunwoo looked at the opposite side of Lang Yu, whose cheeks were bulging, and said breathlessly, "Sister, when you sent me a message, didn't you say that you were eating at home? Why did you come here at this moment and still wolf down your food?" Lang Yu said, "I can't stay at home anymore." This sentence suddenly raised Lang Yunwoo's curiosity. "What? Did brother-in-law do something to you?" she asked. "He's just a bad guy." Lang Yunwoo smiled badly. "Tell me in detail, just how bad." Lang Yu suddenly changed the topic and said, "Today I purposely brought up the things I did when I was a child, and not only did he not think of me, but he also said that I was stupid at the time and tore his clothes or something." Ugh, I thought it was something. Not hearing what she wanted to hear, Lang Yunwoo was obviously a little disappointed, then added, "It's not like brother-in-law said anything wrong, you were already stupid." "Lang Yunwoo, do you owe a beating again?" Lang Yunwoo was not amused, saying, "Sister, you still think you are a child. I am now a black belt in Taekwondo. Dealing with you is as simple as pinching an ant. Don't be complacent. I have Fong Hong. I can't beat you, but he will step in and help me." Lang Yunwoo immediately wimped out at his words. After all, the two of them had exchanged blows and she was indeed no match for Fong Heng. Moreover, this brother-in-law didn't seem to have used his full strength at that time. "Sister, this is meaningless. People still have to rely on themselves. I just don't. I rely on my man." "What's wrong with that?" Chapter 43, You Can't Lose Me. Lu Li and Ren Nianxiao sighed. Ran Nianxiao just ate and drank enough, washed up and changed clothes. Outside, the fierce ringing clang-clang knocking on the door, immediately followed by Wu Dazhuang's angry voice. "Ran Nianxiao, you stinking, how dare you hit my old man? Get out of here." Ran Nianxiao shivered in fear. The torment she suffered these days was vivid in her mind. She panicked and hid behind Lu Li, at a loss for words. "Lily, what to do?" Wu Dazhuang really came over. "Don't panic, let me deal with this birth." After Lu Li pacified Ren Nianxiao, she walked up unhurriedly and said, Listen outside. Nianxiao, I bailed out. If you're sensible you should get lost, otherwise you won't have any good fruit to eat. The words just fell. There was a loud bang. It was as if the whole building shook. Stinking. I don't care who you are. Don't open the door right. When I go in, you and Ren Nianxia don't want to run away one by one. Wu Dezhuang cursed as he continued to vigorously kick the door. Lu Li also panicked a little this time. After all, she is the same as Ren Nianxiao. She is a weak woman with no hands. Lily, quickly get that ex-boyfriend of yours to help. Oh yeah, I'll send him a message right now. After Ren Nianxiao reminded her, Lu Li immediately sent a message to Bai Hongyi. Wu, Hongyi, come and save me. If you're too late, I might not survive. Lu Li shot another video and sent it over as well. Not long after, the opposite party replied with a voice. Don't be afraid, Lily, I'm coming to save you. After listening to the voice, the two women instantly sparked hope and hugged each other in excitement. Bai Hongyi will be here soon. We're saved. Aha! This time Lu Li didn't panic in the face of Wu Dezhuang. She crossed her arms and shouted through the door. Listen to the smelly man outside. My boyfriend will be here in a minute. Wait to die you. The result was the next moment, accompanied by another loud bang. Wu Dezhuang actually directly kicked open the door and broke in. For a moment the two women were dumbfounded. Wu Dezhuang's eyes were on fire as he said, "What did you say just now? I'm waiting to die? I think it's you two who are waiting to die." Lu Li and Ren Nianxia were so scared that they held their heads. In the end, they were blocked to the bathroom together by Wu Dezhuang. Lu Li bravely said, "If you roll now, it's still not too late. Do you know who my boyfriend is? It's useless for you to beg for mercy when he comes. I don't care who he is. I'm not afraid when the King of Heaven comes." Wu Dezhuang cursed, without saying anything, first slapped Lu Li. Lu Li was smacked over on the ground and immediately covered her face and cried, "Oh, so painful. Big brother, I'm wrong, please don't hit me. Now you know to beg for forgiveness. Weren't you arrogant just now? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so arrogant. Do you think it's still useful to apologize now?" Wu Dezhuang said and slapped again. Ren Nianxia wanted to run on her side, but unexpectedly she was caught on the spot by Wu Dezhuang, and also received several slaps one after another. "Stinking, you vermin, run, you run one more for me. Ha, Mr. Wu, spare my life, I know I'm wrong." The two women until they were beaten up by Wu Dezhuang. It was only when a man with white pick dye on his bangs and wearing a white suit arrived. Early evening, Fong Hong received a message and location from Long Yu. "Fong Hong, if you are free right now, can you deliver my briefcase for me?" "Yes, I'll be right there." Even if it was a double holiday, Long Yu still needed to deal with unexpected situations in business. Fong Hong finished replying to the message and went up to the second floor without the slightest hesitation. This was the first time he entered Long Yu's room. The overall partial pure white color tone appeared bright and transparent. The room was well organized and spotless. Fong Hong found his briefcase and before leaving the room, he certainly did not forget to rub Tang Yuan's head. Just like this, in Tang Yuan's puzzled face, Fong Hong closed the door and descended the stairs, then drove swiftly towards his destination, Commercial Street. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz Big G that hurriedly drove in, Long Yunwu gently raised her willow eyebrows. "Sister, your man is here." Long Yu took the initiative to welcome her, and through the car window, took the briefcase from Fong Heng's hands. "I'll go back to the company to solve the problem. Please send Yun Luo." "Okay, you." Before Fong Hong could even finish his words, Long Yu turned around and got into the Audi S8, disappearing in a puff of smoke. He had to use his cell phone to send a voice message to Long Yu. "Slow down. Don't be in such a hurry, and be safe on the road." Putting down the cell phone, Lang Yunwu had already come to the front of the car. The young girl had her hands behind her back and cocked her head in a quirky manner. "Brother-in-law, my sister gave me to you. You can't lose me." Fong Heng's head was spinning for a moment. Although this Long Yunwu looked cute, she was clearly a little troublemaker. "If you run away on your own, is it on my head as well?" "Of course. Then you'd better hurry up and come up." Fong Hong unlocked the car door. Lang Yunwu sat in the passenger side and gave him a cheeky smile. "This is the first time I've sat in your car." Fong Hong started the car and asked, "Why don't you drive yourself today? How tiring it is to drive. And I want to curse when I meet that kind of idiot who can't drive. And every time my voice curses until it's about to go up in smoke." Fong Hong couldn't help but say, "Is it possible that it's your own problem? This young lady is so cute. How could it be my problem?" Lang Yunwu said as she fastened her seatbelt towards her body. "Forget it. Where are you going? I'll locate the address. I'll adjust the navigation. You just drive." Lang Yunwu tossed around and said, "Oh yeah, done, let's go." Pikachu. Fong Hong looked at the distance. Luckily it was only a few kilometers, so he endured and passed. Along the way, Lang Yunwu was like she had ADHD, looking here and there. "Brother-in-law, look, there are beautiful women. Brother-in-law, look, there's Ultraman. Wow, brother-in-law, look, my sister is over there. I really didn't fool you this time. Ha ha, fell for it this time. Finally arriving at the address above the navigation, Fong Hung opened the car door and urged, alright, hurry up and get off. I still have things to do. No, I came here just to buy something. This is not the real destination. Fong Hung almost didn't hold back from popping out his mantra. Lang Yunwu folded her hands and said, wait for me for a moment. I'll be back after I buy something. And you promised my sister. Surely you won't leave me behind, right, auntie? Please go and come back quickly. Lang Yunwu flashed an okay gesture, and then rushed off to various stalls to buy something. By the time she came back, Fong Hung had a layer of cobwebs on his body. Fong Hung helped put the big bags into the car and was about to spit when Lang Yunwu suddenly smiled and took out a snack and put it into his hands. Still counts on you to know what you're doing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking you to hold it for me. Fong Hung almost went crazy. Lang Yunwu, however, hemmed and hawed and said, I won't tease you. This is for you. I'm telling you, I'm not one to be bullied. Fong Hung said, oh, I know. Lang Yunwu was not amused and was about to enjoy the food. Unexpectedly, the snacks in her hand were all snatched in the blink of an eye, and then Fong Hung gave them all a taste in turn. The flavor is good. Actually specially bought back so many for me. Thanks, Fong Hung said while eating. This time Lang Yunwu completely couldn't smile. Chapter 44, I've broken up with this person already. Lang Yunwu was dumbfounded, and then pouted her lips. That aggrieved look, like she was going to cry immediately if she touched it again. Fong Hung continued to eat as I did, saying, it's really too fragrant. You're too good to me as a brother-in-law. Do you want a bunch? Lang Yunwu was really angry and red-eyed this time. Fong Hung pretended to be confused. Yo, why are you still crying? Is it washed out by this flavor? That's fine. I won't give it to you, haha. Big asshole. I will definitely complain to my sister. Lang Yunwu huffed and puffed. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the two. Yo, isn't this Fong Hung? When Fong Hung took a look, the person who came was none other than Luli, who was followed by a man in a white suit. As soon as he saw Luli, he was not even in the mood to eat and naturally ignored the other party. Luli's eyes moved to Lang Yunwu, carefully sizing her up and revealing a meaningful smile. TSK, who is this? It can't be a new love behind your wife's back. Why did you make her cry? Lang Yunwu was getting angry. Seeing this, she directly cursed at Luli. I'm Nim Dad. Her current appearance, together with her somewhat milky voice, directly made Fong Hong laugh. However, Luli and Bai Hongi's side naturally did not find it funny. Bai Hongi said in dissatisfaction, whose little girl? No education at all. He didn't realize that a certain word in this sentence had just touched Lang Yunwu's scales. Lang Yunwu angrily said, you're the one who's little. Your whole family is little. Bai Hongi felt incredulous. As the youngest master of the Bai family, since his return to China, it was the first time that someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Fong Hung noticed the injuries on Luli's body and said, what's wrong with you? Beaten by this new boyfriend next to you? The injuries on Luli's body were not from Bai Hongi's beating, but because Bai Hongi was late to save her, she was beaten by Wu Dazhuang who had broken into the house. Of course, Luli was beaten up together with her best friend Run Yanxiao. When Bai Hongi arrived, the two women were about to be knocked out by Wu Dazhuang. Guilt, coupled with the agreement made before leaving the country, has led to a quick rekindling of Bai Hongi's old feelings for Luli. The reason she was here was because Luli was pestering Bai Hongi to buy expensive clothes. Unexpectedly, she happened to run into Fong Hong and Lang Yunwu. Luli didn't have the good sense to say, what does it have to do with you? Looks like this is the default. I have to say, you treat this piece of emotion a little something. Obviously a few days ago, you were still crying and begging me to get back together, but as a result, you moved on in the blink of an eye. Les Yin and Yang, you do not agree to get back together with me. I and others good how, and Hiroshi is my ex-boyfriend. When I was dating him, there was nothing about you yet. It's not good. It's not good. It seems that this is the ex-husband brother. Not right. It should be the ex-boyfriend brother. Bai Hongi's face was a bit untenable. Lily, didn't you just say that you waited for me for so many years? And since you broke up with me, you have never been in love? Only then did Luli realize that she had revealed herself, and started explaining with her hands full. Hong-yi, you listen to me. I have always had only you in my heart. It's that guy who has been pestering me. I'm a girl, you understand. Worried that he'll get angry and hurt me, she said and cried. And I've been waiting for you for so many years. You've been hearing nothing. I thought you've already forgotten me. So, I'm sorry. You can beat me and scold me. In short, I, Luli, swore to the heavens that the person I love has only been you from the beginning to the end. Luli finally pointed at Fong Hong and added, of course I have broken up with this person. He is the one who abandoned me first. Fong Hong applauded and said, Luli, you and Rin Nianxiao are worthy of being bosom friends. It's such a shame that you didn't study acting in college to enter the entertainment industry together. Luli was annoyed. Fong Hong, don't go too far. Don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to show that you have a weak heart. I just complimented you on your good acting skills. How can you turn around and pull down again? Luli knew that the more she said, the worse it would be for herself, so she put all her focus on fooling Bai Hongyi. Hongyi, leave him alone. Let's go. He's just trying to use the opportunity to destroy our relationship. Lily, no need to explain so much. I'm willing to believe you. This scum must have been dating that little girl next to him. That's why he heartlessly abandoned you. Bai Hongyi grabbed Luli's hand and gave another imploring look. It's fine, since I've returned. Then from now on I'll be the one to guard you, and will never let you suffer the slightest bit of harm again. He only had Luli in his eyes at the moment, not noticing in the slightest that a certain young girl had clenched her pink fists. Fong Hong could not help but praise. Admirable, admirable. Buddy, you are the top boiling goat. A flash of anger rose under Bai Hongyi's eyes. Less stirring up trouble. Since you dared to hurt Lily's feelings, I, Bai Hongyi, will never let you go easily today. You mean you want to go through 2 moves with me? What? Are you afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? On the contrary, it's you. If you can't beat me, be careful of being disliked by the beautiful goat. Oh. Luli hated Fong Hong so much that she couldn't wait for Bai Hongyi to help take out her anger. Moreover, just now, Wu Daxuan was beaten by Bai Hongyi like a ball. How could Fong Hong be Bai Hongyi's opponent? So Luli directly provoked. Cut the crap. Fong Hong, I think you're just scared. You're really not a man. You can only bully a weak woman like me. Lan Yunwu suddenly jumped ahead and stood in front of Fong Hong. Let me come first, touching my scales over and over again. Do you two really think that this young lady is easy to bully? But saying that you are just a little girl, where is the problem with that statement? Luli felt perplexed, not realizing that she had managed to step on a minefield again. Looking for death, Lan Yunwu stormed out, quickly rushing to Luli and throwing a punch towards the latter's chest. Luli didn't take it seriously at all. A little girl. Hitting someone is no different from scratching an itch. Even if she did receive a punch, where would it hurt? As a result, the next moment, the intense pain, as if to make her feel the sternum are going to break. In just half a day, Luli had already been punched twice. In comparison, Lan Yunwu's beating was even more painful than Wu Dazhuang's. Luli instantly didn't dare to be arrogant, covering her chest and hurriedly hiding behind Bai Hongyi. Baby, it hurts me to death when she beats me. You must help me fight back. Luli pointed at Lan Yunwu and said. Bai Hongyi was furious. Luli was first beaten by a man not long ago. He had just said that he wouldn't let Luli receive a single hoe of harm again. Yet at this moment, she was actually beaten by a little girl again. The other party was clearly hitting Luli, and was clearly hitting him in the face in disguise. Daring to hit my woman, I think you're the one looking for death. Bai Hongyi shouted angrily and immediately rushed Lan Yunlu to punch and kick. Chapter 45. A man who is not ruthless will not be stable in his position. In order to defend himself, Bai Hongyi had specially learned Taekwondo while studying abroad. He was an expert red and black belt, second only to the highest ranked black belt. Bai Hongyi did not take Lan Yunwu seriously, thinking that after a few moves, his opponent would fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, Lan Yunwu was not only fine, but he was increasingly unable to fight, being beaten back by a little girl. This undoubtedly made Bai Hongyi feel infuriated, and at the same time revealed more cracks. Lan Yunwu seized the opportunity to kick him in the knee. Bai Hongyi knelt down on one knee on the spot, as if he was saluting Fong Hong on the opposite side. Lan Yunwu's move was too familiar. Bai Hongyi understood that she had also learned Taekwondo and was a black belt above his own strength. If he continued to fight, he would only suffer losses, so he simply admitted defeat directly. Lan Yunwu saw Bai Hongyi no longer resisting, and then made a gesture to go to clean up Luli. Luli was surprised that Bai Hongyi could not even beat a little girl. However, she was still busy softening up and said, Sister, big sister, I was wrong. Hearing Luli change her tone to big sister, Lan Yunwu's mood only improved a little. Pay attention in the future, okay? If you dare to shout again, I will beat you up once I see you. Lan Yunwu waved her pink fist. Okay, big sister, I remember. Luli couldn't help but be a little depressed. Women, including her, generally resented shouting in a big way. How come this guy in front of her was the opposite? Lang Yunluo lightly hummed, clapping her hands and retreated to the side. Seeing that Bai Hongyi was still kneeling, Fong Hong could not help but flirt. Get up, my beloved minister. It's not even the new year yet. You don't have any New Year's money even if you kneel again. He stood up and said with displeasure. What do you call it? I am losing to this little. Ha! The young girl's gaze instantly became sharp. Bai Hongyi immediately changed his words. I lost to this big sister. It's not like I lost to you. What are you so proud of? That's right, Fong Hong, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? You have the ability to fight Hong Yi one-on-one. Luli realized that Long Yunwu had also learned Taekwondo, which was why Bai Hongyi was no match. But regarding Fong Hong, she still knew the basics. Fong Hong had never enrolled in a martial arts class and would definitely be killed in a single blow in front of Bai Hongyi, so she quietly said again, Hongyi, Fong Hong is a weak chicken. You must help me teach him a hard lesson. Don't worry, I will definitely help you out. Bai Hongyi believed Luli's words. Since Fong Hong was not a practiced fighter, the advantage naturally came to his side. Bai Hongyi could not wait to clean up Fong Hong. If you are a man, then don't be a wimp. Come on, I'll let you have a punch first. He deliberately provoked. Fong Hong was happy. One punch from him and even a tiger would have to call him big brother. This Bai Hongyi was really floating. Think about it, you can't even beat her. Messing up like this is completely asking for trouble. If you're afraid, just say so, I won't make it difficult for you. Then as you wish, you stand still and don't move. Come on, if I say a word, count it as a win for you. Bai Hongyi puffed out his chest and said. Long Yunwu was well aware of Fong Hong's strength and shook her head. Alas, seek your own fortune. Bai Hongyi thought that Long Yunwu's words were meant for Fong Hong and became even more reckless. Don't show any mercy, or else you'll be the one in bad luck after this punch. I won't show any mercy, he said contemptuously. Alright, hurry up and shut your stinking mouth. Bai Hongyi closed his mouth, already fantasizing about how he was going to humiliate Fong Hong later after receiving this punch. However, only Fong Hong lifted his hand and his fist was as fast as the wind. Before several people could see it clearly, his fist had already smashed into Bai Hongyi's chest. First, there was a click sound, as if it was the sound of a bone cracking, followed by a clang sound. Quite bullish. Still not saying a word, Fong Hong said. Bai Hongyi really did not say a word, because his eyes went black and he directly lay on the ground. Long Yunwu held his forehead. It was really the expected result. This person was truly a sizable cutie. He also what to let a punch. I have never seen such a cheap request. Luli sighed or looking dumbfounded, squatting down and shaking the unconscious Bai Hongyi. The other party completely no longer have any reaction. She raised her head and looked at Fong Hong incredulously. It wasn't right. This was not right at all. Fong Hong couldn't even hold himself for long before. So how could he have become so powerful now that he was even able to knock someone out at once? Could it be that he was also pretending on purpose in the first place? On the way back, Long Yunwu was eating beautifully. Her lips looked like she had applied lip moisturizer. Seeing Fong Hong casting his eyes, she panicked and hid the snack in her arms with a wary face. Still want to rob this young lady of something to eat? Fong Hong smirked. You don't let people say you're small. Why do you still call yourself that? Because this big sister sounds weird. Besides, I'm happy to, want you to manage she said revealing small tiger teeth. Milk fierce. Also quite double standard Long Yunwu lightly hummed. The small feet under the seat wiggled, lowered her head and began to rummage through things to eat again. You just struck too hard, knocking someone out with a single punch. If a man is not ruthless, his position is unstable, Fong Hong said smoothly. Long Yunwu was slightly stunned and slapped the car seat and laughed. Ma, that's such a strange, earthy and handsome feeling. Between the words, Fong Hong sent Long Yunwu to her real destination. She opened the door and got out of the car, mimicking Fong Hong's punching motion just now. Stinky brother-in-law, just now you were really fast with your punches. Turn around and teach me how to practice? No time, cheapskate. Oh yeah, let me give you a suggestion, related to my sister. What advice? Is in front of her must not be so fast? Long Yunwu smiled mysteriously and finished pulling out his legs to run. Fong Hong was bewildered. When afterward, he realized that he only saw that Long Yunrui had already run far away, and turned back to make a face at him. This stinky girl, turning back, he must let Long Yu give her a good tidying up before he could do so. Fong Hong returned to Jun Yuan. After a few days, the system's beep finally sounded in his head again. Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 100% soft rice value. May I ask if the host is going to conduct a lucky draw? Fong Hong naturally chose yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine doctor skill. The soft rice value has been emptied. Please save up again to continue the lucky draw. Divine doctor skill? In other words, in the future, one would be able to see the doctor by oneself and not have to worry about suddenly getting sick. Fong Hong was quite satisfied. With this skill, he could enjoy the good life more recklessly. In case Ling Yu got sick one day, he could also help her check her body by the way, saving her from running to the hospital again. Chapter 46, I will protect you. It was still early, so Fong Hong had nothing to do and went to play some ball as usual. He ran into the grandfather and grandson again at the basketball court. However, this time, the little boy couldn't muster up much spirit, and the old man, who was playing cheerleader, didn't shout as vigorously as before. After it was over, The little boy was still shooting baskets, while Fong Hong came to the old man. Fong Hong wiped his sweat and asked, "What's wrong with you grandparents today?" Qian Fuhao sighed deeply, looking at his grandson with a gaze filled with guilt. Little Treasure heard others talking about him being mute at school today. Alas, it's all my fault as a grandfather for not having the ability to find someone to cure him. Qian Xiaobao was congenitally mute, and since birth, Qian Fuhao had hired major famous doctors to cure him. However, over the years, domestic and foreign countries ran all over the place, and no one could cure him. Along with his age, his grandson had changed from lively to introverted, and Qian Fuhao saw it in his eyes and felt pain in his heart. Fong Hong thought of the divine doctor skills he had just acquired and decided to step in to help this pair of grandparents. "Master, if you don't mind, I might be able to cure your grandson." "Seriously?" Qian Fuhao raised his whitened eyebrows, and was instantly very energized. "Well, I'll do my best." Upon hearing this, Qian Fuhao immediately called Qian Xiaobao in front of him. After Fong Hong examined him, he quickly diagnosed the problem based on the vast amount of medical knowledge that surfaced in his mind. He smiled and said, "There's a way, but it requires silver needles or something, and I don't have those on hand right now." "It's fine, I have them at home." Qian Fuhao grabbed Fong Hong's hand and immediately brought him towards his home. Even though Fong Hong didn't look too reliable, Qian Fuhao still chose to believe him. For one thing, there was really no other way. Secondly, after this period of time, Qian Fuhao did not reveal his true identity and also felt that Fong Hong did not look like he had other plans for him. Just like this, under Qian Fuhao's leadership, Fong Hong entered an area that Jun Yuan had never been to before. What met his eyes was a golden, opulent villa. The overall decorating style was almost as if the words "I am rich" were written on it. In the courtyard of the villa, there were many servants who bowed and greeted the three people who entered. Mr. Qian invited Fong Hong to the sofa and personally brought tea and water, and finally had a few servants bring in a medical box. The large medical box was opened, and there were all sorts of medical equipment inside. Fong Hong found out what he needed inside and then had Qian Xiaobao lie flat on the bed. The servants watched this scene, unaware of each other. Over the years, the major famous doctors had tried countless methods, and none of them had succeeded in making the little young master speak. The man in front of them was so young, and his strength was most likely not as good as those famous doctors, so it was obvious that it would only be the same result. On Fong Hong's side, he first pacified Qian Xiaobao. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine in a while." Qian Xiaobao looked at the silver needle with a cold light in his hand and could not help but feel a little nervous, but along with Fong Hong applying the needle, he quickly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he only felt a strange itch in his throat. Qian Xiaobao spat out a mouthful of black blood, and at the same time, was surprised to find that he could make a sound. He was very excited, covered his throat, rushed to Qian Fuhao hard to say, "Master, grandfather." This sound of praying for many years of grandfather, so that the money Fuhao slowly stared at the cloudy eyes, trembling all over the body. He excitedly threw away his walking stick and hugged Qian Xiaobao with old tears. "Xiaobao, my Xiaobao, Grandpa can finally hear your voice." The servant's jaws dropped, feeling unprecedentedly shocked. The young master was congenitally mute, and even medical titan Li Sherdong was unable to do anything about it. Now, it was actually cured by this man in front of him in the blink of an eye? This is really too incredible. Who in the world was this man? Qian Fuhao calmed his emotions and walked up to Fong Hong, suddenly bending his knees and wanting to kneel down to express his gratitude. This startled the servants. Fong Hong hurriedly assisted Qian Fuhao. "Don't, old master, I can't afford it." Qian Fuhao also realized that this was not very reasonable. "Little divine doctor, at the risk of asking, what is your name?" "My surname is Fong." "Fong Hong. Mr. Fong, let's say that I, Qian Fuhao, owe you a favor. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just ask and I will do my best to help." "Alright, as long as you don't kneel down, then anything is fine." Fong Hong didn't know what Qian Fuhao's status was, nor was he thinking of getting any favors from him. He just acquired the divine healer skill thinking to test it out. Judging from the results, the skill was indeed something, and this time, he had earned a lot again. Seeing that it was almost time, Fong Hong got up and prepared to leave. "Alright, old master, my wife is probably coming back soon, so I won't stay here with you much longer." "Alright, Mr. Fong, I'll see you off." After arriving at the stadium, "Old master, sending it here is enough. You go slowly." Qian Fuhao held Qian Xiaobao and stood still to watch Fong Hong go far away. He didn't expect that this youngster he met at the stadium would still be a deep-rooted divine doctor. Fong Hong's side happened to meet Leng Yu, who was driving back. Leng Yu looked at the grandparents and grandchildren who were not far away, and then placed her gaze on Fong Hong. "You guys know each other?" "Oh, you mean that pair of grandparents and grandsons? We met playing basketball." "Old man Qian is the richest man in Luo City." Fong Hong was surprised. "The richest man in Luo City?" Leng Yu nodded. Yes, try not to get into a conflict with him, or it will be a bit tricky. It's fine, I don't have any conflicts with him. Fang Hong didn't expect that the old man would actually be the richest man in Luo City. No wonder he would feel a superior aura on him from time to time. That's good, but even if there is a conflict, it's fine, I will definitely protect you, Lung Yu said with firm eyes. Well, the two returned to the villa, and together they went into the pool to swim. After swimming tired, stayed in the shallow water area and started chatting. Lung Yu's jade hand fiddled with the water splashes and said, speaking of which, Yun Luo complained to me again, saying that you robbed her of something to eat. I ate quite a bit in one bite. I'm a bit propped up. You really robbed her to eat? Lung Yu was slightly stunned. She had thought that Long Yunwu was fooling around again like before, but she didn't expect that this time it would actually be true. Yeah, who let her deliberately tease me at the time? Fang Hong said the ins and outs and Lung Yu covered her mouth and laughed after hearing it. Well done. Next time Yun Luo bullies you, you just pack her up to spite. Okay. After resting, the two prepared to go ashore. Lung Yu lifted her beautiful legs, her jade feet stepping on the steps, and walked up first without slowing down. The water droplets slowly slid down through that marvelous curve, as if they did not fall into the pool, but fell drop by drop on Fang Heng's heart. After Lung Yu went ashore, she saw that not only did Fang Hong not follow closely behind, but instead returned to the deep water area, and wondered, why don't you come up? I want to swim 2 more laps. Really can't do anything about you. Then I can leave first. After Lung Yu left, Fang Hong dove headfirst into the water again. Even so, the scene just now lingered. Fatal. Too fatal. Chapter 47 Lost Clothes. On Fang Heng's way back to his room, he ran into Lung Yu who came down from the second floor. Lung Yu had changed into her usual housecoat and seemed to have encountered something. However, when Fang Hong opened his mouth to ask, Lung Yu stammered and did not answer before turning around and quickly going upstairs again. By the time it was time to eat, Lung Yu still looked distracted. Fang Hong said, if there is anything you want to say, just say it directly. Lung Yu put down her chopsticks, wanting to speak. It wasn't that she didn't want to say anything, it was just that this matter was just too embarrassing, because her own personal clothes were missing a piece of. Lung Yu had rummaged through the room without finding it. Although she was unwilling to believe that Fang Hong had taken it, they were the only 2 people in the villa, and the key was that Fang Hong happened to have entered her room today. Say it, it's just the 2 of us, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Seeing her stammering, Fang Hong persuaded her once again, then picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. Only then did Lung Yu make up her mind and said, then I'll just say it. Well, just say it. Finally, Lung Yu asked with some embarrassment, did you move my underwear? Upon hearing this, Fang Hong almost choked on the soup he just drank. He put down the spoon and said, what did I touch your underwear for? Lung Yu pursed her lips and said, but when I went out in the morning, I clearly put a piece of underwear on my bed, and when I came back, it was gone, and I couldn't find it after searching for half a day. Fang Hong vigorously recalled the scene when he entered Lung Yu's room. He vaguely remembered that when he had just entered, he had seen nothing on the bed except for the doll and quilt. I really didn't move, and when I went to your room and helped you get your briefcase, I remember that there was no underwear on the bed either. Strange, could it be that there's a burglar in the house? It should be unlikely, really into the thief, not to only lose a piece of clothing, that would be even more strange. Feeling Lung Yu's line of sight, Fang Hong always felt a bit strange. Indeed, there were just the 2 of them at home. It was normal for Lung Yu to subconsciously suspect him when she lost her things. If it was his own stuff that was lost, he would definitely also unconsciously associate it with Lung Yu taking it. So in order to prove his innocence, Fang Hong accompanied Lung Yu up to the second floor. Can you roughly tell us what color that dress is? Lung Yu said unnaturally. Pink. Alright, then I'll help you look for it. Fang Hong carefully rummaged through Lung Yu's room. Miraculously, he really didn't find it after searching around, even to the point of lifting up the bed. This delay in finding it caused Fang Hong to become a little depressed as well. Things surely wouldn't have disappeared somehow. Then where the hell did it run off to? Or else just forget about it. No, this is about my innocence after all. Let's not look for it. I'm sure you didn't take it. I have to find it. However, Fang Hong rummaged through the box and searched again for a long time, but Lung Yu's clothes were never seen. It wasn't until then that he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Tang Yuan who had burrowed in through the doorway. Lung Yu, do you think it's possible that this guy stole it? Fang Hong pointed at Tang Yuan and said. Lung Yu shook his head. It's unlikely, isn't it? Tang Yuan is just a cat. Just because Tang Yuan was a cat, it was possible. After all, in a cat's eyes, clothes were just clothes. It might feel fun and then give it away. Fang Hong held the mentality of better to kill by mistake, never let go, and immediately began to interrogate Tang Yuan. Confess from leniency, resist from severity, quickly and honestly explain, where did you hide the clothes? as if Tang Yuan could understand human language. He turned around and ran, even drifted like a race car when he turned the corner. It's not right. This was very wrong. Fong Hong immediately moved to catch up. In the end, he managed to catch Tang Yuan at the cat's den, also in its cat scratching basin. The pink underwear that Lang Yu had lost was found. Lang Yu was helpless, holding Tang Yuan, reprimanded, "You the stinky Tang Yuan, started to learn bad, right?" Tang Yuan looked like she knew that she had done wrong, and honestly laid down in her arms, stealing a glance at Fong Hong from time to time with an aggrieved look. At this point, the criminal Tang Yuan was arrested on the spot and the incident came to an end. Then the two returned downstairs and could finally eat in peace. "Fong Hong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. It's nothing, we're the only two in the house. It's reasonable for you to suspect me. If I lose my clothes, I'm sure I'll also associate it with you taking them. What could I do with your clothes?" The more this day chatted, the more wrong it became. Fong Hong was busy changing the topic and said, "Cough, eat first, the food is getting cold." Lang Yu bit her chopsticks, and in a slightly awkward atmosphere, the two finished the dinner. Before going upstairs, Lang Yu suddenly remembered something. "Right, Fong Hong, it will be Grandpa's birthday in a short while. You might want to return to the clan with me to celebrate Grandpa's birthday." "No problem." At the same time, on the other side, a splendid villa in Junyuan, Chen Dashan led Li Sherdong, a medical titan, through the door. Seeing Qian Fuhao's joyful smile, Chen Dashan was slightly stunned. He hadn't seen his father so happy for a long time. "Dad, I invited Divine Dr. Li here." Li Sherdong first complimented Qian Fuhao, then directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Elder Qian, my team has recently made another breakthrough, and after discussing with Mr. Qian, I have decided to bring your grandson back to our hospital, so we may be able to cure his mute disease." "Divine Dr. Li, it's not necessary." Mr. Qian Fuhao waved his hand and laughed. Upon hearing this, Li Sherdong was slightly stunned and said, "Elder Qian, what do you mean by this?" Li Sherdong was particularly puzzled. Chen Fuhao had been running around for an unknown number of years in order to be able to cure his young grandson's congenital mute disease. Now that there was hope in this regard, why would he suddenly give up? Qian Dashan said with heartache, "Dad, don't give up on yourself. Xiaobao has a chance to be cured. Let's listen to Divine Dr. Li." Qian Fuhao said, "It's not that I don't listen, but little treasure's mute disease has been cured." These words came out. Chen Dashan and Li Sherdong were both shocked in a million ways. "What? Dad, you're not lying to me, are you?" "What am I lying to you for?" Chen Fuhao shouted at Qian Xiaobao in the room. "Xiaobao, your dad is back. Come out to see him." Not long after, Qian Xiaobao walked out and said in a less than standard voice, "Dad, Dad." Hearing his son's voice, Qian Dashan froze in place, and hot tears blurred his eyes at once. He immediately rushed up and hugged Qian Xiaobao. "My precious son, after so many years, I can finally hear you call out to your father." Li Sherdong's side still did not accept this reality. He trembled as he asked, "Elder Qian, may I ask who cured your grandson's illness?" "It was a young man in his 20s who cured him," Li Sherdong categorically said. "Impossible. How could a young man in his 20s have this kind of medical skill?" "Don't make fun of me, Elder Qian. Divine Dr. Li, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can watch this surveillance." Chen Fuhao retrieved the surveillance of Fong Hong helping Qian Xiaobao heal. Upon seeing the image of the man applying needles in a flowing stream, Li Sherdong's jaw dislocated in surprise. Chapter 48. He is General Manager Leng's husband. Li Sherdong was well known in the medical world, and with just a pair of discerning eyes, he could easily discern the approximate level of another person's medical skills. Fong Heng's skillful needle application technique was something that Li Sherdong thought he could not do, and the acupuncture points that the other party had pierced were something he could not understand. Li Sherdong had only experienced this feeling of confusion on his deceased master. This also indicated one thing, and that was that Fong Heng's medical skills were most likely above his. However, Fong Hong was simply too young, making him even more unable to accept this reality. "Elder Qian, forgive me for taking the liberty. Can you let me check if my grandson is truly cured? Just in time, just to be on the safe side." "You check." Chen Fuhao did not reject Li Sherdong's request. Li Sherdong immediately had his disciples fetch professional instruments before conducting an all-round inspection of Qian Xiaobao's vocal cords and the like. When the results of the examination came out, Li Sherdong and his disciples were nothing but shocked, because Qian Xiaobao not only had no more problems with his vocal cords, but also recovered to the same state as an ordinary person. This was almost impossible and could even be called a medical miracle. Li Sherdong wiped his sweat and said excitedly, "Too powerful, just too powerful. This person's medical skills are definitely above mine." The disciples also looked at me and you, affirming Fong Heng's medical skills. Chen Dashan on the side looked dumbfounded. It was unimaginable that in Luo City, There was still someone whose medical skills could be above the medical titan Li Sherdong? He immediately looked towards the monitor, his eyes unblinking, firmly memorizing Fong Hang's looks. This was a great benefactor of their Qian family. Sunday, Fong Hong went to the mall alone. Grandpa Lang Yu's birthday was coming up. Since he was married, Lang Yu's grandfather, then naturally, was also his grandfather. It was really a bit unreasonable for him not to prepare some gifts or something. However, before buying a gift for Lang Laozi, Fong Hong still decided to give Lang Yu a gift first. After all, since getting married, Lang Yu had already spent a lot of money on him. It was also thanks to Lang Yu that he had everything he had now. Lang Yu was his nominal wife, so it was only right to be kind to her. If you only know how to ask for something in one direction and don't know how to return it, such a marriage relationship is not destined to last. After some thinking, Fong Hong decided to give Lang Yu a gift. In the end, Fong Hong decided to send Lang Yu a watch, so he walked into a high-end watch specialty store. When the sexy shopping guide lady saw him, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Handsome man, what style of watch do you need?" Lang Yu was the president of Light Years. An ordinary watch would definitely not fit her status. Fong Hong intended to send her an expensive one. "What are the more expensive watches in your store?" As soon as she heard Fong Hong say this, the shopper immediately got very energized. Looking at Fong Hong's looks and dress, he did not look like an ordinary person. It turned out that his guess was really right, and he was indeed a big customer. "Sir, please follow me. The famous watch area is over here." The guide personally led the way, turning back once every few steps, always with a smile on his face. Entering the famous watch area, Fong Hong saw a somewhat familiar person, seemingly the female store manager of that DL jewelry store when he accompanied Lang Yu to buy a diamond ring. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go find the manager to serve you personally." "Alright, then I'll take a casual look first." Yang Huimei's side could not help but stare when she saw Fong Hong. The guide walked next to her and said quietly, "Manager Yang, that gentleman wants to buy a watch." Yang Huimei lowered her voice and said back, "This is the Mr. Fong I told you about before." The guide's eyes widened as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my god, he is Mr. Lang's husband." "Yes, from the time you entered the door. You didn't slow him down, did you?" No. The guide spoke with a bit of a stutter. She did not think that the man in front of her was actually the husband of the president of Light Years. "That's good. Leave the rest to me. You hurry to make tea." "Understood." Fong Hong turned around, and inside the counter were all famous watches that started at several $100,000, each of which was worth a lot of money. At this moment, Yang Huimei smiled and stepped forward, gently bowing. "Mr. Fong, what a coincidence. We meet again." "It's quite a coincidence. You jumped ship to this store?" Fong Hong said. "No, this store also belongs to the DL name. I occasionally come over to take a look." "I see. I don't know which watch you favor. Do you need me to explain it to you one by one?" "I want to take a look at this one." Fong Hong pointed to a Carousel watch. "Mr. Fong has a good eye. Are you buying this watch to give to Mr. Lang?" "Yes, this is it. Wrap it up for me." "Okay." The guide came with the tea. When she saw that Fong Hong had picked $1 million Carousel watch, she immediately drew a breath of cool air. Worthy of being the husband of the president of Lightyear. So generous at the first strike. It would be great if she could marry such a man. At this time the store walked in two women with pretty faces. One of them was Chen Shui, who had failed to confess her love to Fong Hong at the promotion banquet not long ago. The one who followed Chen Shui was her best friend, Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing saw Fong Hong at a glance and pushed Chen Shui, saying excitedly, "Shui, look, there's a handsome man there. He's simply going to be handsome to death. What a fuss. Anyone you see is a handsome guy." Chen Shui was not amused. Ever since she met Fong Hong, she had never seen a man more handsome than him. Chen Shui was not in the mood to look at the so-called handsome man that her girlfriends were talking about. However, when she caught a glimpse of the other party out of the corner of her eye, Chen Shui instantly froze. Surprisingly, it was Fong Hong. No wonder her best friend was excited like this. Su Qingqing said, He, woman, committing nymphomania. Just now you were not willing to believe me." Chen Shui said with some sadness, "He is the Fong Hong that I mentioned before." "Ah, he is the male colleague that you failed to confess to?" Previously, Su Qingqing had heard Chen Shui introduce Fong Hong, saying that he was much more handsome than even male stars. Su Qingqing was originally dead set against believing it, but now that she had a glimpse of the real face, she was now completely unable to refute it, because Fong Hong was indeed handsome, simply a handsome heaven-breaking existence. Chen Shui nodded. "Yes, he seems to be buying a watch. Come on, let's go over and say hello to him." "That's not good, is it?" Chen Shui hesitated. Chen Shui didn't want to disturb Fong Hong, but under Su Qingqing's encouragement, the two of them eventually arrived in front of Fong Hong. "Fong Hong, what a coincidence." Chen Shui waved her hand. "Hi, handsome. Su Qingqing followed suit and greeted. Well, how are you guys? Fong Hong was cold and perfunctory. If this was an ordinary man, Su Qingqing would have cursed in her heart, but because it was Fong Hong, instead of having any resentment, Su Qingqing screamed madly in her heart. So handsome, so high and cold, so eager to conquer him. Chapter 49 Long Yu's Kiss. Fong Hong did not continue to speak. Chen Shuai also didn't know what topic to look for, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. Su Qingqing hated the iron and lowered her voice. Speak up, can you be a little bit outgoing? Chen Shuai was just about to open her mouth. Fong. Unexpectedly, Yang Huimei's appearance interrupted her. Mr. Fong, the carousel watch you purchased is packed, and the invoice and complimentary gift are also inside. Thanks for your hard work. I don't dare, this is all what I should do. Welcome to the next visit. Yang Huimei handed the things to the guide and said, take these to Mr. Fong's car. Okay, manager. The shopper guide was busy taking it carefully, then silently followed behind Fong Hong, passing by the two women. Out of politeness, Fong Hong still said, I'll leave first. Good. Chen Shuai looked at Fong Hong's departing back in a daze. Su Qingqing's attention, on the other hand, shifted to the watch that Fong Hong had bought. She asked Yang Huimei at Yang Huimei, hello, I want to ask, how much does the watch bought by that handsome guy just now cost? It was said that carousel were worth a lot of money, and Su Qingqing was curious about how much Fong Hong had spent, around $1 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuai was also attracted to it. The two women looked at each other with 4 eyes, and both froze at once. How? Much more? 1 million? Su Qingqing somewhat couldn't believe her ears. Yang Huimei nodded her head and smiled. Yes, do you two also want the same style? No, can't, we are just casually looking. Su Qingqing was busy pulling Chen Shuai away. This could easily be $1 million watch. Where could the two of them afford to buy it? Seeing Fong Hong leave in the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Su Qingqing immediately stopped a car. Su Qingqing immediately stopped a cab. Master, please follow that Big G in front. Chen Shuai complained. Qingqing, what are you doing? Su Qingqing vigorously nudged Chen Shuai's head. What else can I do? Of course I'm helping you little fool to chase after a man. The two girls followed Fong Hong all the way. Eventually, they arrived at an antique store, only to see Fong Hong negotiate with the store owner. He actually spent another $1 million to buy a porcelain antique. Su Qingqing was stunned and said quietly, Shuai, this Fong Hong is too rich. Right, he spent out $2 million in this moment. I don't know how long I have to work a shift to earn this much money. Chen Shuai didn't expect Fong Hong to be so rich before. It wasn't until the promotion banquet when she found out that the Mercedes Big G belonged to Fong Hong that made Chen Shuai completely refresh her perception of him. In Chen Shuai's opinion, Fong Hong should have been intentionally keeping a low profile and did not want to attract attention. On the contrary, Xiao Kongpeng, who was pursuing her, who had a swollen face and said that the Mercedes-Benz Big G was his own in the first place, was a living clown. If you marry him, you will directly become a rich woman. What else do you have to work? Chen Shuai shyly said. Don't you talk nonsense, I and he have not even started. Hey, the person is gone. Quickly chase after him. The two women chased after him outside the mall. Su Qingqing pushed Chen Shuai. Shuai, go, take this opportunity to try confessing again. Chen Shuai hesitated. I feel sure that it won't work again. I serve you. No longer try how to know the result. If you do not go, then I can go. How can you? You grab a man with me? Chen Shuai was a little anxious. If you don't want to be snatched away by me, then you should quickly go and confess. Under Su Qingqing's compulsion, Chen Shuai gathered her courage and prepared to reveal her feelings to Fong Hong once again. However, just after taking 2 steps, she froze in place. In the line of sight, an Audi S8 stopped. Fong Hong was talking and laughing with Long Yu, who got out of the car. Chen Shuai was shocked. Of course, what shocked her the most was the wedding ring shining on the ring fingers of the two. At this moment, Chen Shuai realized that Fong Hong was really married, and the marriage object was still Long Yu. Who is that woman? Su Qingqing asked with a frown. In the area of face value alone, she had never convinced anyone, but at this moment, a sense of inferiority steeply rose in her heart. The president of our company. Ah, the rumored president of that thunderous lightning year absolute beauty? Su Qingqing was confused. This woman was clearly an existence that could not be offended. Qingqing, let's go. Chen Shuai forced a smile. Staying one more second felt tortured. She thought she belonged to the category of beautiful women, as she would more or less attract the attention of men wherever she went. But Long Yu's appearance made her feel a deep sense of frustration. Long Yu was simply too beautiful, so beautiful that there was absolutely no way for her not to be jealous. As the president of Lightyear, Long Yu's status was honorable, and the key was that she and Fong Hong were already married. This time she was completely out of luck. On the other side, Fong Hong didn't expect to go out to buy something and just happened to bump into Long Yu. The two took advantage of this opportunity and went shopping and ate something together. It was late at night when they returned home. Long Yu went into the bathroom first. Fong Hong, on the other hand, secretly took out the carousel watch he bought from the car. Immediately afterward, he rummaged through the suitcase and found a special item from inside. Long Yu changed into a nightgown after taking a shower. She saw Fong Hong sitting on the sofa watching TV, so she hugged Tang Yuan and walked over to sit down as well. Lang Yu pulled out a few wine heart candies from her pocket and handed them to Fong Hong. Yun Luo gave them to me. I just ate a few of them. The flavor is okay. Do you want to taste them? Fong Hong tasted one. It was sweet, but the wine flavor seemed to be slightly stronger than ordinary wine heart candies. Just in time. I'll give you a gift as well. What gift? You'll know when you unwrap it. Fong Hong purposely sold the gift, and the original packaging was also replaced by him. Still saying that I'm a bad woman. You're a bad man too. You just like to hang on to your appetites. Fong Hong laughed. In between speaking, Lang Yu unwrapped the package. Carousel's watch? Like it? Fong Hong asked. It was because giving Luli a gift before would always get him scolded. This deja vu scene. Nowadays, he actually unconsciously had a sense of nervousness. Lang Yu felt full of surprise. Like it, but this style should be very expensive, so I'll let you break the bank. Hearing Lang Yu say this, his hanging heart fell. As long as you like it, come on, let me help you put it on. Fong Hong grabbed Lang Yu's soft and boneless jade hand, then unhurriedly put the watch on her wrist. Good looking. Lang Yu turned her wrist and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She often received expensive gifts, but she had never been so happy as she was at this moment. Wait, there's something else. Fong Hong pulled out another string of necklaces from his pocket. This is so pretty. Did you buy it too? He shook his head. No, this was given to me by my dad. He said that when he gets married in the future, he will give it to his other half. Are you going to give it to me? Of course, we are married. Fong Hong leaned down close to Lang Yu, ready to put the necklace on her white neck. The two were so close that Lang Yu could even see her own reflection through Fong Hong's eyes. Lang Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and her breathing became a little rapid. The man's breath itched on her face, but it was also like a feather quietly ruffling her. Somehow, Lang Yu suddenly developed an impulse. Along with the passage of time, this impulse became stronger and stronger, causing her to slowly close to Fong Hong under her spell. However, Lang Yu did not get what she wished for, but instead bumped into the bridge of Fong Hong's nose due to her inexperience. What's wrong with you? Fong Hong was a little depressed. He had just helped Lang Yu put on the necklace, but as a result, he was inexplicably bumped into by her. Lang Yu covered the tip of her nose, her chest bumping as if she had trespassed into a deer. In order to hide her embarrassment, she picked up the soup dumplings and silently tried to leave. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you don't like it? Facing Fong Hong's successive follow-up questions, Lang Yu had originally walked to the stairway. She suddenly paused in her steps, struggling with herself internally. Finally, Lang Yu put down the soup dumplings and turned back to quickly walk towards Fong Hong. When Fong Hong saw her aggressive look, before he had time to speak, he was pushed down by Lang Yu's hand, and his back was pressed against the sofa. Immediately after, Lang Yu sat on his legs, leaned down and kissed him directly. Chapter 50, like me? Fong Hong's head went blank, his eyes wide, his entire being directly confused. When he reacted, he only saw that Lang Yu had already retreated a few meters away, her eyes dodging, her cheeks tinted with a faint blush. Evening, good night. The words fell. She picked up the soup dumplings and fled, and because she was in too much of a hurry, she climbed the stairs and nearly fell. Fong Hong stood up in shock and said, "You slow down." "No, it's fine." Lang Yu quickly disappeared in place, but left out the soup dumplings, plus a cat slipper. Fong Hong walked over to pick up the cat slipper. Tang Yuan raised his head and meowed at him. "Don't panic, I'll send you up." Fong Hong picked up Tang Yuan and headed upstairs. The second floor room. Lang Yu leaned her entire body against the door panel, her heart beating violently, like an additional deer had intruded in her chest. She covered her burning cheeks with both hands, thinking back to what she had just done, and hated to dig a hole in the floor to burrow in. Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door startled Cold Rain with a jolt. She hastily pressed her hands against the door of the room, fearing that Fong Hong would push the door in the next moment. "It's me." Outside the door, Fong Hong held the cat slippers in one hand and hugged Tang Yuan with the other. Not long after, Lang Yu's voice came from inside the house. I'm already asleep." Fong Hong didn't even know how to spit. "I put the soup dumplings and slippers at the door." He re-straightened himself and said, "Oh, I'll bring them in when I wake up." "Okay." Cold Rain pressed herself against the door panel until she heard the footsteps disappear, and only then did she quickly open the door to her room and carry in the cat with the slippers. She unlocked the door to the room, dropped the soup dumplings, and flung herself onto the bed to cover herself with the quilt. I don't know how long it took. Lang Yu slowly lifted the quilt and lay on her side on the bed, looking at Tang Yuan who suddenly appeared. Tang Yuan, what do you think I should do? It feels like I don't have the courage to walk out of this door tomorrow. I can't be possessed by a ghost. Right, how could I suddenly do that kind of thing to him? It's all Yun Luo's fault. There must be something wrong with the wine heart candy Yun Luo gave me. It wasn't until Tang Yuan fell into a deep sleep that Lang Yu stopped talking to herself. She subconsciously touched her lips, and her heartbeat, which had not been easy to calm down, even suddenly sped up a few more points. Downstairs room. Fong Hong was lying on the bed tossing and turning. Lang Yu's shy appearance lingered in his mind. He could never figure out Lang Yu's intentions for suddenly kissing him. Caught me. Like me. Drill in advance in order to deal with unexpected situations. Fong Hong thought for a long time and first ruled out the possibility of Lang Yu liking him. After all, the two hadn't even known each other for a long time, and Lang Yu was only with him to deal with her family's forced marriage. But no matter what, he was looking forward to seeing Lang Yu tomorrow. Fong Hong didn't know what time he slept, and the next day he woke up already after 10 o'clock. He glanced at the garage, and sure enough the Audi S8 wasn't there anymore. Coming to the dining table, it was empty. This was the first time that after waking up late, Lang Yu did not leave him breakfast or a sticky note. Fong Hong was even a little less adapted for a moment. He packed up everything and drove to get ready to go to work. Arriving at the company, Fong Hong met Chen Shuai in the elevator. Chen Shuai's entire body was not quite natural once she saw him. Good day, Secretary Fong. Fong. Aha. Fong Hong nodded. Chen Shuai's sudden change in attitude was mostly because she knew about his relationship with Lang Yu. Arriving at the designated floor, Fong Hong took the lead and got off the elevator. Chen Shuai's expression became despondent all of a sudden. She recalled what she had witnessed yesterday, the picture of Fong Hong and Lang Yu talking and laughing, and her heart became harder and harder to bear. Unconsciously, the elevator had returned to the first floor. Two employees walked in, and when they saw Chen Shuai motionless, they could not help but reveal strange looks. Chen Shuai organized her emotions and repressed the floor she was going to. Since Fong Hong had already married a woman who was superior to herself in every aspect, then it was also time to let go. Chen Shuai believed that Fong Hong and Lang Yu's life must be happy. To be able to watch the person she loved be happy, this was already enough. President's office. Fong Hong pushed the door in and did not see Lang Yu as he had hoped. Instead, he saw Su Mu. Assistant Su, where is Mr. Lang? Su Mu was busy. General Manager Lang said she would come later. She took the time to put down her pen and looked straight at Fong Hong. This is still the first time I've seen the president late for work since I joined Light Years. I wonder if Secretary Fong has any clue? Fong Hong did not know how to reply. Lang Yu's lateness was probably somewhat related to last night's incident, and he couldn't inform Su Mu about the personal matters between the two. I'll make a call and ask. At the same time, a cafe. Long Yun-woo, who had entered the private room, was astonished. She carefully looked at her cell phone and made sure that it was Monday correctly. Sister, today is a working day. You actually didn't go to work and ran here for pleasure? Lang Yunwoo felt that the sun had come out of the west. Her own sister was usually a typical workaholic. Lang Yu put down her coffee cup and said, "Can't I be lazy once in a while?" Lang Yunwoo came over to Lang Yu's side and rubbed her chin to observe her back and forth. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. You're definitely not my sister. Tai. Demon spirit quickly show form. Otherwise my old grandson will not be polite. Ouch. Pain pain pain. Lang Yunwoo is still in the skin, but the result is that Lang Yu backhandedly grabbed his cheeks, and his speech is a little unsteady. Stinky sister, let go. If you don't let go, this young lady will let you taste the power of Taekwondo black belt. If you dare to touch a single finger of mine, I will let Fong Hong pack you hard. Just as he was saying, Lang Yu received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately let go of her sister. Lang Yunwoo rubbed her cheeks and said, "Sister, who's calling? Why don't you answer? It's Fong Hong, answer it for me and say I'm not in." Ha? Lang Yunwoo was puzzled, but still did as she was told. After the call was connected, she said, "Hey, brother-in-law, my sister said she's not in." Chapter 51, I feel that you are more like a cat, looking high and cold, but very cute. Seeing Lang Yu anxiously gesticulating, Lang Yunwoo was an afterthought, and only then did she realize what the problem was. She busily added, "Nope, my sister didn't say she wasn't there. In any case, she's not next to me right now either. Brother-in-law, you must believe me, it was quiet over there." Even through the phone, Lang Yunlu could feel Fong Hang's speechlessness. A moment later, only then did he say, "Okay, I know. Aha, then I'll hang up. When my sister comes back, I'll have her call you back. Bye-bye brother-in-law." Without waiting for Fong Hong to reply, Lang Yunwoo hung up the phone and then playfully invited credit from Lang Yu. "Sis, wasn't I witty?" Lang Yu blankly glanced at her sister and snatched the phone. "I'm almost laughing at you. Lang Yunwoo doggedly helped her pinch her shoulders and pound her back. It's fine. That said, what's going on with you and your brother-in-law? Why are you suddenly avoiding him? Little kids don't ask so many things you shouldn't. Saying I'm small again. You stinking sister. Lang Yunwoo stopped currying favor and sat down on the side, but still couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked one question after another. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Could it be that brother-in-law has a concubine behind your back? Or is it that you, Sister Stinky, are suddenly suffering from an incurable disease and your days are numbered? Lang Yunwoo remembered the dog-blooded novel she had recently read and suddenly utilized her wild imagination. Lang Yu said without a trace of anger. Are you cursing me? Good sister. If you don't say it, can't I just rely on guessing? Lang Yunwoo suddenly pouted. It's actually nothing. Even after a night, Lang Yu still wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide when she thought back on what she did. Lang Yunwoo stared straight at her own sister, quickly catching a never-before-seen look on the other's face. It was as if she had discovered a new continent, clearly a beautiful young girl, but smiling like a lewd uncle. Sis, there must be an ulterior secret between you and your brother-in-law. No, there isn't. When last night's matter was placed on an ordinary couple, it would not be considered an unspeakable secret. However, Lang Yu and Fong Hong were not an ordinary couple, so it was a bit more subtle. Still saying no. You're shy. Don't you say nonsense. Where am I? I shy? Lang Yunwoo smiled without saying anything, her expression intriguing. Instead, Lang Yu became a little anxious. She simply broke the pot and made a gesture to want to clean up the former. Lang Yunwoo pulled her legs out and ran, while she got up and chased after her. This scene stunned the store manager who came to flatter her. Fong Hong returned to his office. Not long afterward, he received a call from Lang Yu. Hey, I heard Yun Luo say that you called me just now. She spoke in a smaller and smaller voice. Well, I didn't see you person at the company. I was a bit worried, so I thought to make a call to ask. I'm fine. We'll be back soon. The time was approaching noon. After ending the call, Fong Hong went downstairs to the cafeteria and specially packed some meals. Folding back to see that the elevator doors had just closed, he immediately rushed up and furiously pressed the door open button. The crowd of employees were stunned and discussed in quiet whispers. The elevator door slowly opened. There was only one person inside, and it was Lang Yu who had just returned. Fong Hong stepped in, then turned back to them and asked, Aren't you guys coming up? The employees looked at each other in dismay and took a step back in unison. When the elevator doors closed, the scene boiled over. This dude has a lot of guts. In my opinion, it's 80% that he didn't recognize who that person was. Daring to ride in the same elevator as the president is a werewolf. In the elevator, it feels like they're on the verge of treating you like a witch. Fong Hong joked. Lang Yu was helpless and asked softly in return, Then do you feel like I'm a witch? Fong Hong shook his head. No, I feel that you are more like a cat. Cat? A trace of doubt flooded her pretty face. Yes, on the surface, you look high and cold, but behind your back, you are cute. Well, Lang Yu suddenly didn't know how to answer, her fingers unconsciously twirling around the end of her hair. The elevator doors slowly opened. Lang Yu lowered her jade hand, her expression becoming as cold as usual. Outside the elevator, Lang Rushue frowned. I don't know if it was her illusion. Just now, it seemed like she saw the usually high and mighty Lang Yu acting like a shy girl in her springtime. Are you coming up or not? Lang Yu coldly said. Lang Rushue entered the elevator. Then her eyes fell on Fong Hong. Lang Yu, in a few days it will be Grandpa's birthday. I'm sure you will bring this one beside you to attend, right? There's no need for you to teach me how I do it. As expected of a big President Lang, as arrogant as ever. I wonder if you dare to make a bet with me. For Lang Rushue, Lang Yu was like a big mountain that couldn't be crossed. Once the two met, she was always overcome with hatred. At this moment, Lang Rushue deliberately provoked, naturally because she had a small plan in her heart. Lang Rushue, why is it that after so many years, you are still as childish as when you were a child? Lang Yu's words were straightforward, but they also ruthlessly pierced Lang Rushue's pride. If you're afraid, forget it. Still using agitation? Then are you betting or not? Lang Rushue was infuriated. She felt like she was not wearing an inch in front of Lang Yu. Every move would be seen through on the spot. What are you going to bet on? Lang Yu, if my guess is right, you guys are secretly dating, right? I'll bet that you don't dare to bring him to Grandpa's birthday banquet. Lang Rushue pointed at Fong Hong. Lang Yu let out a laugh, and Fong Hong also laughed and shook his head. What are you guys laughing at? Nothing, just laughing at your stupidity. Lang Yu said, I am stupid, so do you dare to take it? If I lose, I'll learn to bark like a dog in front of all the guests, but if you lose, you must kneel down and admit that I, Lang Rushue, am better than you. Lang Rushue glared angrily at Lang Yu. It was because of the other party's existence that she had never been taken seriously since she was a child. Lang Rushua wanted to tear Lang Yu's pride apart so badly that even in her dreams, she was fantasizing about Lang Yu's lowly appearance in front of her. Forget it, Manager Lang, this is a willful act of giving away your head in the game. It's quite meaningless, Fong Hong said. Ignore her. Let's go. Between the words, the elevator just arrived at the designated floor. Fong Hong and Lang Yu walked out together, looking at the backs of the two as they left. Lang Rushua instead gradually dispersed her anger. In her opinion, Lang Yu had conceded defeat. Lang Rushua often picks up handsome men in private, but as the daughter of the Lang family is from a noble background, this kind of relationship can't be maintained for a long time, and is also destined to be unable to go public. Lang Rushua was certain that Lang Yu was just like herself, just playing with Fong Hong's feelings and simply enjoying beauty. After all, Fong Hong had an outstanding face value and was an incomparable beautiful man. However, Lang Yu would never dare to bring the person back, much less publicize the relationship in front of the Long family crowd. Thinking that she had finally caught Lang Yu's cracks, Lang Rushua decided to take this opportunity to ride the wave of victory, and had to humiliate the other party in order to vent her years of heartfelt hatred. Chapter 52 Taking Pictures with Lang Yu. Fong Hong and Lang Yu returned to the office. The two of them unpacked their packing boxes and were preparing to eat. At this moment, Lang Rushua pushed the door and walked in. She had a springy look on her face as she said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Lang Yu, I can't imagine that one day you would concede in front of me. Lang Rushua? Inexplicable. Where did I concede? Not daring to make a bet with me. What is this if not conceding? Lang Yu was speechless to the extreme. Lang Rushua had always been unbelievable, so her brain circuits were not quite the same as normal people. It's simply endless. Fine. I'll accept your bet. Lang Rushua froze for a moment. She had originally wanted to taunt Lang Yu and use the opportunity to vent her hatred fiercely. As a result, Lang Yu's sudden acceptance of the bet was like a fist hitting cotton, completely unable to exert any force. Lang Rushua was a little bit unable to be straightened out. Please get out immediately. Lang Yu didn't have any more words with her, and decisively called out to Sumu to force Lang Rushua to please go out. Along with the office door closing, Sumu said, Manager Lang, if you have nothing to do, you can play games in the office. Please don't come and cause trouble for the president. Lang Rushua had only been in a better mood for a short while, but in just such a short while, she was so angry that she wanted to jump up and curse again, but there wasn't much she could do about it, so she could only leave in a fury. Lang Rushua was looking forward to the day the bet arrived. She did not believe that Lang Yu really dared to bring Fong Hong back to the Lang family to announce the romance. Office. This Lang Rushua, she's really getting people fired up. Fong Hong felt that Lang Rushua was quite odd, like a jumping clown. He gave Lang Yu dishes and pacified. Don't be angry, eat first. Lang Yu gradually calmed down. When she saw the dishes in the bowl, her tone unconsciously became gentle. I clearly have enough this time. Why do you still want to give me dishes? There's no other reason. Just want to give you the dishes. Receiving the reply, Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, and immediately afterward, she also gave Fong Hong a lot of dishes. What are you doing here? No other reason. I also simply want to clip you. Fong Hong laughed. Why does it feel like we are like children? Lang Yu bit her chopsticks and agreed with Fong Hong. She had just said that Lang Rushua always liked to play childish games, but it turned out that there was no difference between herself and Fong Hong now. The meal was halfway through. Lang Yu put down her chopsticks, pulled open the drawer and pulled out a card from it and handed it to Fong Hong. Fong Hong was puzzled. Take it. There's $1 million in here. Take it and spend it. After Lang Yu calmed down last night, she guessed that Fong Hong had more than likely spent all of her savings by giving her $1 million carousel watch. She even brainstormed that Fong Hong was acquainted with Rich Jian and was most likely tutoring the other party's young grandson to play basketball to earn money. Lang Yu didn't want to see Fong Hong become so hard because of her. On Fong Hong's side, he didn't know that Lang Yu had thought so much, and naturally took the bank card. Although he couldn't trigger the Soft Rice King rebate, he could increase the soft rice value, and he was looking forward to drawing more powerful skills subsequently. This night, Fong Hong came out to enjoy the moon after taking a bath. He stretched his back and just happened to see Lang Yu in the courtyard. The moonlight sprinkled on Lang Yu's absolutely beautiful face. She was holding the sleeping Tang Yuan in her arms, and the swing swayed gently, her hair and skirt swaying with her. Fong Hong remembered what Lu Li had said earlier. He felt that it was time to take some pictures with Lang Yu, so as to get closer to a real couple. Fong Hong walked forward unhurriedly. Hearing the sound, Lang Yu's toes touched the ground and stabilized the swing. Want to play? It had been an unknown number of years since the last time he played on the swing, and Fong Hong did not even have an impression of it. Lang Yu's proposal had unintentionally awakened his childish heart. I'll try. Lang Yu held Tang Yuan and got up, and Fong Hong sat down in the swing immediately after. This swing was large, different from the kind of net-weaving one from his childhood. yet it quickly allowed Fong Hong to find a familiar feeling. Quite fun, huh? Lung Yu stood quietly at the side. The corner of her mouth unconsciously raised a smile as she looked at Fong Hong and began to gradually launch into a daze. It wasn't until the other party's voice rang in her ears that Lung Yu came back to her senses, looking a little flustered for a moment. What are you thinking about so engrossed? Nothing. Fong Hong took out his cell phone from his pocket and said, come take a picture together. Take a picture? Well, it's like this. Hearing Fong Hong tell the reason, Lung Yu felt that it was indeed time to take a picture. Then what pose do you think should be taken? Fong Hong thought for a moment and got up from the swing, signaling Lung Yu to sit down, then came around behind him, his chin close to her shoulder. How about this? Looking at the image in the camera, Lung Yu shook her head, obviously not too satisfied. Not intimate enough. It doesn't feel much like a couple. Instead, it's kind of like siblings. There's no reason for it to be like a sister and brother. To be like it's also like a brother and sister. Lung Yu patted the side and said, how about this? You also sit on the swing. Fong Hong circled back and sat down next to Lung Yu. And then? Lung Yu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head through Fong Hong's arm and leaned in her arms, the side of her face slowly pressing against his chest. Just like this, she said, her hand unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. Fong Hong froze for a moment. This was indeed much better than just now. Just like a couple in hot love. He improved slightly again and grabbed Tang Yuan, holding it together with Lung Yu. I'm going to shoot. Lung Yu's cheeks were slightly hot, and she couldn't help but complain about Fong Hong in her heart. Blame him for his chest being so hot. Fong Hong adjusted his angle and took quite a few pictures in a row. In the end, the two just happened to pick the same one. The more Fong Hong looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. Lung Yu's hand that clenched the corner of her coat, as well as that touch of shyness, were all expressed appropriately, directly sublimating the mood of the photo. Lung Yu's attention was placed elsewhere. She felt that Fong Hong's body had a special flavor that smelled good but could not be described in words, and it was very comfortable to lean in his arms, and would have an inexplicable sense of security. Lung Yu slowly closed her eyes and couldn't help but indulge in it. Lung Yu, I sent you the photo. Lung Yu was slow to respond. Fong Hong looked down and realized that she was asleep. While agonizing over whether or not to wake Lung Yu up, Fong Hong took the opportunity to sneak a closer look at her. Only seeing Lung Yu breathing evenly, she was quiet and revealed a slight sense of good behavior. Fong Hong wanted to touch her head, but gave up for fear of waking Lung Yu. His eyes unconsciously fell to the neckline. The scene of déjà vu appeared again, just like when he had taught Lung Yu how to cook by hand before. Fong Hong silently moved his eyes away and looked up at the night sky above. It had to be said that the view was good tonight, and besides the dots of stars, the brightest thing was the big, round, bright moon. Chapter 53, I will always be with you. However, it hadn't been appreciated for long. There were fewer and fewer stars in the night sky, and the moon was gradually swallowed up by dark clouds. It was clearly about to rain. A moment later, bean-sized raindrops smashed down, landing directly on Fong Hong's face. Asterisk. He popped out his mantra and had no choice but to pick up Lung Yu and busily ran towards the villa. Lung Yu naturally woke up as a result, but half asleep and half awake. She was in a bit of a trance. The other time was exactly like this moment. The Fong Hong in front of her eyes seemed to have become that teenager again. She said slightly guiltily, Fong Hong, thank you. Fortunately, Fong Hong moved fast enough that the two of them did not get drenched in much rain. He put down Lung Yu and said, it's nothing to be thankful for. Have you forgotten our agreement again? Of course Lung Yu did not forget the agreement. Her thank you was to make up for the regrets of that year. Because of the shock of drowning at that time, after being saved by Fong Hong, she realized that she had forgotten to say thank you only after she realized it later. For this reason, she had been remembering Fong Hong all these years. Later, when she heard his name in the company, Lung Yu remembered very clearly that her heart thumped at that moment. It was just that Fong Hong had not recognized her all these days, making Lung Yu somewhat helpless. In the end, is Fong Hong forgetful, or that she has changed too much? The sound of rain was getting louder and louder, interspersed with thunder from time to time. Lung Yu said softly, well, I'm a bit sleepy and confused. You just slept quite soundly. Is it because you've been too tired recently? Actually, I've been a bit tired all along. Fong Hong was able to understand that with a company as big as Lightyear, Lung Yu as the president had to work hard every day and even work overtime on her double holidays. Being tired was inevitable. You can talk to me in the future. I will find a way to help you relieve your fatigue. Fong Hong had mastered the divine doctor skill. This was a piece of cake for him. Actually, I think that method just now is very good. Just now, you are referring to sleeping with a companion? Fong Hong realized that the wording was wrong, and busily changed his words. It's when you sleep and I'm beside you. Right, then you can do that anytime you're tired. I'll always be with you. Really? Cold Rain almost blurted out. then stammered trying to explain. It's true. Fong Hong nodded his head. Only then did she act less awkward. But biting her lip, she didn't know what to say back. So all that remained around her was the sound of the crashing rain. Gradually, Cold Rain realized that something was wrong. She looked down and looked around, realizing that Tang Yuan was not even around. Fong Hong, have you seen Tang Yuan? He had just focused on hugging Lung Yu to escape the rain, and hadn't even paid attention to where Tang Yuan had gone. Would it be afraid of thunder and hide upstairs? I'll go look for it. I'll accompany you. The two didn't find Tang Yuan upstairs, and eventually found the little guy in the garage not far from the swing. As soon as Tang Yuan saw them, he immediately meowed, obviously complaining. Fong Hong and Lang Yu were a little embarrassed. This situation was quite a feeling of parents going home but only leaving their child outside. Tang Yuan was drenched by the rain. After carrying it back to the villa, the two of them jointly bathed it while chatting. Fong Hong, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. We need to get up early and go gift shopping. I've already prepared. Lung Yu was a bit surprised by this. Then it looks like we can all sleep a little more lazily. Yes. Cold Rain had always enjoyed the feeling of listening to the rain hit the glass and then staying in her room to fall asleep. To her, it would have an inexplicable sense of comfort. Only tonight, she didn't get satisfied. Probably because that embrace was far more comfortable than this. The next day, it was the birthday of Elder Lang. Fong Hong and Lang Yu woke up and made adequate preparations before they set out to rush towards the Lang family. Lang Yu had changed into a gown. Her hair was coiled up high, noble and cold. Fong Hong, on the other hand, was wearing a black tuxedo and had purposely blown up his hair in an uncommon hairstyle. The journey took about an hour. The destination was at a mega manor. The endless walls were enough to illustrate the Long family's strong strength. The two of them got off at the banquet hall parking lot, and Long Yunwoo, who had waited in advance, quickly greeted them. Long Yunwoo was obviously a little surprised to see Fong Hong. Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today. Fong Hong smiled back. Don't I usually look handsome? Handsome, handsome. So handsome that the entire universe shimmers for you. Fong Hong was speechless. This sister-in-law was as naughty as ever. Long Yunwoo stepped forward to hold Long Yu's arm, then rushed it and kept winking. Sister, you come with me first. Long Yu said. Fong Hong, you go to the banquet hall first. I'll be back later. Good, then I'll see you later. After the sisters left, Fong Hong moved to head towards the banquet hall. At this time, a convertible supercar slowly stopped. A man with a center parting and wearing a pink suit stepped out of the car. The man was the second youngest master of the Su family, who had heard about Elder Lang's birthday and had come to congratulate him on behalf of the Su family. Su Koen got out of the car and caught sight of a familiar figure. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that it was Fong Hong. The image of Fong Hong beating up old Silence before this was still vivid in his mind. During this period of time, Su Koen also figured out that Chen Ting was just a plaything for himself. For a plaything that could be discarded at any time, to offend a mysterious expert whose origins were unknown. It was clearly a loss that outweighed the gain. Su Koen knew that multiple enemies were better than multiple friends. Besides, he and Fong Hong did not have any deep hatred, but it was only because of a cat that a small conflict had arisen. Compared to the conflicts and disputes he had encountered in the past, this could hardly be considered a matter. So he took the initiative to walk towards Fong Hong and greeted him with a smile. Hi, Mr. Fong. What a coincidence. Fong Hong did not recall who the center-parted man in front of him was for a moment. And you are? My name is Su Koen. Do you remember about the cat? I remember. It's you. You've chased me here. Could it be that you're still not ready to stop? Su Koen came up and put his arm around Fong Heng's shoulder, saying, You've misunderstood. Mr. Fong, I'm only here today on behalf of my family, to celebrate Elder Lang's birthday. Only then did Fong Hong drop his guard and pushed Su Koen's hand away. We don't seem to know each other very well. What do you mean by this? Su Koen was a little embarrassed and said, It was my problem before. I would like to apologize to you here. I also hope that Mr. Fong will not forget about the past and can make a friend with Su. As he was talking, Su Koen received a phone call, and a middle-aged man's voice came from there. Alright, Uncle Lang, I'll go over later. I met a friend over here. Su Koen hurriedly hung up the phone, then chased after Fong Hong. It wouldn't be long before the Su family would be officially running for the next family head. As the second youngest master of the Su family, compared to his elder brother, Su Koen did not have an advantage. The only way to get closer to the position of the family head was to make powerful friends and strengthen his own power. And Fong Hong, this mysterious expert who doesn't know where he came from, has naturally become the object he wants to draw in. Chapter 54, Don't Want to See You Get Hurt. Su Koen quickly chased after Fong Hong, his hot face on his cold ass. Sorry, Mr. Fong, I just took a call. Fong Hong gave a nonchalant Mr. Fong has high force. I think he must come from a famous family. I am just an ordinary office worker. Su Koan did not believe it. In his opinion, Fong Hong was deliberately pretending to be low-key. This was because looking at the entire Luo city, there were only a handful of people who could kill Old Silence in a single move. Mr. Fong is really good at joking. Are you here alone today? I came with my wife. Su Koan was slightly surprised and continued to compliment Fong Hong. On the other side, Long Yunwoo pulled Long Yu to the room. Sister, you're afraid you're not crazy. You really brought your brother-in-law here. Today was Elder Lang's birthday, and besides the various elders of the Long family, there were also bigwigs of Luocheng who had the honor of coming. Long Yunwoo didn't expect her sister to be so bold, actually really pulling Fong Hong along to come over to celebrate her birthday. Fong Hong and I are married, so it's reasonable to celebrate Grandpa's birthday together. Although the words are like this, but, alas, I don't know how to say it well. What about our father's side later? Long Yunwoo simply didn't dare to imagine what was going to happen next. It's fine, the ripples won't reach you. Long Yunwoo sighed again. Although I'm usually heartless, I don't really want to see sister you get hurt. Long Yu stroked her head and smiled bitterly. Little girl, growing up. Long Yunwoo pushed Long Yu's hand away. It's all messing up my hair. And also, don't say I'm small. You stinky sister. The two women were talking when a voice came from the side. The person coming was none other than Lang Rushue. Lang Rushue was dressed in a cheongsam, holding a folding fan in her hand as she began to yin and yang. Yo, isn't this Lang Yu? Why are you the only one? Lang Yunwoo immediately disliked angrily. Lang Rushue, are you blind? What do you mean only my sister is alone? Auntie is not a human being? Lang Rushue's face changed slightly. Lang Yu was truly angry before she made a move. But Long Yunwoo was different, directly striking at the drop of a hat. When they had a conflict when they were young, this stinky girl did not take it lightly, and she was in pain for several weeks. She was wary of Lang Yunluo. I'm sorry, Sister Yunluo, it was my slip of the tongue. Lang Yunluo hummed lightly and said, that's more like it, grow some eyes in the future. Lang Rushue could only secretly poke and curse in her heart. Stinky girl, what arrogance. Then she looked at Lang Yu and said, Long Yu, you haven't answered my question yet. Why didn't you bring your good secretary? Did you forget about our bet? Lang Yu said indifferently, of course I haven't forgotten. It's you. Don't lose and deny it later. Don't worry, I, Lang Rushue, will not be able to catch up with a promise. There's absolutely no way I'll play a scoundrel. Then we'll see. Good, wait and see. Looking at Lang Yu's departing back, Lang Rushue shook her head and the corner of her mouth hooked into a confident smile. In her opinion, Lang Yu was just being tough-talking. On this particular day today, she was certain that Lang Yu would not dare to bring Fong Hong, therefore the bet between the two. She was bound to win. She could not help but start fantasizing about the pitiful appearance of Lang Yu kneeling in front of her, her eyes red from shame and anger. Thinking about it, Lang Rushue got carried away and let out a loud laugh, causing the passing guests to look at her differently and avoid her. On the side of the two sisters, Lang Yunwoo curiously asked, Sister, what kind of bet did you make with Lang Rushue? Lang Yu told her sister about the bet. After hearing this, Lang Yunwoo immediately said, this Lang Rushue, just like my teammate in the game, it's simply a hard giveaway. Where is someone as stupid as her? She just wants to win me too much. I think she has a pit in her head. She's been like this since she was a child. When she lost to you she even came to find trouble with me. But she was beaten up by me and cried and went home to complain. In between speaking, a middle-aged couple arrived in front of the two sisters. Xiao Yu, back. The one who spoke was none other than Lang mother Yang Shulan, and next to Yang Shulan was Long father Lang Tianrui, who had a majestic face. Lang Yunwoo was busy greeting each other. Dad, Mom. Lang Yu shouted Mom to Yang Shulan lightly, but when it was Lang Tianrui's turn, she was silent with a cold face. Lang Tianrui said unhappily, you're getting more and more impolite. You don't even want to call me dad when you see me? Lang Yu didn't say a word, and directly became a sulking gourd. Lang Yunwoo on the side has begun to be nervous. Sister and father a touch. Feel the surrounding temperature has plummeted a few degrees. The key big is still behind. Father still does not know that his sister has been married, and also brought people together to congratulate grandpa on his birthday. Yang Shulan persuaded. Well, Tianrui, Xiaoyu, this child's temperament is not unknown to you. Since childhood, before you quarreled and have not yet made up, she cannot lower this head is also very normal. This is uneducated. If it gets out, people will think that I, Lang Tianrui, have taught my son poorly. Lang Yu suddenly laughed coldly. Lang Tianrui continued. The young master of the Su family that I told you about earlier. He also came to celebrate his birthday today. So it's just right to take this opportunity for you guys to get to know each other, and find an auspicious day to get the marriage contracted before it's too late. Lang Yu's face was frosty as she said, if you want to join the marriage so badly, you can marry that Su family's young master yourself. You Ling Tianrui stuttered in anger. Lung Yunwu was so shocked that she almost laughed out loud. Sister was truly bullish. Even if she was given 10 bear's hearts and leopard's guts, then she would definitely not dare to contradict her father like this. Lung Yunwu stifled her laughter and secretly gave Lung Yu a thumbs up behind her back. Even with Yang Shulan's help, Ling Tianrui still had a dark face and was ready to open his mouth to reprimand Lung Yu, until he saw Su Koan walking in a pink suit. He forced down his anger. Su Koan was in a somewhat annoyed mood, because he had just spent his energy to please Fong Hong and had not gotten any results. He was very remorseful that he had clashed with the other party earlier. Young Su, you're here. Seeing Ling Tianrui and Yang Shulan greeting him with smiling faces, he also immediately revealed a smile and greeted the two. Good day Uncle Lang, good day Auntie Yang. After some pleasantries, Su Koan's attention went to the pair of sisters not far away. He was immediately stunned. Su Koan had previously seen Lang Yu's photos and felt that the beauty was somewhat unreal. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he found that he was actually even more beautiful in person than in the photos. The key Lang Yu height is also excellent. Wearing high heels seems to be taller than him. It is Su Koan most obsessed with the long-legged imperial-type beauty. As for the side of Lung Yunwu, although the face is also very beautiful, but Su Koan to this kind of airfield girl really cannot interest. Chapter 55. At night when it's just the two of us, the three came together in front of the two sisters. Ling Tianrui introduced, Young Su, this is my family's eldest daughter, Long Yu. Su Koan pretended to be a gentleman and said, Hello Ms. Lang, my humble self is not talented. Su Koan, the second youngest member of the Su family. Xiao Yu, this is Su Xiao, can't you see him greeting you? Why are you still standing still? Ling Tianrui sank his face again and reprimanded. Lang Yu not only ignored Su Koan, but also ignored Ling Tianrui as well, turning around and walking directly in the direction of the banquet hall. This scene caused several people to freeze, completely out of their expectations. In order to cover up the embarrassment, Su Koan turned his head to greet Ling Yunrui again. Hello, I'm Su Koan. Sorry, I'm a mute. ABA. Can't hear what you're saying. Ling Yunwu cannot dare to be as domineering as her sister, casually fooled around this before turning around and running away. Su Koan was confused by the whole. Seeing this, Ling Tianrui finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted angrily at the two women. Both of you stop right there. Ling Yu ignored it, his pace not pausing at all. Ling Yunwu hesitantly glanced back, but then picked up speed to chase after Ling Yu ahead. These two wings have hardened. At this rate, I don't think I can control them anymore. Ling Tianrui covered his chest in anger. Yang Shulan was busy rounding up the situation. Xiao Su, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu recently had a fight with his father. She's not in a good mood. She's like this to everyone, suffering this kind of treatment. If it were usual, Su Koan would definitely be very upset. But Ling Yu's beauty gave him enough patience. It's fine, Auntie Yang, I don't mind. Su Koan was aroused by his good nature. His favorite conquest was this kind of high-cooled imperial lady with a lonely personality. Those high-cold imperial ladies he had met before were all deliberately pretending, because they knew his status and position, and were just trying to escape in order to get close to him to achieve their goal. So Su Koan soon got tired of playing with them. He could sense that Long Yu was not pretending at all, but was the real cold imperial lady of his dreams. Su Koan felt an unprecedented excitement. Anyway, Long Yu is not married, coupled with Ling Tianrui's intention to marry, together is just a matter of time. Once married, Su Koan is willing to take heart for her, even give up the whole forest. Long Yunwu sighed. She managed to catch up with Ling Yu and panted, Sister, you're also too bossy, but it's also right. Absolutely can't be with that bull ****** Su Xiao. He's just a playboy. Although today was the first time meeting Su Koan, Ling Yunwu had long heard of the other party's notoriety. It was said that Su Koan was raunchy, the women he played with could form a long line, and he also forced his former girlfriends to have abortions and whatnot. This kind of rotten person, even if I die, there's no way I'll be with him. It was because of being forced into a marriage by Ling Tianrui that Ling Yu had rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a fit of anger in the first place, and then just happened to meet Fong Hong who had broken up with Lu Li. I think the more I think about it, the more I feel speechless. Our father is also really, for the sake of the family union, how can it be like this? I guess I can't escape this fate. Alas, is interest really that important? Don't worry, I will protect you. We'll never let that person have his wish. Oh, sister, it's still you. Long Yunwu was touched. Then be good in front of me in the future. I'll try my best. The two women entered the banquet hall and with some effort, they were able to find Fong Hong in the last row by the corner. Wow, brother-in-law, you played hide and seek, causing my sister and I to search for half a day. Long Yunwu said unconsciously lowering her voice. It's quieter here. Fong Hong helped Ling Yu adjust the height of her seat and asked, What did you guys do that took you so long to come back? My sister and I. Long Yunwoo glanced at Long Yu, wanting to speak. Long Yu said, a little annoyance, let's talk about it at night when it's just the two of us. Good. Long Yunwoo pouted her lips and said with some jealousy, what's wrong? Can't I say it when I'm around? Don't you know everything? I want to hear it again. Long Yu gave her a blank look. With the guests entering, the banquet hall became more and more lively. Famous hosts mobilized the atmosphere on stage, and even popular stars were brought in to help perform. After the hot scene ended, the banquet hall suddenly went dark, and the stage personnel hurriedly retreated. The curtain slowly opened, and under the spotlight, an old man in a wheelchair was pushed onto the center of the stage by Leng Tianrui. The old man gently waved his hand, not angry and authoritative. After Leng Tianrui retreated to the side, Elder Leng scanned the crowd. Thank you all for being able to come to my bad old man's birthday banquet in your busy schedules. Then led by the host, the scene resounded with compliments. Lang Rushue even stood up and shouted, Grandpa, you're the most handsome today. Elder Long laughed. Leng Tianrui took the list and came up next to him and said quietly, Dad, the gift list is tallied. Do we need to make an announcement? Elder Lang nodded, and after receiving an affirmative, Leng Tianrui immediately gave the host a look. Thank you to Mr. Gao of Strong Shang Company for the Golden Toad worth. The host immediately followed the process and started broadcasting. One by one, the people who read out got up and fought with the crowd. When it was Su Kuan's turn, Leng Tianrui then began to introduce himself. You all may not know, this Mr. Su Kuan is the second young master of the Su family. The crowd couldn't help but boil over when they heard that it was someone from the Su family. The Su family was likewise a large family in Luo City, even more powerful than the Long family. Recently, the Su family was running for the head of the family, and the Su Kuan in front of them was likely to be the future head of the Su family. Many people began to show goodwill to Su Kuan, trying to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, befriending Su Kuan, once he really became the Su family's head, then he could follow suit and soar. If the Su family elects him as the head of the family, then sooner or later it will be over. In the corner of the banquet hall, Long Yunwoo snorted. Then she suddenly recalled that today was not the first time she had seen Su Kuan. When she had secretly followed Fong Hung, she had also seen the two of them clash. Brother-in-law, why did Su Kuan have a conflict with you at that time? Long Yu sniffed and also looked at Fong Hung. You know him? Fong Hung said. He's the one who harassed me for wanting to buy soup dumplings, and the woman beside him at that time even offered 20 times the price. Long Yu frowned, becoming even more disgusted with Su Kuan. I see. No wonder I was blocked with you at that time, and I wondered what you always said about cats. Brother-in-law, Fong Hung, you weren't hurt then, were you? Long Yu was concerned. Nope. Long Yunwoo gently waved her pink fist and said, Sis, you are not aware of how awesome brother-in-law is. He is simply a one-punch Superman. Those people can't do anything with him at all. Knowing that Fong Hong was fine, Lang Yu then let go of her heart. On the stage, at this time, after introducing Su Kuan, Leng Tianrui was flooded with doubts. Fong Hong, may I ask who this Mr. Fong Hong is? Chapter 56, You couples are more overbearing than one another. Leng Tianrui realized that on the list of gifts, someone had sent $1 million worth of porcelain and antiques, but only the word Fong Hong was written. The rest was not written at all. Leng Tianrui did not have an impression of this name, and for a moment, he did not know how to introduce his identity. It's me. Fong Hong stood up helplessly. He had thought that it would be fine if he filled out that form or not, so he had just filled out a name casually. I can't imagine that this big family is making it so complicated to give a gift. Leng Tianrui smiled slightly and said, Alright, thank you Mr. Fong for sending the porcelain antiques worth millions. The crowd was slightly shocked, not just from the value of the gift, but more so because of Fong Hang's looks. They realized that this fresh-faced man was so handsome that he was astonishingly handsome. Even the popular male celebrities that had been invited to the hotspot today were nowhere near as good as him. Long Yunwoo exclaimed in a small voice, Wow, brother-in-law, you're actually so generous? Long Yu was also a bit surprised. She had thought that Fong Hang would at most give a gift of several $100,000, but it turned out that he had directly spent millions. The card that was just given to Fong Hang was probably all used to buy this gift. She grumbled, Why don't you leave some money to spend yourself? I still have money in my card. At this time, Leng Tianrui's voice came from the stage again. Mr. Fong, forgive me for taking the liberty. It seems that you and the Leng family have not crossed paths before. I wonder which noble person from the Long family introduced you to come and celebrate my father's birthday. As Leng Tianrui spoke, he noticed the two sisters next to Fong Hung. A trace of doubt flooded his heart. Could this Mr. Fong know his own daughter? Feeling that he had seized the opportunity, Su Kuan immediately said, He, Uncle Leng, in fact, apart from that nobleman, Mr. Fong and I are also acquainted with each other. Let's just say that we are friends. Su Kuan's move was naturally to draw Fong Hung in. Otherwise, if this kind of mysterious expert was snatched away by his elder brother, then his chances of winning the race for the family head would be even slimmer. The scene was abuzz with discussion. The crowd marveled that Fong Hung would actually be Su Kuan's friend. They couldn't help but all think highly of him. Many people even began to pay compliments. Mr. Fong is handsome and dashing, much more handsome than that popular actor just now. Mr. Yi, your words are inappropriate. How can you compare a male star to Mr. Fong? Isn't this making Mr. Fong lose his stature? My problem. It's me who said something wrong. I hope Mr. Fong will bear with me. The stage was directly below. That popular male star almost didn't pass out from anger. I damn well came over to warm up the stage. Who did I invite and who did I piss off? Of course, the one who had a harder time than the popular male star was Leng Ruxue, who had a bet with Long Yu. At the moment, she was dumbfounded, not realizing that Leng Yu really dared to bring Fong Hong to the Leng family. Leng Ruxue was in a panic and kept praying that Leng Yu would cover up his relationship with Fong Hong. Otherwise, if she lost the bet, she would have to learn how to bark in front of all the guests. This would not only lose her face, but also the face of the entire Leng family. In the corner of the banquet hall, Long Yunwu quietly asked, "Brother-in-law, you and that Su Kuan actually became friends?" Su Kuan was clearly brazenly trying to climb into a relationship with him, and Fong Hong felt the need to step in and explain. It so happened that Elder Leng was very interested in Fong Hong. For one thing, Fong Hong had never met him before and offered $1 million gift for the first time. Secondly, Su Kuan had befriended him and it was clear that he did not look like an ordinary person. So Elder Leng personally opened his mouth to invite him. "Mr. Fong, could you please come to the stage?" Fong Hong was about to get up and go to the stage, but he realized that Long Yu was tugging on his coat. "It's fine." Seeing Fong Hong leave, Long Yu's pretty face flushed with worry. Long Yunwu said, "Ugh, sis, you really shouldn't have brought your brother-in-law." Long Yu was silent. It was only then that Su Kuan realized that Fong Hong was actually next to the pair of sisters. He was similarly flooded with a trace of doubt. Fong Heng sighed. Taking a pace, he quickly arrived at the stage. "Mr. Fong, this way please." Leng Tianrui took the initiative to accompany and lead the way. Seeing this scene, Long Yunrui held his forehead, waiting for his father to know the identities of Fong Hong and his sister. Then I'm afraid he would be annoyed and lash out. Elder Leng said, "Mr. Fong, including the old man, everyone is very curious about you. Do you want to say something?" "Good." Fong Hong took the microphone and faced the crowd solemnly. "Su Kuan, don't climb up the ladder. This will cause misunderstandings. We are not friends." These words came out. The scene was in an uproar. No one had expected that Fong Hong had mounted the stage, and his first words were actually to clear his relationship with Su Kuan. Who was Su Kuan? That was the second young master of the Su family, very likely to be the existence of the head of the Su family. How many people wanted to climb the relationship but did not have this opportunity? However, Fong Hong, in front of the crowd, actually did not give Su Kuan any mercy at all, which was really unbelievable. "Mr. Fong, it's my problem. I thought that the relationship between the two of us was already considered friends." Su Kuan was infuriated, unable to imagine that Fong Hong would not sell him face. However, in the face of Fong Hong, who did not know where he came from, he still did not dare to lash out for the sake of the position of the family head. This scene made the people present shocked again. The former arrogant and domineering Su Kuan, facing Fong Heng's unforgiving approach, was even polite. What exactly was this Fong Hong? Fong Hong added, "Su Kuan, I am not willing to be friends with anyone." Many people directly drew a breath of cold air. Mad, too wild, arrogant to the extreme. Who in Luo City did not know that Su Kuan had a private life of indiscretion? But because of the other party's status as the second youngest master of the Su family, everyone deliberately pretended to be unaware of it. Just now, Fong Hong just didn't give Su Kuan any mercy, and this time, it was no less than directly hitting the other party's face with his hand. Everyone agreed that Fong Hong was bound to be a big shot, otherwise how could he not even put Su Kuan in his eyes? Good. Su Kuan's face was red and the words he wanted to curse reached his mouth, but he still stifled them. Long Yunwu's side was also stunned. "I'll go. Sis, you couples are really more domineering than one another." She was marveling, but she found that Leng Yu stood up and started walking towards the stage. The stage. The 1-year-old Elder Lon was shocked and delighted. He felt that the Leng family might have gotten lucky today. "Mr. Fong, it's really a blessing for the Leng family that you're here." "Grandpa, just call me Fong Hong." Elder Leng was Long Yu's grandfather, and since the two were married, they were now naturally considered Fong Heng's grandfather. This grandpa had blinded Elder Leng, and even Leng Tianrui beside him froze for a moment, instantly having a not-so-good premonition. This time, noble and cold, dressed in a gown, Leng Yu slowly walked onto the stage. The crowd had long heard that Lang Yu looked like a heavenly fairy, and now that they had seen it, they were so shocked that they couldn't take their eyes off of it. Seeing his daughter come onto the stage, Lang Tianrui immediately coldly lowered his face. You have to have a degree of rudeness. It's not even a matter of being disrespectful to me. Today is your grandfather's birthday. Why don't you even send a gift? Chapter 57, We're Married. Under the stage, Lang Rushue held her breath, as if she was sitting on pins and needles, her eyes staring dead center at Lang Yu on the stage. What exactly does this woman want to do on stage? No, she did not dare to. She absolutely did not dare to announce her romance with Fang Heng. However, in the next moment, she only saw Lang Yu faintly say, "The gift that Fang Heng sent contains my feelings for my grandfather." These words came out. In terms of Lang Rushue, it was as if a taut string had suddenly snapped, and the entire person began to tremble violently. Many people, on the other hand, froze for a moment. It was because Lang Yu's words disguisedly indicated one thing, and that was that she and Fang Heng had come together, and the two were also in an extraordinary relationship. Otherwise, it was simply impossible that they would share a gift. Elder Lang asked, "Xiao Yu, is it difficult for you and this Mr. Fang to?" "Yes, I'm with Fang Heng," Lang Yu said with a calm face. The scene immediately resounded with exclamations of surprise. The crowd marveled at the fact that Lang Yu actually had a famous flower, and it was still the great Fang Heng. Lang Tianrui was slightly stunned, and after being stunned, he did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Although Fang Heng's origins were extraordinary, the fact that his daughter was dating him meant that the Lang family's plan to marry the Su family was going to go down the drain. Elder Lang reacted with delight, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Good, at your age, it's time to find a date. Grandpa is very satisfied with this Mr. Feng." Su Kuan sighed, on the other hand, was as hard as if he had eaten something. He had just been punched in the face by Fang Heng, not to mention that the woman he was looking at was already the other party's. As the second young master of the Su family, when had he ever suffered such anger? Su Kuan felt very stifled, but he couldn't get rid of his anger, so he was even more angry. On Lang Rushue's side, she met the line of sight cast by Lang Yu. She knew that she had lost. If her words were not believed, then it was impossible to raise her head in front of Lang Yu in this life. Lang Rushue clenched her clothes with both hands. Her knuckles were white, and even though there were 100 reluctances, she could only close her eyes at this moment and start honoring the bet. So a strange scene appeared. The large banquet hall suddenly rang with the sound of a dog barking. Woof, woof woof, woof woof woof. The crowd was startled and thought that a vicious dog had intruded into the banquet hall. Lang Tianrui rushed to the person in charge under the stage and said angrily, "How did you do your job? How did you let the dog in? If you hurt these VIPs, can you take the responsibility?" The man was also dumbfounded. "Impossible." "Then explain what's going on," Lang Tianrui questioned. Not far away, someone suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's no dog breaking in, it's a person. Someone is barking like a dog." Soon, everyone followed the sound trail and found Lang Rushue, who was learning to bark. The guests next to Lang Rushue had long since ducked to 3 meters away, fearing that she was suffering from some strange disease. Elder Lang slapped the armrest of his wheelchair and said unhappily, "Rushue, what's wrong with you?" Lang Rushue's eyes reddened and her voice choked. "Grandpa, I've been studying voice acting recently, and I was practicing just now, that's why I made the barking sound." "Can't you practice in private?" A large crowd. "What is the decency? If you are like this again, get out of the venue." Elder Long was furious. Today this was his birthday banquet. His granddaughter learning to bark in front of so many people. Losing face for him and the entire Long family. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I know I'm wrong," Lang Rushue said aggrievedly. "Shut your mouth if you know you're wrong." On the stage, Fang Heng and Lang Yu glanced at each other and did not sympathize with Lang Rushue in the slightest. After all, neither of them had agreed to the bet in the beginning, and it was entirely Lang Rushue who was bent on taking the blame. Lang Rushue wiped her tears and glared viciously at Lang Yu. Her hatred for Lang Yu had risen to another level, believing that Lang Yu was just crazy, insisting on not wanting to let herself win, and only then would she risk everything to get to this point. "Elder Lang, congratulations. The Lang family is going to have a great future from now on." "Yes, Mr. Fang and Miss Lang are both talented and beautiful. With them, the Lang family is bound to rise even higher in the future." "Lang family master, I hope that when the Lang family rises to new heights, don't forget to mention us little brothers who are following behind." The crowd complimented Elder Lang because of that couple. This scene undoubtedly stung Lang Rushue's fragile self-esteem again. Since she had made a fool of herself, she didn't mind blowing herself up directly with Lang Yu. Lang Rushue stood up and loudly attracted attention. "Grandpa, don't be fooled by the illusion. Fang Heng isn't a powerful person at all. He's just an employee of lightning years, and that $1 million gift must have been paid for by Lang Yu as well." Lang Rushue suddenly burst out the shocking inside story. For a time, It caused the scene to be abuzz with discussion. Many people's eyes rapidly changed as they looked at Fong Hung. This Lang Rushue is truly detestable. Long Yunwoo slapped the table in anger. Su Koan, on the other hand, looked even more enraged. No wonder he hadn't been able to figure out where Fong Hung was coming from. After half a day, it was because he had thought of Fong Hung as too bullish. He was a second young master of the Su family, hot face on cold ass, taking great pains to please an ordinary small staff. The most annoying thing was that he actually failed. The more Su Koan thought about it, the more angry he became, and he even wanted to slap himself. Since he knew Fong Hang's identity, Su Koan naturally wouldn't be subjected to this bird's anger anymore. In his opinion, Fong Hong did not have a background and merely had outstanding hands. That was simply not something to be feared. Dealing with such a person was as simple as crushing an ant. Su Koan thought to himself that he had a chance with Leng Yu as well, because Leng Tianrui would definitely not agree to those two being together. On the stage, Elder Leng's face changed slightly. He had thought that the Leng family had gotten lucky today, but now it seemed that he had overthought things. He felt indifferent about Leng Yu and Fong Hong falling in love. Which of the young children of these big families in Luo City were not rich in emotional experiences, and could even change several objects in a day? In short, everything was fine if they weren't married. Compared to Elder Leng, Leng Tianrui was not as calm. He stared angrily at Leng Yu, his face clouded to the extreme. Do you know who you are? The president of Lightyear Corporation, even the future heir of the Long family, to actually fall in love with an ordinary staff member. I'm asking if you're crazy? I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Besides, you've misunderstood. Fong Hong and I are not in a romantic relationship. Leng Tianrui froze for a moment. Not in a romantic relationship? Then that meant not in a relationship yet? It's good that you're not in a relationship. Only then did Leng Tianrui slightly dissipate his anger. Su Koan's side smiled at the words. To actually not even be boyfriend and girlfriend? Fong Hong was too clownish. So wouldn't it be simpler for him to pursue Long Yu? Su Koan seemed to have already seen the picture of Fong Hong crying and pleading with Long Yu not to leave after he had chased Long Yu into his hands. At that time, he would directly kick Fong Hong away. Woohoo! Just thinking about it made him fly. How was Fong Hong, an ordinary person, worthy of fighting with him, the second young master of the Su family? However, while Su Koan was in the midst of his crazy fantasies, he only saw Leng Yu take Fong Hang's hand in public and directly announce their relationship. The reason why Fong Hong and I are not in a romantic relationship is because we are married and belong to a legitimate couple. Chapter 58, Divorce Me Now. The entire banquet hall was first as silent as death. Then all of a sudden it exploded again. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. The daughter of the Long family, the president of Lightyear Corporation, actually married an ordinary person just like that? The banquet hall was positioned against the corner. Looking at the two on the stage, Long Yunwoo was both envious and emotional. Sister dared to love and hate, bravely rebelling against her father's domination of her life. In her place, she simply couldn't do it. This time Su Koan was completely unable to smile. Leng Yu being married to Fong Hong meant that he had absolutely no chance. Just now, he had thought that Fong Hong was a clown, but now it seemed that the clown was himself. As the second youngest master of the Su family, he was actually inferior to an ordinary person? It was the first time he was frustrated because of a woman. On the other side, Leng Tianrui's head went blank, covering his chest. He almost didn't directly pass out from anger. He yelled, "Divorce me immediately." Leng Yu said with a bashful face, "It's impossible for me to get a divorce. Even if I get divorced, do you think those families will still consider a marriage if they are concerned about their reputation?" Leng Tianrui took a step back, this moment like a deflated ball. He didn't know that all families, including the Long family, paid attention to face, even if his own daughter was excellent. Now that she was married, there was no way those families would agree to a marriage. Leng Tianrui painfully, this moment suddenly smiled bitterly. He felt that his daughter, who had been raised with much hard work, had been cheated away by a little yellow hare riding a ghost fire with a cup of milk tea. And Fong Hong, was that little yellow hare? Elder Lang was also very smacked in the face. He cast a disappointed look at Leng Yu, unable to imagine that his granddaughter, who had always been the most favorable, would actually do such a ridiculous thing. He knew that things had already happened, and nothing he could say at this moment would help. Besides, Lang Rushue, although she hadn't won against Leng Yu, but seeing this scene, her heart felt a little better. Seeing that quite a few people around her had started discussing Fong Hang as a soft rice man, Lang Rushue slowly raised a smile. He, Leng Yu, what does it feel like in your heart when your beloved man suffers indignities? Isn't it very sad? Since you won't let me feel better, then you don't want to feel better either. Only, as Lang Rushue listened, she felt more and more out of place, and her smile stiffened a bit. Asterisk. This buddy is really Kawa. We Luo City's strongest soft rice king it. Isn't that so? marrying the president of Lightyear, directly on the peak of life. I don't even dare to think how good this guy's life is. Unfortunately, if I had his face value, I would also go an evening a rich lady. Lang Rushue said in displeasure. Can you guys be a little bit out of your league? You think eating soft rice is honorable, right? A person next to me immediately disliked angrily. What do you know about it? Why do I have to work hard when I can just enjoy it? Lang Rushue was blinded by the dislike for a moment, feeling that something was wrong, but it seemed to make so much sense. Just as the entire banquet hall was in a mess, the outside suddenly became noisy as well. The doors of the banquet hall opened, and when they saw the man who was flanked and walked in, the scene was in an uproar. Oh my god, it was actually the son of Luo City's richest man, Chen Dashan. Chen Dashan was the only son of Qian Fuhao, and now that Qian Fuhao was old and retired to the background, the industries were handed over to Qian Dashan to take care of. In other words, Qian Dashan represented Qian Fuhao. Now that Qian Dashan appeared here, it was equivalent to the richest man in Luo City personally visiting. Elder Ling scrambled to welcome him with a smile on his wheelchair, and if not for his handicapped legs, he was afraid that he would have to get up and run over directly. Lung Tianrui reacted, then quickly went to push the wheelchair. The two arrived in front of Qian Dashan. Elder Lang nervously said, "Welcome Mr. Qian. You can come to celebrate your birthday. It's really the honor of my 3 lives." Chen Dashan laughed and took the initiative to shake Elder Lang's wrinkled hand. "Lang family master, you celebrate your birthday. This junior of mine will definitely come to visit, but I came a little late. I hope your old man doesn't mind." Elder Lang was flattered and said, No, how would I dare? For Elder Qian to have the honor to come, the old man is already grateful." While Chen Dashan and Elder Lang were talking, a group of men in suits carried the gifts into the banquet hall, only to see that one piece of valuable gifts placed on the stage. It was enough to build up a few meters high. The crowd below the stage couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Worthy of being the son of the richest man, this platoon was instantly pulled together. Qian Dashan had come to celebrate his birthday this trip, naturally because of Feng Heng. If it wasn't for Feng Heng, his son Qian Shubao's congenital mute disease wouldn't have been cured. Chen Dashan spotted Feng Heng not far away at this time. He then walked quickly to Feng Heng in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes. Chen Dashan first greeted Lung Yu next to Feng Heng. "Mrs. Feng, good day, Mr. Qian." The industries under the names of Lightyear and Qian Group had always cooperated. It wasn't the first time Lang Yu and Qian Dashan had met. However, for Qian Dashan to address her as Mrs. Feng somewhat surprised Lang Yu. Qian Dashan turned his head again and said to Feng Heng, "Mr. Feng, may I have a word?" "Yes." Feng Heng nodded. Although he did not know Qian Dashan, he realized that the other party was mostly related to that cheerleader old man, also known as Qian Fuzhao. "You and Yun Luo wait for me. I'll be back in a while." Feng Heng let go of the hand that he and Lang Yu had been holding tightly. Afterward, under everyone's gaze, he and Chen Dashan walked together towards the outside of the banquet hall. When he passed by Elder Lang, Chen Dashan paused briefly and said, "Lang family master, I still have a few things to do, so I'll see to my farewells." Good, you take your time." Seeing Chen Dashan being courteous to Feng Heng, Elder Long was clearly shocked, and Lang Tianrui on the side had the same reaction. The stage began to boil up again. Duke Qian actually knows the one called Feng Heng? Yes, Duke Qian still seems to have a lot of respect for him. Could it be that Feng Heng is really some big shot on one side by pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Su Kuan frowned, also feeling very surprised. Although the Su family was powerful, Qian Dashan represented Qian Fuya, and this richest man in Luo City was not one to be messed with. Fortunately, he had not spoken out to taunt Feng Heng just now. Once the other party had a great relationship with Qian Dashan, then he would have drawn fire himself. Elder Lang looked at his granddaughter and asked, "Ru Shui, are you sure you're not lying? Feng Heng is really an employee of Lightyear?" "I didn't lie. Grandpa, you can check." Lang Tianrui saw the two sisters walking head-on and immediately sank his face and started to question Lung Yu. "What exactly is this man you're looking for?" Lung Yu directly ignored Lang Tianrui's words and pulled Lung Yunwu out of the banquet hall. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Because of Qian Dashan's attitude towards Feng Heng, they all started to question whether he was a soft rice man or not. After all, what kind of soft eater could make the son of the richest man politely address him as Mr. Chapter 59, Feng Heng is the divine doctor? Outside the banquet hall, Feng Heng and Qian Dashan traveled to a place where no one was around. Qian Dashan immediately bowed at Feng Heng. "Divine Dr. Feng, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. In the future, if there's anything you need from me, Qian Dashan, you can do as you please." Just now, in front of the crowd, Qian Dashan did not dare to show his true feelings rashly. This was because over the years, he had seen too many strange high people. Some high people would purposely keep a low profile, not wanting to be known by too many people, thus disturbing their leisure. The sight of him once being too publicized and angering a high person was still fresh in his mind. Therefore, when Qian Dashan encountered a high-ranking person, he would first observe his words. In Qian Dashan's opinion, Fang Hong should be someone who did not like to make a fuss. Otherwise, with such medical skills, he would have long been famous in the north and south of the Jianghu Lake. Instead of staying in this small Luo city, are you the old masters? I am the son of Qian Fuao, Qian Dashan, and also the father of the one you cured of congenital mute disease, Qian Xiaobao. Oh, I see. Is there something wrong? Nothing. Fang Hong was a little speechless. He thought Qian Dashan was sneaking around looking for him for something important, but it turned out to be a self-introduction. Alright then, go back and help me give my regards to the old man and tell him to bring little treasure along to play basketball sometime. Definitely bring it. Looking at Fang Hang's back as he left, Qian Dashan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. It was true that a high person was a high person, completely not putting him, the son of the richest man, in his eyes. If this were someone else, he would probably come to hug his thigh in the morning and not let go. Fang Hong returned to the front door of the banquet hall. He just met the two sisters who came out. Fang Hong said, why did you guys come out? It's not comfortable to stay inside. Lung Yu really didn't want to stay in the same place as Ling Tianrui. It's just as well. Why don't you take me around? I feel like there should be quite a lot of fun places in the Lung family. Fang Hong could tell that Lung Yu and Ling Tianrui had a frosty relationship. The reason why Lung Yu had returned home with red eyes at the beginning was also thought to be the result of Ling Tianrui's handiwork. Lang Yunwu enthusiastically said, There's still me. Don't leave me behind. Otherwise this young lady will be too bored alone. Got it. You little follower. Lang Yu was helpless. Lang Yunwu looked dissatisfied. Stinky sister. You can call me a follower, but you can't call me a little follower. Fang Hong laughed and shook his head. Lang Yunwu asked curiously again, By the way, brother-in-law, what exactly is the relationship between you and Chen Dashan? He is the son of the richest man in our Luo city. Not much of a relationship. I just often play basketball with his son. I see. I thought you guys were very close, but I can give you a suggestion. Lang Yunwu said mysteriously at the end. What advice? It's that in addition to playing basketball, you can also learn to sing and dance or something. You're so handsome. Shoot a video and send it online. Surely you can pick up a lot of pretty girls. Almost got it. Still testing me. Lang Yu gently knocked Lang Yunwu's head and said, Less bad ideas. Lang Yunrui spat out her tongue and smiled mischievously. Sis, I'm not doing this for you. Go to one side. I've never let you do that. On the other side, Lang Rushua overheard the conversation of several people and immediately turned back and ran back to the banquet hall. Because she was too anxious and didn't break her footsteps, she almost knocked over Elder Lang's wheelchair. Elder Lang was furious and his beard stood up, saying, What the hell? Taking a chance? Lang Rushua apologized, then spoke out the discovery. Grandpa, I just heard it with my own ears. Fang Hong has nothing to do with Duke Qian. He just usually plays basketball with his son. Ling Tianrui said, Dad, I remembered. Duke Qian also has a house in Xiaoyu's neighborhood, which is relatively close to the school, and it's said that his son, Qian Xiaobao, often goes to live there. That is to say, Fang Hong just knows his child and has no other relationship whatsoever? Mostly so, but I just saw that Mr. Qian was quite polite to Fang Hong. Duke Qian's son is a mute. It's only normal that Duke Qian would treat him politely. But what's the point? When it comes to real interests, this kind of thing is all just vanity. Elder Lang sighed repeatedly. Yes, after some discussion, the hope that had flared up in Ling Tianrui's heart was doused again, having to accept the fact that his daughter was married to an ordinary man. Under the stage, the crowd realized that they had been confused by appearances and turned out to have overestimated Fang Hong. Su Kuan's tightly furrowed brows also finally stretched. After tossing and turning for so long, it turned out that Fang Hong was still the same ordinary Fang Hong and did not really have any deep relationship with Chen Dashan. Then, what a hammer! Su Kuan had previously thought of Fang Hong as too bullish, causing him to cower all the time, and now that he thought about it, he was really too much of a wimp. He decided that he would not tolerate a single bit of it in the future, and the anger he had previously received from Fang Hong had to be recovered as much as possible before he could do so. At this time, I don't know who mentioned that Qian Xiaobao's congenital mute disease had been cured. The banquet hall was instantly filled with people's opinions. Only then did Ling Tianrui suddenly recall. Dad, I forgot to tell you that Duke Qian's son's congenital mute disease was cured. Is this matter true? Elder Long was stunned. Qian Xiaobao's congenital mute disease, but even the renowned divine Dr. Li was unable to do anything about it. Now that someone had cured Qian Xiaobao, didn't it mean that that person's medical skills were even higher than that of Li Sherdong, the leading medical practitioner? 1,000 times true. If I had known to mention a word to Mr. Qian just now and find that divine doctor, I can't say that you would have hoped to stand up. It's hard to say. I've been sick for some years. I'll find time to make an appointment with Duke Qian to ask about it. There's always something to try. Since that divine doctor was able to cure Qian Xiaobao's congenital dumbness, naturally there's a great possibility that he can cure you as well. Elder Ling acquiesced, thinking about the years when he was spirited and so happy. Those old ladies looked at not only his status and position, but also him as a person. But since he fell ill and got into a wheelchair, no more old ladies looked at him as a person. In front of people, Mr. Ling pretended to be strong, but after people are often depressed. More than anyone else, he wants to lose the wheelchair underneath him and stand between heaven and earth again. Leng Tianrui pushed Elder Ling towards the stage, and a conjecture suddenly popped into his mind. Dad, do you think it's possible that Fong Hong is the same divine doctor who cured Qian Xiaobao? That's why Qian Dashan came to the Leng family to celebrate your birthday and then treated him with courtesy just now? What you said seems a bit reasonable. Chapter 60, I don't have a daughter like you in the future. Long Ruxue on the side was speechless. In her opinion, Leng Tianrui just couldn't accept Leng Yu marrying Fong Hong, and had become a bit bewitched. Little uncle, have you watched too many TV dramas? If Fong Hong was really a miracle doctor, he wouldn't be able to work at Lightyear. Besides, how can there be such a young divine doctor? In my opinion, Mr. Qian came to congratulate Grandpa on his birthday, most likely because of the increasingly close cooperation between our Guangnian and his industry. Lang Ruoshua's words left the father and son speechless. Indeed, how could Fong Hong, an ordinary employee, be that divine doctor? Fong Hong strolled around the Lang family manor for a long time under the leadership of the two women. It had everything, even a playground and a zoo, completely refreshing Fong Hong's cognition. Previously, Fong Hong thought that being rich was at most buying. As a result, he realized that he was being superficial after stepping into a real mansion. Seeing Leng Yu slowing down her steps, Fong Hong stretched out his arm at her. Walking for so long in high heels, your feet aren't too comfortable, right? Holding me up should be slightly better. Leng Yu did not expect Fong Hong to be so attentive. She hesitated for a moment and eventually took Fong Hong's arm. Fong Hong froze for a moment. He could clearly feel the softness coming from his arm. It is indeed a bit better. The cold rain was a little better, but Fong Hong was having a hard time, not to mention the fact that there were quite a few people around. There was a Leng Yunwu right next to him. He was afraid that something was going to be hidden. As he walked, Leng Yunwu suddenly stopped and pouted her small mouth. Stinky sister, I also have high heels on my feet. You have a brother-in-law when you're tired, but I don't have a man. Leng Yu said, then you come and hold me up. Leng Yunwu really went to hold Leng Yu, only this was a bit strange, and Leng Yu was not very comfortable being sandwiched in the middle. In the end, the three of them had to sit down on a nearby bench to rest. There were various ports on the bench, and there was even wireless charging. Leng Yunwu plopped down on the bench and swiped her cell phone, her high heels casually thrown aside. On Fong Hong's side, his attention was completely on Leng Yu's hand holding his arm. He was a little puzzled. This was sitting down to rest. Leng Yu actually delayed to let go of his hand. Could it be that she had forgotten? Fong Hong wanted to remind Leng Yu, but had a man's selfishness. Just as he was hesitating, Leng Yu took the initiative to let go of the hand that was holding his arm. Then, she only saw Leng Yu open the zipper of her handbag and pulled out a card from it and handed it over. There's $1 million in here as well. This time don't be stupid and use it all to buy gifts. Keep it and spend it on yourself. It seemed that Leng Yu had misunderstood. No wonder she had said that in the banquet hall just now. However, Fong Hong still naturally took it over. Eating soft rice, nothing to be embarrassed about. Fong Hong originally had $5 million in his hand, and he spent $2 million on gifts, but he didn't expect Leng Yu to give him $2 million again. In other words, he still had $5 million in his hand. Although he had not triggered the soft rice king rebate, he had acquired quite a few more soft rice values. Fong Hong glanced at it. It had already come to 60%, and it was estimated that it could be drawn again soon. After tucking the card away, Fong Hong suddenly realized one thing, that is, Leng Yu's originally loosened hand was naturally holding his arm again. Before he had time to do much thinking, Leng Yunwu's voice came from his ears. Brother-in-law, I'm so envious of you. It would be great if I were a handsome man. I could also find a rich woman like my sister and start eating soft rice like crazy. Soft rice is not so easy to eat. Fong Hong felt that he was just occupying the right place in time. After all, most rich white women were not like Leng Yu. Leng Yu gave Leng Yunrui a blank look. Do I usually give you less pocket money? Leng Yunwu hemmed and hawed. It's not a matter of money la. I just want to simply enjoy the feeling of eating soft rice. Then you are out of luck. Leng Yunwu suddenly joked at Fong Hong. Hey, brother-in-law, do you know any other men who want to eat soft rice? Introduce one to me as well? Leng Yu glared at her. Where am I going to find you this? Fong Hong said. Forget it, just kidding. Leng Yunwu didn't like soft rice men, but she didn't have any antipathy towards Fong Hong. On the contrary, she was very fond of this brother-in-law. She knew that Fong Hong had saved her sister's life when she was a child. A precious life, which was completely immeasurable with money. Moreover, her own sister had plenty of money, and it was only natural to repay the favor and support Fong Hong. Even if this was put aside, Long Yunwoo had an inexplicable intuition, vaguely feeling that Fong Hong was not like an ordinary person. The three of them had not completely finished strolling around the Long family until the evening. Fong Hong and Long Yu were originally prepared to return to Junyuan. However, under Long Yunwoo's softly coaxing, coupled with the appearance of Lang's mother, Yang Shulan, they had no choice but to follow them home. Entering the door, Yang Shulan was busy, pouring water and serving fruits to Fong Hong. Unlike Ling Tianrui, who forced Lun Yu to marry for the sake of family interests, Yang Shulan was a woman who only wanted her daughter to be happy. However, in this family, she had never had much say, so she couldn't stop Ling Tianrui. Yang Shulan was still very attracted to Fong Hong. After all, it was her own daughter who had personally chosen him. Although he was a bit ordinary, he had good looks, plus he was many times better than that Su Kuan. Lang Yunluo raised his eyebrows. Mom, how is it? Are you satisfied with your brother-in-law? Yang Shulan smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied, tall and handsome, much more eye-catching than your dad back then. Lang Yunwu stepped on the stool with one foot and held a canned drink in her hand. With a big grin on her face, she waved her hand and said, my dad is a hammer. It's not like I haven't seen the pictures of him when he was young. With that face value, he's simply being hung up by my brother-in-law, okay? However, the moment these words came out, several people did not reply. Lang Yunwu was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Why are you all silent? Yang Shulan smiled and gestured for her to look behind her. Lang Yunwu turned her head back, only to realize that her father was standing right in front of her. She was so scared that the canned drink in her hand fell to the ground, and her feet on the stool immediately retracted. In just a short while, she had directly transformed from her earlier big grinning appearance to a quiet obedient girl. Dad, you're back. Lang Tianrui had a stern face. What do you call dad? Am I not a hammer? Lang Yunwu reddened in embarrassment, then lowered her head and silently pretended to be mute. Lang Tianrui did not continue to make things difficult for her, but instead focused on Lang Yu. Who allowed you to come in? Get out immediately, and in the future, just pretend that I, Lang Tianrui, don't have a daughter like you. Lang Tianrui's face was gloomy. He really couldn't accept his daughter marrying an ordinary person. He had just drunk a lot of wine at the banquet, and now he was already a little drunk. Lang Yu stood up with an icy face, begging for it. What a beg. I think you just have hardened your wings, otherwise you would have long wanted to disown me as your father, right? Chapter 61, Protecting his wife in a tyrannical manner. Yang Shulan had a difficult face and stood out to round up the situation, trying to be able to ease the conflict. Tianrui, don't be like this. It's me who let it happen. It's not easy for our family Xiaoyu to come back for a trip. She finished coming up and wanted to pull Lang Tianrui away, worried that this father and daughter would start a fight. You give me shut your mouth. I teach my daughter lessons. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Lang Tianrui utilized the strength of alcohol and pushed Yang Shulan away. Yang Shulan accidentally planted herself on the ground, knocking her head on the stool and feeling dizzy. The two daughters rushed forward to assist her, concerned about their mother's well-being. Mom, are you alright? Lang Yunwu said. Lang Yu, on the other hand, glared at Lang Tianrui and angrily rebuked. Lang Tianrui, are you still a man? If something happens, come at me. Why are you taking it out on my mom? Looking at his injured wife, Lang Tianrui sobered up a few points. A trace of self-blame flashed under his eyes, but he obviously couldn't let go of his face. Still with a tough attitude. What qualifications do you have to control me? And pay attention to the address. Is my name something you can call me by? Lang Tianrui, what's wrong with me calling you like this? You don't even deserve to be my and Yun Luo's father, much less my mom's husband. Lang Tianrui's anger and blood surged up, as if his nerves had been pricked by his daughter's words. Even his breathing became a little difficult. Sinful daughter, you sinful daughter. I see that I just haven't tidied you up for too long, so much so that you even dare to yell in front of me now. Lang Tianrui made a gesture to raise his hand in an attempt to strike. Lang Yu's eyes were firm, not the least bit afraid. Come on, hit me. Continue to hit me like when I was a child. As long as I disobey you, it's all my fault and Yun Luo's and my mom's fault. You've never been wrong in this family. You're always the only one who's right. Yang Shulan tugged at her daughter and tearfully said, Xiao Yu, don't talk to your father like that. I'm not afraid of him. A man who only bullies his wife and daughter is a loser. You, Lang Tianrui was completely enraged, and his raised hand really fell. Just as it was about to hit Lang Yu's face, his wrist felt as if it was clamped in an iron vise, completely unable to move. Fong Hong was expressionless as he looked straight at Lang Tianrui and firmly grasped his wrist. Seeing this, Yang Shulan was shocked in her heart, not expecting that this son-in-law, who had just been initiated, would actually dare to block Ling Tianrui. Lung Yunwu reacted and almost screamed out, "Handsome, too handsome." He hadn't looked at the wrong person. His brother-in-law had really made a move. Ling Tianrui was even more enraged. It was because of Feng Han that his marriage plan had completely ended in failure. "What are you? How dare you stop me? I'm nothing, but Lung Yu is my woman. No matter who it is, no one can make a move to hit her," Feng Hong said indifferently. Behind him, Lung Yu, who originally had an icy expression, suddenly had her heartbeat half a beat faster. Lung Yunwu forced herself to hold back her excitement. Feng Hong was not only handsome, this overbearing wife protection action was even more handsome. He is even more handsome. However, in Ling Tianrui's view, this son-in-law of Feng Hong was undoubtedly provoking his majesty. "I would like to see what you can do to protect this unfilial daughter." As if Ling Tianrui was competing, he stretched out his other hand and immediately struck towards Lan Yu's face again. There was a snapping sound. This time, apart from Feng Hong, everyone froze. This was because Feng Hong had not only blocked Ling Tianrui, he had even backhanded him and thrown a slap at his face. Feng Hong coldly said, "Stop at the right time, or I will not be polite to you." Ling Tianrui touched his face and stared at Feng Hong with wide eyes in disbelief. No matter what, he did not expect that this son-in-law, who was not very capable, would actually dare to hit his old man with his hands. Those three people were also staring in disbelief, almost thinking that their eyes were blurred. After all, when a son-in-law made his first appearance at the door, he first slapped his old husband. Who could look at this and not be confused? Ling Tianrui was completely sobered up by this slap. "Good. You're young. I'm no match for you, but to dare to strike your old husband. You'll just wait to be on Luo City's headlines tomorrow and see if those spitballs can drown you or not." Feng Hong laughed, hurting the enemy by 1,000, and damaging yourself by 800. You wouldn't think that you could stay out of it and no one would talk about you privately, would you? After Feng Hong said this, Ling Tianrui realized the problem. When a family scandal was publicized, more than those who were righteously indignant, those who ate melons naturally did not occupy a minority. If it was really publicized, wherever he went in the future, he would inevitably be made fun of. Thinking about this, Ling Tianrui had to swallow this breath and turned around with a cold snort to go upstairs. After he left, those three people began to gasp for air, because of the overly tense scene just now, so much so that they all unconsciously held their breath. Lung Yunwu gave a thumbs up that was almost on top of Feng Heng's head. "Brother-in-law, you are too awesome, too wow." Lung Yunwu had never dreamed that Feng Hong would actually dare to strike Ling Tianrui, and the key was that Ling Tianrui had even conceded in the end. In this family, Ling Tianrui had always been a bully, except for her sister Lung Yu. She and Yang Shulan did not dare to disobey Ling Tianrui at all, while her sister only rebelled against Ling Tianrui. Feng Hong was even more bullish, directly striking Ling Tianrui. For a time, Lung Yunwu admired the couple to the core. Lung Yu also did not expect that Feng Hong would actually take such a risk for her. Her heart was a mess, and she suddenly had an urge to hug Feng Hong. However, due to the presence of her mother and sister, she was a little embarrassed, so she was just ready to hold Feng Heng's hand. Feng Heng's side was helping Yang Shulan to see if her head was injured. Feeling that Lung Yu was touching him, he obediently held her jade hand and then said to Yang Shulan, "Auntie, you just hit your head. There shouldn't be any problem." Lung Yunwu was surprised. "Brother-in-law, you still know how to see a doctor?" Yang Shulan's attention was not here, but said with a smile, "You and Xiaoyu are married. Isn't it not quite right to call out auntie?" Yes, brother-in-law, you and my sister have gotten a license. It's time to change your mouth." Lung Yunwu picked up the conversation. Feng Hong subconsciously glanced at Lung Yu, not that he was asking for her opinion, but since he was a child, Feng Hong had never called out the title mom. Feng Hong did not know who his mother was, and his father had never mentioned the other side, but had heard some gossip that his mother had run away after giving birth to him. Lung Yu sensed Feng Heng's abnormality and said, "Mom, Feng Hong just met you for the first time and isn't quite used to it yet. There's no need to be in such a hurry to make him change his name." Lung Yunwu wrapped her arms around Yang Shulan's neck and said, "What's not to get used to, brother-in-law? Quick, this is our mom. Try shouting. You guys don't force Feng Hong like this." Lung Yu was a little anxious, because she understood what happened to Feng Heng's father, and was worried that this would evoke sad memories for him. "It's fine, since I'm married, it's time for me to change my name." Feng Hong brewed for a while, and then rushed Yang Shulan and slowly said, "Mom." Chapter 62 Sleeping Together. Yang Shulan smiled joyfully and responded happily. Lung Yunwu also laughed. "Mom, brother-in-law has changed his words. Shouldn't you pay the change fee?" Lung Yu looked at Feng Hong with worry in her eyes. "Yes, of course." Yang Shulan immediately went to rummage through her bag. and Lang Yunlu found the right opportunity to grab a card from inside. She hemmed and hawed. "Mom, my brother-in-law's change of heart is also due to me. I'll take this one. You child." Yang Shulan was helpless, then drew out a card and stuffed it into Fong Heng's hand. "There are $3 million in here. Consider it as Mom's change of heart fee for you." Calling out Mom actually earned $3 million. Fong Hong and Yang Shulan were polite for a bit, and in the end, he naturally did not reject her good intentions. Together with these $3 million, his savings had come to $8 million. It was a pity that it wasn't given by Lung Yu, so he didn't get the soft rice value. The night was late. Yang Shulan forced the two to stay overnight, so Fong Hong and Lung Yu entered the same room. As soon as the door was closed, Lung Yu turned around and hugged Fong Hong. "What are you doing?" I broke my foot." Lung Yu's face was buried in his chest. After restraining herself for so long outside just now, she finally couldn't hold back her inner urges at this moment. "Then I'll carry you to the bed and help you see if it's serious." Lung Yu was a little confused. She had just made a random excuse. She hadn't really broken her foot. Before she could react, Fong Hong had already put her on the bed and then took off her high heels. "This looks like it's not doing anything." Fong Hong carefully examined it and did not find any problems. Lung Yu somewhat shyly retracted her jade feet and said sheepishly, "It might not be serious. It's getting better rather quickly. It doesn't hurt anymore at this moment. It's good if it's fine." Fong Hong got up and took off his jacket. Scanning around the room, there were traces of Lung Yu's life here, and it could be seen that it should be the place where she had lived since she was a child. "We should be sleeping together tonight," Lung Yu said. Fong Hong said, "I can hit the floor." "No need to hit the floor," Lung Yu suddenly blurted out. Fong Hong was slightly puzzled. Why did he feel that Lung Yu was in a bit of a hurry? "What I mean is that hitting the ground will cause suspicion, so there's no need," she explained handily, afraid that she would be seen through to what she was thinking inside. "Then sleeping together, can you accept it?" Fong Hong asked. Lung Yu fiddled with the hair on her ears with her hand and said, "I'm okay." "Alright, then sleep together." Since Lung Yu didn't mind, then Fong Hong definitely chose to sleep on the bed. Lung Yu secretly played a small game in her heart. The reason why she didn't allow Fong Hong to sleep on the floor was because she wanted to fall asleep holding him again. Yesterday's brief experience had made her belatedly unforgettable. Just at this moment, Lung Yunwu suddenly pushed open the door to the room. "Aha! Stinky sister." Surprised or not, Lung Yu had to temporarily put away her small mind and said, "No big deal. This is my private space. You don't know to knock and ask before coming in. He. Get used to it. Good thing you and brother-in-law aren't doing anything bad." Lung Yu didn't have the good sense to say, "What are you doing here? Our mom said that the water heater in this room hasn't been used for too long and is broken, so she asked you and your brother-in-law to use the one in the living room for now." "Okay, I know. You go out. Don't be in a hurry. Stinky sister, people just came. What's the point of rushing me out in such a hurry? Could it be?" Lung Yunwu suddenly paused, then glanced at Fong Hong, revealing a bad smile. Fong Hong awkwardly said, "Why don't I go next door and you two sleep here?" "Yeah, no way," the two women suddenly said together, and the one who cried out no was naturally Lung Yu. Lung Yu walked out of bed, her bare jade feet stepping on the floor, and stepped forward to push Lung Yunwu outward. "Quickly go back to your own room." Fine. I'll just go." "Stinky sister, really have a man and forget about sister. Forget about the previous thing of calling someone little baby and tugging and not allowing me to go?" Fong Hong was doubly surprised, feeling that this was not like something that Lung Yu could do. Lung Yu increased her strength and continued to push Lung Yunwu outward. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do it." Yo, starting to deny it. Lung Yunwu turned her head to Fong Hong again and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving now. I have a lot of fierce information about my sister here. I'll slowly tell you later." Finally, Lung Yunwu was driven away. Lung Yu gasped slightly and said, "Don't believe what Yunluo said. She's not serious all day long. Not many words out of her mouth are true. Indeed quite unreliable. Who knows?" Lung Yunluo suddenly killed a horseback shot. "Brother-in-law, I added you behind the back of the stinky sister. Let's talk in private." "Good you Lung Yunwu, don't run if you have the ability." Lung Yu chased directly out the door with his bare feet. Moments later, only to come back with a huff, and then with a look of wanting to say something. "What's wrong?" My cell phone is out of power. I want to borrow your cell phone to check the information." "Here." Fong Hong generously handed his cell phone to Lung Yu. Lung Yu opened green bubble and didn't find Lung Yunwu's friend request. Instead, he saw someone in the blacklist. "Ex-girlfriend," Fong Hong said. "Oh, did Yun Luo add you?" "Nope, I don't know her contact information." Between the words, Fong Heng's cell phone rang. Lung Yu took a look. It was a friend request sent by Lang Yunluo. She did not hesitate to select add to blacklist. Only then did she return her cell phone to Fong Hong with confidence. Alright, the information is finished. It seemed that Lang Yunwoo was the information. The next room. Lang Yunwoo frowned her willow eyebrows and muttered. Why don't you agree yet? Could it be that I added the wrong one? After taking a bath one after the other, the two were ready to fall asleep. This was the first time since getting married that they had experienced this moment. When he was young, Fong Hong had imagined the image of sharing a bed with his new wife, but it was very different from now. One could only say that there was indeed a gap between fantasy and reality. After turning off the lights, only the faint moonlight remained to light up the room. Fong Hong had his back to Lang Yu and could not see her expression. Time passed by minute. Just when he thought that Lang Yu had fallen asleep and he himself was ready to fall asleep, suddenly, Lang Yu poked his back with her finger. Fong Hong. Fong Hong turned around, curious as to what was the matter. Lang Yu squirmed and said, I'm a little tired. Fong Hong heard her words. After all, this was the new agreement between the two last night. I'll be by your side. Good. Lang Yu finished sticking up, her entire body leaning into his arms. Fong Hong froze for a moment. Regarding last night's agreement, had he misunderstood, or had Lang Yu misunderstood? He remembered that at that time he meant that Lang Yu was sleeping and he was quietly accompanying her at the side. Not like this. However, there was no point in dwelling on this now. Unlike before, this time it was indoors and the atmosphere was so subtle. Beauty is like jade, into the arms of how can the heart not be messed up. It's over. It's going to be impossible to hide. There seems to be something. Don't. Chapter 63, Stay away from my man. Fong Hong was dumbfounded. What he had hidden was actually caught. Lang Yu seemed to have touched a hot potato, panicked and hurriedly let go of her hand. I don't know how long it took for the atmosphere to become less awkward. Quickly go to sleep. It's already very late. Fong Hong said. Lang Yu answered with a voice like a mosquito. Of course, neither of them immediately went to sleep. The next day, the two were woken up by a knock on the door. Fong Hong opened his eyes and realized that Lang Yu was rubbing her sleepy eyes. As their eyes collided, Lang Yu's eyes dodged. Waking up in her room and seeing Fong Hong for the first time almost made her think that she was hallucinating. Fong Hong rubbed his somewhat numb arm and got out of bed. Lang Yu sat up and silently lifted up her nightgown sling, opening the door to the room. Lang Yunwoo suddenly jumped out. Yee-haw. Good morning stinky sister, stinky brother-in-law. This time you guys do know how to lock the door out. Just woke up without much energy. Lang Yu even reprimanded her with a soft voice. Why are you like a monkey, coming to toss me and Fong Hong early in the morning? Waking up early is good for the body, don't you think so, brother-in-law? Fong Hong yawned. That presupposes going to bed early. Your sister and I stayed up quite late last night. Lang Yunwoo hemmed and hawed. Sorry about that, but it's our mom who told me to call you guys to come downstairs for dinner. Make sure you hurry up. The two of them washed up and went downstairs. Lang Yunru, who was still playful and smiling just now, was so well behaved in front of the dinner table that she was like a different person. This was naturally because Ling Tianrui was also there. After Fong Hong and Lang Yu were seated, Nanny Luoxiu immediately brought breakfast to the two of them while secretly sizing up Fong Hong. Ever since the birthday banquet ended last night, the matter of the two getting married had spread in the Lang family, and even the ones cooking in the back kitchen knew that Lang Yu had married an ordinary man. Luo Xiu had worked here for decades, watching Lang Yu grow up from a young age, and knew all about the old master Lang Tianrui's temperament. Miss Lang Yu found such an ordinary man as her husband. Lang Tianrui is definitely not satisfied. She seems to have foreseen the next bloody picture. Fong Hong took a sip of porridge and then looked at Lang Tianrui. I don't seem to have seen myself in the morning newspaper. With just such a soft sentence, Lang Tianrui directly paused. Then, he threw the spoon into the bowl, picked up his jacket and walked outside in silence. Yang Shulan said, Tianrui, the meal isn't even finished. Where are you going? I don't want to eat. I'm going to the company. Yang Shulan folded back and sat down, pinching dishes into Fong Hong's bowl and laughed. In this family of ours, you're the only one who can rule him. This scene made Luo Xiu directly dumbfounded. Don't they all say that the ant master is an ordinary person? How come even the always domineering master seems to avoid him when he sees him? And Madame also seems to be very favorably disposed to him. Logically speaking, if it really is an ordinary person, the ant master should be inferior in this family, completely opposite to the present Once Lang Tianrui left, Lang Yunru naturally returned to his true appearance. Ha ha, this is the first time I've seen Dad get defeated. It's just too much fun. Yang Shulan said, be careful, in case your dad kills back, there's something for you to suffer. After Lang Yunrui checked vigilantly, she waved her small hand and said, no, it's already far away, so you can feel free to discuss it boldly. Lang Yunwu came back up next to Lang Yu. Sis, brother-in-law directly scared our dad with a slap yesterday. Don't you have any feelings? Luo Xiu froze directly at his words. Lang Yu said, don't disturb my meal. Che, What a spoilsport. Lang Yunwoo bumbled back to Yang Shulan again. Yang Shulan turned back and said to Luo Xiao, Sister Luo, help pour a cup of water for all the children. Oh, okay, ma'am. Luo Xiao returned to her senses and scrambled to pour water for several people. When it was Fang Heng's turn to pour the cup in front of her, she trembled and nearly knocked it over. Lang Yunluo's words just now had really shocked her too much. Fang Heng had actually slapped Ling Tianrui. This was just too unbelievable. It was true that those gossips outside just couldn't be trusted. If the young miss had really married an ordinary man, how could he possibly dare to hit the old master with his hands? And most importantly, how could the master possibly choose to swallow his anger after being beaten? On Lang Yunwu's side, the more she talked, the higher she got, and she even drifted a bit. Mom, do you think that if I were to learn from my brother-in-law and slap dad as well, would it have any miraculous effects? Her sentence directly confused the few people present. Fang Heng said nothing and continued to drink his porridge. Lang Yu said, if you are not afraid to die, you can try it. This stupid kid, is his head cramped? If you really dare to make a move, your father is afraid that his legs won't even be broken for you. Yang Shulan finished Lang Yunwu. Despite knowing that Luo Xiao kept her mouth shut, she still hammered away. Sister Luo, I don't want to hear words outside that shouldn't have been there. Luo Xiao nervously said, Madam, I didn't hear anything just now. Well, that's good. Luo Xiao cleaned up the leftover tableware that several people had eaten. Lang Yunluo came up next to Fang Heng. Brother-in-law, what's going on? I added you as a friend last night. How come you haven't passed it until now? Probably didn't receive it. Fang Heng glanced at Lang Yu, then perfunctorily looked at Lang Yunlu. Impossible. You show me your cell phone. I've applied almost 800 times. Lang Yu stood out and said, stay away from my man. Lang Yunwu glanced at the two and quickly understood. Good wow. Stinky sister. It must be you who didn't let brother-in-law add me, right? Yes, I'm the one who let it happen. You like to talk nonsense? Adding Fang Han would only cause him trouble. Where am I talking nonsense? Stinky sister. You're just afraid that I'm going to blow the whistle on you to brother-in-law and won't let it be said in private, right? Then I'll just say it face to face. Brother-in-law, I tell you. Well. Lang Yu directly rushed up and covered her mouth. For this scene, Yang Shulan and Luo Xiao had long been used to it. Yang Shulan said, Xiao Yu, it's not easy to come back. Do you want to stay at home for a few more days? The two women stopped jostling. Lang Yunluo grabbed her hand and said, Sister, stay for a few more days. You don't even know how much our mom misses you on weekdays. The fountain in the courtyard that are all the tears she shed. You this child, all day without a serious, and fountain are my tears. Think I am the ancient myth of the water god? Ah, well, those are all the tears I shed. Oh, sis, look how sad I am crying. Oh, Lang Yunwu started to fake cry. Lang Yu's mood was a bit heavy. If it was a normal day, he definitely wouldn't stay in this home for much longer. However, because of Fang Heng's presence, Ling Tianrui was somewhat restrained, coupled with the fact that he really wanted to spend more time with his mother. After thinking about it, he finally nodded his head and agreed. Chapter 64, Master of Love. Seeing that Lang Yu agreed, Lang Yunwu immediately embraced her. Woo, stinky sister, I knew you couldn't spare me. Go aside. I can't spare our mom. Lang Yu disgustedly shoved her. Fang Heng grabbed the car keys and said, then I'll go back and get a few more clothes back. Well, by the way, bring the soup dumplings over as well. Good. Fang Heng left. Lang Yu returned to her room, recalling that she had slept in Fang Heng's arms for the entire night. The corner of her mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Looking at her hands, she felt an additional trace of shyness. It really is. How did I become so stupid? I've forgotten what I've learned and actually thought he was hiding something. Even pinched. Stinky sister, what are you thinking about? Lang Yu was in a daze. Her sister suddenly appeared to scare her. Nothing. Lang Yunwu, a face of suspicion. Nothing is strange. A look is thinking about brother-in-law. This woman fell in love is not the same. Oh, don't talk nonsense. Although Fang Heng and I are married, there is still a difference between us and a real couple. TSK. What's the difference? Don't tell me that you're not in love with him right now. Take a look in the mirror. Look at yourself and the young girl who's pining for spring aren't exactly the same. Lang Yu looked at herself in the mirror, stammered and said no words. She had never been in love and didn't know what it was like to really like someone. Now as Simply Feel and Fang Heng stay together is very cozy. Will not be able to help but want to get close to him. A long time cannot see him, heart will be empty. Don't you? Love should be said out loud. Anyway, you and brother-in-law are married. What's there to be afraid of? Lang Yu's thoughts were in disarray, and he finally chose to invite Lang Yunwu out of the room. Through the door of the room, Lang Yu said, you haven't even been in love yourself, so don't teach me how to do things. Lang Yunwu slapped the door. Stinky sister, how dare you question me? even though I've never been in love, it doesn't stop me from becoming a love master. Jun Yuan. Fong Hong finished packing up his things, wrapped the soup dumplings in a cat bag and prepared to fold back to the Lung family. When he got on the Mercedes Big G and opened his cell phone, he found that apart from the message from Lung Yu, there was also a text message from a stranger. Fong Hong took the lead in replying to Lung Yu and got close to his cell phone to send her a voice message. I'll be back soon, and I've brought all those things from the soup dumplings with me. Then, Fong Hong opened the text message and realized that there was only one text on it. Su Koen and Bai Hongi are teaming up to deal with you. Handsome. You must be careful. Fong Hong did not know who the text message was from, and could not confirm if the matter was true. With regards to Su Koen and Bai Hongi, he was naturally not afraid in the slightest. Driving away from Junyuan, on the way to the Long family, when turning the corner and coming to a remote section, he saw the open-top supercar straddling the middle of the road. Fong Hong had an impression of this car and remembered correctly that it was Su Koen's. As expected, a few moments later, Su Koen and Chen Ting, Bai Hongi and Lu Li, plus a man who was so thin that he was almost only a skeleton appeared in front of him. Fong Hong slowly stopped the car. It turned out that the content of that text message was true. These few people were snakes and rats, and really joined hands to deal with him. However, the fact that someone would tip him off was a bit of a surprise to Fong Hong. Obviously, the mole came from one of them. Fong Hong was a little curious as to who it could be. Could it be that Lu Li had a guilty conscience? However, Fong Hong quickly dispelled this speculation, because as soon as they met, Lu Li looked at him with undisguised hatred in her eyes. Instead, Chen Ting next to Su Koen was still a bit of a possibility. After all, the last time Su Koen brought Lao Amo to block himself, this woman showed an attitude that was obviously somewhat biased towards protecting him. Bai Hongi and Su Koen have known each other since childhood, and before they went abroad to study, they often hung out together. The two parties met at the Enchantment Club and talked about their recent situation. Just happened to talk about Fong Hong, not realizing that they would be a common enemy. They decided to join hands to clean up Fong Hong. At this moment, Lu Li clasped her hands on her chest and jumped out first. Yo, Fong Hong, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you even here. I don't feel coincidental. You've all been waiting for me here for quite some time, right? Fong Hong said as he swept a glance at a few people. The line of sight slowly landed on the bone-thin man, and one could feel that he exuded a different aura from the other few. Obviously, this man was even more powerful than the old mare from earlier. Lu Li snorted coldly. I let you see it, but unfortunately it's too late. You can't run away anymore. Chen Ting was both anxious and helpless as she looked at Fong Hong, who had only appeared. He had tipped him off in advance. How come he wasn't prepared at all? Su Koen had specially invited Old Silence's master from the Su family. I'm afraid that Fong Hong is really finished this time. Chapter 65 I Really Dare. However, Fong Hong was as steady as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation within his heart. Run? You're thinking a little too much. Why would I run? Bai Hongi really couldn't stand a bit. It was all this time. Fong Hong was actually still breezy. It was clearly an ordinary person with slightly more strength. What are you pretending? Waiting for you to beat the crap out of you. Let you pretend to be calm again. Fong Hong, you think it will be the same as last time? We will all obediently stand here and let you beat us up, right? That's hard to say, but last time you were still bullish. I punched down and you didn't say a word. Su Koen looked at Bai Hongi and couldn't help but feel a few moments of dismay. Bai Xiao, formidable this guy but a move second old mo. You received his punch surprisingly okay? Bai Hongi was embarrassed. How was he fine? At that time, when he received a punch from Fong Hong, he directly fainted with a black eye. That was why he did not say a word. Bai Hongi knew that Fong Hong's words were mocking himself, and in front of so many people, it undoubtedly made him even more embarrassed. Young Su, cut the crap and just let your people get him. Su Koen, however, said unhurriedly, don't be in a hurry. Everything is under my control. This packing up people is the same as bedlam. It should be gradual and orderly. Coming up to go straight to the point would be meaningless. Over the years, Su Koen has not less than clean up the people who have offended him. Used to come up to the people clang a whack. Later on, he felt more and more bored, and realized that it was still the most interesting to let the opponent's spirit break down and break the defense first, and then beat him up severely is the most interesting, and the most relieved and cool to the extreme. What Young Su said is true. I can't imagine that you have a unique insight in this area. In the future, brother will slowly teach you. Su Koen patted Bai Hongi's shoulder before striding to Fong Hong. He had a walnut coiled in his hand and circled around Fong Hong. You, 1,000 times should not have offended this young man. Is it that you think that I, Su Koen, am a limp wrist shrimp, and that I am afraid after having suffered a loss once, and that I really don't dare to make a move to cure you again? Oh, Fong Hong raised his eyebrows. Isn't it? Su Koen paused his pace for a moment and said, This young man is trying to run for the family head without causing any negative impact. Otherwise there is simply no way that he would have let you be arrogant for such a long time. Fong Hong laughed and said, to put it bluntly, aren't you still a wimp? If you weren't wimpy, you would have definitely made a move on me long ago. Foolishness, this young man is not a wimp, but a strategist. Never risk striking to draw fire before figuring out the way to come. Don't talk about so many useless things. A goon is a goon. You dash. Su Koen realized that rather than letting Fong Hong break his defense, he himself was on the verge of breaking his defense first instead. Those who had previously taught him a lesson were afraid of his status as the young master of the Su family, and once he really started to get angry, just by moving his lips, the other party would be scared to the point of having their hearts pounding in fear. However, Fong Hong did not fear him in the slightest, and this trick naturally could not have any effect. Su Koen gripped the walnut tightly and frowned tightly. Even Elder Lang has to respect me 3 times. Why do you, a son-in-law of the Long family, dare to disregard me? Su Koen, why should I put you in my eyes? Fong Hong asked rhetorically. With this sentence, Su Koen was directly not going to be able to straighten himself out. The few people over there were also in disbelief. The Su family had their eyes and ears in Luo City, and even if Su Koen could not become the head of the Su family, it was still an existence that could not be offended. They did not know where Fong Hong got his strength from. How dare he not put Su Koen, the second young master of the Su family, in his eyes. Lu Li said, Su Shao, don't say so much to him. This guy is just a one-track mind. He probably thinks that he is bullish for becoming the son-in-law of the Long family, but he doesn't yet know how terrifying your strength really is. Su Koen felt that Lu Li's words had a few points of truth. Since Fong Hong was oil and salt, he could only follow the previous method. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a bummer that he didn't see Fong Hong break his defense first. Fishbone, come out. It seems like we still need to rely on you first to solve the problem. The words fell. The bone-thin man slowly walked forward from behind. Su Koen said contemptuously, Fong Hong, friendly introduction. Fish Spike, my Su family's true bottom of the barrel expert. How about it? Scared? As the name suggests, skinny is really the same as Fish Spike. Su Koen, I'm really worried that one punch will break your human bones. Fish Spike said in displeasure. Kid, don't be too cocky. Today I am bound to clean you up hard for my disciple. Ever since he was knocked out by Fong Hong in a single second, old Mo was still bedridden. Even if Su Koen did not look for him to teach Fong Hong a lesson, Fish Spike had planned to take revenge for his disciple old Mo. Seeing that Fong Hong was still speaking loudly, Su Koen was somewhat amused instead, laughing to death. Fong Hong, you don't think that with your 3-legged kung fu, you're really invincible in Luo City, do you? Bai Hongyi picked up. Be smart and soften up and admit your fault to us. You might still be able to suffer a little less flesh and blood. After all, this heckling fish stinger will not intentionally let you have a punch like I did before. Luli held onto Bai Hongyi's arm, and couldn't wait to see the good show unfold. That's right, Fong Hong, if you get down on your knees and beg me, maybe my old lady will be kind enough to send your wife a call so that she can come over quickly to take you to the hospital. Oh, Chen Ting glared at Luli, deepening her hostility towards her. What a ex-girlfriend. Really not a thing. Chen Ting couldn't help but persuade Fong Hong as well, saying, handsome guy, why don't you just give in? Less beating is better than anything. Fong Hong was unimpressed, condescendingly looking down on the crowd. I'm not right, even if I'm wrong. Want me to be soft? Hee, you guys are not worthy. Su Koen couldn't bear it anymore when he saw that Fong Hong was still acting like this. He raised his middle finger at Fong Hong and cursed. Asterisk. Really give face to face. Fish spines. Directly give me up to get dead. Su Koen's cursing words came to an abrupt end, because his finger was held by Fong Hong. Su Koen said with some uneasiness, what do you want? You guess? How dare you? Su Koen of course guessed what Fong Hong was going to do, glaring and immediately speaking out and starting to threaten him. I really dare. Chapter 66, Can you spare me? Fong Hong directly bent Su Koen's fingers. Ah, hand. My hand. Su Koen's fingers were bent to the point where they were almost attached to the back of his hand, and he let out a howl like killing a pig in pain. This scene, the 3 people who watched it could not help but stare. They all revealed a difficult expression. Even though they didn't feel it personally, it was as if they had already experienced Su Koen's pain. Only Fish Spike reacted and immediately moved to charge towards Fong Hong. Fish Spike did not expect Fong Hong to be so bold that with him, an expert, in attendance, he actually dared to take the initiative to harm Su Koen. Bold little child, dare to hurt my young master, suffer death. Su Koen saw that Fish Spike had struck. Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and said, Fong Hong, you're finished. Oh, is that so? As he spoke, Fong Hong gently exerted a force. It clicked. This time, Su Koen's finger was completely broken, leaving just the skin and flesh attached. Su Koen was sweating profusely, his body could not stop trembling, and his face was distorted in pain. Then hold hands like a monkey, like spinning and jumping, the broken middle finger, drooping like a pendulum clock rocking back and forth. At this time, the fish has already clenched his fist and rushed to the front. Thin but full of power fist directly hit Fong Hongjing's chest. Because of Su Koen's injury, in the heat of the moment, Fishbone didn't let go of the water. This fist released the full strength. Fishspike vaguely regretted that Fong Hong must have been killed after receiving this punch. In this way, he didn't even have the chance to humiliate Fong Hong for his disciple Old Silence, which was really too cheap for the other party. Nay, if he made a move, he couldn't take it back, so Fishspike could only make the best of his mistake. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to him, only to see Fong Hong open his palm, in the form of a cloth, accurately and effortlessly blocking his fist. The fish splinter immediately stared at Fong Hong with wide eyes in disbelief. The attack that he had poured all his strength into was easily blocked by Fong Hong just like that? No wonder disciple Old Silence had lost to him. This person, terrifying as hell. Fishspike understood that victory and defeat had been decided. Fong Hong's strength was boundless and unfathomable, and he was not his opponent at all. On the other side, those few people saw that they were in a stalemate and looked at each other. They couldn't help but all wonder, why does it feel like this is not a fight, but like playing rock paper scissors? The pain of his broken finger caused Su Koen to sweat like a pig, and he said in annoyance, Fishspike, don't argue with him, just come up with your real strength. Young Su, don't be anxious. I think this expert should be teasing Fong Hong. Ai Hong, he said. I'm not in a hurry, you big man. Su Koen couldn't help but curse, but he couldn't even speak well because of too much pain. Luli was convinced that Fong Hong couldn't be a match for Fish Stinger even though she didn't feel quite right. After all, this was an expert that Su Koen had personally invited. Chen Ting was too nervous to look any further, inwardly praying that Fong Hong would win against Fishbone. Of course, Fishspike had heard the words of several people. He wasn't teasing Fong Hong, but he was saying that he was completely immobilized by Fong Hong's grip on his fist. In other words, he was crushed by strength. What are you? Fishspike was inwardly horrified, unable to imagine that Fong Hong possessed such strength at such a young age. Fong Hong said indifferently, it is not important what I am. What is important is that you should not have come to provoke me. The words fell. With a straight face, Fong Hong sent out a twist of force, directly twisting Fishspike's arm into a twisted shape. Even though Fishspike's endurance was exceptional, he was grimacing in pain at this moment. Su Koen sensed the problem and immediately shouted at Fishspike to urge him on. Fight back, ah. Stop deliberately letting him. Still hiding your strength, ah. What time is this, ah? Is it Piao, ah? Ai Hong frowned. Luli followed in a ball of anxiety. It's not a turtle. How can it be so tolerant, ah? This expert is about to rush me to death. Chen Ting, on the other hand, finally dared to open her eyes and sneak a glance. It's good to hide your strength. It's better to keep it like this, and it's even better if you let Fong Hong win in the end. Just when several people thought that Fishspike was hiding his strength, only to see Fong Hong smashing his fist heavily on Fishspike's chest. Abruptly, Fishspike's entire body shook as crisp sounds rang out one after another all over his body. That was clearly the sound of bones breaking. Then Fishspike fell straight to the ground, and the bones wrapped in skin, visible to the naked eye, were all misplaced. It was as if a stacked model had fallen apart. It was only at this point that a few people realized afterward. It turned out that Fishspike had not hidden his strength, but simply could not beat Fong Hong. Chen Ting was excited, not expecting Fong Hong to be so powerful, but on the surface, she still had a sad face, pretending to feel sorry for him. Bai Hongi vigorously slapped his thigh and said, Bad thing, Su Shao, what the hell is this person you found? Luli said breathlessly, not to mention his age, he's as skinny as a sparrow. I didn't look at him favorably from the start. The two began to drop stones, only Su Koen stayed as if he were a wooden chicken, as if he had forgotten the pain of the broken finger. Fishspike was Old Mo's master, and his strength was even several times stronger than the latter's. Now, even Fishspike was not Fong Heng's opponent, so just how high had this Fong Heng's strength reached? However, before he had time to be shocked, he was gripped by Fong Heng's hair and dragged to the side of those three people. Fong Hong had a cold face. All stand still. Even the powerful Fishspike could not help Fong Hong. These four people were naturally even less likely to be Fong Heng's opponents. Facing Fong Hong, who had suddenly changed his demeanor, they all began to feel anxious inside. Su Koen said, Be a man and leave a thread. We will meet again in the future. Fong Hong, I advise you not to go too far. Don't go too far? Fine. I'll satisfy you. Fong Hong slapped Su Koen's face with a hard force. Su Koen's face was all smacked askew, dazed, and finally wobbling and collapsing to the ground. Seeing that Su Koen was still conscious, Fong Hong thoughtfully gave him another kick. At this point, Su Koen finally fainted. The few people who watched the scene were dumbfounded and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then Fong Hong arrived in front of Bai Hongi. It's your turn next. Is there anything you want to say? Bai Hongi rubbed his hands together and laughed dryly, pointing at the motionless Su Koen on the ground. Brother Fong, I just came over to join in the fun today. It's this guy who had to pull me on. I have no grudges against you. Don't you think? Do you think I will believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Fong Heng's voice was icy cold, like a piercing cold wind pouring into Bai Hongi's sleeves. Bai Hongi trembled and said, Then, that lighter okay? Lighter? Fine. I'll satisfy you as well. Fong Hong raised his hand and snapped, first pulling out one of Bai Hongi's teeth. To be fair, another slap was added, which also knocked him out. Then Fong Hong arrived in front of Lu Li. He hadn't even opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Li started begging for mercy first. Fong Hong, for the sake of us having a relationship, can you spare me? Chapter 67, Don't want him to suffer any harm. Fong Hong thought for a while and decided to clean up Lu Li last, so he took a step towards Chen Ting first. But this, in Lu Li's eyes, thought that Fong Hong had let her off with a soft heart. Fong Hong, I knew you still had me in your heart. Lu Li looked towards Chen Ting to gloat as she let out a sigh of relief. Humph, who are you to compare yourself to my old lady? Fong Hong is my ex-boyfriend. Chen Ting was speechless, surprised that Fong Hong would actually let Lu Li go. However, Fong Hong did not want to let Lu Li go from the beginning to the end. He felt that it wasn't quite right to clean up Lu Li in the end. Plus Lu Li was acting so arrogantly, so he folded back and stood in front of the other party again. Lu Li froze for a moment. Fong Hong, what are you doing? I thought about it for a while and decided that I should still clean you up first. Lu Li was confused and tensed up again, saying, Didn't you let me off the hook? Who said I let you off the hook? Don't, no matter what, we all loved each other once. You definitely don't want to spare me, right? That was before, Fong Hong said in a cold voice. Lu Li felt like Fong Hong was serious. She didn't want to end up like Su Koen and Bai Hongi, so she took the initiative and reached out to try to hold Fong Hong, trying to escape by playing the emotional card. However, Fong Hong directly avoided Lu Li while backhanding her and viciously smacking her face. How many times have I said, no more touching me? A bright red slap mark instantly appeared on that small, white face. Lu Li covered half of her face with both hands and said incredulously, Fong Hong, you actually hit me. You weren't like this before. You said it yourself. That was in the past. You can't do this to me. Ha, before saying that, shouldn't you think about what you've done first? Fong Hong wasn't stupid. Lu Li was pretending to be pitiful in front of herself at this moment. It was because he had outsmarted the fishbone. If the status quo was reversed, Lu Li would not let him off the hook, and I am afraid that she was stomping her head to taunt him at this moment. Abruptly, Fong Hong made another gesture to raise his hand. Lu Li said in an aggrieved manner, It hurts. You slapped me. Isn't that enough? Not enough. Fong Hong did not readily show mercy. His hand landed on the other side of Lu Li's cheek, similarly knocking her out. Finally, it was Chen Ting's turn, and Fong Heng's line of sight came to her. Seeing Fong Heng's imposing appearance, Chen Ting was so scared that her legs went soft and directly knelt down. Handsome, spare my life. I really didn't want to do anything to you, and also just now I sent you a text message. Where is the evidence? Chen Ting immediately took out her cell phone and showed Fong Hong the evidence. Only then did Fong Hong pull back. Unexpectedly, the one who sent the text message was really Chen Ting. You were obviously with them. Why did you tip me off? Chen Ting cupped her face with a shy face. Because you are handsome. Fong Hong was speechless. It was estimated that if Su Koen knew this, he was afraid that he would be angry and vomit blood. Handsome, come on, hit me, quickly hit me. Chen Ting suddenly stood up and took the initiative to come up again. This kind of made Fong Hong whole. Won't. You just begged for mercy and now you're asking me to hit you. Isn't this inconsistent? I thought about it. If you don't hit me, Su Koen might be suspicious. So Fong Hong also slapped Chen Ting. Of course, compared to those three, he was still merciful. After resolving all this, Fong Hong drove the Mercedes Big G away. Chen Ting looked at the rear of the car that was traveling away, covering her hot cheeks and still looking like a nymphomaniac. Back to the Long family. Lang Yunwu came up and took the cat bag, and when she saw the soup dumplings, it was like a hungry wolf seeing a bunny. She frantically sucked on the cat and asked, Brother-in-law, where did you buy this cat for my sister? It was picked up by Fong Hong. Impossible, right? This character would be picked up? It's really picked up, Fong Hong said as he took out the contents of the suitcase piece by piece. Lang Yu came closer to Fong Hong and smelled a different odor on him. You seem to have a cigar odor on you? Fong Hong sniffed his clothes and indeed smelled a hint of cigar odor, thinking that he had gotten it from Su Koen and the others. Lang Yunwu curiously came up and smelled it, surprised. There really is. Brother-in-law, so you smoke I still have Huazi here too? I don't smoke. That should be on the way back to meet acquaintances. No wonder you are slower than the expected time for a while. I'll go. Sis, how much do you care about your brother-in-law? Pinching your watch and waiting for him to come back, right? Long Yu glared at Long Yunwoo. Met Su Koan, Fong Hong said. Su Koan? He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Long Yu was concerned. Long Yunwoo said. Sister, there's no need to think. That scummy guy must have started to deliberately find trouble for brother-in-law because of you. Long Yu frowned her pretty willow eyebrows. I'll call the Su family and ask them to take care of Su Koan. Actually, I can deal with him myself. Brother-in-law, Su Koan can't be dealt with well. Why don't you listen to my sister? Don't worry, I definitely won't say that if I'm not sure. Long Yunwoo knew that Fong Hang's hands were extraordinary, so naturally, she did not feel worried about this and simply advised her own sister. Sis, don't worry about it. I have an intuition that my brother-in-law is really quite bullish. He might even be able to kill a tiger with one punch. This sister-in-law's intuition was quite accurate. Well, although Lan Yu looked like she agreed on the surface, she still had private concerns. She didn't want to see Fong Hong suffer any harm. Enchanted Clubhouse. Su Koan lashed out at the person on the other end of the phone. I, the second young master of the Su family, need you to teach me how to do things? Su Shao, you must calm down. Miss Lang sighed. Let slip that if you dare to find trouble with his man again, you will have to terminate all cooperation between Light Years and the industries under the Su family's name. He ing Abatsi, lifting on lifting. I'm afraid of her. How? A little impatience is a big plan, but also hope that Su Young prudent and prudent. In the event that this passes to the old master there, for you to run for the head of the family is certainly greatly unfavorable. Asterisk. Su Koan was so angry that he directly smashed his cell phone. For the sake of a crappy family head position, he had endured again and again, and had become a 1,000-year-old turtle, not to mention the fact that he had just suffered on Fong Hong. Now Lang Yu was threatening him in disguise. This couple was teaming up to bully him? Su Koan was so angry that he was scratching his ears. His eyes were almost capable of spitting fire. Seeing this, the doctor in the white coat, as if he had foreseen the danger, panicked and exited the room. Su Koan scanned the people in the room, finally found I. This I is Lu Li. Thus, Su Koan directly spread his anger onto Lu Li. It's all your fault. Didn't you say that Fong Hong is just a little bit stronger? Why is it that even my Su family's greatest experts can't take him? Chapter 68, You're jealous? Lu Li was a little confused by the scolding. She was Bai Hongyi's woman. Su Koan actually didn't give her any face at all? Su Shao, I didn't lie. It's the one you invited called what's called Fish Stinger. Is he really an expert? I doubt he's pretending. Even Fong Hong can't beat him. Nima, is it an expert? I still can't be clear about it, right? Su Koan cursed with a broken mouth. Fish Spike was the Su family's crushing expert. Looking at the entire Luo city, there were only a few people who could be more powerful than him. Lu Li muttered in a small voice. Anyway, I feel that it is the person you invited that has a problem. What did you say? Have the guts to tell me again? Su Koan pointed at Lu Li's nose and cursed. For a while, Lu Li was also a bit offended and directly argued with him loudly. Bai Hongyi came up to help persuade the fight, but was scolded by Su Koan and did not dare to talk back at all. In the end, the two were driven out of the enchantment club in this way. Lu Li thought more and more angry. Feel today is really bad luck. Bai Hongyi was beside her and kept comforting her. Lu Li not only didn't lose her temper, but instead became even more upset. Bai Hongyi, you in the end is not a man. I was that. Su Koan pointed at the nose, scolding. This you do not dare to go out. Bai Hongyi's face was troubled. I and Su Koan are brothers, and the Su family is more powerful than the Bai family. What do you think I can do? You are just looking for excuses. Fong Hong is not as powerful as you yet. People dare to make a move to beat Su Koan. To be honest, if I were still Fong Hang's woman right now, he wouldn't have let me suffer such an indignity at all. Bai Hongyi directly sank his face. Lu Li, what do you mean? Think that Fong Hong is more powerful than me? Then go find him. Only then did Lu Li realize that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly smiled and started to apologize and admit her mistake at Bai Hongyi. However, Bai Hongyi no longer paid attention to Lu Li and directly left her where she was and drove away. On the other side, Fong Hong and Lang Yu arrived at Light Years. Su Mu, the assistant to the president, respectfully greeted Lang Yu when he saw her, while Fong Hong faintly greeted him when it was his turn. As the private daughter of the Su family, Su Mu had heard about everything that happened at the Lung family's birthday banquet yesterday. Su Mu was not too surprised that Lang Yu would announce the marriage in public. Instead, she was surprised that Fong Hong actually dared not to put Su Koan in his eyes, and was said to have embarrassed him in public, even though Su Mu didn't like this half-brother and didn't pay attention to him. However, from a young age, she was still informed about the viciousness of Su Koan's methods. and could not help but feel a little worried about Fong Heng's future situation. Secretary Fong, after offending Su Kuan, you have to be careful. He's a person who holds grudges, Su Mu quietly reminded. Fong Hong was unexpectedly surprised how Su Mu was informed. However, once he thought of the fact that both of them were surnamed Su, it was as if he understood something. You are from the Su family? Well, I am Su Kuan's sister, Fong Hong said. Assistant Su, if I beat up your brother, will you be sad and upset? His death or life has nothing to do with me. I'm just reminding you to be careful and watch out for Su Kuan. Other than that, I have no other intention, because she was an illegitimate daughter. Su Mu had never been taken seriously in the Su family, and Su Kuan naturally didn't look at her squarely. The two siblings did not have the slightest affection, as if they were strangers. Well, then it seems that punching Su Kuan won't cause you to be hostile towards me. Su Mu froze in place, her face covered in dismay. She had just learned the news of Su Kuan's injury from her mother, seemingly a broken finger and a face swollen into a large pig's head. No matter how much Su Mu guessed, she did not expect that this would be Fong Heng's doing. Su Mu felt very shocked. Fong Heng's guts were too big, but since he dared to do this, it meant that there must be a bottom line in place. It was said that yesterday, the son of the richest man, Qian Dashan, went to the Long family to celebrate his birthday, and in front of all the people in the banquet hall, he was even polite to Fong Hong. Su Mu was more and more convinced that Fong Hong was not an ordinary person, and at the same time, she sighed that the president was really discerning and had found a powerhouse husband who was not exposed. Lang Yu noticed the scene of the two whispering just now, after Su Mu left the office. Lang Yu, in a serious manner, picked up his coffee cup and said, seemingly without thinking, Secretary Fong, what kind of work were you talking about with Assistant Su just now? You're jealous? Lang Yu was routed by Fong Heng's sentence and hurriedly put down her coffee cup before wiping the desktop with a paper towel to hide her embarrassment. What jealousy? Where am I jealous? I'm just curious about what work you guys are talking about. Maybe I can help. I can't say. Just have a gut feeling. Feel like you are jealous. Of course it may be my illusion. Then it must be your illusion. Be serious in the company. This is not like at home. Good. You haven't said what work to chat about. Lang Yu wiped the table's hand, paused for a moment. It's not work. It belongs outside of work. Since it's something outside of work, it's okay not to say it. Cold Rain absent-mindedly threw the paper towel towards the trash can. She ended up accidentally dropping it on the rim of the bucket and falling to the ground. She had to bend down again to pick it up and throw it in again. When she raised her head again, she bumped into Fong Heng's smile. We talked about Su Kuan. I didn't realize that not only is Su Mu a member of the Su family, but she is also Su Kuan's sister. At those words, Lang Yu froze for a moment. After a slight silence, she said, it's actually a stepsister. Stepsister? Well, Su Mu and Su Kuan, rather the entire Su family, don't have a very cordial relationship. I see. Fong Hong nodded, then placed the documents on his desk. By the way, this is the information I made. Ever since he took the position of the secretary of the president's office, Lang Yu had not given him a job. This was before seeing that Lang Yu was too busy. He took the initiative to ask to share some of it. Lang Yu was slightly stunned as she received the document and consulted it, nodding in satisfaction. She did not expect Fong Hong to finish it so quickly. This efficiency did not lose to Su Mu at all. Just as Lang Yu wanted to say something, Long Rushue suddenly pushed the door into the office. Because she had learned to bark in public yesterday at the banquet hall, so much so that when she came to work at Light Years today, she heard quite a few people talking about her. Although there was no video out, it was as if the whole world knew about it. Lang Rushue was really furious, so she killed over here in a rage, just ready to take it out on her. Since Fong Hong was a soft rice man, then Long Rushue decided to take him on. Anyway, what big waves could a soft rice eater make? If she didn't vent her anger, she would really be mad. As soon as she saw Lang Rushue, Lang Yu instantly felt displeased and resumed her usual aura. She put down the documents and said in a cold voice, Manager Lang, during office hours, what are you doing here if you're not staying at your workstation? I'm idle and just bored. I came over to see you. Besides, isn't Secretary Fong also staying here? Secretary Fong and I are talking about work. Almost there. Still talking about work? I think it's talking about love. Lang Rushue snorted. Her eyes fell on Fong Hong and she directly ordered, Secretary Fong, you're not doing anything anyway. Go, get me a glass of water. Chapter 69. But it's alright, I can. At this time, Su Mu hurriedly entered the door just in time to witness Lang Rushue ordering Fong Hong. Although Lang Rushue was the personnel manager, but Lightyear's company is the Lang family industry. Lang Rushue was the oldest Missy, naturally belonging to one of the core senior management. Once it came to the truth, she, the president assistant, if she did not have the shelter of Lang Yu, she must also bow her head in front of Lang Rushue. Therefore, With Lang Rushue's status, it was reasonable to instruct a secretary to serve tea and water. However, Sumu could also see that Lang Rushue was targeting Fong Hong and was deliberately looking for a fight. Manager Lang, if you are thirsty, I can pour water for you. No need to trouble Assistant Su. I want Secretary Fong to pour me water. Lang Rushue pointed at Fong Hong and said. Lang Yu said with a sullen face. Lang Rushue, don't go too far. Lang Rushue shrugged. Where did I go too far? It's just that I'm tired from work and want to drink some water. Besides, isn't that what a secretary like Fong Hong does? If you're thirsty, pour your own water. Since Secretary Fong is here, why should I do it myself? Fong Hong glanced at Lang Rushue and said nothing, silently going to the water dispenser before removing a paper cup and filling it with water. Then, he walked towards Lang Rushue without slowing down. Seeing this scene, Lang Yu frowned a little. Lang Rushue smiled instead, not realizing that Fong Hong was really so obedient. She suddenly thought of a good idea, which was to focus on Fong Hong in the future. If I, Lang Rushue, can't rule Lang Yu, can't I still rule you, Fong Hong? Anyway, Fong Hong was Lang Yu's sweetheart, so this was also considered a disguised revenge on Lang Yu. The more Lang Rushue thought about it, the happier she got. Her mouth was almost crooked with laughter, and she was also ready to receive the water that Fong Hong brought to her. Only, when his hand reached over, Fong Hong suddenly avoided it. Lang Rushue's smile shallowed a few points and said, Secretary Fong, what do you mean? Fong Hong said, Manager Lang, be careful, give it to me, I can't imagine you would be so kind. Lang Rushue was surprised that Fong Hong would be worried about her, and after saying that, she reached out to pick it up again, but this time, it was once again avoided by Fong Hong. You tricked me? Lang Rushue was displeased, feeling that Fong Hong was teasing her. It's all been said, be careful. Careful what careful? I'm such a big person. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Quickly give me the water. Lang Rushue was a bit furious, this time directly reaching out to grab it. It was obvious that the same result as before had been ushered in again. Only this time, after avoiding her, Fong Hong directly picked up the water and drank it. The two women were dumbfounded by this maneuver, not expecting Fong Hong to tease Lang Rushue like a monkey. The victim Lang Rushue was naturally furious. Fong Hong, you really dare to trick me? Fong Hong looked down at her with a playful face and said, you said that you're not a 3-year-old child. If you want to drink water, go and pour it yourself. What are you doing reaching out to grab mine? Lang Rushue became infuriated. Do you really think that I am just the personnel department manager? I am the company's core executives. My father is even the company's director. How dare you, a small secretary, be so unbridled in front of me? Fong Hong laughed, unimpressed, and then, you're so powerful. If you have the ability, you can fire me, You. Lang Rushue was furious. If she were someone else, she would have fired the person on the spot, and would never suffer a bit of anger. But Fong Hong was Lang Yu's husband after all. Lang Rushue still remembered that when she was ready to forcefully dismiss Fong Hong because of Wang Zhenghao, Lang Yu was furious and slapped her solidly. She was afraid of Lang Yu because she did not dare to fire Fong Hong, but it did not mean that she would stop there. Lang Rushue made her move and walked over to the water fountain and received a cup of water before folding back in front of Fong Hong. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? You have your own hands and feet. Why do you still want me to pour water for you? Fong Hong, I'm not drinking this myself, but giving it to you. The words changed. The angry Lang Rushue directly threw water towards Fong Hong's face. Fong Hong reacted quickly, although he blocked the water splashed on his face. His body inevitably suffered. The water quickly soaked his clothes. Lang Rushue dropped the paper cup and arrogantly said, Really Lang Rushue, am I a good bully? This is the price you pay for catching my old lady. Fong Hong shook off the water on his hands and narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually surging with anger. You think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Sumu was all a bit nervous. The last time he saw Fong Hong get angry, it seemed like it was exactly when he was furiously beating up that former head of personnel, Wang Zhenghao. Lang Rushue, however, didn't put Fong Hong in her eyes at all and didn't think that Fong Hong really dared to make a move to do anything to her. According to her status and position, she was the Lang family's truly great lady. It was even if Lang Yu made a move to beat her up. What capital did Fong Hong, a son-in-law of the Lang family, have to dare to make a move to beat up her? Lang Rushue? Come on, try moving me? Fong Hong even dared to hit Lang Tianrue. And what kind of cow or horse was this Lang Rushue? He naturally would not spoil the other party. Just as Fong Hong was about to strike, unexpectedly Lang Yu came up and stopped him, guffawing. Fong Hong, it's best for a man not to make a move against a woman. Immediately after, Lang Yu glared at Lang Rushue with a frosty face and directly kicked her hard. But it's fine, I can because I'm a woman. Caught off guard, Lang Rushue was kicked over and fell to the ground. She braced her hands on the ground, her chest heaving as she hissed like a madman. Long Yu, for the second time, this is the second time you beat me up for him. This time I, Lang Rushue, will never let it go. Lang Rushue, this is your own fault. As long as you dare to mess with my man again, not to mention the second time, even if it's the third time or the 100th time, I'll beat you up as usual. What a good one. I'll remember. Today's shame, I'll definitely return it 100 times over in the future. In between the quarrels, a middle-aged man with a stern face pushed the door in. The visitor was none other than Lang Tianrui. Sumu was instantly very energized. Lang Tianrui was the vice chairman of Lightning Years, an existence that was under one person and above 10,000 people. Nowadays, Elder Lang hardly asked about affairs, and the other vice chairman had been out for a long time and hadn't returned. Although Lang Tianrui was the vice chairman, his power was so great that he was equivalent to being the first person in Lightning Year Company. Good day, Chairman. Sumu immediately greeted him. Lang Tianrui glanced at Sumu and gently nodded. Then his gaze fell to Lang Rushue on the ground. Rushue, what's wrong? Get up, Lang Tianrui said and immediately went to help Lang Rushue. Lang Rushue however pushed him away. It's not all thanks to your daughter. You are all family. Is it fun to pretend to care about me? This. Lang Rushue laboriously climbed up and spat at Lang Tianrui again. A hill of raccoons, put away your hypocrisy. Wait for it, the day my dad gets my brother back, I will definitely not let your family have a good time. Chapter 70, Stupid Heart. When Lang Rushue left, Lang Tianrui was instantly furious. It's been too long to forget my admonition to you? Who gave you permission to bully Rushue again? How do you know it wasn't her who came to trouble me first? Then can't you just endure it? Why did you hit her with your hands? Do you know who Rushue is? She's your eldest uncle's daughter. She's your cousin. Lang Yu instantly fell silent, not wanting to say anything. It was the same when she was a child. Lang Rushue was hairy and always purposely looking for trouble from her. Once Lang Yu was forced to return the favor, Lang Rushue went straight to crying and complaining. Every time this time, Lang Tianrui always indiscriminately, forcing her to apologize to Lang Rushue. Just like at this moment, Lang Tianrui breathed a sigh of relief and said the expected words. Go apologize to Rushue. There's no way I'm apologizing. If you like apologizing so much, you can go apologize to her yourself. Lang Tianrui's suppressed anger instantly rushed back up. He slammed the document hard onto the floor. What's wrong with me asking you to apologize? Now I'm the one who can't control you? The quarrel between father and daughter caused Sumu to cower on the side, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. I said it's impossible to apologize to Lang Rushue. Do whatever you like. After saying these words, Lang Yu turned around and turned her back to Lang Tianrui. What do you mean? You don't even want to look at me anymore, do you? I'm your father. Turn around. Seeing that his daughter was ignoring him, Lang Tianrui wanted to rush up and force Lang Yu to look at him. However, when he was almost close to Lang Yu, Feng Hong reached out and blocked his way. No one is allowed to take another step forward. Get out of the way. I'm teaching my daughter a lesson. Who are you to control me? I said, you are not allowed to take another step forward. Sumu didn't dare to continue to look on, fearing that she would be sacked tomorrow because she knew too much. She was at the same time very surprised that Feng Hong, who was the son-in-law of the Long family, actually dared to treat her father-in-law, Lang Tianrui, in such a manner. Lang Tianrui stared angrily at Feng Hong. His forehead veins rippled and he clenched his fists. This is a company, not at home. I am the vice chairman of this company. I order you to get out of my way. Feng Hong looked at him indifferently and stopped answering. It was obvious that if Lang Tianrui took another step forward, he would meet the same end as last night. Lang Tianrui didn't want to eat another big mouth, so he had to call the head of the security department, Ma Shun. This side of the security department. Ma Shun put down the cell phone and immediately gathered the manpower, and then rushed to the president's office in a flurry. An unknown security guard panicked and put on his hat correctly and asked, Supervisor Ma, what happened? Ma Shun explained the situation. The crowd of security guards were both shocked and delighted after hearing about it. Surprised naturally because someone had the audacity to actually dare to provoke Lang Tianrui, the vice chairman. Joy is to wait for a better performance. Maybe Lang Tianrui fancy, directly be promoted to soar to the sky. Ride on the elevator. A few security guards discussed, curious about who would not know who dares to offend Lang Tianrui. But at the same time there is also some concern. This will not be a special situation. Supervisor Ma, if later on the opposite side is a big leader of other departments, both sides can't afford to be offended, then what exactly should we do? Ma Shun said, don't worry about that much. Can it be bigger than the vice chairman? No matter who it is, take it down on the spot. Yes, just like this. Ma Shun and his party went out of the elevator and entered the president's office with great vigor. Coming next to Lang Tianrui, Ma Shun immediately saluted for instructions. Chairman, may I ask who to deal with? Leng Tianrui pointed to Fong Hong, who had stopped in front of Lung Yu. That's him. When Ma Shun took a look at the fact that it was actually Fong Hong, he was directly confused, and the group of security guards accompanying him were also dumbfounded. They had all heard Ma Shun mention Fong Hong. This person had an extraordinary relationship with the president, but he was in existence that could not be offended. Now, having to choose between Leng Tianrui and Fong Hong made Ma Shun difficult for a while. One of the more tigerish security guards went up and tried to move Fong Hong according to Ma Shun's words just now, only to be stopped by Ma Shun on the spot and tapped his hat off. Ma Shun gave a look to a few people, signaling them all to stay still for now. Then he walked over to Leng Tianrui and smiled slightly awkwardly. Chairman, are you sure you're not mistaken? Secretary Fong is someone from our Light Years company. I'm not mistaken. It's him. Speedily drive the person out. The crowd of security guards looked at each other in disbelief. Even Ma Shun did not know what to do. Ma Shun had been in the Jianghu for many years and could clearly sense that Fong Hong was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he had just heard from the grapevine that Su Koan had failed to find Fong Heng's trouble, and in turn had a finger broken, and even the Su family's expert, Fishbone, had taken a ride. Ma Shun didn't even have the confidence to win against Fishbone. Since Fong Hong was able to win against Fishbone, it meant that his strength was naturally above his own. In other words, even if they moved to fight, it was impossible for their party to take Fong Hong. Ma Shun said, Chairman, this matter, I guess, is a bit difficult to handle. Leng Tianrui froze for a moment, not expecting Ma Shun to give such an answer. Su Mu's side was also shocked. In his impression, this security department head Ma Shun was not giving face to anyone. Now he would actually act for Fong Hong, not following Leng Tianrui's order in the first place. What's so hard to do? You follow what I said and directly kick him out. Leng Tianrui said. Ma Shun lowered his voice and said, Chairman, I'm not his opponent. If it really comes down to it, I honestly don't have any moves. Leng Tianrui was slightly shocked. Ma Shun was a real expert. At first, it was precisely because of this point that he personally hired the other party as the head of the security department of Lightyear Company. Nowadays, even Ma Shun was unable to take Fong Hong, which was indeed unexpected by Leng Tianrui. When it came down to it, he had no choice but to call it quits. Let's forget about this today. I don't want to see you next time. He looked towards Leng Yu and dropped this sentence before he left with a cold snort. The crowd of security guards were shocked to the extreme, as if they had seen a world wonder. Previously, they had heard that Fong Hong was extraordinary, but they hadn't thought that it could be so powerful. Even Leng Tianrui, the vice chairman of the hallowed Lightyear Corporation, had to bow his head when facing him. Mr. Lang, Secretary Fong, since everything is fine, then my subordinate will leave first. Ma Shun clasped his hands and greeted Lung Yu and Fong Hong in turn before giving the security guards a wink, and the group hurriedly retreated from the place. Sumu also took this opportunity to follow them and escape out. Now only the husband and wife were left in the office. Fong Hong could see Lung Yu's sadness. A hand unconsciously stroked that stunning face, gently soothing her. Don't be sad. In the future, as long as I'm around, it's impossible for that man to touch you in the slightest. Lung Yu nodded. Fong Heng's hand seemed to be caressing not only her cheek, but also that foolish heart. Chapter 71, Your sister has already taught her a lesson for me. After a while, Lung Yu realized that Fong Heng's clothes were wet. The hidden muscle lines caused her to completely lose control of her sight. Lung Yu pursed her lips and said somewhat sheepishly, I'll have Sumu go down and buy you a new set of clothes to come back. There's no need to be so troublesome. I'll drive straight back to change. Alright then, you pay attention to safety on the road. Got it. After Fong Hong left, Lung Yu washed her face, looked at the mirror, and began to mumble. When did you become like this? But it's just an abs. After calming down, Lung Yu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, the traffic below, until she saw the familiar Mercedes-Benz Big G, which slowly relaxed her willow eyebrows. Long Hong, Long Yun-woo, who was jerking a cat, immediately let out a gasp when she saw Fong Hong. I'll go, brother-in-law, did you just come back from a water fight? If it was really a water fight, I would have been soaked to the bone long ago. I was splashed with water. Who doesn't know how to live, and actually dares to splash my Long Yun-woo's brother-in-law with water? Long Ru-shue. When Long Yun-woo heard this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, I thought who it was. It turns out to be Lang Ru-shue, that stinky sister. Wait for it, brother-in-law. I'll take revenge for you. Stinky sister. Lang Ru-shue was cousin Long Yu, while Long Yun-lu was not yet as old as Long Yu, so she didn't know who was the real sister. But Fong Hong was already used to it. No need. Your sister has already taught her a lesson for me. Long Yun-woo hemmed and hawed. I knew that my sister would definitely not sit idly by while you were bullied. Fong Hong and Long Yun-rui chatted for a few moments before going upstairs to change his clothes and go out again. What he didn't expect was that when he was about to leave the Lang family's gate, he encountered Su Koan, whose face was swollen into a pig's head. Su Koan had a thick bandage wrapped around his hand, and came to Fong Hung in front of Chen Ting's assistants. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson, and actually dared to run to me to jump in front of me. Upon seeing Fong Hung, Su Koan was so angry that he was almost close to gnashing his teeth. In terms of fighting, you are indeed powerful. I, Su Koan, admit that I am not a match, but this has long since ceased to be the era where force can decide everything. So just wait and see how I made you a target in the Lung family, abandoning force, just by virtue of you being a tiny son-in-law of the Lung family. You are also worthy of fighting with me? Su Koan had come on this trip in order to borrow the Su family's second youngest master's identity, preparing to put pressure on Elder Lang to achieve the purpose of disguised retaliation against Fong Hung. After all, since he was a child, Su Koan had never suffered such a big grievance. If he did not teach Fong Hung a lesson to take out his anger, he was afraid that he would not even be able to sleep well tonight. Fong Hung's side naturally saw through Su Koan's purpose. He was not afraid in the slightest and instead flirted with the other party. Su Koan, I'm suddenly curious about one thing about you. What is it? Su Koan's curiosity was aroused. Are you still mentally stuck at school age? If you can't, I'll help you take a look at it, and it will save you from having to make another trip to the hospital. What's being said? It's a mess. I can't even understand it. Su Koan was confused. Chen Ting on the side kindly helped to translate. Su Xiao. What Fong Hung probably means is that he should be saying that your mind is immature. This is in disguise scolding you. Only then did Su Koan react, annoyed and furious. Chen Ting said, can I not hear it? Do I still need you to explain it to me? Chen Ting deflated her mouth without saying anything else. Su Koan glared at Fong Hung again and said, humph, presenting a mouthful of words. When we meet Elder Lang next, I'd like to see if you can still be so arrogant. Between the words, Elder Lang, who was being pushed by the nanny in his wheelchair, appeared in sight. Fong Hung, you're finished. Su Koan could not help but feel happy. Leaving Chen Ting behind, he walked towards Elder Lang. On Elder Lang's side, he was talking to Qin Dashan, the son of the richest man, in an attempt to be able to find out about that divine doctor from the other party. After all, he also longed to be cured of his old illness, throw away his wheelchair and stand up, returning to his former majesty. Mr. Qian, regarding the divine doctor who cured your son's mute disease, do you really not know about it? Chen Dashan pretended to be dumb and said, Lang family master, I have never seen that divine doctor and I don't know who it is. Turn around and I'll ask my family father for you. Okay. Good. I'll let Mr. Qian take the trouble. At this moment, Su Koan came in front of the two. Elder Lang. Su Koan first gave a greeting to Elder Lang, and was instantly surprised that Qian Dashan was also there, and immediately greeted the other party again. Good day, Mr. Qian. Chen Dashan nodded and said, I have a little impression of you, the youngest son of the Su family's master. Su, what is it? Elder Lang introduced. Mr. Qian, this is the second youngest son of the Su family. Su Koan. Oh yes, Su Koan, I remember. Su Koan didn't think that Qian Dashan, the son of the richest man, would actually recognize him. He tried to curry favor with the other party. If he could really befriend Qian Dashan, then his chances of running for the head of the family would be at least 20% more. Mr. Qian, I wonder where you know me from. Elder Lang felt a few curiosities about this. Duke Qian, tell me, I also want to know how you know young Master Su. Qian Dashan laughed. On the entertainment board headlines, this young Su was suave and surrounded by ladies. Those editors loved to make an article about him. Su Koan was instantly embarrassed. Elder Lang also suddenly fell silent, then deliberately changed the topic. Su Xiao, the injuries on your body are. Elder Lang, as you can see, my face is swollen into a pig's head right now, and my fingers are broken. The injuries are not ordinary. Ouch. Indeed. Elder Lang couldn't help but feel some heartache for Su Koan. Qian Dashan said, I don't know who injured Su Xiao. Qian, someone might even be able to wish you a favor. Despite knowing that Qian Dashan was just being polite, Su Koan was still flattered. Thank you, Mr. Qian, for your love. Su Koan is grateful. It's better not to bother you with your hand. That person is just a minor. I can deal with it on my own. Oh, good. Qian Dashan perfunctorily responded to Su Koan. At the same time, he fixed his eyes and spotted a familiar figure not far away. Qian Dashan did not hesitate to leave the two men behind before walking straight towards that figure swiftly. Elder Lang and Su Koan were both confused all of a sudden. Quickly, follow Mr. Qian. Elder Lang ordered the nanny to push him to chase after Qian Dashan. Su Koan reacted and limped after him as well. On Qian Dashan's side, the reason why he left without saying a word was because he saw Fong Hung. Mr. Fong. Qian Dashan immediately took the initiative and politely greeted Fong Hung. Aha! Fong Hung responded nonchalantly. This undoubtedly stunned Chen Ting, who was in the midst of her nymphomania. What was the situation? Chen Dashan was the son of the richest man in the world. Why did he look so respectful to Fong Hong? Right at this moment, Su Koan and Elder Lang also chased after him. Chapter 72, If you dare to slander Mr. Fong again, you will be left with no choice but to eat your words. Elder Lang's mood was a little complicated when he saw Fong Hong. Although he was the husband of his favorite second granddaughter Lang Yu, the fact that the other party had no power and was just an ordinary small employee was really hard for him to accept. Therefore, facing Fong Hong, Elder Lang did not say anything. Instead, because Fong Hong did not take the initiative to give him a greeting, and gradually unpleasantly floor up his face. As for Su Kuan's side, as early as yesterday above the birthday banquet, he knew that Qian Dashan knew Fong Hong. However, the relationship between the two was limited to Fong Hong and Qian Dashan's son Qian Xiaobao being ballplayers. This kind of unbearable friendship, if something small happened, Qian Dashan might still be able to help. Once Fong Hong messed with someone he shouldn't, such as himself, the second youngest master of the Su family, after weighing the pros and cons, Qian Dashan would never help him. Su Koan decided to take this opportunity to directly show the conflict between him and Fong Hong. Firstly, in order to allow Elder Lang to put pressure on Fong Hong and achieve the purpose of disguised revenge against Fong Hong. Secondly, it was in order to allow Qian Dashan to clear his relationship with Fong Hong, lest those who did not know, thought that Fong Hong was very powerful and had the opportunity to borrow Qian Dashan to act like a pussy in front of people. Su Koan suddenly said, Mr. Qian, Elder Lang, aren't you guys curious as to why I'm injured like this? Elder Lang said, yes, young Su, you still haven't said who beat you up like this. Tell us the name of that bold maniac. And without young Su's personal intervention, the old man will be able to help you out. To be honest, I'm also curious as to who the other party is that actually dares to disregard the name of the Su family and charge young Su with such a vicious attack. Qian Dashan said. Su Koan deliberately beat around the bush, wanting to put psychological pressure on Fong Hong. Actually, that person is in the middle of the Lung family. Really? Elder Lang was slightly stunned, unable to imagine that the person who injured Su Koan was actually in the Lang family. Elder Lang, of course it's true, maybe you can even see him now. Elder Lang automatically skipped over Fong Hong and looked around, not finding any suspicious people. Fong Hong breezily said, alright, Su Koan, don't hide it, just say it was me who hit him, won't you? Yo ho, Fong Hong, I didn't expect you even took the initiative to admit it. I would have thought that you would have denied it. Seeing this, Elder Lang and Qian Dashan both froze for a moment. Su Koan pointed at Fong Hong and added, Elder Lang, Mr. Qian, you all heard it. It was this guy who beat me up like this. No matter how much Elder Lang guessed, he did not expect that the one who injured Su Koan would be his son-in-law, Fong Hong, who had just married his second granddaughter, Lang Yu, even though his legs and feet were unconscious. At this moment, Elder Lang seemed to feel a chill all over his body. Su Koan was the second youngest master of the Su family, not to mention whether he would be able to ascend to the position of family head in the future. Just this kind of bad situation, Su Chongjing, the current head of the Su family, when he learned of it, would never let it go easily. Elder Lang could already imagine a scene where Su Chongjing was furious because of this matter, which would then lead to the two great families, Lang and Su, gradually turning against each other. Elder Lang, Fong Hong is your Lang family son-in-law. You must do right by your junior in this matter. Look at me being beaten, not a single part of my body is good. While selling his misery, Su Koan did not forget to bring out his father, Su Chongjing, and began to put pressure on Elder Lang. My father does not know about this. If he knows, it is estimated that he will be heartbroken. He has been the most precious to me since he was a child. Elder Lang's face was iron blue, his hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, and his sight slowly fell onto Fong Hong. This person is afraid that he is not going to make the Lung family fall into a place of no return. Elder Lang did not rush to get angry, but was prepared to take the lead in asking the cause. Fong Hong, why did you move to beat up young Su? He found someone to beat me, didn't beat me, and then I beat him up. It's as simple as that. Elder Lang was clear about Su Koan's character and expected that it wouldn't be Fong Hong who made the first move. Nay, the status was not equal. At this time, even if it was not Fong Hong's fault, then it could only be taken as his fault. Elder Lang was about to ask Fong Hong to apologize to Su Koan first. Unexpectedly, Chen Dashan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. Young Su, what is the point of running to pressure Elder Lang when your skills are inferior? At these words, Elder Lang immediately swallowed back the words that were on his lips, vaguely realizing what. Su Koan was slightly stunned and said, Mr. Qian, although I was the one who sought trouble first, but look, I was beaten up by Fong Hong like this. Since you were the one who committed the offense in the first place, then everything is to blame. Su Koan didn't expect Chen Dashan to actually favor Fong Hong. He had no choice but to harden his heart and continue again. It's true that I'm to blame. but Fang Hong is really too heavy-handed, and I suspect that he has violent tendencies. I've heard that your son often plays with him. Mr. Qian, I suggest that you'd better clear your relationship with Fang Hong, in case he suddenly goes berserk one day and harms your son. Stop this nonsense. Qian Dashan was furious. Fang Hong had cured his son's Newt disease, but he was a great benefactor to their entire family. Unless he had a brain cramp, he would not listen to Su Koan's nonsense to set aside his relationship with Fang Hong. Su Koan was directly dumbfounded. Qian Dashan had just favored Fang Hong, but now it was like he was protecting Fang Hong. This was something he had never expected, and at the same time, he understood that the relationship between the two was definitely not as weak as he had guessed. Su Koan had no choice but to bring up his family background in an attempt to make Qian Dashan weigh the pros and cons. Mr. Qian, I don't quite understand why you are standing up for Fang Hong. I am a member of the Su family, so what if I'm a member of the Su family? Even if your old man Su Changjing came, he would still have to bow his head when he sees me. If you dare to denigrate Mr. Fang again, I will definitely make your Su family suffer. Qian Dashan directly showed his cards, making it clear that he just wanted to protect Fang Hong. Su Koan was struck by lightning. Only then did he realize that he had caused big trouble. Fang Hong was indeed not an idle person. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something more. Qian Dashan directly shouted angrily, "Scram! I don't want to see you again right now." Su Koan was embarrassed to the extreme, his face rising to a pig's liver color, but he didn't dare to disobey Qian Dashan's words at all. Qian Dashan, as the son of Luo City's richest man, even if his father, Su Changjing, came and saw the other party, he still had to lower his voice. So what could he be? In this way, a face of embarrassment Su Koan had to bring the jaw-dropping Chen Ting left. Chen Ting's head was blank. She did not think that Fang Hong was not only handsome, even Qian Dashan, the son of the richest man, was siding with him. Gosh, this man was too charming. On Elder Lang's side, he was so shocked that he was slow to come to his senses. Obviously, yesterday's granddaughter Lang Rushua was all bull asterisk. If the relationship between the two was really as ordinary as she said, how could Qian Dashan Fang be so protective of Fang Hong? Chapter 73 Lovely. Elder Lang instantly realized that the Lang family had really picked up a big treasure this time, and that prosperity was just around the corner. Returning to his senses, he made a 180-degree turn in Fang Heng's attitude and excitedly grabbed the latter's hand. Grandson son-in-law, well played, wonderfully played, croaked. Next time Su Koan dares to pick a fight, you can just fight to the death. Grandpa will back you up behind the scenes. Fang Hong could not see that Elder Lang was ready to back him up just now. Then, Elder Lang shushed Fang Hong again, so enthusiastic that he was a far cry from before. Halfway through his speech, he was worried that it would affect Fang Heng's itinerary, and asked cautiously, "Grandson-in-law, is there anything else you want to do?" "I'm going to the company." Elder Lang panicked and let go of Fang Heng's hand. Good, you go quickly. I won't bother you anymore." "Well, goodbye Grandpa." Seeing Fang Hong leave, Qian Dashan didn't linger and then bid farewell to Elder Lang. Looking at the two vehicles that drove away one after the other, Elder Lang surged inwardly before taking out his cell phone and making a call. "Tian Rue, notify Down that there's a dinner party today, and have the children all come to attend." "Okay, Dad." Lightyear Corporation, President's Office. Lang Yu sat in his office chair and muttered, "Why hasn't anyone been seen for so long? Does it mean that he came back and went directly to the secretary's office?" Lang Yu glanced at the surveillance and realized that there was no figure of Fang Hong in the secretary's room either. Just as she was about to go out to find out, she collided with Fang Hong who had just walked in. When Fang Hong saw that Lang Yu's standing posture was unsteady and had a tendency to fall to the ground, he was in a hurry to reach out and pass through her back, not caring where he grabbed. The two of them were close to each other. Although Lang Yu did not fall to the ground, she instantly tensed her body, and her delicate little face was colored with a reddish hue at a speed visible to the naked eye. She reached out and pushed Fang Hong, shy and anxious. "I'm fine. You let go of me." Waiting for the two to separate, Lang Yu immediately retreated a few steps in a row, and her hands were protected behind her. Fang Hong looked at his hands and saw Lang Yu protecting her, but before he realized afterward, the situation is critical. "I know, that's it, you go back to your office. I should work too," Lang Yu said at the end. His voice was so low that he could barely hear himself. "Well, yell at me if something comes up. I'll leave first." "Good." It wasn't until Fang Hong had left that Lang Yu moved away from the hands she was protecting behind her. Sitting down in the office chair, she looked at the documents in front of her, her mind distracted. After taking some time to organize her thoughts, Lang Yu was about to seriously devote herself to her work when she saw that Fang Hong was staring at his hands in the surveillance screen in the secretary's room. Lang Yu's thoughts, which had managed to calm down with difficulty, instantly became disorganized again, and this time there was absolutely no way to work. she bit her lips and whispered, "What is this bad guy thinking about? No nonsense. Coincidence." Fong Heng's side was really rambling. He was even curious about what it would feel like to shoot up, but when realizing that there was surveillance in the secretary's office, maybe Lang Yu would secretly observe him, he immediately straightened his sitting posture and pretended to be looking at the work materials. Unbeknownst to him, this scene has long been captured by Lang Yu. Sumu walked into the office, saw the scene in front of him, could not help but be apprehensive, because Lang Yu had information missing a corner. The desk surface has a piece of very small pieces of confetti. President, this information is where there is a problem? No problem. Then you go tell Secretary Fong to visit each department of the company, then summarize the findings and write a report to me. Go quickly. Okay. Sumu was suddenly a bit puzzled. Lang Yu had always cared for Fong Hong like a treasure. It was not too much to describe it as in the mouth for fear of melting, in the heart of the hand for fear of falling. Even Fong Heng's work had fallen on her as an assistant. Now, why did she suddenly change her nature and started to order Fong Hong to do things? With these doubts, Sumu found Fong Hong while conveying what Lang Yu had explained. Fong Hong instantly realized one thing, and that was that Lang Yu must have seen him gawking through the surveillance. Secretary Fong, say what's going on with you and the president. Generally speaking, she shouldn't be shy about letting you do all this work. Ahem. Fong Hong pretended to cough and signaled Sumu to look at the surveillance. The latter would understand which shut up and sensibly didn't ask about it. It had to be said that Lang Yu's move was really effective. After Fong Hong got busy, he really didn't have the heart to think about anything else. In the evening after work, he handed the documents to Lang Yu. General Manager Lang, the report is ready. Please take a look. Well, Secretary Fong, I hope you won't dawdle during office hours in the future. Lang Yu took the document and read it. It wasn't really that he wasn't allowed to daze, but Lang Yu was shy and wasn't willing to say the real reason. Fong Hong only felt that Lang Yu was even more adorable. On the surface, she was a noble, cold and arrogant, thunderous strong woman. Behind the scenes, she was a gentle, careful, considerate, and occasionally shy little woman. All of these were huge contrasting points of adorableness. Fong Hong could not help but sigh. Lovely. Lang Yu's side read the report and marveled at how fast Fong Hong was doing things, and even felt that it was a waste of talent to let him feel the fish. Regarding the 2 words that Fong Hong said, she naturally did not hear them, but after putting down the report, she asked, "What did you just say?" "I said you're cute," Fong Hong repeated. His words were like a huge wave that came crashing down, directly slapping Lang Yu into a daze. "This is in the company, and it's still office hours. What are you talking about? What office hours? It's long since gotten off work, my Lord President." Fong Hong signaled her to look at the time. Lang Yu stared blankly at the carousel watch on her wrist. "Yes, off duty, go back then." Until she was sitting in the co-pilot on the way back to the Lung family, Lang Yu had yet to come out from Fong Heng's words just now that complimented her on her cuteness. Seeing that Lang Yu had been staring blankly in her direction, Fong Hong could not help but feel a few moments of doubt inside. He touched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Only then did Lang Yu come back to her senses and said, "No, I was looking at the rearview mirror to help you keep an eye out for any cars behind you." Fong Hong smiled. "I thought you were looking at me." Narcissistic. Lang Yu paused for a moment and added, "But you have the capital for narcissism. You do look very handsome." Fong Hong was somewhat stunned. If remembered correctly, this seemed to be the first time Lang Yu complimented him on his good looks to his face, because he had heard a lot of similar words since he was a child. So much so that Fong Hong did not feel much at all when being complimented on his good looks by other people. Only Lang Yu's affirmation at this moment gave him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Chapter 74, You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Fong Hong couldn't help but compliment Lang Yu as well. "Actually, I think you're pretty too." "Really?" "Of course it's true. You've grown so good looking. Why do you still feel a bit unsure of yourself?" Lang Yu coyly said, "Everyone's aesthetics are different, and I don't know your aesthetics. I thought about it carefully. You are considered to be the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Fong Hong didn't often compliment people, but he said this from the bottom of his heart. Lang Yu was indeed beautiful, especially her beautiful legs. On the day when they first met near the Civil Affairs Bureau, the impact caused purely by her beauty was still present in Fong Heng's mind. Lang Yu had always been very confident in her looks before. It was a bit strange to say that since she had gotten married to Fong Hong, this confidence had gradually disappeared. She herself couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until Fong Heng's words at this moment that she swept away her anxiety and completely regained her full confidence. "Thanks," Fong Hong helplessly said, saying thank you again. Forgetting the agreement. "Oh, say it, how do you want me to punish you tonight?" Subconsciously blurted out again. "It's my problem, you can punish me however you want." Fang Heng suddenly felt that the conversation between the two was strange. Lang Yu also realized it afterward and then fell into silence. The atmosphere in the car was instantly subtle until it was broken by the urgent ringing of a cell phone. Fang Heng didn't even need to guess. He knew that it was the quirky Lang Yunwu. Sister, danger, return quickly. What's wrong? Oops, there's a family banquet tonight. Our dad said that we must all attend. Lang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought something was wrong. It's just a dinner party. Don't make it seem like something big has happened. This isn't a big deal. Brother-in-law just beat up our dad last night. What if we don't get along with each other at today's dinner party and beat up grandpa again? Lang Yu looked at Fang Heng and suddenly laughed. Fang Heng, on the other hand, was embarrassed. He took over the cell phone and said, Good you Long Yunwu, bad-mouthing me behind my back aren't you? Wait for me to go back and beat you up first. Ah, brother-in-law that's fine. See you at the banquet. After saying that, Lang Yunwu directly hung up the phone. Lang Yu said, This stinky girl just owes a beating. Bad-mouthing you in front of me, and bad-mouthing me in front of you. Only the world is in chaos. Indeed, when the dinner party is over, it's just right that you clean up her for me. There's something I haven't forgotten last time. What was it? She said for me not to be too quick in front of you. What does that mean? That's not very descriptive for a while. How can I put it? Real couples definitely understood in seconds. Nah, Fang Heng and Lang Yu weren't considered a real couple yet. I still don't understand. What can't be too fast? Lang Yu had an innocent face. Fang Heng did not expect Lang Yu to not understand the meaning at first. This, in turn, made him embarrassed to speak down the line. Finally, it was only when he returned to the Lang family that Lang Yu came to a realization. Too fast means. She gritted her teeth and said, I understand. This stinky girl, really mouthy. Right. I'm not very good at stepping in. This matter will rely on you to clean her up. Don't worry. See if I don't use tape to seal her mouth. See if she dares to talk nonsense again in the future. Lang Yu got out of the car and rushed in furiously, starting to look around for Lang Yunwu. However, after searching around, she realized that both Lang Yunru and Yang Shulan were not at home and seemed to have already gone to the dinner party. Thus, Fang Heng and Lang Yu finished changing their clothes and also headed to the banquet hall. Not long after, outside the banquet hall, the two saw Lang Yunru. Over here, sis, brother-in-law. Lang Yunru waved her hand and greeted her with a smiling face, and when she saw that Lang Yu was coming in a bad way, she turned her head and ran, wisely hiding behind Yang Shulan. Mom, help, my sister has gone crazy. Yang Shulan helplessly said, These two children, go home and then make trouble. Wait for the next people to come. Be seen easy to gossip. Lang Yu stopped and glared at Lang Yunwu. Lang Yunwu, wait for the dinner party to end and go home. See how I pack you again. Ooh, Mom, look at how scary sis is. I want to sleep at my classmate's house at night. Just at this time, Lang Tianrui pushed Elder Lang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to appear. Elder Lang laughed. Yun Luo, which classmate's house to go to? Male or female? Lang Yun Luo immediately reverted to the good girl in front of people. Even her speech was soft. Female classmate, the young granddaughter of the Wang family lord. I've played well with her since I was a child. Grandpa, you've seen it before. Oh, I have an impression. I remember that girl was small and skinny. Lang Tianrui coldly said, Not allowed. Can't you sleep at home? You still have to go to your classmate's house to stay? Lang Yunwu nuzzled her mouth, and could only let out an "oh." After Lang Tianrui pushed Elder Lang into the banquet hall, only then did the group of children follow closely behind. After the crowd had taken their seats, Fang Heng realized that the Lang family was thriving. Among them, the children were the most numerous, and the older ones were Lang Rushue and the pair of sisters. Next to Lang Rushue, there was a silent middle-aged woman sitting with a poor complexion, thinking that it should be her mother. Because of what happened in the morning, the lines of sight collided, and Lang Rushue instantly rose in hostility. Rushue, is your father still not back? Facing Elder Lang's inquiry, Lang Rushue had to temporarily put away Fang Heng's hostility. Well, Grandpa, my dad is still out looking for my brother, but there's already news. I believe I can definitely get him back this time. The bottom of Elder Lang's eyes instantly flooded with light. Is the news accurate? Accurate. Good nah. When your brother Junhao comes back, Grandpa must make it up to him. After all, it's all Grandpa's big mistake that he single-handedly made back then. Grandpa, I don't blame you. Mom and Dad and I know you didn't mean it. Elder Lang sighed. Despite saying this, he still felt deeply guilty. If he hadn't lost Lang Junhao 20 years ago, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened behind him. Luckily, there had been news of Lang Junhao recently, and his son, Lang Bowen, had personally moved forward to look for him. Elder Lang was silent for a long time, and his line of sight fell on Fang Heng. When he thought of the Lang family picking up this great treasure of Fang Heng, he instantly came out of his grief again. Elder Lang beckoned and said, "Grandson-in-law, this is the first time you've attended our Lang family's family banquet, right? Come, sit next to Grandpa tonight." As Elder Lang's words exited, the crowd couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Quite a few people did not even react to who this granddaughter-in-law was actually calling. It was only when they saw Fong Hong, who had risen, that they suddenly realized. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lang Tianrui lowered his voice. Elder Lang said, "Tianrui, don't care so much, go and move a chair for Fong Hong and let him sit next to me. I am very happy today and want to talk more with this good grandson-in-law." Chapter 75, You Can't Have Strength Until You're Full. Lang Tianrui couldn't believe his ears. According to the status of the family, he was the father-in-law, but he actually had to carry a chair for his son-in-law? However, thinking of the fact that Fong Hong had even hit him out of hand, coupled with the fact that it was Elder Lang who had requested it, Lang Tianrui inexplicably relieved himself. After Lang Tianrui moved the chair, Fong Hong smoothly sat beside Elder Lang. Elder Lang immediately grabbed his hand and began to shush him again as he did in the morning. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding what was going on, and they were all inevitably a bit startled. "Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly being so nice to Fong Hong? You child can't say anything at all. Fong Hong is married to Xiaoyu and is also a member of our Lung family. Isn't it right for me to be nice to him?" Elder Lang reprimanded Lang Ruxue. Lang Ruxue didn't understand and was even a little jealous, thinking that Elder Lang might have had a stroke. Ever since she was a child, even she, her own granddaughter, had never received such treatment. Fong Hong was only the son-in-law of the Lung family, without power or influence. Why would Master Ling treat him better than even himself? Lang Tianrui, who had just sat down, also felt puzzled, unable to figure out why Elder Lang's attitude towards Fong Hong had changed drastically. On the side of the two sisters, Lan Yunwu quietly asked, "Sister, has Grandpa ever cared about us like this since we were little?" Lan Yu shook her head and returned, "I don't think so." In the eyes of the Long family's children, Grandpa Lang had always been a traditional elder who hid his love in his heart and was not good at showing his emotions. However, the scene in front of them at this moment undoubtedly refreshed their perception of Elder Lang. Lan Yunwu burst out and said, "How could Grandpa suddenly be so concerned about brother-in-law? Could it be that brother-in-law has already beaten him up in advance in private?" Yang Shulan sniffed, slapped her daughter from under the table and chided her in a low voice. "Shut your mouth, so many people, don't talk nonsense." On the other side, Elder Lang smiled and said, "Grandson-in-law, our family Xiaoyu shouldn't have bullied you, right?" Fong Hong said, "Grandpa, Xiaoyu has always been good to me." "That's good, that's good. If you have any difficulties in the future, just ask. This is your new home. We are all family now." "I know." Elder Lang looked towards Lang Tianrui and Yang Shulan, and suddenly slumped his old face again. "And you too, as the old husband and mother-in-law, you must treat Xiao Hong well, and never bully your son-in-law, much less make a move on him, understand?" The couple looked at each other. "Okay, Dad, I understand," Yang Shulan said. "I also understand." Lang Tianrui, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. It was good enough that Fong Hong no longer made a move to hit him. Where else would he dare to make a move against Fong Hong? Then, Elder Lang instructed the others, "Take this opportunity to get to know all of you. This is Xiaoyu's husband. In the future, all of you should treat him as a family." "Okay, Grandpa." Lang Ruxue followed the crowd in agreement, but in her heart, she still disdained Fong Hong, and she was certain that Elder Lang was just having a stroke. It was only after the official start of the meal that Elder Lang let go of Fong Hong's hand. He had given Fong Hong quite a few dishes in a row, and the plates were almost piled up into a small hill. Eat more, only when you are full will you have the strength for the night." Fong Hong depressed this big night to what strength? Unexpectedly Elder Lang said to Long Yu again, "Xiao Yu you and Xiao Hong have to work harder, you know. Grandpa is waiting to hold his little great-grandson soon." Fong Hong was slightly stunned. Lang Yu on the other hand, her hand suddenly shivered and the dish she had just picked up fell back into her bowl. She hung her head and said nothing, silently picking up the dish and eating it again. Elder Lang asked after her, "Xiao Yu, why don't you say anything? Did you hear what Grandpa said?" "Oh." Lang Yu's voice like a mosquito looked up just to bump into Long Yunwu face a bad smile. She shyly and angrily reached out from under the table and vigorously pinched Long Yunwu. After the dinner party ended, the crowd left the banquet hall one after another. Long Yunwu walked outside, lifted up a corner of her skirt and said, "Stinky sister, look at what you've done. This young lady's leg is red from your pinching. Who let you make fun of me? This is just a small lesson for you. I'll settle the score with you when we get home." "Settle what score? It's not like I've offended you recently." Long Yunwu pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. "You were babbling in front of Fong Hong. Did you think that I didn't even know about it?" Lung Yunrui scratched her little head and asked, which sentence exactly? There were too many words said. I can't even remember some of them myself. Just as the two women were in between speaking, they noticed Lang Rushue who was passing by. Lang Rushue did not hide her hostility and glared at them fiercely. Lang Yunwu crossed her arms and said, what are you glaring at? Showing that your eyes are as big as a cow's eyes? Lang Rushue snorted coldly and accelerated her pace to leave. Lang Yunwu curiously asked, sister, what happened to you and Lang Rushue today? My brother-in-law's clothes were all wet from the water she poured on them. Lang Yu told the ins and outs. Lang Yunwu immediately applauded after hearing it. Good kicking. Next time you encounter a similar situation, you call me over as well. We'll directly join forces to clean her up together. Inside the banquet hall, Elder Lang pulled Fong Hong to say quite a few more words before finally letting him go reluctantly. Lang Tianrui saw the man walk out of the door before he asked about the doubts in his heart. Dad, why are you suddenly so nice to that kid? Elder Lang was displeased. What do you mean by that, brat? Fong Hong is my good grandson-in-law and your good son-in-law. From now on you need to pay attention to your wording. Yes, Dad, you're right to teach me a lesson, but I still don't quite understand why you're suddenly treating him like this. Elder Lang looked around to see that no one else was around. Only their father and son were left, and slowly revealed the morning's events. Lang Tianrui was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it when he heard it. You're saying that not only did Fong Hong beat up Young Su, but Elder Qian actually took the initiative to favor him? Lang Tianrui finally understood where Fong Hong got his backbone from. Even Su Kuan, the second youngest master of the Su family, had beaten him as he should, and with the son of the richest man, Qian Dashan, behind him, it was no wonder that he dared to disregard him as his old father-in-law. Elder Lang nodded heavily and said, yes, it's obvious that Fong Hang's relationship with Duke Qian is not that weak, otherwise Duke Qian definitely wouldn't have stood up for him. Lang Tianrui rubbed his chin and said, in that case, Rushua lied that day? It's hard to say. It could just be that Duke Qian was very fond of Fong Hong and purposely stepped in to favor him. Regardless, having this relationship will definitely be beneficial to our Lang family. Indeed, Lang Tianrui's recent bad mood was all relieved at this moment. Since Fong Hong was able to befriend Qian Dashan, it meant that it wasn't as bad as imagined. Lang Tianrui was barely able to accept his daughter marrying him. Chapter 76, I'm married with a wife. Over here, Fong Hong and the sisters, as well as his mother-in-law Yang Shulan had just returned home. As soon as the door was closed, Lang Yu turned around and grabbed her sister's cheeks. Lang Yunwu spoke with a leaky breath and said, Mom, get a grip on your eldest daughter. I have a headache. You two can make as much trouble as you like. Just don't bother me. Yang Shulan was too lazy to bother with the two daughters. Instead, she focused on Fong Hong and tenderly asked, Xiao Hung, would you like some tea? Well, thanks Mom. You've called Mom. What are you saying thank you for? Yang Shulan smiled, then went to make tea. Lang Yunwu yelled, Mom, I want to drink it too. You can drink it after you finish messing around with your sister. Lang Yunru had to beg Lang Yu for peace. Sister, can we call a truce first? No, I have to seal your mouth today. Let's see if you dare to speak without a word next time. Lang Yunwu was aggrieved. What did I say that was so serious that you have to block my mouth? Lang Yu lowered her voice and said what Fong Hong had told her on the way back. You can't be too fast. After hearing this, Lang Yunwu froze for a moment, realizing that she had actually said it. No wonder her sister would be so angry. She immediately played dumb and came up with a denial trifecta. It wasn't me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Sis, I'm a greatly virtuous person. Do you think it's useful to deny it? Lang Yunwu knew that she couldn't escape this, so she turned her head and started to ask Fong Hong for help. Oh, brother-in-law, save me. I know I'm wrong. You quickly control your wife. Fong Hong turned a deaf ear and took the tea handed by Yang Shulan and savored it. The flavor is quite good. It's good that you like it. Turn around and I'll fill some for you. You take it to the company and brew it. Thanks Mom, you child. Saying thank you again. The two sisters' side was a fierce battlefield, while Fong Hong and Yang Shulan's side was very amicable. Upon entering the door and seeing this cutthroat scene, Lang Tianrui could not help but freeze for a moment. Upon seeing Lang Tianrui return, Lang Yu loosened her grip. Lang Yunwu fled to the sofa and took a seat in a good manner, rubbing her cheeks and not forgetting to complain about Fong Hong in a small voice. Stinky brother-in-law, actually not helping me. The atmosphere was instantly depressing. Yang Shulan got up and said, Tianrui, do you want some tea? Aha! Lang Tianrui sat down opposite Fong Hong. Lang Yu was originally prepared to go back to her room, but worried that Lang Tianrui would lash out at Fong Hong, she moved to silently sit down next to Fong Hong again. Mom! Lang Yunwu raised her hand and called out to Yang Shulan, and when she realized that Lang Tianrui had cast her eyes, she immediately lowered her voice. I want to drink too. Yang Shulan simply brewed a whole pot and poured tea for several people in turn. Leng Tianrui slowly lifted the teacup, his eyes falling on Fong Hong. Fong Hong saw that he wanted to speak, so he took the initiative to ask, "Is there anything you want to say to me?" "No, no." Leng Tianrui was a little startled and accidentally spilled his tea, which just happened to spill on his pants. He put down the teacup and got up to see that it was all wet. Yang Shulan said, "Tianrui, didn't burn it?" Leng Tianrui looked embarrassed and said, "It's fine, I'll go change my clothes." Leng Tianrui's front foot just laughed. Lang Yunlu turned her head and couldn't hold back her laughter. "Ha ha, sis, did you see that? Our dad's expression just now laughed me to death." Unexpectedly, Leng Tianrui killed a horseback, and the next moment suddenly appeared in front of several people again. "Yun Luo, what made you laugh so happily?" Lang Yunluo's small face turned white all of a sudden, nervously clasping her hands and not daring to make a sound. Yang Shulan laughed and helped to relieve herself. "Tianrui, why did you come down again? Where did you put your clothes? Let's go. I'll go find them for you." Yang Shulan got up and walked halfway with Leng Tianrui, then turned back to admonish a few people. "It's getting late. After you guys finish your tea, go back to your rooms and rest as well." The master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Yang Shulan picked up Leng Tianrui's changed clothes and said, "Just say what you want to say. How come in front of your son-in-law, you old husband is like a child instead?" Normally, Leng Tianrui would have retorted. At the moment, he was sitting on the bed, looking thoughtful. Seeing this, Yang Shulan shook her head helplessly and stopped speaking. On the other side, after the two of them took a shower, they lay on the same bed again. Fong Hong was about to open his mouth to say something, but Leng Yu suddenly interrupted him. "Wait a moment." Immediately afterward, she got off the bed barefoot and unlocked the door to her room, then hurriedly folded back and got under the covers. "I am afraid that Yun Luo will come to disturb us again." Leng Yu half hid her face under the quilt and explained, realizing halfway through that there was a feeling of wanting to cover up, causing her voice to lose more and more steam. Seeing that Fong Hong didn't think much about it, she then breathed a sigh of relief before secretly pondering on how to open her mouth tonight. After all, still using the same excuse as last night, it was just too easy to reveal a crack. Just as Long Yu was fretting, Fong Hang's unconscious concern allowed her to find an opportunity. "Are you tired today?" "Tired." The words just fell. Lang Yu directly jumped into Fong Hang's arms, and her movements could be said to be in one fell swoop. Fong Hong froze for a moment. Lang Yu was treating him as a humanoid pillow? Lang Yu's heart was pounding at this time, realizing that she had been too presumptuous, and now her actions seemed to be even more broken. She lay on Fong Hang's chest and did not dare to move. Fell asleep so quickly? Fong Hong saw that Lang Yu hadn't moved, and thought that she had fallen asleep after being overly tired. Fong Hong helped to straighten Lang Yu's soft and long hair. Regarding this current way of sleeping, he naturally wouldn't mind as a man. After all, holding a soft and fragrant super beauty to sleep, it was definitely much more comfortable than having empty arms with nothing in them. Fong Hong didn't feel much sleepiness. Instead, he opened his cell phone and glanced at it, and found that Qin Fei Xiang, his class president during his college days, had sent him a message. "Fong de Chao, next week's class reunion, please give me a chance to get together. Okay, send me the address at that time." Fong Hong typed his reply laboriously with his left hand. Qin Fei Xiang and Fong Hong were roommates in the bunk beds and had helped him a lot in the beginning, so since it was Qin Fei Xiang organizing the reunion, he naturally couldn't shirk it. "You and Luli should both come, right? I'm sure I'll be there. As for her, I'm not sure. I've heard that you guys are dating, so it's only fair that you ask her directly." Fong Hong felt that typing with one hand was too much effort, so he directly brought his cell phone to his mouth and sent a voice message. "I can't ask. We broke up. I'm married and have a wife now." When Long Yu, who was pretending to be asleep, heard the word wife, an unspeakable sense of wonder instantly permeated her heart. The pair of jade hands that were hugging Fong Hong tightly also unconsciously exerted a few points. Fong Hong sensed the change in Lang Yu and asked, "You're awake?" Chapter 77, Curious Cold Rain. "I accidentally fell asleep." Lang Yu pretended to have just woken up from a nap and purposely yawned. "Were you talking to someone?" she asked in a daze. "Well, my college roommate invited me to a class reunion. Do you want to go together?" "What day exactly?" Lang Yu had the intention to go. Maybe she could learn some past events about Fong Hong from those classmates. "It's probably next week. The exact time and place is still undecided." "Well, let me know when it's set. I'll adjust my schedule. If I really can't get away, there is time to come." "No time to come cannot also be fine. Certainly too work-oriented." "Good." After Fong Hong and Qin Fei Xiang finished chatting, they put down their cell phones and prepared to sleep as well. The two people's eyes collided, and before it lasted for a few seconds, Lang Yu unconsciously avoided it. Her attention fell on the knot of Fong Hang's throat and she said, "Can I touch this?" "Ha, that's fine." Fan Hong did not expect Lang Yu to suddenly make such a request. Lang Yu hesitated for a moment and slowly stretched out her jade hand. So amazing. It can still hide. Lang Yu was like a curious baby. Seeing that she was hesitant to withdraw her hand, Fan Hong was forced to grab her white wrist. It's okay, go to bed early. Lang Yu sensed the difference in Fan Hong, and it seemed that even her speaking voice had lowered quite a bit. She nodded and settled down, finally falling asleep in Fang Heng's arms. The next day, Lang Yu remembered Fang Heng's unusual behavior last night, so she opened the browser and searched. As a result, just after typing out a few words, the search association was triggered. She clicked into one of them like can a girl just touch a boy's throat not? Upon reading the reply, Lang Yu directly froze. No wonder in the end Fang Hong had stopped himself. What the hell have I done? At this time, Sumu hurriedly walked into the office, and Lang Yu closed the web page with his hands and feet. Mr. Lang, it's not good. On the side of Yashin Company, Mr. Zhao said that he can't sign the contract. Messy thoughts swept away. Lang Yu immediately became serious. Since we can't sign today, we'll make an appointment another day. What Mr. Zhao means is, to give up this cooperation. Lang Yu slightly frowned her willow eyebrows. Regarding the business of Yashin Company, she had taken great pains to personally follow up for several months. She didn't expect it to go wrong at the last minute. Did Mr. Zhao say what the reason was? Lang Yu said as she stood up from her office chair. Her eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Fang Hong who had just entered the door. He didn't say it explicitly, but I guess that it should be because he was threatened. The business war was hooked, and the fact that Fang called Zhao Xinghe was stumped was what made Su Mu have this intuition. After all, similar things had been experienced many times before. Lang Yu resumed looking at Su Mu and said in a cold voice, immediately send someone to investigate and see who was so bold as to threaten Lightning Year's business partners in Luo City. Understood. Su Mu moved to walk outside, passing by Fang Hong and nodded at him in greeting before leaving the office in quick steps. Is the cooperation with Yashin Corporation important? Fang Hong asked. He had naturally heard the conversation between the two just now. Yes, if we can't sign a contract with Yashin Company, then everything will have to start all over again, which is equivalent to months of hard work going down the drain. I see. Lang Yu was about to speak to Fang Hong again, but she saw that he had already exited the office. Outside the office, Fang Hong pulled out his cell phone and silently made a call. Su Kuan was furious since he was frustrated and left the Lang family. He hadn't slept all night, and whatever he could drop at his residence was also smashed by him. He had never expected that Qian Dashan would really stand up for Fang Hong no matter what. The anger that he had received due to Fang Hang these days had nowhere to be released, and it was almost about to drive Su Kuan crazy. After thinking about it, he finally set his sights on Lang Yu. Anyway, Fang Hong and Lang Yu were husband and wife. Secretly poking and nauseating Lang Yu was more or less a disguised revenge against Fang Hang. It was hard to be discovered and almost impossible to be caught when the key played underhanded tricks. Even if it was discovered, Chen Dashan would stand up for Fang Hong. Could he still stand up for Lang Yu? Su Kuan didn't believe in this evil. After some probing, he learned that Lang Yu had gone to great lengths and was about to sign a project with Asia Sky. So he came to the Asian Sky Company and moved his father, Su Chongjing, to exert pressure, forcing Zhao Xinghe to have to give up this cooperation. At this time, Zhao Xinghe looked at Su Kuan, who was sitting on his office chair and had his arm around his female secretary, and froze, not even daring to breathe a single breath, eating the fruit that his female secretary fed to his mouth. Su Kuan raised his head and glanced at Zhao Xinghe. Mr. Zhao, it was you who voluntarily gave up your cooperation. This young man didn't threaten you, right? Zhao Xinghe wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and compensated with a smile. Of course, it's all of my own free will. Su Kuan was the second youngest master of the Su family, and soon after, he might even be the head of the Su family. Compared to the Long family behind Lightyear, this bossy and domineering master in front of him is obviously even more unaffordable. Zhao Xinghe had to volunteer. Okay, thanks to Mr. Zhao's hospitality, this young man will not bother you to work. Remember to pretend that I have never been here. I think I should be able to understand it, right? Understand. Must understand. Who is Su Xiao? I don't know at all and have never seen. Still quite on the ball. Su Kuan patted the female secretary. Seeing that she was still not getting up, he directly reached out and picked the latter's chin. What's the matter? You also want to go with me? Su Xiao, I don't, the female secretary nervously said. Mouth is the heart. Coincidentally, this young man likes you like this. Su Kuan saw that the female secretary's posture was good, directly pulled on her and prepared to leave. The female secretary had heard of Su Kuan's notoriety. Just now she was just being mooching. If she really went with Su Kuan, she was not sure what kind of treatment she would be subjected to, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to ask Zhao Xinghe for help. Uncle Zhao, save me. Zhao Xinghe was completely anxious, saying, Su Xiao, this is my hometown's child. Not the kind of woman who is not a good thing, please let her go. Su Koan was instantly displeased and said, "What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? I'll let her go and you'll go with me?" Zhao Xinghe hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and clenched his teeth. "It's not impossible. You lying Nima." Su Koan instantly caught fire and stepped forward to kick Zhao Xinghe to the ground. Afterward, ignoring the female secretary's bitter pleas, he forcefully pulled her to leave. However, just at this moment, Zhao Xinghe's cell phone rang. Once he saw that it was actually the son of the richest man, Qian Dashan, who was calling, he immediately got very energized. "Hello, Mr. Qian, are you looking for me for something?" Zhao Xinghe was careful, never dreaming that one day Qian Dashan would actually take the initiative to call him. This really made Zhao Xinghe doubly surprised, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel worried in his joy, fearing that he had done something wrong and accidentally offended the son of the richest man. Mr. Zhao, I've heard that you have a project with Lightyear that was supposed to be signed today, but it turned out to be a temporary reversal. Is there any hidden agenda in this?" Chapter 78, "This is what I bought for you specially." At those words, Zhao Xinghe was shocked and trembled. He was curious about what relationship Qian Dashan had with the Lang family. He had only given up his cooperation with Lightning Years, but he had caused the son of the richest man to personally call to ask about it. Could it be that the Lang family had some high-ranking person that even Qian Dashan had to work for them? Zhao Xinghe wanted to tell the truth. Unable to do so, Su Koan heard the voice on the other end of the phone and stopped in his tracks, a warning written all over his expression. Seeing that Zhao Xinghe had been silent, Qian Dashan opened his mouth again and asked, "Mr. Zhao, is there someone next to you?" Only then did Zhao Xinghe stammered. Yes, Mr. Qian, there's a friend in. Let me guess, that friend of yours, isn't it Su Koan, the youngest son of the Su family lord?" This, Zhao Xinghe didn't know how to answer for a moment. It wasn't until Su Koan kept giving him glances that he nervously said, "No, it's an old friend. I don't know any young Su." Qian Dashan laughed. Zhao Xinghe's behavior had disguised the answer. "Mr. Zhao, if there are no hard feelings, for the sake of Mr. Qian, please resume project cooperation with Lightyear as soon as possible." "No problem, Mr. Qian, I'll listen to you and everything." "Alright, then let's talk next time. Goodbye, Mr. Qian." Zhao Xinghe put down his cell phone and looked at Su Koan with a difficult face. "Young Su, look, Duke Qian has called. This cooperation I really, always remember. I haven't come to Yexing Company, nor have I seen you." Zhao Xinghe. Su Koan had a vague uneasiness in his heart, put down the female secretary and quickly left this place of wrongdoing. He couldn't help but be a little depressed. What kind of mesmerizing soup had Qian Dashan been fed, worthy of standing up for Fong Hung, or even for Lightyear Corporation like this? At the same time, Su family, Su Chongjing, the head of the Su family, was leisurely walking his bird in the courtyard. At this moment, the butler ran in with a roll. Su Chongjing said unhappily, "What's all the fuss about?" The butler saluted and replied, "Reporting back to master. Old man Qian personally called, naming you to speak with you," and from the tone of his voice, he doesn't seem to be too happy about it. "Elder Qian?" Su Chongjing felt a hint of surprise. What in the world had happened that the richest man in Luo City had personally called him? Su Chongjing didn't dare to slack off, tossing the birdcage to the butler and hurriedly heading towards his room. He picked up the landline microphone and called back. The call was connected. Su Chongjing immediately said, "Hello Elder Qian. I apologize for not receiving the call first. Family Master Su, a busy man, but no matter how busy you are, you can't neglect to discipline your children. Do you think I'm right?" Chen Fuhao's mere words left Su Chongjing at a loss for words. Su Chongjing understood that the other party had come to ask for punishment. It must be that which son had stirred up trouble again by not knowing how to die. "Elder Qian, you are right. Well, there is time to manage your youngest son. If he causes trouble again, don't blame me for being unforgiving." Su Chongjing was frightened. Yes, when that rebellious son comes back, I will break his dog's legs, and then bring him to the door in person to thank for his sins. No need. Remember my advice. The late generation will definitely keep it in mind. After ending the call, Su Chongjing was furious and rushed at the butler who had just entered. "Immediately tell that little rebel to get his ass back here." "Yes, master." Su Koan received the butler's call and rushed back to the Su family within a short time. "Dad." Su Chongjing didn't care. He went up and caught Su Koan and kicked him. "Dad, I think you're my dad. Retrograde son, who is it bad to offend? How dare you not know how to die to offend Elder Qian? Let's see if I don't break your dog's legs today." Su Koan was dazed from the beating, his brain buzzing. He carried the whip of his father's love and waited until he came back to his senses shaken. Elder Qian? Wouldn't that be Qian Dashan's father, Luo City's richest man, Qian Fuhao? It was even if Qian Dashan had been drenched in ecstasy, how could even Qian Fuhao follow suit? Could it be that Fong Hong had saved the lives of this father and son? Su Koan knew that he couldn't fight Fong Hong, and he could only silently endure the anger he had been receiving by recognizing the time. Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. What's the use of admitting your mistake now? Old man Xian has personally called to ask for punishment. I'm telling you, the position of the family head, you don't need to think about it anymore. Su Changjing's words made Su Koan completely confused. He was in six minds, kneeling on the ground and hugging his father's legs, even so anxious that he directly fell into tears. Dad, don't. I really know I'm wrong. Please give your son another chance. Lightyear's company. Su Mu said. President, Mr. Zhao's side agreed to sign. Things have been resolved so quickly? Lang Yu couldn't help but feel a few moments of surprise. I had just finished gathering the manpower and hadn't even dispatched it yet, when General Manager Zhao took the initiative to call over and apologize, saying that there had been a misunderstanding, and said that he would sign the contract in accordance with the established time. Lang Yu subconsciously looked towards Fong Hong. What's wrong? Fong Hong asked. Nothing. Lang Yu felt that it might be a coincidence and did not think any more about it, then moved to prepare to go to the project signing meeting together with Su Mu. After Lang Yu left the office, Fong Hong was about to return to the secretary's office when he received a message from her. In the drawer of my desk, there is a gift for you. Fong Hong folded back to his desk and found a cup of tea steaming hot on it, with a sticky note next to it. Brewed it for you. Don't forget to drink it. Fong Hong picked up the tea and took a sip. It was a familiar flavor. It should be the same type of tea that young Shulan used last night. Then he pulled open the drawer and found a box of tea inside. Fong Hong typed a message back to Lang Yu. Received it. Is this from our mom? Vaguely remembering that yesterday, Yang Shulan said that she wanted to send him tea to bring to the company to drink. Not long after, Lang Yu sent a voice message. Not our mom sent. This is what I specially bought for you. Her voice was not very natural, with a hint of sultriness. Fong Hong put his cell phone to his mouth and also replied with a voice message. Have a heart. I like it a lot. Lang Yu did not send another voice message, but only replied with a humph emoticon. Fong Hong put down his cell phone. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the mirror on his desk, and realized that he was laughing so happily without even realizing it. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for accumulatively obtaining 100% soft rice value. May I ask if the host is going to conduct a lucky draw? Fong Hong didn't even pay much attention to the system. Plus, it had automatically turned on the small amount of soft rice value acquisition non-disturbance reminder. He didn't expect that the accumulation of small amounts would result in another 100% so soon. He naturally chose yes without hesitation.